Hello everyone, I'm Ronan and welcome to the Ronan Charizard channel. I just want to thank you guys for the overwhelming support you've given me over the last 3 years. This is the follow-up scenario to the most popular what if I've had on the channel. What if Ash won the Indigo League? And after completing the full story, it really brought home how much work has gone into every project that I put onto the channel, especially this one. And the overwhelming support has just been amazing. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of your support, and I hope to continue to bring you stories that you guys continue to enjoy. But with all of that being said, let's get into what if Indigo Champion Ash challenged the Johto League, the complete full story. I hope you enjoy. We pick up with Gary Oak. He set out on his new journey of adventure in the Johto region. It's been about a week since Gary left, and he's made his way to his first stop, New Bark Town. Before Gary left Pallet Town, his grandfather, Professor Oak, told him he should stop by New Bark Town as one of his old research assistants recently became the Pokemon professor of the Johto region. Gary arrives to the lab of this new professor, and he's really impressed. It seems that this lab is outfitted with the latest in Pokemon research technology. It is far different than his grandpa's lab, as Professor Oak prefers older, less technological methods. But Gary doesn't see anyone, so he calls out, "Professor Elm? Professor Elm?" Then, from the back of the lab, Gary hears, "Over here." Gary follows the voice, and eventually comes to a young man who seems to be very engaged with the work he's doing. So much so, he doesn't even look up at Gary. Gary tries to introduce himself, but he is interrupted by the professor. "Your starter Pokemon is on the table. It's in one of the balls." Gary, puzzled, says, "I'm sorry? What?" The professor, without even looking up, says, "They're on the table. The balls. They're organized by type. Grass, fire, water. Just choose your partner. It's okay." Gary realizes what's happening. The professor thinks Gary is a trainer here for their first starter Pokemon. Gary then yells, "Professor!" Professor Elm looks up. Gary thinks, finally. He says, "Professor, I'm not here for a Pokemon." Elm says, "You're not?" Gary says, "No, my name is Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak." Professor Elm's demeanor changes from confusion to excitement at the realization of who Gary is. Elm immediately apologizes. "I'm sorry. I was expecting my first set of trainers to come and pick up their Pokemon today and start their Pokemon journey." Gary tells him, "Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't have my attention divided like that. What if I was someone who was looking to steal those Pokemon? Someone like, I don't know, Team Rocket?" Elm becomes nervous. "Yeah, you're right. We have had reports of them here in the Johto region lately, and the starter Pokemon are extremely rare, so they might come for them." Gary says, "I doubt it's that serious, but you should still be more aware." Elm says, "You're definitely right about that." Just then, from the front of the lab, someone calls, "Professor Elm." Then another voice calls, and another voice. 3 different voices, all at once. Professor Elm says, "Oh, that must be the new trainers." And him and Gary head up front. There stands 3 trainers, all from New Bark Town. Vincent, Ethan, and Marina. They all introduce themselves to the professor and Gary, but then Vincent and Ethan immediately recognize Gary Oak and who he is. They are both kind of starstruck. Vincent and Ethan tell Gary that they saw him at the Indigo Plateau, and they ask why he is here. Gary, kind of offset by these 2 fanboys, says he's here to challenge the Johto League. Ethan is excited. Gary is kind of a hero to him, and the thought of Gary being a Johto while he's starting his Pokemon journey sends him into even more of a fanboy mode. But Vincent is the opposite. He's on Team Ash and comments, "You couldn't become champion like your friend Ash, so you come to Johto out of embarrassment? Well, don't worry, you'll lose here like you did there." Gary is kind of shocked by this kid. He doesn't know what to say. Vincent kind of reminds Gary of himself when he started out. Before anyone can reply, Vincent then grabs a Pokeball off the table, the one that's closest to him. He then says, "Professor Elm, these are the starter Pokemon, right?" Elm replies, "Yes." Vincent says, "Perfect. I don't need to know what it is." And he turns to Gary and says, "How about I hand you your first loss here in the Johto region, right here?" Gary looks at Vincent. "Why don't you get to know the Pokemon first? At least let it out of its bulk." Vincent says, "So, I see. You're scared, trying to avoid battling me." All the while, Ethan and Marina are trying to tell Vincent to stop, but he's not listening, and he's telling Gary that he's every bit the failure that everybody else is talking about. It's no wonder, after all, he's the grandson of a second-rate professor. Gary couldn't stand a chance to him. Gary looks at Vincent. "Why do you want this, kid? Why do you seem so eager to battle me?" Vincent tells Gary that he knows Gary's kind. He's cocky attitude, and he's overconfident. "You're the kind of trainer that gives other trainers a bad name." Gary now realizes what this kid's problem. Gary says, "I see. That was the old me, kid. I know I was a jerk in the past, but that's not me anymore." Vincent tells Gary, "So now that someone calls you out, you say that that's not you? I don't believe it. Come on, battle me. You won't leave here until you do." Professor Elm tries to step in, but Gary stops him. It's clear Vincent won't listen to anyone, so I'm gonna have to battle him. Vincent says, finally, now I can show you for the failure that you really are. Gary says, okay kid, let's take this outside. So the two of them head outside and take their positions right in front of the lab. Outside, Marina and Ethan both try one more time to stop Vincent, and he refuses as he sends in his Pokemon for the first time. It's Chikorita. Gary says, okay, and he pulls out his Pokédex. He learns that Chikorita is a grass type. So Gary says, how about this? I'll give you the type advantage, kid. And Gary sends in his Blastoise. This battle doesn't last long though, and slowly you can see the look on Vincent's face turn from overconfidence to disbelief. In the end, Gary and Blastoise win with minimum effort. Vincent recalls Chikorita, and out of his frustration, he tells Gary that he cheated. Vincent doesn't know how, but he knows that Gary cheated. He then runs off. Professor Elm tries to stop him, but it's too late. Vincent is gone. Marina tries to go after him, but Gary tells her, no, wait, let him go. He needs some time. Professor Elm tells everybody to come back inside the lab. Elm then sends out the last two Pokemon from their Pokeballs, a Totodile and a Cyndaquil. Ethan immediately gravitates towards Cyndaquil, while Marina takes to Totodile. Professor Elm then gives them both a Pokedex and their respective Pokeballs, but there is a problem. Vincent still needs his Pokedex and Pokeballs. Marina offers to take them to Vincent, as she is pretty close to him, but Elm isn't sure, as she's still a new trainer and she might mess things up more than they already have been. Then Gary makes an offer. What if he went with them? After all, he's done this before. He will take full responsibility of Marina. Now that Gary is in, Ethan volunteers too. Elm then agrees, since the three of them will be going, and if they do, then that means he can get back to his research. With that, the new trio heads towards Vincent's house. Once they get there, they find Vincent sobbing on his doorstep. Chikorita is there trying to console its new trainer. When the three walk up, Vincent sees them, and once he notices Gary, he wipes the tears away, trying to play cool, insisting that his loss to Gary was a fluke, and he's going to win the next time. Gary tells Vincent that he hopes that they can battle again. Vincent is caught off guard by this. Gary says he thinks Vincent has the heart needed to be a great trainer. He just needs some more practice. But Vincent just thinks that this is Gary putting up a show for everyone to see. He knows the real guy. Marina then yells at Vincent for being so pig-headed. Then she hands him his Pokédex and Pokeballs. Vincent says, what's this? Marina says, you left in such a hurry that you forgot them. You need to register for the Johto League. Gary says, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm heading to the Pokemon Center now to register. Ethan likes the sound of that, asking if he can join Gary, as he wants to register as well. Gary says, sure kid, why not? Marina wants to go with them too, and asks Vincent if he will join, but he refuses to go anywhere with Gary. Marina says, fine, suit yourself, and then they leave. The trio arrive at the Pokemon Center, and both Gary and Ethan register, but Marina doesn't. Ethan asks her why. Marina tells them that she actually wants to be a research assistant, not a trainer, but with the way Professor Elm acted today, and refusing to trust her, she decided that she would set off on her own journey, and meet as many Pokemon as possible, to show up Professor Elm. After all, what does he know? His head is always in books. She will go and meet the real thing. Ethan then tells her they should travel together. Marina says why. Ethan tells her he wants to catch Pokemon, and she wants to meet Pokemon. It's a perfect match. Marina takes some time, but she eventually warms up to this idea. Ethan then turns to Gary. Do you think that we could travel with you? I mean, after all, we're both headed in the same direction. Gary tells Ethan that he had actually planned to travel alone. Then Ethan says, well, how about at least till Violet City? That's the site of the first gym of the Johto region. Gary looks at Ethan, and he can't take his enthusiasm. It reminds him of Ash. So he breaks down. He says, okay, but only until Violet City. This is even more excited for Ethan. He gets to walk with his hero, and he's going to get a chance to get to know him. With that, they head towards Violet City and the site of their first gym badge. Now we flip over to Ash and his friends. They've been traveling for about a week. Brock and Misty comment to Ash that it always seems like he's behind Gary. Ash, angry, asks, what do you mean? Brock tells Ash that it's just like last time. Gary is again ahead of Ash, and he's probably already earned his first badge. Ash tells Brock it's not his fault. If Professor Oak hadn't asked him to take the GS ball to Kurt in Azalea Town, then he could have caught up to Gary. Misty tells Ash that he actually might be able to close the gap, as there is a gym in Azalea Town. This excites Ash, as they had reached the point where they were met with a choice. Two roads, one to Violet City and the other one to Azalea Town. Ash was secretly thinking about going straight to Violet City to get a badge, even though Professor Oak had told him that Azalea Town needed to be his first stop. After all, Ash is the Kanto champion. In his eyes, that could get him some kind of free pass to do things how he wants, as long as they get done, of course. But now, Ash doesn't have to worry. He can do his assigned task, get a badge, and everyone is happy. And this choice proves to be fruitful, as along the way, Ash runs into his first Johto catch, Chikorita. And after struggling in a battle with it, in which even Charizard struggles, Ash, Misty, and Brock rush it to the Pokemon Center. And after Team Rocket fails in an attempt to capture Chikorita, and Ash saving its life, Chikorita is convinced to join his team. Now a few things here. Because Ash and his team are traveling a bit of a different route towards Azalea Town, Ash's timing to catch Heracross and Cyndaquil is off. So Ash and friends continue toward Azalea Town, but along the way is very mountainous, and Ash gets a chance at another catch while traveling through these mountains. This Pokemon is Gligar, and after a run-in with Team Rocket to where they too are trying to capture the Gligar in the area, and Ash and the individual Gligar teaming up to stop stop Team Rocket, it makes the choice to join Ash's team. This brings Ash to 5 members on his team. Moving on to the next stage of the journey, Ash and friends come to a dojo, and where the master has a scissor. After Ash meets the top student Shingo of the dojo, Shingo realizes Ash is the current Kanto champion. He demands a battle in which he wishes to test his Pokemon, a scissor just like his master. This trainer is very confident he will win due to his computer and its infinite amount of knowledge on trainers, especially Ash. Ash doesn't like his stuck-up attitude and the fact that he's always got his head in his computer. It reminds him of Gary, so he accepts this challenge. So Shingo chooses to lead with his scissor, and even though Ash has only had it for a few weeks, he chooses to lead with his Gligar. Gligar has proven to be very resilient, and Ash has been spending a lot of time with it, and he's been getting to understand its strengths and weaknesses. The battle starts, and at first, Ash is on the ropes, as the trainer's extensive knowledge of Ash's battle style proves to be formidable. But this is where Ash's on-the-go battle style proves to be his greatest asset. Because of his adaptability in battle, it forces Shingo to break a concentration from his computer and focus more on the battle, and he can't keep up with Ash. Shingo then calls for a Metal Claw, but Ash counters it with a guillotine. Then, Gligar uses its small size to get in close to hit Scizor with a second guillotine, putting it down. After showing Shingo the error of relying on just tech to battle, the trio move on to Azalea Town. Their first stop is Kurt's house, but they first have to clear out Team Rocket from the Slowpoke well. They're gathering Slowpoke tails, but Ash, Pikachu, and Chikorita put an end to this pretty quickly. And as a gift for their help, Kurt rewards Ash, Brock, and Misty with some custom Pokeballs, after they go pick the apricorns of course, in which Brock immediately uses it to catch himself a Pineco that's been following him since the forest. But now that all other distractions are out of the way, Ash sets his sight on the Azalea gym. Upon entering, we're greeted by Bugsy, a bug-type trainer, who claims to be the authority on all bug-type Pokemon. Ash greets Bugsy and introduces himself. Bugsy immediately recognizes Ash as the Kanto champion and asks why he is here in Johto. Ash tells Bugsy after battling Lance of the Kanto Elite Four and learning that he was from Johto, he's here to find out how strong the other trainers of Johto are. Normally, Bugsy is confident in his abilities, but with this being a champion challenging him to an official league battle, it's kinda got his nerves up. But he has no choice. As a gym leader, he has to accept. So the two trainers take their position. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. Bugsy leads with his Spinarak, and Ash sends in his Chikorita. Bugsy sees this and is a little eased, thinking Ash made a mistake, not knowing that Ash is actually fully aware and is testing Bugsy. Chikorita and Ash have been battling a lot lately, and as a result, they are in perfect sync. Though Bugsy has the type advantage and the battle goes in his favor, Ash manages to put Spinarak down with a Sweet Smell and a newly learned Headbutt. This proves that Bugsy had a false sense of security, and he needs to be on guard. So Bugsy sends in his Metapod to play defense. This actually goes more in Bugsy's favor, and due to its battle with Spinarak, Chikorita is worn out and eventually loses to Metapod. But Ash is unfazed. He then chooses to send in his second newest capture, Gligar. This battle comes down to speed. Though Bugsy's Metapod is fast, Gligar's speed is greater. It manages to close out the battle with Metapod using a guillotine. Bugsy is a little bit more at ease now, because he gets to use his ace, as he sends in his Scyther. Ash is a little overconfident. He chooses to go with Gligar again, but this ultimately costs him. Even though Gligar is fast, Scyther is faster, and he manages to put Gligar down after using a combination of Sword Stance and Fury Cutter. Ash recalls Gligar, but is still unfazed. His confidence as the champion of Kanto is very noticeable, and Bugsy can see it. Ash then sends in his ace, Charizard. Bugsy is ready for this though, as he has the perfect defense for fire-type attacks, and after demonstrating it, Ash is able to see the weakness in it. As Ash readies his next attack, Bugsy prepares for his defense, but Ash then calls for a Fire Spin and orders Charizard to spread it over the battlefield. Once the flames settle and you can see the two Pokemon, a victory is clear. Charizard stands and Scyther falls. Even though his defense blocks head-on attacks, it can't deal with fire coming from all directions. This earns Ash his first Johto Gym badge, the Hive badge. Once Bugsy hands over the badge, he compliments Ash on his ability to break his defense. Bugsy also states that he was really nervous throughout their battle, but he's glad that he had it with Ash. Ash tells Bugsy it was a lot of fun, and Lance was right. Johto does have strong trainers. Bugsy asks Ash where they're off to next. Ash says Violet City and their gym. Bugsy says if you're headed in that direction, then there's a place that you should check out on the way. We pick back up with Team Ash. They are traveling through the mountains of the Johto region. Brock and Misty are telling Ash that he needs to stop relying on Charizard so much. His other Pokemon will eventually start to suffer. Ash tells them to mind their own business. His Pokemon are doing just fine. They are strong. After all, Chikorita and Gligar each won their individual battles in his gym battle with Bugsy. Brock tells Ash, true, but Bugsy even admitted that he was nervous during their battle. That could be a huge influence on the outcome of the battle. Ash tells Brock not to worry. He knows what he's doing. Remember, he's the champion of Kanto, so he does have an idea of what he is doing. Misty butts in. Remember, you may be champion, but you didn't get there on your own. You did have some help along the way, Ash. Ash just kind of blows off Misty's words, but they do sit with him in the back of his mind. The trio end up coming to a forest, in which in the center stands a large mountain. Brock reiterates that this is Mount Kaaa, the highest mountain in all of the Johto region. And of course, the trio get caught in a rainstorm, and they have to head to a cabin at the foot of the mountain to seek shelter, where they're introduced to Luna, a Pokemon naturalist and a guide around Mount Kaaa, and Cullen and Domino, who work for the Pokemon Institute, gathering data on the area. But Jesse, James, and Meowth are in hot pursuit of our heroes, and attempt to steal Pikachu when they let their guard down. When their attempt to capture Pikachu fails, and their balloon gets caught in a turbulent updraft of wind carrying them and Pikachu to the top of Mount Kaaa, Domino makes her presence known as a high-ranking admin in Team Rocket. When Ash and the group start to struggle to get to the top of Mount Kaaa by foot, Ash turns to Charizard. Ash releases it from its ball and explains what's going on. He mounts Charizard's back, and they head to the top of the mountain, leaving everyone behind. Ash and Charizard land on the island in the center of Lake Clarity that is at the top of Mount Kaaa. There, Ash and Charizard are met with a familiar presence. Mewtwo, Ash proclaims. Mewtwo, shocked by this, says, "You know me? But how?" "I erased your memory." Ash tells Mewtwo he doesn't know anything about that, but he knows Mewtwo is a threat. After all, their last encounter wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. This sentiment is backed by the fact that Ash's Charizard sees the clone Charizard, and it is showing aggression toward it, and Mewtwo. Mewtwo tries to explain that Ash's perception of the situation is wrong, and they don't have time for this, but Charizard lets out a loud roar, cutting Mewtwo off. Ash says, "What's the matter? You lost your taste for battle? I thought you were the world's greatest Pokemon master. Battle us." Mewtwo then scans Ash's mind to see if this is truly the same boy that once changed his views on the world, and indeed it is. But Mewtwo sees that this boy has had a lot of growth since their last encounter, even going as far as becoming the champion of the Kanto region. But then Mewtwo sees it, how Pikachu has gone missing. Mewtwo asks Ash, did he forget the reason he was here? Ash then remembers Pikachu. He almost forgot, blinded by his urge to stop Mewtwo and the threat that Ash thinks he is. Ash then turns to Charizard, but before Ash can utter a single word, Charizard attacks its clone counterpart. The clone takes to the sky, and Charizard gives chase. Ash calls to Charizard, but it's no use. Charizard is focused. It wants revenge for the humiliating loss it had, and it's blinded by rage. Charizard attacks the clone relentlessly. The clone can barely defend itself. It's clear that Charizard is far stronger than their last encounter. Mewtwo then has no choice. It releases the psychic blocks that it had placed on the clone, unleashing its full power. This battle quickly becomes one-sided, as the clone's speed and strength increases fivefold, and it takes control, putting Charizard in the ground with its seismic jaws, just like before. Ash rushes to Charizard's side as the clone lands next to Mewtwo, but Charizard stands back up. It's ready for more. Then, off in the distance, they hear the blades of several helicopters as they rush towards the island. Ash asks, "Who's that?" Mewtwo replies, "We're out of time. He's here." Over with Misty, Brock, Cullen, and Luna, they have finally reached the top of Mount Kaaa, and they are fighting their way through the dense forest when they are met with Team Rocket grunts. Though Brock and Misty are powerful trainers in their own right, they are eventually overpowered by the sheer numbers of the Rocket grunts and are captured. Back on the island, Ash and Mewtwo are greeted by the head of Team Rocket himself, Giovanni. As Giovanni steps out of the plane, he says, My, I wasn't expecting to have this level of an audience. The champion of the Kanto region? Why, what are you doing here in the Johto region?" Giovanni, with his vast resources, is fully aware of Ash and who he is. You see, now that Ash is a champion, Giovanni has been keeping close tabs on him, actually ordering Jesse and James and Meowth to follow him and report back any and all activity. But this is the first time Ash has met Giovanni and demands to know who he is. Mewtwo then interrupts Ash. He is called Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket and the one who ordered my creation. Ash says what? It then clicks that everything Mewtwo was a hostile force. It was due to Giovanni. Ash now turns his full attention to Giovanni. "You're right. I am the champion," he proclaims. "And as so, I'm telling you that you have no business here, Giovanni. So, you can take your goons and leave this place. Mewtwo is my problem." Giovanni just laughs, puzzling Ash. "Why isn't this entertaining?" he says. "The big bad champion of Kanto thinks he has some authority over me. Let me explain something to you, boy. Even if we were in Kanto, your position doesn't mean anything. Your title as champion is just that, a title. I am Giovanni, leader of Team Rocket, and I have been doing this for far longer than you have been alive. And as far as Mewtwo, I funded its creation, its training. I am the sole purpose it exists. As such, he is my property, and I have come to claim what is mine. Mewtwo then declares that it is its own master, and it belongs to no one. As Mewtwo attacks Giovanni, he once again laughs as two machines appear, canceling out the attack and capturing Mewtwo all in one sweep. Ash yells, "Mewtwo!" Then he demands that Giovanni release it. Giovanni is now becoming annoyed by Ash and tells him to leave Mewtwo. It is his property, and so are all the other clone Pokemon on the island. Giovanni orders all the grunts and Domino to gather up the rest of the clones at once. Ash watches as all the clones are captured, because all of them have had their powers psychically weakened by Mewtwo. All except for the clone Charizard. It is fighting back. Ash then makes a bold move. He steps to Giovanni, challenging him, with Charizard and Pikachu to back him up. Giovanni then turns to Ash. "You know, it really agitated me when you won a badge and cost me my gym. And since you're so adamant about stopping me, I'll give you a sporting chance. If you can beat me in battle, then I'll leave. But if you lose, I will lock you away where no one will ever find you, and all of your Pokemon shall be mine." Ash, severely overconfident, accepts the challenge and goes with Charizard and Pikachu. The oversight on Ash's part that Charizard was still weak from the battle with its clone will cost him dearly. Giovanni chooses to use his trademark Persian and his Golem. This battle doesn't last long. Pikachu gets taken out swiftly by Persian, and it becomes clear that even at full strength, Charizard couldn't match the Golem. During his battle with Golem, Charizard is unable to dodge a rock slide at point blank range, severely injuring it. This breaks Ash inside. How could Giovanni be so strong? He's on a whole nother level, and Ash is so spaced out that he isn't even paying attention to the battle. Charizard is getting wrecked by Golem, and Giovanni is loving every minute of it. Charizard finally goes down, unable to defend itself any longer, and Giovanni orders Golem to end Charizard. Golem stands there and fires another rock slide towards it that connects, leaving a cloud of dust. Giovanni then turns to Ash. "Now do you see just how outmatched you are, boy? You never stood a chance, and it cost you your Charizard." Ash looks at the cloud of dust. He can see an outline of a Pokemon and a flame on its tail. Ash thinks, Charizard? But as the dust settles, Ash's Charizard lays unconscious. But standing between it and Golem is the clone Charizard. It intercepted the rock slide at the last minute, protecting Ash's Charizard. Ash doesn't understand. Why did this clone protect his Charizard? Then, in his mind, he hears a voice. He knows this voice. It's Mewtwo. Ash, that's what I was trying to tell you. We clones don't want to fight. We just want to live freely. But Giovanni only wants power, and he will stop at nothing to get it. Only now does Ash realize what a fool he's been. Giovanni doesn't play by rules. No code of ethics. No moral compass. Ash was going to lose this battle from the start, and he didn't see it until it was too late. And even worse, his arrogance got his Pokemon hurt. The clone Charizard takes his turn at battling with Giovanni. It does put up a good fight, but when Giovanni orders Persian back in, it is unable to overpower the two Pokemon and Giovanni's overwhelming amount of battle experience, and it too falls, resulting in the capture of the last bit of resistance on the island. Giovanni orders Domino to take them all to the holding cells as they begin constructing the island into Team Rocket's newest Johto base of operations. In the cell, Ash finally meets up with his friends. Pikachu is in a bad way, but Charizard is in even worse shape and unresponsive. If it doesn't get help soon, it may be too late. Then, Colin approaches Ash and tells him that he was able to get a sample of the water here, and if they can get Charizard to the purest source of the water, it might save it. Ash thinks, great, but how do we do that when we are locked in here? Meanwhile, Domino and the rest of the grunts are distracted as they haze Jesse and James and Meowth for being worthless, as they were assigned cleaning duty. Their distraction gives Ash, Misty, and Brock time to formulate a plan to break out. Misty and Brock are able to get Ash's Pokeballs and let out Gligar and Chikorita. The two Pokemon are able to break the restraints of Ash and the others with Razor Leaf and Guillotine. With everyone free, Brock and Misty run a diversion to draw the attention of Team Rocket, while Ash gets Pikachu and Charizard to the water. Brock sends out Steelix, Aerodactyl, and Kangaskhan. Misty sends out her Staryu and her Poliwag, and they get to work. With the help of the clone Pokemon, Brock and Misty are able to capture the attention of everyone except for Domino. She was tasked with watching Ash by Giovanni, and she failed with her negligence, so she is headed after him. Ash is heading up the winding stairway to the mineral spring with Pikachu in one hand and Charizard's ball in the other. Ash has Chikorita, Gligar, and Wartortle out for protection, as well as Colin and Luna in tow. They finally reach the spring. Colin and Luna immediately become running running tests on the water, while Ash puts Pikachu in the water. As Pikachu wasn't badly injured, the effects of the spring are almost immediately as Pikachu wakes up. Ash is relieved, but before he has time to celebrate and put Charizard in the water, he and everyone are met with more capture rings and drop to the ground. Domino caught up to them. Ash, realizing he could be out of time, tries to plead with Domino. With tears in his eyes, he asks her to at least let Charizard out of its ball into the water to save it, but this falls on deaf ears. Domino doesn't care about that. After all, she doesn't even have a Pokemon of her own. Ash continues to appeal to Domino, but she ignores him. Ash continues to appeal to Domino as she continues to ignore him. But all of this attention motion is having an effect on someone, Chikorita. Remember, Ash saved its life from Team Rocket, so it's developed a deep disdain for them and a certain affection for Ash. His cries are all the motivation Chikorita needs. It responds by glowing brightly and shattering its restraints, capturing a new level of power with its evolution into Bayleaf. With Bayleaf's new power, it is able to fend off Domino and break the restraints of everyone. Ash thanks Bayleaf for its help. Bayleaf is just happy that Ash is happy. Ash wastes no more time and throws Charizard's ball, releasing it into the water, hoping it's not too late, but Charizard is unresponsive. Ash begins to let out tears, asking Charizard to wake up, telling it he needs it to wake up, but nothing. As Ash's eyes begin to well up with tears, one of them falls into the water, and suddenly it starts to glow. Back with Misty, Brock, and the others, the battle is intense. The clone Pokemon have evened out the numbers as they make their way to Mewtwo, but Giovanni has stepped in, and this turns the tide of the battle. As Giovanni releases his 6 personal Pokemon, he basically told them to attack everyone that is not in Team Rocket attire. Persian, Rhydon, Nidoking, Machamp, Golem, and his own Kangaskhan all begin to attack. Brock's Steelix, Aerodactyl, and his Kangaskhan manage to put up a good fight and push back the grunts and some of Giovanni's Pokemon. But Misty, Poliwag, and Staryu are fending off the Machamp that has gone after some of the clones. Machamp is particularly attacking the clone Gyarados. Misty steps in to defend it with her Poliwag, but it's not enough. Poliwag gets knocked back quickly, and then Machamp goes after Misty. Staryu tries to step in, but it is too dealt with easily by Machamp. Misty is in trouble. Machamp jumps in to attack her. Misty shuts her eyes out of fear for what seems to be like an eternity, but nothing happens. Misty opens her eyes back up, and Machamp has stopped because of a glow that has captured its attention. It's Poliwag. In order to protect Misty, it started to evolve. Now, as a Poliwhirl, it uses its new power to put Machamp down. Misty rushes to Poliwhirl, excited that it evolved to protect her. This whole interaction has captured the attention of the clone Gyarados. Over with Brock, he and the other clones are starting to tire with all of the battling. Giovanni and his Golem have started to take out Brock's Pokemon, the only one left being Steelix. Misty rushes to Brock's side with Staryu, Gyarados, and her new Poliwhirl, but this still isn't enough. Their combined attempt to free Mewtwo is failing, as the Team Rocket Grunts have started to recapture the clones. Giovanni prepares to make his final attack on Brock and Steelix, but it is interrupted by a Thunderbolt and a Flamethrower. Giovanni looks up, and there in the sky is Ash with Charizard and Pikachu, and they are fully healed. This draws Giovanni's full attention. He took out both of those Pokemon, and yet there they are, fully healed. Ash tells Giovanni to leave this place and the clone Pokemon alone. Go now, and they will not be turned in to the proper authorities. Giovanni again laughs at how naive Ash is. Giovanni says, "Listen, boy, I hold all the cards, and you're giving me an ultimatum? You failed once, and you will fail again." But this time, Giovanni is at a disadvantage. He lost half of his Pokemon, and he only has Rhydon, Golem, and Persian. Ash and Giovanni start their battle for the second time. Ash sends in Bayleaf and Wartortle to even the odds out. Ash orders Pikachu and Gligar to free the clones and Mewtwo. Gligar and Pikachu are successful in freeing everyone, and in a combined effort, they manage to free Mewtwo, which causes the Rocket Grunts to flee as they fear its power. But what they don't know is Mewtwo is very weak and cannot fight. While this is going on, Bayleaf and Wartortle manage to take out Rhydon and Persian. This leaves Giovanni with just Golem, and Charizard is bent on taking it down. It's a matter of pride with the Fire Lizard at this point. With Giovanni now outmatched, he starts making mistakes in the battle, and Ash sees this. He's flustered. Brock and Misty rush to Ash, telling him about Mewtwo. Ash knows what needs to be done. He orders Charizard to handle Golem and Giovanni. Ash then runs off. He gets to Mewtwo, and with the help of Bayleaf, he takes it up to the spring that healed Charizard and Pikachu. Once there, Ash intends to throw Mewtwo into the spring, but Colin protests, as Mewtwo being a clone and not natural could contaminate the whole spring and its source. Ash tells him it doesn't matter. It is the only way that they can heal Mewtwo, and it needs it right now. Ash then throws in Mewtwo. After what seems to be an eternity, Mewtwo emerges from the water, glowing with new life. And with this new life, it uses its psychic powers to move the oasis and everyone who wants to protect it below Mount Kaaa, leaving Giovanni, Colin, Luna, and the rest of Team Rocket's forces wondering what happened. After some deep discussion with Ash, Mewtwo sees that the clones can no longer hide. They need to live in the world as they are part of it. Mewtwo uses its psychic powers to erase the memory of it and the clones from everyone wishing to cause them harm. Mewtwo then sends the clones all across the Pokemon world to live their lives, all except for two, the clone Gyarados and the clone Charizard. The Gyarados, after seeing Misty risk it herself to protect it, it wants to join her, which Misty does with no hesitation, and the clone Charizard has decided to remain on Mount Kaaa to protect the hidden oasis from anyone who seeks it out in the future. With that, the trio set off to their next destination with the events of Giovanni fresh in their minds. A week later, they arrive at their destination, the Charific Valley, the site of some of the strongest wild Charizard in the world. After a battle in which Ash and Charizard lose, they again plead with Liza to allow it to train in the valley. Then, after an attack from Team Rocket that is foiled by Ash and his Charizard, proving its potential, Liza and the wild Charizard accept Ash's Charizard to train in the valley. But with the threat of Giovanni still fresh in Ash's mind, he opts to remain in the valley with Charizard to train his other Pokemon as well. But not everyone is okay with this. Brock. He came to Johto because he wanted to meet Professor Elm, and as a result, he decides that while Ash is training, he's going to head to Newmark Town to meet him. Misty decides to stay with Ash as the valley offers a lot of great places to work with water Pokemon as well. Brock and Ash decide to meet up with each other in Violet City in 2 months' time, and with that, they part ways, with Ash focused on training for his next encounter with the leader of Team Rocket. Now we switch over to Team Gary, and they have arrived in Violet City after a few weeks of traveling. Along the way, Ethan and Gary have gotten the chance to train with each other, while Marina has met and documented every detail of every Pokemon she's met. The two newbie trainers have begun to grow on Gary, as he never realized how great it was to have company while traveling. His old cheerleading squad, well, they were all suck-ups, and they couldn't really offer anything as far as helping to train, or they weren't really much for conversation. So this new experience has been great. Ethan, in this time, has managed to capture some Pokemon to get his team up to the count of 4. His Cyndaquil has evolved into a Quilava because of his training with Gary, and he has also added a Bellsprout that he caught at the Sprout Tower, a Weedle that evolved into a Beedrill, and a Sentret. The trio head to the gym in Violet City. Gary tells Ethan that he should be the one that challenges first, as it would give him the chance to see the battle style of the gym leader. Ethan is okay with this, as Gary is a more experienced trainer, and Ethan is curious as he only knows 2 of Gary's Pokemon, his Blastoise and his Eevee, as those are the only 2 he's used in training. So he's excited to see what his self-appointed mentor and the rest of his Pokemon have in store. Once inside the gym, Gary meets Falkner, the leader who specializes in the flying type. Gary is okay with this, as he has already had a plan in his head. The 2 trainers take their positions, and Falkner sends in his first Pokemon, Hoot Hoot. Gary leads with his Eevee. This battle is very quick. Falkner does his best to demonstrate Hoot Hoot's power, but Eevee proves to be a much more formidable opponent and takes down Hoot Hoot with minimal effort. Next, Falkner sends in his Dodrio, and its intense battling style puts Eevee down rather quickly. Gary decides what his next Pokemon is going to be, and as a matter of fact, it's something that he's used very little. It actually hasn't battled at all. Gary sends it in, Elekid. Ethan is surprised Elekid isn't something he's seen before. Gary must have caught it before he met, he thinks to himself. The second battle starts, and even though Elekid has the type advantage, Dodrio is still more experienced, and it manages to put Elekid down. Gary is disappointed, but not surprised. He needs more time with it. Unshaken, Gary sends in his final Pokemon, Blastoise. The Titan Turtle fires a Hydro Pump, one-shotting Dodrio. Falkner is impressed, but expected nothing less from the grandson of the great Professor Oak. So he matches Blastoise's power with his Pidgeot. The battle starts, and it's obvious from the start that Blastoise won't go down easily. Its defense is formidable. Every attack Falkner launches is deflected with minimum damage. This is Gary's game, to tire out Pidgeot, as Blastoise can't match its speed. And eventually, Pidgeot gets caught with a Hydro Pump, putting it down and earning Gary his first badge of the Johto region, the Zephyr Badge. Later on at the Pokemon Center, after Gary heals his Pokemon, Ethan is racking his brain on a strategy on how to beat Falkner. The realization of the gym challenge and its difficulty is setting in. Falkner's speed of his flying types is scary. Gary tells Ethan that he needs to calm down. Ethan looks at Gary. Gary says, "Did I use speed to win my battle? No. I used my Pokemon's advantages to control the battle, to get the win. You need to do the same." So with that, the two sit down and start to form a plan of attack. The next day, Ethan challenges the gym with Gary and Marina watching from the sidelines. Falkner leads with his Hoot again. Ethan figured this would happen, so he sends in his Sentret. This battle is a bit drawn out. Gary told Ethan that Falkner would lead with Hoot to gauge Ethan's skill, then he would choose his Pokemon from there. This battle plays out in Falkner's favor with Hoot winning. Ethan then leads with his next Pokemon, Beedrill. Beedrill is able to take out Hoot as it is faster. Falkner then decides to throw Ethan a curveball and he sends in something completely different, a Gligar. Ethan chooses to stick with Beedrill. In this battle comes down to the wire, eventually resulting in a double knockout. Then the moment comes that Ethan was most worried about. Falkner readies his last Pokemon and sends it in, but this Pokemon is not the Pidgeot he thought he would face. It is instead a metallic looking sleek bird. Ethan then uses his Pokedex to learn that this Pokemon is a steel type known as Skarmory. Gary yells to Ethan that it's in your favor. Not knowing what Gary meant, Ethan sends in Quilava. This battle gets underway. Even though Quilava has the type advantage and Ethan eventually figures it out, the difference between Ethan and Falkner's battle experience becomes apparent quickly, pushing Quilava to the edge with it barely holding on. But Skarmory did take a few flame wheels in the process. It comes down to the final attack. Quilava starts to glow. Ethan doesn't know what this is, but Quilava still wants to fight, so he orders a flame wheel that connects with Skarmory, knocking it out and earning Ethan the Zephyr badge. Gary stares at the glow of Quilava intensely and is intrigued, as he and Marina congratulate Ethan on his win. Later on at the Pokemon Center, it comes to the point that the group has to decide their next destination. Ethan, under the impression that Gary still wants to part ways, asks what his next move is. Gary tells Ethan that he was thinking that they could travel together a little while more, as he is interested in studying his Quilava after seeing it today. Ethan doesn't even think twice and accepts this chance to continue to travel with Gary. With that, Team Gary decides their next stop will be the gym in Azalea Town. Today, we pick back up with Team Gary. They are on the road to Azalea Town and have been traveling for about a week. During this time, Ethan and Gary have been putting in some serious training. Gary has been focusing hard on his time with Eevee and Elekid, while Ethan has been focusing on his overall development of his battle style. Ethan is still in the phase in which he hasn't quite figured out all of his Pokemon on his team. Quilava and Beedrill have somewhat of an aggressive personality, which Ethan easily synergizes with, but Sentret and Bellsprout have proven the exact opposite. Bellsprout is more laid back and prefers to go with the flow, as it prefers to explore and analyze the battle before making its move. With Ethan being a new trainer, he still has an impatient streak about him. This is another quality that reminds Gary of Ash, but Gary, being as patient as he is, guides Ethan through it. It is proving to be rather taxing at times. While all this is going on, Marina has been documenting every Pokemon she comes across. This isn't without its challenges of its own. Her Totodile has proved to be somewhat aggressive, and as a result, whenever encountering a wild Pokemon, half of Marina's time is spent trying to prevent Totodile from attacking them. This behavior has caused Marina to second guess her choice of start. She was wanting something that would help her document Pokemon, not try and eat them. But once again, Gary has some words of wisdom for Marina. He tells her that some of the best ways to document Pokemon is to catch them. Maybe if Marina tries this with Totodile, she could satisfy its urge to battle and collect some really unique data. Marina is pessimistic about this advice at first, as she isn't like Ethan, just buying into everything that Gary says. But after a few more days of things she tries not working, she eventually gives in and does what Gary suggested, and on her very first encounter with a Sunkern, her and a Totodile battle it. This actually turns out to be quite well, as during the battle, Marina finds herself slightly enjoying the activity. Not to the point to where she'd want to take a gym challenge or anything, but enough to where she would consider it in the future for some fun. As a result, she ended up catching Sunkern, and to her surprise, after the battle, Totodile was more inclined to help her with her documentation of Sunkern. Gary was right, Totodile just needed to let off some energy, but Marina will never admit it to her. Now, while trying to what has been called the patented Marina Pokemon catching technique and researching method, Marina is able to add a Hoot and a Jigglypuff to her team as research assistants. Gary has also been busy learning as much as possible about Johto Pokemon. He has also managed to catch a Skarmory in the mountains just outside of Azalea Town. The new steel typing has piqued his interest, and he wants to learn as much as possible about it. Ethan has added a new member to his team as well. During their trip to Azalea Town, Ethan came across a wild Wooper that stole his Pokeballs and was trying to replicate a ritual that the wild Quagsire in the area perform every year for good luck. But its water gun wasn't powerful enough to push any of Ethan's balls to the top of the waterfall. And after an exhausting string of events, Ethan gets his Pokeballs back and uses Sentret to battle. Ethan was starting to pick up on Sentret's battering style, and as a result of Sentret feeling completely synced with its trainer, it evolved, allowing Ethan to capture Wooper. Now our trio moves on to Azalea Town. Their first step is Kurt, the Pokeball Master Maker, as Professor Oak suggested that Gary go see him if he gets the chance. While nothing too eventful happens with their visit, Gary and his team do get the chance to explore part of Ilex Forest with Kurt, to where they see the Ilex Shrine. Kurt explains that it's dedicated to the Guardian of the Forest, Celebi, where they encounter a suspicious character who's snooping around the shrine, taking samples of the surrounding area. After Ethan and Quilava chase off the intruder, Kurt thanks him and Gary. Then he offers the three of them some custom Pokeballs for helping protect the shrine. Gary gets a fastball, Marina gets a love ball, and Ethan gets a level ball. With that, the trio head to the Azalea Town gym to challenge Bugsy. This time, Ethan wants to go first, as he's feeling more confident about his win at the Violet Gym. Upon learning that Bugsy is a bug-type trainer, Ethan gets a little overconfident, thinking Quilava will be able to sweep this gym. Bugsy leads with his newly evolved Beedrill. After Bugsy's battle with Ash, he went into training overload, and now we are seeing the results. Ethan sends out a Quilava, thinking that he has such an easy match, but this mindset has given him a false sense of security, which Gary had warned him about. The battle does come down to the wire, but ultimately, Quilava falls as Beedrill has way more battle experience. This kinda shakes Ethan, as he was expecting a clean sweep, but the battle has to go on, and Ethan sends in his Beedrill. His Beedrill is able to take down Bugsy's due to the battle with Quilava. Bugsy then chooses to send in Spinarak. The Pokemon proves to be problematic for Ethan and Beedrill. Its ability to move around with String Shot and dodge attacks to increase its speed caught them off guard. As a result, Beedrill follows the Spinarak after it gets caught up in the webbing, becoming immobile. Ethan is now getting overwhelmed and decides to send in Furt. Now, while this might be a good idea on paper, the reality is, after its evolution, Furt's personality and battle style changed, and Ethan still hasn't figured it out yet, causing him to fall out of sync with Furt, and again, costing him the match. Bugsy tells Ethan that he did well, but he seems to lack the basic understanding of his Pokemon, so he should train with them a little bit more and then come back and re-challenge the gym. Bugsy then bids them farewell, but Gary stops him. "Hey Bugsy," he exclaims, "I'll be here tomorrow to challenge you." Bugsy asks who he is, and Gary introduces himself. Bugsy says, "Wow, a lot of high-profile trainers have been through here lately. First, the Indigo champion Ash, and now you?" Gary, kinda shocked, says, "Ash has been through here?" Bugsy says, "Yeah, his battle was pretty intense, but it's clear why he's the champion." Gary tells Bugsy that he will be his first opponent tomorrow, and leaves, thinking to himself, if Ash has already gotten to Azalea Town, that means that he's already got to be on his third or fourth badge. He must really be motivated, which just motivates Gary even more. After all, they are rivals. The next morning, Gary, Ethan, and Marina head back to the gym. Ethan is intent on watching the battle after losing to Bugsy the previous day. Gary and Bugsy take their position on the battlefield. Bugsy leads with his Spinarak. Gary figured he might use that or Beedrill, so Gary sends in his Elekid. The battle gets underway, and it's a lot less one-sided like the one with Ethan. Gary took the time to get to know Elekid since his battle at the Violet City gym. Ethan can see this and is now beating himself up inside, not getting to know his Pokemon fully. Though the battle is close, Elekid is able to put down Spinarak. Bugsy is impressed and tells Gary he expected nothing less from the grandson of the great Professor Oak. He then sends in his next Pokemon, Venomoth. Gary chooses to leave in Elekid. This battle is over pretty quick, as Elekid is pretty tired after its battle with Spinarak. But before Elekid goes down, it manages to put some damage on Venomoth. Gary recalls it and wastes no time in sending in his next choice, and he sends in his new Skarmory. This battle is one-sided, as Venomoth is part poison, and Skarmory, being a steel type, has immunity to it, and Skarmory takes down Venomoth with a Steel Wing. Bugsy is impressed. He wants to see how far this will go, so he sends in his newest evolved Pokemon, Scizor. After the battle with Ash, he realized he really needed to up his game, so he evolved his Scyther into Scizor, giving it the battling offensive and defensive capabilities that it needed. Gary chooses to recall Skarmory. Bugsy isn't surprised by this. Gary then leads with his final Pokemon, Arcanine. Gary is looking to test the durability of the Bug Steel type. This battle is a long one, and Arcanine gets some great hits in, like a Flame Wheel and a Fire Blast. But Bugsy and Scizor have been working on its defenses to Fire-type moves. They are far stronger than when they fought Ash. With this new defense and power from evolution, Scizor is able to put up a decent fight against Arcanine. In the end, the battle results in a double knockout when a Flame Wheel collides with the Metal Claw. But since Gary still has Skarmory, he is declared the winner, earning him the Hive badge. Back at the Pokemon Center, after Gary's battle, Ethan is down. Gary and Marina approach him and ask him what's wrong. Ethan tells them that he feels like he let them down after losing the gym battle. Gary was able to win the battle so easily, but he lost. Then, the comment Bugsy made is also getting to him. Gary tells Ethan that it's good that it's getting to him. That means you care, which means you can grow. Ethan looks at Gary. "You think so?" he says. Gary says, "Yes, I know someone just like you, and his drive to get better led him to capture a championship." Ethan says, "You mean Ash?" Gary says yes. Even though he's the Kanto champion, he was always behind me and the other trainers from Palatown, but he used it as motivation to push to the top. Ethan then asks, "Then what do we do?" Gary says, "That's simple. We train." So over the next week, they spend some time in Elix Forest, mostly at night, as that's when the bug Pokemon come out. This training is fruitful for all 3 members of Team Gary. Marina gets to document a lot of new Pokemon. Ethan got to battle with them and learn about the bug types, and his Wooper also evolved during this time. But Gary also has some success as well. When training at night, his Eevee evolved into Umbreon. Gary knew it was close to evolving, so he is hyped for this. Also, Gary's Elekid learned Thunder Punch. After about a week of training, Ethan feels a little bit more confident in challenging Bugsy again. Ethan and the group then return to the gym, and Bugsy has been expecting his return. But upon entering, a familiar face exits the gym. It's Vincent. He just beat Bugsy and earned his 2nd badge, smugly looking at Gary. Then Vincent asks if they are there to challenge for their 2nd badge, thinking he has a lead on the group. But Marina just yells out, Gary already won his badge, but Ethan is here for a rematch. This embarrasses Ethan and frustrates Vincent, as he was hoping to be ahead of Gary. Vincent decides to stick around as he wants to watch the match with his childhood friend as he battles the gym. Bugsy is happy to see Ethan back and asks if he is ready for his rematch. Ethan says he is, and the 2 trainers take their position in the battlefield. Bugsy decides to lead with a new Pokemon that he had caught, Shuckle. Ethan uses the Pokedex and he learns that it is a bug rock type. He thinks, great, I don't have anything that can directly counter it, but he is here to battle, so he has to, and he sends in Bellsprout, thinking the grass type would at least offer some sort of balance to the battle. The battle is a long and drawn out one. Bugsy has taught Shuckle Defense Curl, so the damage from Bellsprout is minimized, but Ethan does have an ace. Bellsprout knows Poison Powder and successfully applies it to Shuckle, so then it becomes a battle of endurance. Unfortunately, Bellsprout isn't equipped for this long drawn out battle and falls to Shuckle, but Shuckle is heavily fatigued due to the poison. This makes it easy to take out Shuckle on the crackback when Ethan sends in Quilava and hits Shuckle with the Flame Wheel. Bugsy then answers Quilava with his Beedrill. Ethan thinks for a second, then he recalls Quilava and sends in Fur. Ethan has a plan to battle Beedrill, and it gets underway. Bugsy orders a Poison Sting, but Ethan smiles and orders a Dig to dodge it. This isn't something that Fur could do until it had trained in the Elix Forest, and this becomes the theme of the battle. And with the use of its other new move, Headbutt, it is able to turn the tide of the battle and take down Beedrill. Bugsy is impressed. Ethan has made great project in this past week. Vincent is also a little bit impressed. Having Gary around has been beneficial for Ethan, although he would never admit it. Bugsy then makes the selection for his last Pokemon, and as expected, it's Scizor. The battle starts, and Ferd is able to use Dig to its advantage and cause damage to Scizor, but ultimately, the Steel Bug is able to put it down with Metal Claw and its superior speed. Ethan is down to his final Pokemon, so he sends back in Quilava. Bugsy, already familiar with Quilava, starts the battle. The 2 Pokemon hit each other hard. This game is mostly a physical one. The fruits of the training are starting to show though. During the week, Ethan and Gary focused on Quilava's endurance, and during their training, they were able to access that strange red glowing that had happened in the Violet City gym, and they realized that it powered up Quilava's fire type moves. So they focused on training that ability, and again, it happened during the battle, and it gives Ethan and Quilava just enough of an edge to take the battle from Bugsy, earning him the Hive badge. After everything is said and done, Vincent tells Ethan that he's impressed with the battle, and tells Gary that he will win their next battle. Then he takes off. With that, Team Gary makes their way to Goldenrod City. During the trek there, Ethan's Bellsprout evolves into a Weepinbell and has grown a bit more aggressive upon the evolution, something Ethan has to learn to deal with, but something he's up to. Once arriving in Goldenrod, Marina immediately wants to see the Pokemon department store. It's famous for having lots of equipment to help trainers and field researchers alike. Ethan wants to challenge the gym, but Gary says it would be good to stock up on supplies, and he gets outvoted. Ethan relents, and they head to the department store. After what seems like hours of waiting, while Gary and Marina are shopping, Ethan meets a young girl who is super impatient. Ethan and her get to talking, and the girl introduces herself as Whitney. She is waiting on her grandfather. He's a Miltake farmer, buying supplies for his ranch. Ethan tells her that he's waiting on his friends as well. They wanted to go shopping, but he wanted to head straight to the gym and challenge the gym leader. He doesn't have knowledge of where the gym is. This piques Whitney's interest. So, you're here to challenge the gym, are you? Well, I could show you where the gym is when your friends are done. Ethan peeks up. Really? He says. Whitney says, sure, but in the meantime, why don't we have a battle to pass the time? Ethan is always down for a battle and immediately accepts. Whitney says that she would like to have a 3-on-3, and Ethan has no problem with this. Whitney says great and takes the first move as she sends in her first Pokemon, Clefairy. Ethan sends out his Weepinbell and the battle starts, and it immediately becomes apparent that Weepinbell and its aggressive nature is too much for Clefairy to handle after it takes a Vine Whip and runs away from a Razor Leaf. Whitney recalls it as it runs away and concedes the battle. Ethan is happy about the win, but Weepinbell didn't really listen to Ethan. It just attacked without orders. Whitney sends in her next Pokemon, Furret. Ethan tells Whitney that Furret is a good choice. Whitney says, really? Ethan says, I have one of those myself. Whitney says, well then, I would like to see it, as she orders Furret to use Slam. which Weepinbell takes full force, because Ethan didn't give it any commands. Because of this, Weepinbell attacks sporadic, not listening to Ethan, and eventually he has to return it, forfeiting the battle. Ethan apologizes for Weepinbell. He's not quite used to it yet since its evolution. Whitney says he might want to work on that. It could cost him his gym battle. Ethan says maybe, but he wants to get back to their battle, so he sends in his Furt. Whitney is interested in Ethan's Furt, and the battle gets underway, but it quickly becomes apparent that Whitney's Furt is stronger than Ethan's, as it is superior in speed, but Ethan does have one thing working for him. His Furt has defense. It keeps taking hits from Whitney's Furt, and from its fatigue, Whitney's Furt starts to slow down. Whitney knows she needs to end it, so she orders a slam, but Ethan orders a dig to dodge, and this opens up Whitney's Furt, and Ethan orders a headbutt that connects, and Ethan's Furt is barely able to knock out Whitney's, winning the second part of this battle. But Furt is exhausted, breathing very heavily. Whitney commends Ethan on overpowering her Furt. She really thought she had that one, but her next one won't go down so easily, as she sends in her ace, Miltank. Ethan is confident that this battle is in the bag, so he orders Furt to attack with a headbutt. Furt executes the attack, but Miltank just takes the attack and counters it with a stomp that immediately knocks out Furt. Ethan is a little shaken by this. Miltank definitely lives up to the tank in its name, but the thought of a tough battle then starts to excite Ethan, and he wants to match power, so he sends in Quilava. Whitney is excited herself. She didn't think this battle would be as much fun as it has been, so she orders a rollout that comes in with blinding speed and hits Quilava, but this super effective move doesn't impede the two, as Ethan and Quilava are excited so much that they return the favor with the Flame Wheel, and this is pretty much how the battle goes for the two Pokemon, pitting the moves Rollout and Flame Wheel against each other. The battle is starting to draw a crowd with its intensity. Neither Pokemon wants to give in, and as a result, and as the battle reaches its climax, Ethan notices Gary and Marina in the crowd. Whitney notices that his enthusiasm is divided, so she calls the match. Ethan tries to persuade her to continue, but she declines. After the cloud disperses, Ethan introduced Whitney to his friends. Gary tells Ethan that that battle was impressive. He watched almost the whole thing, but with that intense of a battle, he won't be able to challenge the gym today. Whitney says sorry. When she gets into a battle, she really gets into it, and she pushes as hard as possible. Whitney offers to take them to the Pokemon Center for the night, so they can rest, and in the morning, she will take them to the gym. The next day, they all head to the gym. Once there, they head inside. They are greeted by the tenant of the gym. She is spending a lot of time talking with Whitney. Then, Whitney comes over to Ethan and says, "Here." She presents him with the plane badge. Ethan looks at Whitney in puzzlement. Whitney says, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym, and I really enjoyed our battle yesterday. So much so that I think you've earned this." Ethan says, "But I didn't actually win." Whitney responds that the battle was really close. Too close to call, so you very well could have taken the match. Ethan looks at Whitney. Then Gary. Gary responds, "Looks like you got the gym battle you wanted. Go ahead, take it." With excitement that he can't contain, Ethan takes the badge. Then Whitney turns to Gary. "So I hear you're here to challenge me as well." Gary says, "Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it." Now we pick up with Team Ash. The time that Ash and Misty has been spent training has been fruitful. They're about 6 weeks into the 2 months of training session that Ash has chosen to embark on. Charizard's growth has been huge with Ash here training with it. Ash's other Pokemon have all benefited from the training as well. Bayleaf most of all, as its training with the wild Charizard has helped it develop somewhat of a resistance to fire type moves, giving it much more endurance than it would normally have had. Ash, thinking that he needed to help Charizard with its type coverage, has been working on a new move with it, Thunder Punch. Misty and her Pokemon have been great test subjects for this new move. Speaking of Misty, she has been spending majority of her time in the water part of the valley, training with her Pokemon, particularly with her new Poliwhirl and Gyarados. Her training has been fruitful as well, as she has managed to teach Poliwhirl Ice Punch to counter Ash's Bayleaf plus other grass types. During the final days of Ash's training, he is in a part of the valley where the water is most prevalent, and he and Gligar are doing one-on-one training. Gligar uses a guillotine on a rock wall that causes a rock slide that happens to slide into the water right off the shore. Ash is impressed with Gligar's power, and he praises it for the accomplishment, not thinking anything about the rocks hitting the water. As Ash and Gligar are laughing about it, the two are hit in the face with the water gun. Shocked, they look around, and at the edge of the water, on the land, Ash sees a Pokemon, and it looks angry. Ash uses his Pokedex, and the Pokemon is identified as an Octillery. Ash tries to apologize for what happened, but the Octillery isn't listening, and it continues to attack Ash and Gligar. Ash, realizing that he is going going to have to battle, and his only Pokemon with him at the moment is Gligar, as the rest are back in the main part of the valley. Ash orders Gligar to attack with a move that he learned during training, Fury Cutter. This connects, but Octillery has a sponge-like quality to it, and the move does very little damage. When Gligar connects with a Fury Cutter, Octillery uses its many tentacles to wrap around it and pulls Gligar into the water. As the two go under, Ash realizes Gligar is in trouble, and he calls for a Poison Sting. Moments later, Gligar emerges back on the land, coughing really hard, trying to catch his breath, followed by Octillery, and it looks pissed, but it appears that the Poison Sting has had some added effects and poisoned Octillery. Ash asks Gligar if it can still battle, and it nods. Octillery then uses its trademark Octazooka, and Ash orders a dodge. Now, Ash has to figure out a way to attack. If Gligar gets in close, it could get caught again and pulled back into the water. Problem is Gligar only has moves that it can attack with up close. Ash then realizes if he just stalls enough, the poison might do what it does best. Ash then orders a quick attack from Gligar, and it is able to get in with some damage, but it just barely gets out of the way. Octillery then fires another Octazooka, and Ash orders Gligar to cut through it with a guillotine. The battle repeats this pattern until both Pokemon are on the verge of collapsing. Octillery is tough, and this battle makes Ash want to capture it. He throws a Pokeball at it, and after 1, 2, 3, he has added Octillery to his team. After bringing it back to the main part of the valley and having Liza heal it up, Ash spends some time trying to get to know it. Octillery is not happy about being caught, and every time Ash gets close, it just gets hit in the face with a water gun. This, in turn, frustrates Bayleaf, and it attacks Octillery with a Razor Leaf, asserting its position as Ash's protector. This is the start of a rivalry between Octillery and Bayleaf. Now comes the day when Ash must leave the valley. It's time he and Misty meet Brock in Violet City, where Ash hopes to get his second badge. But there's a problem. When Ash goes to recall Charizard, it does not want to return. After some arguing with Charizard and an intervention from Liza, Ash decides to leave Charizard in the Charific Valley to train for longer. Ash has come to realize that he will need it in top physical condition the next time he takes on Giovanni. With that, Misty and Ash make their way to Violet City. Once they arrive, it's close to nightfall. Ash will have to wait for the morning to challenge the gym. When Jesse and James try to capture Pikachu, it is saved by a trainer and his Pidgeot. Upon introductions, they find out that this trainer is Falkner, the leader of the Violet City gym. Ash tells him that he is here as a challenger, challenge for his second badge. Falkner then asks Ash if he is the same Ash that won the Indigo Championship. Ash says yes, excitedly. Falkner, very confidently, if I remember correctly, you have a Pidgeot, don't you? Ash confirms this. Falkner tells Ash the only way he would accept his challenge is if he brings his Pidgeot to the battle. Ash tells Falkner he can't do that. As a gym leader, he has to accept any and all challenges that are on reasonable grounds. You can't just refuse it if I don't accept to use my Pidgeot. Falkner says true, but as the champion, I thought you would like to test the strength of the two Pokemon to see which is better. This does appeal to Ash's competitive nature. He says, okay, I'll accept your conditions, but you have to accept mine. Falkner then says, okay, what are they? Ash says simple, I want a full 6-on-6 battle. This catches Falkner off guard, but he says, okay, you got it, Ash. Tomorrow, at noon, here at the gym. That night, Ash calls for Pidgeot. Ash doesn't change out any of his other Pokemon, much to Misty's protest. Ash tells her, didn't you say I couldn't always just rely on my older Pokemon? Well, that's what I'm doing. Misty gets quiet because she knows Ash is right. Ash then plans for his battle. The next day, Ash and Misty head to the gym. Misty says she wonders where Brock is. He should have been here by now. Ash says true. They will follow up with Professor Elm after his gym battle. Once they reach the gym, Falkner greets them and takes them up to the battlefield. The two trainers take their position, and Falkner leads with his newly evolved Noctowl. Ash wants to take an early lead, so he sends in Pikachu, and the Electric Mouse does just that. After its speed gives the advantage to it, it hits Noctowl with a Thunderbolt, putting it down. Falkner is unfazed as he thought this might happen, so to counter Pikachu, he sends in his Gligar. Ash knows full well that this is at a disadvantage, so he recalls Pikachu and sends in his own Gligar. Falkner is excited about this revelation, and the battle gets underway. This battle isn't as one-sided as the last one was. Falkner actually taught his Gligar Steel Wing, which gives him a slight advantage, piquing Ash's interest in the move. In the end, after taking some damage, Ash's Gligar manages to put down Falkner's Gligar with a guillotine, as it had a slight speed advantage, bringing Ash to a 2-0 victory over Falkner so far. Ash then asks Falkner what happened to all that confidence you had. Two of his Pokemon are down, while he hasn't lost any. Falkner says, while he must admit that the 6-on-6 battle are something that he's not too familiar with, Ash must not worry, as he still has plenty of fight. Falkner then sends in his Skarmory. Ash, unfamiliar with this Pokemon, takes out his Pokedex and learns that it is a Steel type. He asks Gligar if he can still battle, and it nods, but it's short-lived, as Skarmory's defense is too much and Gligar can't handle it, and eventually falls to a Steel Wing. anything. This doesn't faze Ash, so he sends in his next Pokemon, Octillery. Once it's out, Ash tries to give it a command, but it doesn't listen. When Falkner orders Skarmory to attack, Octillery then makes the choice to latch onto Skarmory, and all of a sudden, it's ready to battle. But not to Ash's orders. It fires an Octazooka after an Octazooka at Skarmory, causing some damage, but Skarmory is able to free itself and attacks with Steel Wing repeatedly. Eventually, Ash recalls out of embarrassment, and Falkner disqualified it for misconduct it performed as a competitor. Ash doesn't even dispute this. Falkner then urges Ash to send in his next Pokemon. Ash then sends in Bayleaf. This throws Falkner off a little bit. He didn't think that Ash would be so foolish enough to send in something with such a type disadvantage. Ash says, "Don't underestimate my Bayleaf," as the battle starts. Bayleaf ends up taking a few hits, but when Falkner gets overconfident, Bayleaf catches Skarmory in a Vine Whip, slamming it to the ground, knocking it out. Falkner tells Ash that he was impressed as he sends in his next Pokemon, a Natu. The small Pokemon is so timid that Ash isn't even afraid of it, but this would cost him, as its psychic typing catches him and Bayleaf off guard, and eventually Bayleaf gets taken out. Ash then sends back in Pikachu, and the battle is quickly back in Ash's favor, as Pikachu hits Natu with a Thunderbolt, knocking it out. But Falkner wastes no time and counters when he sends in Dodrio, and Ash, thinking he can take another easy win, leaves in Pikachu. But Dodrio's ability to jump and outmaneuver Pikachu, allowing its aggression to take it down. With the battle all tied up, Ash decides to send in his Wartortle, hoping his defense would be enough. Wartortle proves to be durable enough to take the hits from Dodrio and fires back with Hydro Pumps. But in the end, Dodrio's aggressive personality gives it the edge, and Wartortle 2 falls. Ash, with no other options, says, "Okay, Falkner, the moment you've been waiting for," as he sends in his Pidgeot. Ash then orders Pidgeot to attack with the Wing Attack, one-shotting Dodrio in the process. Ash smugly replies, "See, Falkner, that's what real speed looks like." Falkner, still confident, says, "We'll see, Ash," as he sends in his Pidgeot. The two Pokemon take to the sky, as Falkner is able to counter Ash perfectly, and it quickly becomes apparent that Falkner's Pidgeot is faster. Falkner uses its agility to outspeed Ash's and hits it with the Wing Attack, knocking Ash's Pidgeot to the ground. Falkner smiles, knowing that he has an advantage, but Ash just smiles back, saying, "It's not over," as his Pidgeot stands back up and takes to the sky. Falkner doesn't get it. That was a direct hit and it should have won. Ash tells him his Pidgeot has more endurance than it looks, as Ash orders a Quick Attack, catching Falkner off guard. Then, to cause even more damage, Ash orders a Double Edge. This connects with more force than Wing Attack, forcing Falkner's Pidgeot to the ground. Ash's Pidgeot does take some recoil, but otherwise seems unfazed. But Falkner's Pidgeot is a different story. With the Double Edge and the impact to the ground, his Pidgeot appears to be unable to fly. Ash sees this and orders another Double Edge. As his Pidgeot rushes in, it comes within inches of contact when Falkner recalls his Pidgeot. Ash is confused. The battle isn't over, he yells. Falkner says, "Yes it is. I concede. I'd rather lose the gym battle than force my flying type Pokemon that couldn't fly to battle." Falkner then presents Ash with the Zephyr badge, but cautions him. "Ash, you were willing to win at all costs today. I genuinely enjoyed battling you until that last battle. When your opponent was already down, you still intended to attack. You need to watch that, because one day someone could get hurt." With that, they part ways. Ash can't help to think about what Falkner said. During the walk back to the Pokemon Center, Ash is super quiet. All he can think about is what Falkner said to him, but his thoughts are interrupted when he hears a familiar voice. "Hey Ash!" He looks up, and there, in front of the Pokemon Center, stands Brock, and he is holding 3 strange things. Once they get closer, there are 3 eggs inside of incubators. Brock tells them they are gifts from Professor Elm. Brock says that's the reason why it took him a little bit longer to get here. He had to be extra careful not to damage them, so he hands one to Misty and one to Ash, leaving them to wonder what's inside. Today, we pick up with Team Ash and the revelation of Brock and the 3 eggs. Misty asks what the purpose of the eggs are. Brock tells her they're from Professor Elm. They were given to him by Officer Jenny. She arrested a Pokemon poacher, and in his care were many Pokemon eggs. So when I got to meet Professor Elm, he was trying to decide on what to do with them. When I told him I wanted to be a Pokemon breeder, he asked if I wouldn't mind working with him, as he didn't know what to do with them, or have the time to, due to being a professor and having to travel for his research quite often. Then, I mentioned you two, and he asked if I would take the other 2 eggs for you guys. Ash butts in super excited. A chance to raise a Pokemon from an egg, he wonders what's inside, and imagines what it could be. Maybe a Pokemon that no one has ever seen before. Brock tells Ash and Misty that these Pokemon have been through a lot. We don't know the type of experiences they had before we got them, so we need to be extra careful. Ash and Misty both acknowledge it and gladly take on the role. Ash then heads in the Pokemon Center and returns Pidgeot to Professor Oak. That night, the trio are discussing their next move. The gyms for Johto are scattered throughout the rural region. Brock says there are 2 gyms to the east of Violet City, but there are 4 gyms to the west. Ash then asks where the championship is being held. Misty says, "I think it's here," pointing to Mount Silver on a map. "If I recall, it's called the Silver Conference." Ash says, "Then it seems to me we should hit the gyms in the west, as we should save the last 2 gyms that are closest to Mount Silver for the last." Brock says, "That makes the most sense to me." With that, the next morning, the trio head out for Equati City. This takes about a week. During this time, Ash has been meticulous with his egg. He refuses to let it out of its sight. He sleeps with it, eats with it, holds it while he's training with his other Pokemon, and polishes it almost every hour on the dot. The care he's showing for it even has Brock impressed. Ash tells him that this is the first egg he has ever hatched, so he wants to make sure he does it right. The intentiveness that Ash is showing towards the egg actually rubs off on Misty, as she too repeats the same process. After about a week, they finally make it to their destination in Equati City. Ash wants to head straight to the gym, but is stopped by Misty. She wants to check out a place that is said to put on Pokemon shows, much like the Cerulean Gym, the Equati Dance Hall. Ash doesn't want to, but he's outvoted by Misty, Brock, and Pikachu. So, they head to a place that's known for its shows with a particular Pokemon and its evolutions, the Kimono Girls. As soon as they enter, Brock goes for his normal obsession over all the pretty girls, meeting rejection at every turn. But during the show, the Kimono Girls have an opportunity they offer their audience. A battle with the sisters, any one of their choice. But tonight is special because they have a celebrity in the house, as they put the spotlight on Ash, the champion of the Kanto region. Of course, Ash isn't one to turn down a challenge, and he accepts, walking up on stage, while Brock tells him to go easy, trying to gain favor with at least one of the sisters. Misty just grabs Brock's ear, telling him that he will never be the star of their show. Once Ash is on stage, he's greeted by the 5 sisters. Naoko asks Ash to choose which sister he would like to battle. Feeling a spot of deja vu from his battle at the Cerulean Gym, Ash says he would like to battle all 5 of them. This shocks the sisters and the crowd. No one has ever wanted to challenge all 5 sisters, but he is the Kanto champion, so they should expect nothing less. This type of fire piques the interest of Miki. She steps forward, declaring she would be the first opponent. Ash is excited, as Miki sends out her Flareon. Ash is familiar with this Pokemon, since he had the experience with the 3 Eevee brothers. Ash, starting off strong, sends in Wartortle. The battle gets underway and is one-sided from the start. Wartortle's type advantage and its battle experience shows here, when its Hydro Pump pushes through a flamethrower to take no damage. This makes the other sisters pay attention. They didn't think Miki would lose this easily. The next sister is up, Kunai, and she sends in her Vaporeon. Ash recalls Wartortle as the battles are one-on-one, and decides to keep the water theme going when he sends in Octillery. Octillery still isn't listening to Ash, even though he's been working with it. Octillery refuses to acknowledge Ash and his abilities, and this has been very frustrating to Ash, making him a little short-tempered with it. This battle is no exception. Octillery refuses to listen to Ash, just attacking Vaporeon with moves Ash didn't command. But the confusion of Ash and Octillery works somewhat in the advantage for them, as Kunai is having trouble responding. But ultimately, Ash recalls it again, forfeiting the battle out of embarrassment. Next up is Zuki. She states that last match was kinda painful to watch, not something she'd expect from a champion. Ash, now more embarrassed, says he knows that out of frustration, then tells Zuki to send in her Pokemon. Zuki can see this frustration and is happy to do so with her Umbreon. Ash, wanting to get a lead, chooses to send in Pikachu, his best. The battle gets pretty intense, as Umbreon has Moonlight, so whenever Pikachu lands a hit, Umbreon manages to heal. The battle becomes a war of endurance when Ash calls for a thunder that envelops the stage with a glow and captures everyone's attention. Once the light fades, both Pokemon have fallen in defeat, making the battle a draw. Ash walks out to get Pikachu, and thanks it for the hard-fought battle. Next up is Seiyo. She was impressed with Ash's Pikachu. She really wished she could have been the one to battle it, but oh well. Seiyo then sends in her Pokemon, Jolteon. Ash says, okay, I can see why you wanted to battle Pikachu, to test Jolteon's voltage. But he has the perfect counter to this, as he sends in Gligar. The battle starts, and Seiyo does what she can against Gligar, but her Pokemon just doesn't have the coverage to hit a Pokemon with dual typing. The only thing she is really able to do is Sand Attack, which only really slows down her loss. Eventually, Jolteon gets caught in a guillotine, taking it out. The final sister, and arguably the strongest sister, Naoko, steps forward. She tells Ash that he plays his types pretty well. He is everything she expected of a champion. So far, he's proven to have great battle instincts, and aside from Octillery, he has bonded with his Pokemon well. Ash thanks her for the compliment, and tells her he hopes that she's ready. Ash sends in his final Pokemon, Bayleaf. Naoko responds by sending in her ace, Espeon. Once Ash uses his Pokedex to learn that it's a Psychic type, he realizes it'll be difficult having flashbacks to his battle with Sabrina. The battle starts, and it's clear that Bayleaf is outmatched in every attribute. Its physical attacks are being stopped by Confusion, and Espeon is just faster than it. Bayleaf and Ash are having trouble keeping up. Then to show just how outmatched Ash and Bayleaf are, Naoko orders a move that Ash has never seen before, Return. This move hits Bayleaf with enough force to end the battle instantly. Ash rushes to Bayleaf, asking if it's okay. He then questions what kind of move that was. Naoko tells him that it's Return, a move that grows in power as the bond with trainer and Pokemon strengthen. Ash, realizing that for it to have that much power means that they must be really trusting of each other. Naoko says yes, Espeon was her first Pokemon, so it's only right that Return would be that powerful. Ash gets excited. He asks Bayleaf if he would want to learn a move like that, and it nods in approval. Ash then asks Naoko if she wouldn't mind teaching him and Bayleaf that move after he has a gym battle tomorrow. Naoko says, "Oh, so that's why you're here. I'm sorry, Ash, but the leader Morty actually isn't in town right now. He's going to be gone for a while." Ash is bummed. He really wanted a chance to earn another badge, but at least he can still get some training from Naoko. So Ash spends the next week training under her with Bayleaf. Meanwhile, Brock actually takes the time to learn about each of the evolutions as he hopes to be a breeder, and having all of their known evolutions in one place is a great learning experience. Then there's Misty. She has been very reserved as of late. She is still training, working with Gyarados and Poliwhirl as they are her best Pokemon, but the question she keeps asking herself is, why? But before she can answer it, Ash and Brock are done with their training, and they are back on the road once more, heading to Olivine City, the site of the next gym. On the way there, Team Ash comes across an old man named Kenzo, who is in danger of being trampled by a rampaging Tauros. The man watches very carefully after Ash intervenes using Wartortle to stop the Tauros, very gracefully and full of power, with moves like Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump. Kenzo then asks Team Ash to accompany him to his fighting dojo, where he proclaims that Ash will be taking over for him as the master. But Kenzo's granddaughter, Chakuza, refuses to let Ash be the one to take the dojo. She then challenges him to a battle of fighting types, but Ash doesn't have one. Kenzo, however, says that Ash has Wartortle. It has all the characteristics of a fighting type to battle, but they are then interrupted by Shiro, the dojo destroyer. He seeks to beat the master of the dojo and take its plaque. After Kenzo is unable to defend the gym and Chakuza steps in, she nearly loses the battle, but is interrupted when Team Rocket attacks. After Team Rocket blasts off again, Shiro announces that he will be back at dawn for a rematch to take the dojo's plaque. Chakuza, finally aware that she is outmatched, starts to worry that she isn't cut out to succeed her grandfather and she will lose the plaque. Kenzo then steps in and asks Ash and Wartortle to train with Chakuza. Chakuza thinks this is a stupid idea until they get on the battlefield and she realizes that Wartortle's movements is very similar to her Hitmontop's, but it's more refined, and their teamwork is much more in sync than hers and Hitmontop's. Once Chakuza realizes her grandfather was right, she pleads with Ash to work with her and Hitmontop to train with them for the battle with Shiro. Ash agrees and they train deep into the night. Ash can see that Wartortle is really enjoying this activity. The next morning comes and Chakuza ends up winning the battle against Shiro, but just barely. Ash can see that Chakuza still needs more training if she ever wants to be the master of the dojo. So, before Team Ash leaves, Ash makes a very difficult decision. He decides to leave Wartortle at the dojo to train. Not forever, but just for the time being. As Team Ash continues on the road to Olivine City, major events start to happen. First of all, the stimulation from the battles with all the Kimono girls and the training with Chakuza has Ash's egg hatch shortly after leaving the dojo. The egg erupts in light, and after weeks of waiting, Ash's egg is revealed to be a new Pokemon that the group has never seen. Ash pulls out his Pokédex, and it's revealed to be a Magby. The little mon belches fire as it stretches, and the first thing it sees is Ash. Much like Togepi, Magby immediately imprints on Ash, and it sees him as its parent. Ash tries to capture it in a Pokeball, but it refuses out of fear of being cooped up. And after Magby runs off and Ash has to track it down, Ash decides to leave it out of the ball for the time being. This does create some conflict with Bayleaf though. Now, Ash finds himself in the middle of a Pokemon love triangle between Bayleaf, Magby, and Pikachu. The next major event is when Team Ash gets lost in a forest and end up spending the night in an abandoned cabin. When they wake up to a Teddiursa sleeping with Misty, they think it's cute and innocent until all their supplies start to go missing and Ash battles it with Bayleaf. It turns out that Teddiursa steals food because it doesn't know how to hunt for itself. After Bayleaf battles it and knocks it out, Brock gets his bag back, but then Teddiursa evolves as a response to the battle. Ash, knowing full well Ursaring are very aggressive, tells Bayleaf to hit it with a return, then to bind it with the Vine Whip. Ash then throws a Pokeball, catching it. Ash thinks that was way easier than he thought it would be, but Ash now has his 6th Johto member. After getting their Pokemon checked out by Nurse Joy, Ash realizes why Ursaring was so easy to catch. It's asleep. Then when Brock mentions food, it immediately wakes up, wondering where it's at. Ash thinks, great, I just caught another Snorlax. Luckily, it doesn't eat as much. With that, Team Ash move on and make their way to Olivine City. Ash spends his time working with Magby and Octillery. Magby is really into doing what Ash does, but Octillery, it still isn't listening. As a matter of fact, it's grown even more aggressive, attacking Ash's other Pokemon, forcing Ash to only let it out of its ball when it's the only Pokemon around. This has really started getting to Ash, as he's even stopped using it in battles, as it's too aggressive towards other Pokemon. Ash is taken to using Bayleaf, Magby, Gligar, and Pikachu, and from time to time Ursaring, as it does have a lazy streak. Magby eventually comes around to being in the Pokeball, after some reassurance from Ash that it won't be in there forever. Team Ash finally makes it to Olivine City, and Ash heads straight for the gym. This gym is one that Brock is all too familiar with, as Jasmine, the leader, and him have the same ace Pokemon. After Brock gets shot down by Jasmine and he realizes Goo Goo Eyes won't work, Ash makes his challenge. Jasmine is a little starstruck, as Ash, the Indigo champion, is challenging her gym. She gets excited at the prospect of battling a champion. Jasmine tells him that she would like to have a battle with him in a 3-on-3 format. Ash agrees to this, and the trainers take their positions. Jasmine starts the battle with her Magnemite. Ash chooses to go with his newest Pokemon and sends in Magby. Ash has really been working with it, and he's been itching to use it in the gym battle. Jasmine tells Ash it was smart to use a fire type against the steel type, but type advantage alone won't win him the battle. Ash tells her don't worry, she won't be disappointed, as he calls for an Ember. Jasmine skillfully orders Magnemite to dodge and then to use a Thunder Wave that connects. Ash isn't getting off to a good start, and he calls to Magby to use another Ember, but the paralysis has it and Magby gets caught in a Thunderbolt. The battle has been one-sided and it just barely started. Jasmine tells Ash that she was expecting better from the Indigo champ. It seems he was more hype than anything. This does get to Ash a little bit, but he shakes it off because he knows that if he doesn't do something, Magby will lose. Ash then orders Magby to use Ember repeatedly, forcing Magnemite to dodge. Jasmine just sees this as another failed attempt, so she orders Magnemite to use another Thunderbolt, and Ash calls for a double team. This confuses Magnemite, and Ash capitalizes with a Fire Spin that envelops Magnemite. This unfortunately is not enough to clinch it, and Magnemite hits Magby with another Thunderbolt, knocking it out. Ash recalls Magby, thanking it for the effort that it put in. Jasmine tells Ash he's going to have to do way better, as she was hoping for much more of a challenge. Ash says, don't worry, I got one for you, and he sends in Pikachu. The next battle goes fairly quick, as Pikachu proves to be too much for the battle-worn Magnemite, and Pikachu takes it out with a Thunderbolt of its own. Jasmine then recalls Magnemite, and she makes a choice that she doesn't want to hold back, so she sends in the Pokemon that Ash thought she would save for last, Steelix. Ash then asks Pikachu if it can still battle. It nods, so the battle starts, and it quickly becomes one-sided. Pikachu is just dodging around, avoiding Iron Tail after Iron Tail. Ash eventually recalls Pikachu for later. Ash now has a choice to make. The next Pokemon is his final choice for this battle. He could go with Bayleaf, but Steel types resist Grass types. He could go with Gligar, but it doesn't have the power to match Steelix's defense. And Octillery, well, let's just say Ash doesn't even want to think about that option right now. So that leaves only one choice, and he sends in Ursaring. As the bear Pokemon emerges from the ball, it is visibly dazed, like it just woke up. Then it sees Steelix and looks back at Ash to kind of give it a really look. Ash tells it he needs his power right now, so to be on guard. Steelix is a tough opponent. Ursaring yawns and stretches as it attempts to prepare itself for the battle. Jasmine, not wanting to wait any longer, orders Steelix to use an Iron Tail, thinking that this would be an easy win, as this particular Ursaring seems to be different than the rest of its species, as it appears more docile than normal. But as the Iron Tail appears to connect, it is stopped in mid-attack, catching Jasmine and Steelix off guard. Ash just smiles. You see, in the time that he caught Ursaring, Ash has used it in practice battles against Misty and Brock, and in particular against Brock's Steelix, as it was the toughest thing that Brock had. Although that it seems that Ursaring is lazy and has no ambition, it's actually the opposite. Ash finds out that it takes a few to get going, but the docile bear is actually an extremely brutal battler. Ursaring uses one hand to hold back the Iron Tail. Ash orders it to use the other hand to execute a dynamic punch, which connects with Steelix's tail, with enough force to spin the giant metallic snake around, sending it into a confusion, causing massive damage. Ash tells Jasmine she got a little bit too impatient. If she would have just waited, then she could have potentially won. It's at this point that she realizes that Steelix is confused as it thrashes about. Ursaring at this point just has to land the finishing blow. With Ash being its second set of eyes, Ursaring is able to get in close when it tanks another Iron Tail direct attack to crack Steelix directly in the jaw with one final dynamic punch, ending the battle. Jasmine recalls Steelix, thanking it for the battle. She tells Ash that it was smart to use Ursaring's slow start to throw her off, but now she intends to take control of this battle with speed as she sends in her final Pokemon, Skarmory. Ash, remembering this Pokemon from his battle with Falkner, chooses to recall Ursaring and sends back in Pikachu. The battle erupts with speed as Skarmory uses its high defense to tank Pikachu's quick attacks, retaliating with Steel Wings that knock the electric mouse to the ground. Pikachu may have the type advantage, but it is having trouble hitting Skarmory as it is in flight. In the end, Skarmory is able to outlast Pikachu when it rushes in with a Steel Wing, knocking out the mouse Pokemon. Ash walks out to Pikachu to retrieve it, and then sends back in Ursaring. Though the normal type now stands tall, it's feeling the battle with Steelix. But Skarmory is also not at 100%, as the battle with Pikachu, though heavily in its favor, caused some damage. The final battle of these two gets underway, and Ash chooses to play more cautiously as he orders repeat double teams, increasing Ursaring's evasiveness. This allows Ursaring to stay one step ahead of Skarmory in the battle. Then when Skarmory comes in with a Steel Wing, Ash orders a slash that Ursaring uses to grab the wings of Skarmory. Ash then orders Ursaring to use its final move, Seismic Toss. Ursaring sends Skarmory into the ground, ending the battle. Just in time too, as Ursaring decides that it wants to take a nap. Ash just laughs nervously and recalls it. Jasmine recalls Skarmory and presents Ash with the mineral badge. She tells him that she can see why he is a champion. She can't wait to see how well he does in the Johto League. Ash thanks Jasmine, and the trio prepare to take their leave. But as they head out the door, the keeper of the Olivine Lighthouse rushes in to tell Jasmine that there's a problem at the lighthouse. Jasmine rushes off with Team Ash in tow. When they arrive, they find a very concerning sight. The Pokemon, Ampharos, that provides light for the lighthouse, has fallen ill. Unfortunately, Olivine's Nurse Joy is away from the city at the moment, but Brock then steps in to diagnose the Ampharos. After some time, Brock tells everyone it's not good. Ampharos has developed a virus that seems to be immune to any of his treatments. Not even a full restore has a positive effect. Jasmine, worried, asks what options they have. Brock says they need some raw ingredients. The regular commercially produced medicine won't work. They need stronger doses. Jasmine says, well, there's a pharmacy in Cianwood City that sells what Brock needs. Without missing a beat, Brock declares that he will get these ingredients. Ash secretly doesn't want to go through all this trouble, and Misty is again wondering when she will find her place in the team, as it seems both Ash and Brock know their roles and destinations, while she's just blindingly following them. Jasmine says Brock doesn't have to do that, she will go, but Brock insists. Then he asks where Cianwood City is. Jasmine says it's a 2-day boat ride from Olivine, as she points out over the sea. She also mentions that there is another one of the Johto gyms there, which catches Ash's attention, getting him on board with the idea of going. Ash then says, alright, we'll go get the items needed. As Brock prepares a list of what he needs, Misty looks out over the ocean, wondering if the answers she seeks lay in its depths. Now we switch over to Team Gary. Gary is well into his battle with Whitney. He has already managed to take down her Furret and her Teddiursa using Umbreon and Elekid, but Elekid falls to Miltank after taking multiple rollouts that were powered up by a defense crow. Gary chooses to send in his final Pokemon, something that won't fall to Miltank's attract, Nidoqueen. This proves to be the right move, as Nidoqueen has the power needed to counter Miltank. Whitney comments that Gary is a very well-rounded trainer. He's had a Pokemon for all of the situations that she's thrown at him. Gary tells her she's actually a lot stronger than he thought. Watching her battle with Ethan, she was actually holding back. Ethan hears this comment and it gets to him. He starts to doubt the badge that Whitney gave him, questioning if he really earned it. As Ethan is lost in his thoughts, he is snapped back to reality when the match is called, declaring Gary the victor. Gary then collects his badge from Whitney and they head back to the Pokemon Center. Later on, Ethan asks what Gary meant when he said that Whitney was stronger than she was letting on. Gary asks Ethan what he means by that. Ethan explains that if Whitney was stronger than she let on when she was battling with him, then he really didn't earn her gym badge, because he didn't really beat her. Gary tells Ethan not to get too hung up on it. When he said that, he was referring to the way she battled. With you, it was just a casual battle that she enjoyed so much that she wanted to reward you with a badge. And because she didn't know you, her mental approach was different. But mine, on the other hand, she was very well aware of who I am, being the grandson of Professor Oak. People usually know me, so her approach with me was much more tactful and reserved. Don't worry, as you develop your own reputation, you'll find people will treat you with more caution as your abilities grow. Ethan hears what Gary is saying, but part of him is still bothered by this. The next morning, Team Gary head to the Goldenrod radio tower to meet a very special person, his grandfather. Once they meet Professor Oak, he tells them that his time is limited as he has a radio show to record, but he's happy to see Gary again. Marina, though, takes up most of the time of Professor Oak, as she wants to talk about Pokemon and how Professor Oak didn't want her as a research assistant. Before they knew it, the professor had to go, and he was off. Unfortunately, Ethan didn't get any real time to talk with Professor Oak due to Marina's persistence, so the group move on to the next gym in Equati City. During the trip, the group comes across an event known as the Bug Catching Contest. The trio decide to enter to get some new Pokemon. Ethan does the worst. It seems that every time he tries to catch a bug type, Beedrill or one of its evolutions get in his way. Since he already has a Beedrill, this prompts a never-ending game of catch and release, causing him to come in dead last due to not having any bug types at all. Marina ends up in second place after her and Totodile end up catching a Spinarak that seems to be a higher level than most of the other bug types, and as a prize, she gets a Sunstone. Gary takes first when he and Elekid come across a Scyther, and it proves to be a prodigious battler. It's a struggle to catch it, but Gary manages to do so. and in the process, getting first prize. Gary is also awarded with an item that he's not too familiar with, Metal Coat. The president of the Bug Catching Association tells Gary that he's very lucky. The Metal Coat is used to evolve Pokemon like the one he just caught, Scyther. Gary thinks back to the battle at the Azalea gym with Bugsy and his Scizor. It was tough. It could stand up to his Arcanine. Gary decides to send Skarmory to his grandfather and evolves Scyther into Scizor, adding it to his team. The group then moves on, with Ethan frustrated that he didn't even catch any new Pokemon. But it is short-lived. Upon traveling to Equati City, the group comes across a man trying to catch a Noctowl that has an odd coloring. The man introduces himself as a Dr. Wiseman, and he tells the group that he's been trying to catch Noctowl for years, but it seems to have an above-average intelligence, and it keeps outsmarting him. After another failed attempt, Noctowl challenges Ethan to a battle, in which he uses Quagsire. The battle rides on a razor's edge. Quagsire's ability to be fluid with the attacks Noctowl executes, and retaliate with point-blank water guns and headbutts proves useful, resulting in Ethan capturing Noctowl and completing his team of 6. With that capture, the team finally moves on to Equati City and the site of the next gym. The town is eerily quiet, veiled in a deep fog. The trio make their way to the gym, and upon arrival, Ethan declares he wants to go first. He also tells Gary that he doesn't want any help from him. Gary is surprised, but does not argue. Gary knew that this time would eventually come, and he knew that Ethan would want to prove his capability as a trainer. But to Ethan, it's much more than that. He needs this win after the questionable win over Whitney. But once they head inside, the group is informed that the gym leader Morty is actually checking out a landmark north of the city called the Burn Tower. So he will have to wait until he returns to get his gym battle. Ethan, anxious to get his next badge, refuses to wait and takes off to the Burn Tower, aiming to drag the gym leader back if he has to. As Ethan disappears, Marina gives chase, but Gary decides to stay behind. He thinks that whatever happens could be a good experience for the two, so he heads to the Pokemon Center. Marina and Ethan eventually arrive at the tower. What they find is a depressing scene. The tower is barely standing, and in Ethan's opinion, should have been torn down a long time ago, as it looks like a safety hazard. But he needs to find the gym leader, so he heads inside with Marina in tow. The two fumble around in the dimly lit ruins, and it becomes apparent that there's a lot of ghost types in the tower. They have made it their home, but it seems that all the Pokemon are uneasy about something. They're all on edge. Trying to illuminate the area, Ethan sends out Quilava to use its fire for light. This makes things a little easier, and instantly, Marina spots a Pokemon that's quivering in fear. Ethan uses a Pokedex, and it tells him that it's known as Mr. Vis. Marina attempts to approach it, but the little ghost Pokemon weeps in fear. Then, in the shadows, they hear a sound. A mysterious Pokemon appears, and Ethan uses his Pokedex to find out that this Pokemon is Gengar. Ethan thinks that Gengar is the reason that all the Pokemon are uneasy, so he orders Quilava to attack. Then, someone orders Gengar to fade to avoid the attack. This stops Ethan in his tracks. Morty then emerges from the darkness. This isn't a place for a battle. It's too dangerous. Ethan asks who he is, and Morty introduces himself as the gym leader of the Equati Gym. Ethan, realizing that he's the one he's here for, asks Morty for a gym battle. Morty declines, as at the moment, he's here to find out why the Pokemon in the tower have been restless in the last couple of days. Ethan then asks, if we can figure it out, then will you give me a gym battle? Morty slightly laughs at Ethan's enthusiasm and says yes. Just then, Mr. Vis lets out a cry, as something lets out a shriek from the shadows. Then, it jumps in for an attack. Marina jumps in to save the frightened Mon as the hostile Pokemon appears. Morty says, that's it, the reason everyone here is upset. Ethan pulls out his Pokedex, and he learns that this Pokemon is called Sneasel. Ethan tells everyone to stay back. He's got this. He orders Quilava to engage Sneasel with a Flame Wheel. However, Sneasel proves it is more capable than it seems, using its speed to his advantage. Dodging repeatedly, Ethan begins to get frustrated, but remembers if he wants a gym battle, he needs to catch this thing. This hardens Ethan's resolve, and Quilava responds to it, as it begins to glow with the familiar fire it has demonstrated in the past. This does allow Quilava to gain the edge, and is finally able to connect with the Flame Wheel. This causes more damage than Ethan expected, and Morty comments that Sneasel is an ice dark type, so fire attacks are more powerful against it. Sneasel is down, but it is still struggling to fight. Ethan realizes that the only way to end this would be to actually catch it, so Ethan decides to throw a ball, and after 3 shakes, he's caught himself a brand new Sneasel. Then his Pokedex activates, and prompts him to select a Pokemon to send to Professor Oak. This decision is hard, but ultimately he decides to send Furret to spread out the typing of his team. This capture gives Ethan the morale boost he needed, and he instantly turns to Morty and says, can we have our battle now? Morty says, well, I guess, but don't you want to heal your Pokemon first? Ethan says, not to worry, he has other Pokemon to use. Morty, impressed with Ethan's tenacity, agrees, and they head back to the gym. Marina, on the other hand, heads back to the Pokemon Center to document what she found out about when a Pokemon invades a habitat it doesn't normally appear in. As she heads out of the tower, Mr. Vis follows her. Marina Marina, not having the heart to tell it to leave her alone, she asks it if it would like to join her. Mr. Vis jumps for joy, and Marina produces a Pokeball. She throws it at Mr. Vis, catching it, bringing her team of research assistants to 5 members. Over at the gym, Morty leads Ethan aside and welcomes him to the gym. He tells Ethan that their battle will be a 3-on-3 and asks if he is ready. Ethan reminds Morty that he came looking for him. Morty laughs and says, "Okay, let's get this battle started." Morty then sends in his first Pokemon, Ghastly. Ethan, very unfamiliar with ghost types, chooses to use his Pokédex to get as much info as possible. After some thought and pressure from Morty to send in his first Pokemon, Ethan chooses to go with Quagsire. This battle is long and drawn out. Quagsire is actually a very good counter to Ghastly, being half ground, and it seems that the Shadow Ball doesn't really have the effect Morty wanted. As a result, Quagsire is able to outlast Ghastly when it tires, and Quagsire doesn't really show any signs of fatigue. So, in order to set up the next battle, Morty calls for a curse, which causes Ghastly to faint, but doesn't seem to have any effect on Quagsire. Ethan says it was dumb to use a move that would lose Morty a Pokemon, but Morty just smiles as Quagsire writhes in pain. Ethan, not understanding what's going on, accuses Morty of cheating. How could you cause damage without a Pokemon? Morty just laughs. That move was perfectly legal. Curse is a move that causes damage each turn, no matter what's happening. Morty then sends in Haunter and immediately calls for Mean Look. Ethan then tries to recall Quagsire, which fails to his surprise. Morty laughs again. That won't work either. Mean Look prevents you from recalling your Pokemon. Ethan then comes to the realization he's on a clock. Either Quagsire makes a move or he will lose the battle. That is exactly what happens, as Quagsire struggles to damage Haunter. Eventually, Quagsire falls to the curse, with only making one successful hit on Haunter. The loss shakes Ethan a little, and he recalls Quagsire. Then, he has a thought. Why not use a Pokemon that Haunter can't hit? With that, he sends in Noctowl. This is far more genius than Ethan knows, as he finds out during the battle that Foresight makes ghost types susceptible to normal type attacks, and he is able to close out the battle with Haunter by using a takedown. Upon Haunter fainting, Noctowl levels up and learns a new move, Confusion. Morty recalls Haunter, commending Ethan on his choice to use Noctowl. Ethan says thanks, recalling Noctowl so it doesn't get locked into a battle like Quagsire. Also, to try and hide the fact that this choice was more luck than skill. With that, Morty sends in his final Pokemon, Gengar. Ethan was waiting for this. He didn't get a chance to see what it can do in the burnt tower, so he will have to be careful. Ethan then tries to type match Gengar, so he sends in Beedrill. This proves to be somewhat successful, not because Beedrill can match Gengar's type, but because it allows Ethan to see Gengar's battle style. In the end, Beedrill falls when it can't find Gengar, and it takes a Shadow Ball from behind. This then brings the match to its final battle. Ethan sends back in Noctowl and the battle gets underway. This battle proves to be a rough one for Ethan. He's got a lot to prove here and it's not far from his mind. Morty can see this and takes advantage of his divided thoughts, which causes damage to Noctowl. Morty tells Ethan that if he doesn't focus, the battle to him will be lost. Ethan snaps back right in time to call for Noctowl to avoid the attack from Gengar. Ethan tells Noctowl to counter with Confusion by sending it through the entire building. This catches Gengar with a critical hit. Noctowl then wraps it up with another Foresight takedown combo, barely winning Ethan the Fog Badge. When Morty presents Ethan with the Fog Badge, he tells him that he seemed very distracted during the gym battle. Morty also says that Ethan has the makings of a great trainer, but he needs to learn to focus during his battles, so his attention isn't divided. Ethan thanks Morty for the advice and the badge. Then he takes his leave. When Ethan gets back to the Pokemon Center, Gary asks how it went. He heard from Marina that he caught a new Pokemon. Ethan then flashes his new Fog Badge and claims that it went great, not wanting to reveal that he nearly lost due to his divided attention. Gary compliments Ethan on his win and asks Ethan and Marina to allow him to challenge Morty by himself. Marina is okay with this, as she still has more notes to document about the tower, but Ethan was really hoping to see Gary in battle, as it is a great learning experience. Ultimately, he agrees. The next morning, Gary heads to his gym battle as Ethan looks on. Meanwhile, off in the mountainous parts of Johto, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, arrives at the site of ancient ruins to meet with the head researcher, Dr. Spencer Hale.
It's early morning. Gary arrives to the Equati gym. He is here for his 4th gym badge of the Johto region. Upon entering, Gary is greeted by Morty. Gary introduces himself, and Morty accepts his challenge. Morty infers that normally he doesn't receive challengers this early in the morning. Gary says he wouldn't normally be here this early in the morning, but he's got a lot of things he wants to accomplish today. Morty shrugs as they walk onto the battlefield. On the way there, Morty asks Gary if he's the grandson of Professor Oak. Gary confirms. Morty then says he heard some rumors that the champion of the Kanto region was here competing in the Johto region, and he asks if that's true. Gary tells Morty that it is. He doesn't know where Ash is at the moment, but he was told by by his grandfather that he left shortly after Gary came out west. Morty hopes for the chance to battle Ash. He saw the battle with Agatha at the Indigo Plateau. Morty wants the chance to battle Ash and his Haunter. Gary tells Morty that he never thought Ash would get as far as champion. He was always behind me as a trainer, but he didn't let that stop him. Ash pushed harder and harder than any other trainer from Pallet, including me. It was a real sobering experience for me, Gary says. I realized I was way too complacent, so I knuckled down in my training. Then, when I heard about the Johto region and the gym challenge here, I knew that this would be my chance to capture a regional title as well. Morty responds, well, you have to beat me first, and I promise it won't be easy. Gary says, don't worry, I wouldn't have it any other way. Morty informs Gary that this will be a 3-on-3 battle, as he sends in his first Pokemon, Haunter. Gary now knows why Morty wants to battle Ash, as he sends in his first Pokemon, Scizor. Morty takes action against the Steel Mantis, ordering a Hypnosis, but Scizor's speed gives it an unfair advantage. Then, when Gary orders a combo Quick Attack and Metal Claw, Scizor one-shots Haunter with the critical hit. Morty wasn't expecting this, and is taken off guard. He recalls Haunter, contemplating his next move. Gary asks Morty if he's going to choose his next Pokemon, or has he forfeited the battle. Morty tells Gary, don't worry. Normally I don't get challengers of your caliber. Morty then chooses his next Pokemon, something Gary has never seen before, a Pokemon that isn't native to Kanto or Johto. Gary pulls out his Pokedex to try and get some info on this Pokemon. The dex reads, Litwick, the candle Pokemon. The flame on its head keeps it warm slightly. The Pokemon is said to guide the spirits of lost children to the spirit world. Gary states, so a ghost fire type, is it? Morty says, yep, I've traveled to other regions over time. This little guy is from a region called Unova. Gary doesn't want to risk it. He recalls Scizor to save it for later. After some thought, Gary chooses to send in Elekid. He wants something that's as neutral as possible, as he doesn't really know anything about this Pokemon, but this unfamiliar Pokemon has piqued his interest. He could have chose Blastoise for the type advantage, but he wants to see what Litwick can do. Gary calls for Thundershock, but Litwick easily deals with this with an Amber, dissipating the attack. Morty then retaliates with a Mean Look. This locks Elekid into battle. Gary says he heard of a trainer that by locking their opponents into the battle. Morty tells Gary, the ironic thing is, if you would have kept your Scizor out, then you may have been able to dodge it, but I knew Elekid's speed was nowhere close to your Scizor's. So now, you have to battle until I fall or Elekid does. But Gary is no pushover. He gives Morty exactly what he wants. A battle that tests the endurance of both Pokemon. It's long and drawn out, which in an act of Arceus himself, forces the evolution of both Pokemon to their next stage when they refuse to fall in battle. Now, Gary has a newly evolved Electabuzz, while Morty has a newly evolved Lampent. Both Pokemon are on their final leg. The next attack will decide it. Gary calls for a Thunder Punch. In response, Morty orders a Shadow Ball. As the two moves collide at the center of the battlefield, it first appears that the attacks are even. Then, Electabuzz starts to make ground, only to falter as Lampent reinforces the Shadow Ball with the Nightshade, putting more power into the struggle, knocking Electabuzz out. This brings the battle to an even one-on-one knockout for each. Gary recalls Electabuzz, thanking it for the battle well fought. He then tells Morty that he wasn't expecting this kind of battle. It was a good one, especially with both of the Pokemon evolving at the same time. Gary wanted Electabuzz to win, but it appears that Lampent was a bit of a higher level than it. Morty thanks Gary for the compliment, then kindly requests that he sends in his next Pokemon. Gary is glad to do so, now that he knows what Lampent is capable of. Gary's third and final Pokemon is revealed as Umbreon hits the field. Morty gulps a little. He knows he's at a disadvantage, even with the full health Ghost type, and with his battle-worn Lampent, things aren't looking so good right now. The battle starts with Umbreon using Bite, which Lampent is able to just barely dodge as its endurance is starting to falter. Morty then calls out for a Will-O-Wisp. This move appears to have no effect on Umbreon at first, but Gary is unfamiliar with the move and wonder what the effects of it is as Umbreon becomes engulfed with flames. What the? Gary remarks. Confused? Morty asks. Let me explain. That's Will-O-Wisp. The move itself doesn't cause any damage, but what it does cause is a burn. Then it hits Gary, as Morty says, now you're on a clock. Gary just smiles, catching Morty off guard. You see, while Gary can't heal the burn, he does have a way to mitigate its effects, as he calls for a Moonlight, healing some of the damage that Umbreon's taken. Morty realizes this may not be as easy as he thinks, so he calls for another Mean Look to stall out the battle for as long as possible. This does catch Umbreon, but Gary isn't worried. He knows that the battle is his, as he calls for a Feint Attack, which Lampent can't dodge, knocking it out, leaving Morty with just one Pokemon. Morty recalls Lampent, thanking it, and Gary for such an intense battle that forced it to evolve. But Morty isn't ready to give up yet, as he sends in his ace, Gengar. Gary's feeling confident in this battle. Even though Umbreon is on a clock, it's ticking by slowly, giving Gary a chance to wrap up this battle. Morty, though, aims to finish the battle now, as he calls for a Confuse Ray. This connects, which Gary wasn't expecting. Being just a little overconfident as he had the lead, but that attitude quickly changes when Umbreon won't respond to Gary. Every command is ignored by Umbreon as it hurts itself in the process. Eventually, with the burn and the confusion, a Shadow Ball from Gengar takes out Umbreon. Gary recalls Umbreon, thanking it for its efforts. Now, it's down to the final member of each team. Gary sends back in Scizor, and the battle commences. Unfortunately for Gary, the late battle is where Morty shines. Gengar fakes a hit from Scizor, then it gets in close to connect with the Hypnosis. Gary calls a Scizor, but it won't respond. Morty then calls for a Curse, locking in Scizor to a turn-by-turn damage. This isn't good, Gary thinks. The only thing that could make it worse is if Morty calls for Dream Eater. Great. Now Gengar is healing and Scizor is fading fast. This pattern repeats until it reaches a point that Gary stops the battle. Morty asks if this means what he thinks it means. Gary says yes. I forfeit. As a trainer, it's my responsibility to know when enough is enough. So that's it. The match is called. Gary lost. Gary returns to the Pokemon Center empty-handed, much to the surprise of Marina and even more so Ethan. They ask what happened. Gary just states he didn't win. He gave it his best, but today, Morty was the better trainer. Not to worry though, he'll re-challenge when he becomes stronger. Ethan isn't sure what to say, as now, all the insecurities he had are shaky at best. He asks Gary if he would like to train for his rematch. Gary tells Ethan that he would, but they're going to be waiting for a while. Marina asks why. Gary tells them that after the match, Morty was contacted by an archaeologist friend about an important find, so Morty had to leave. He said he wouldn't be back for a couple of weeks. Ethan then asks what they should do. Gary says he thought about that on the walk back. He thinks the best course of action is to head to Olivine City and challenge their next gym. They can train on the road, and besides, they'll have to come back through Equati to challenge the other two gyms in the eastern part of Johto. With that, Team Gary departs from Equati City. For now. After a week or so, Team Gary find themselves on the outskirts of a town known as Greenfield. This is good, as both Ethan and Gary have been battling non-stop with each other and any other trainer that they can see. The big thing is, Gary had managed to train more with Scizor and Electabuzz, as they are his newest evolved Pokemon. After the group meets a girl named Lisa, Ethan partakes in a full 6-on-6 battle, in which Ethan barely manages to win when his Quagsire headbutts with Lisa's Quagsire. Fortunately, Ethan's has the harder head. Now, let's rewind a couple of weeks across the Johto region to an archaeological site known as the Ruins of Alph. Here, we see the leader of Team Rocket himself, Giovanni, following up with one of his most expensive investments of the Johto region, a full excavation of the Ruins of Alph. The reason he came is simple. He is here to talk with the head archaeologist, Dr. Spencer Hale. Giovanni tells Hale that it's been over a year and they have not delivered on the results that he promised. Hale nervously knows full well what Giovanni is capable of, and he pleads with him for more time. They are close. He can feel it. Giovanni then goes on a long exposition about how normally when he invests in something, he can see an almost immediate return. But here, Spencer hasn't produced one result since the start of the project. Giovanni goes on to tell Spencer he knows of his daughter, Molly, and how his wife mysteriously disappeared one day. It would be a shame if Molly suddenly found herself without any parents now, wouldn't it? Spencer recoils at that statement. He is regretting ever doing business with Giovanni. The Rocket leader tells Spencer he has 1 week to deliver on what he promised. If Spencer fails, then Giovanni won't be so understanding next time. With that, Boss Rocket leaves. Spencer knows he's on the clock. He tells everyone to keep looking. He's gonna go home for a few days to spend some time with Molly. In reality, Spencer intends to flee the Johto region. Where, you ask? He doesn't know, but he's leaving for the safety of him and his daughter. Now, what was the deal that Spencer made with Giovanni? Well, it's simple. Spencer promised Giovanni the power of an ancient Pokemon if he funded the dig at the Ruins of Alph. You see, in Spencer's early life, he became very rich and famous after many successful archaeological trips. But when his wife left, Spencer threw himself into his work to avoid the pain, bankrupting himself in the process. Unfortunately, when he finally realized that he was in the danger of losing everything, it was too late. He needed to finish the dig at the Ruins of Alph in order to fix his financial situation. But he had no money. So, Spencer turned to the one person that can help fund his expedition, the Kanto region's most notorious criminal organization, Team Rocket. Little did he know, by getting involved with Team Rocket, Spencer basically invited Giovanni to the Johto region. Every incident involving Team Rocket since then was due to the one meeting Spencer had with Giovanni. Spencer finally arrives home to his mansion in Greenfield, barely with enough time to put Molly down for the final night in her bed, before they go on the run. When he gets the call from his assistants at the Ruins of Alph, they found it, he claims, the room they've been searching for. Spencer leaves Molly in the care of Alfred, his butler, and immediately heads back. Once there, Spencer inspects the room excited that he and Molly are now safe, and Giovanni will get what he wants. And not only that, but all of his money issues will be solved. But what he finds is the exact opposite of what he was hoping for. The room is empty. The walls are covered in strange writing that will take over a month to decode. Time he doesn't have. When his assistant leaves the room, Spencer opens a box at the far end. In the box are small square artifacts with the same writing on them that are on the walls. Nothing special, Spencer thinks, until one of them glows, swallowing him with no trace left behind. Unfortunately, just because Spencer is gone doesn't mean his debt is paid. When Giovanni gets word of Spencer's disappearance, his first thought is Spencer fled. But when he hears it was right when they opened a door to a new room, Giovanni instantly knows that is what he's been waiting for. So he mobilizes en route to the Ruins of Alph. Meanwhile, Spencer's colleagues take the box of strange squares back to the Greenfield to inform Molly of her father's disappearance. Just as the news breaks worldwide, it reaches Pallet Town, prompting Delia and Professor Oak to fly to Greenfield out of concern for Molly. This is where our story reaches the current time, with everyone meeting up at the Pokemon Center to talk about a plan for the strange crystal fortress that has encased the house that Molly is trapped in. When Molly sees Delia on television, she wishes that she had a mother. With a surge of energy coming from the house, Molly's wish is granted as her new father goes to collect Molly's new mother. At the boundary of the crystal catastrophe, Team Gary, Professor Oak, and Delia sit discussing how to get Molly when a Pokemon appears out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. In a split second, the Pokemon makes off with Delia into the crystal wasteland, heading toward the center mass. While this happens, in a far-off valley, a certain fire lizard sees the events unfolding on TV. Charizard knows that the mother of his trainer is in trouble. Without thinking twice, it roars, filling the valley with its cries as it takes off into the sky. Liza, the keeper of the Charific Valley, doesn't find this odd though, as Charizard leaves quite often on solo training missions. She does wonder where it goes from time to time. Oh well, it'll be back. Back in Greenfield, at the crest of Professor Oak, Team Gary are making their way to the house in an attempt to rescue Delia. Little do they know, Giovanni has landed after finding out what had happened at the Hale estate. He knows the items taken from the Ruins of Alph have something to do with this, and he intends to claim what is his. He looks on as a small contingent led by his number 2 make their way through the quartz tundra. Domino has very specific orders. Get the tiles as reported in Dr. Hale's notes and withdraw. Silence anyone who gets in the way. Over with Team Gary, they have made their way into the house. What they find is a scene out of a storybook. Gary thinks it's like the imagination of a 5-year-old ran wild. But before anyone can make any headway of this, they are met by a young adult and the Pokemon that took Delia, who Team Gary has come to learn is Entei, the embodiment of the volcano. The girl wants to have a Pokemon battle, but Ethan, as impatient as ever, tells her that they don't have time for this. Gary tells him to hold on, asking the girl if she is Molly Hale. The girl confirms Gary's suspicions, but Marina questions this, saying the girl is too old. Gary reminds her that the unknown, the other Pokemon they were warned about, has the power to alter reality. This could be the result of that power. This piques Marina's interest. She wants a chance to see the other things that this mysterious unknown are capable of. So, she steps forward, accepting the challenge of the aged Molly Hale. Marina tells Molly that she'll be the subject of her next research paper as she sends in her Totodile. Gary tells Ethan that they need to use this distraction to their advantage and keep climbing the tower. The real Molly has to be at the top. With that, they make their way up the towering stairs, looking back at Marina, hoping she will be okay. Back with Domino, she and her team have made their way to the first floor of the house. She orders the grunts to fan out, leave nothing unturned. After searching for what seems like an eternity, the grunts come across a sealed door. After some force, they manage to break through. What Domino sees brings a smile to her face as she radios to Giovanni. We found it. Over with Ethan and Gary, they have made it to the second floor of this mental maze, where before stands the Molly and Entei. The duo asks what happened to Marina, but Molly ignores the comment, requesting another battle. Gary tells Ethan to continue on. It seems that the Pokemon Molly uses are stronger than real ones. Ethan doesn't argue. He sends out Quilava and they proceed to climb the next set of stairs as the room floods with water and the battle between Gary's Blastoise and Molly's imaginary Mantine begin. Both Ethan and Quilava are amazed that the water doesn't affect them as they continue up the stairs, watching Gary and Molly slowly slip out of view. Once at the top, Ethan enters a room. There on a bed, he sees a woman with what looks like a small girl sleeping in her lap. Ethan addresses the woman. Delia? He questions, but the woman won't respond. She seems to be entranced, like she's under some sort of spell. Ethan shakes the woman to get her to come to her senses, but nothing. And suddenly, Entei materializes beside them, demanding that Ethan leave. But Ethan refuses. He tells Entei that Molly and Delia can't stay here. They need to be in the real world. Entei declares they will not be leaving here as long as it's Molly's wish. Entei then takes an aggressive stance as it prepares for battle. Ethan has no choice. The only way out is a battle. He tells Quilava to ready itself, and he sends in Quagsire to back it up. Down on the first floor with Team Rocket, Domino has set up a mini base of operations in the room that is circling with the unknown. A live feed is running to Giovanni. He is very pleased. This is what he's been looking for, the power to alter reality at will. He orders Domino to use any means necessary to acquire what he desires. Back up on the top floor, the battle with Entei is raging on. Ethan is struggling. He cycled through all of his Pokemon with no positive results. The only one left that is able to battle is Quilava, but the Firemon is barely able to stand. Even with its surging fire that increases its fire type attacks, Quilava is unable to stand up to the Figmented Legendary. The two fire types have one final clash, pitting Quilava's Flame Wheel against Entei's Fire Blast. But Quilava is met with an explosion that catches Ethan, sending him through a hole in the wall that was created from the battle. Quilava watches as its trainer falls off the edge. It musters everything it has and rushes to save its trainer. As Quilava moves, it realizes it won't make it in time. This thought forces it to surge with flames once again, and a light envelops it as it inches closer and closer to Ethan. From the light emerges something much larger than Quilava. Ethan calls, Typhlosion, but it's too late. Ethan is falling. Typhlosion dives after its trainer, catching him, but now they are both falling together. They both close their eyes, waiting for the end. But to both their surprise, it never comes. The two open their eyes, and what they see is something unexpected. Not one, but two winged Pokemon carry them back to the top, where Entei awaits. Once back in the battle area, Ethan is greeted by Gary and Marina. The two manage to make their way up here when the imaginary Molly's dissipated. Ethan fills them in on what's been going on, but he doesn't know what these Pokemon are. Gary tells him that they are Charizard, but this one has markings on it he's never seen before. The two fire types appear to be opposing Entei, with the normal looking one showing more aggression than the other one. The two fire types go on the attack, to Team Gary's disbelief. Then Gary notices something. The normal looking one seems to be going for Delia. Then he puts two and two together. The only reason that Charizard would be attempting to protect Delia specifically is if it was Ash's. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Ash's Charizard be here if he's not? But they can't worry about that now. Gary looks on, thinking if there's any way they could best the legend before them, when an intense burst of energy engulfs the room. Flashing over to Team Rocket, they have made several attempts to collect the unknown, but they have all had no success. The symbol Pokemon seem to be protected by some sort of psychic barrier. It seems that the more they try, the more agitated the unknown become, flooding the area with more energy, growing the crystal around them. Domino doesn't understand it. Why can't they get the unknown? Then, beneath the crystal, Domino notices something. An odd square with what looks like the shape of one of the unknown on it. Then it hits Domino. These must be some sort of containment objects, like an ancient Pokeball. Then she orders the grunts to fan out, locate any of the squares, and retrieve them. The grunts start smashing away at the crystal. Unfortunately, this action provokes the unknown. They appear to be angered. In response, they let out a psychic burst of energy, connecting with each member of Team Rocket one by one, knocking them out, until only Domino remains. Then, a blast comes her way. In response, she holds up one of the unknown tiles, and it absorbs the blast. Then, something unexpected happens. Domino notices that the unknown that shared the shape with the tile vanished, like it was recalled into the tile. Domino knows that she needs more of these tiles, frantically searching for more, recalling them as she finds them. But what Domino doesn't know is that recalling the unknown is creating an imbalance in the illusion, causing a backlash of energy as the whole environment comes alive, enveloping everything. Back at the top, the battle has raged to its conclusion. The actions of Domino in the Chamber of the Unknown has broken the mind control in Delia. Gary sent out Electabuzz and Arcanine to hold off Entei, but unfortunately, the flux of energy has caused the illusion to become irrational. It no longer reasons between friend and foe. When Molly runs in at an attempt to stop the rampage, it nearly causes a fatal blow, but the Charizard duo were able to intercept the attack, barely holding it back. This brings Entei back to some of its rational thought, but it's struggling to keep from rampaging again. With its last act of defiance, Entei tells everyone that they need to stop the unknown. If they do, then the spell will be broken, reversing all the changes that have been made. Then, with the last of its rational mind, Entei flees to prevent any further damage. Team Gary, at the direction of Molly, head to the last spot she saw the unknown. Once they enter the chamber, they notice a single female fighting her way around the pulses of energy, grabbing for things that are frozen in the crystal. Gary knows this person is a member of Team Rocket, but he can't worry about that now. Ethan asks what she is doing. Molly exclaims, "The unknown came from the squares." Marina then realizes what's happening. The squares are to contain the unknown. That's what the girl is doing. So Team Gary fan out with the help of all the Pokemon. They shatter what crystal they can, finding any tiles to recall the unknown. But there's a problem. The crystal is getting harder and growing faster than they can break it. The team is running out of time. Even the last member of Team Rocket has been caught in the crystal by now. Just as all hope seems lost, Entei reappears, urging Molly to believe in it. If she does, there's nothing it can't do. Molly puts all of her faith in Entei. With it and the help of the other Pokemon, Entei is able to overpower the unknown spell, causing another surge of energy to blast from the epicenter, freezing everyone as the unknown fall to the ground slowly, returning to their capture tiles. As everyone looks on, they watch as Entei slowly fades away. It thanks Molly for the love and kindness toward it, and to keep it close in her dreams. The illusion fades, and it seems that everything has returned to normal. There is, however, something of concern. As Gary looks around, the members of Team Rocket are gone, and with them, the unknown tiles. This is a cause for concern. Who knows what plans they have for them? From here, everything wraps up nice. Ethan is ecstatic that he now has a Typhlosion. Spencer Hale is released from the dimension of the unknown, and Marina has a litany of new data to write up. The Charizards fly off to wherever they came from, and Gary says goodbyes to his grandfather. Professor Oak and Delia return to Pallet Town, and with that, Team Gary move on to Olivine City in hopes of battling the next gym leader. Meanwhile, in a base located on the World Islands off the coast of Cianwood City, a Dr. Namba receives a call from his boss, Giovanni, telling him he is to stop all of his current research as there is something more critical that needs his attention. As Giovanni looks at the box that contains the unknown tiles. Now that things have settled down with Team Gary, let's check on Team Ash. Everyone has decided to take the rest of the day off. The ferry for Cianwood City doesn't leave until tomorrow morning, so Ash and Pikachu have decided to see some sights in town, as well as try some Olivine cuisine they've been hearing about, while Brock spends the rest of his time making a list of ingredients that he'll need for Amphy. This just leaves Misty alone to ponder her thoughts. Lately, she's been growing more restless. Everyone around her is growing and discovering new things about themselves, but she's just along for the ride. This internal struggle is really frustrating her. She doesn't even know why she came to Johto. She's just following Ash and Brock with no clear goal for herself. Misty spends the rest of the night pondering these things, with morning quickly coming before she knows it. Once the sun is high in the sky, the transport in Cianwood City begins to board. Before long, they set out over the open ocean, taking in as much of the beauty as possible. For Misty, this is especially calming. She doesn't know what it is, maybe the fresh salt air, the boat crashing through the waves, or the sound of the ocean, but she's calm. Her mind is at peace for once. This temperament is short-lived though, as it's only a few hours ride till they reach Cianwood City. The team arrives just before noon to a packed beach. Ash wonders what's going on, asking around in an attempt to get an answer. However, Brock reminds them of what they are here for. So reluctantly, Ash and Pikachu go to the pharmacy with Brock and Misty to get the ingredients. As the trio venture through the town, they start to see flyers advertising several strong fighting type trainers from various regions across the Pokemon world. They will be here during the fighting festival, having a tournament with each other. Then, a picture on one of the flyers catches Ash's eye. It's Bruno of the Kanto Elite Four. This excites Ash. He's been wanting to follow up with Primate and his training. This is his chance to do so. There is, however, one tiny problem. The demonstration isn't for another 4 days, and Team Ash doesn't have that kind of time. They need to get the ingredients, battle the gym, and head back to Olivine City, all with only a 1-day plan. They only have less than a day, as the transport leaves tomorrow morning. This time frame completely escapes Ash, but only Ash, as the group arrives at the pharmacy. It takes a little time for Brock to gather the ingredients he needs, so he tells Ash and Misty to go ahead to the gym. He will come by once he has everything he needs. You don't have to tell Ash twice. Barely as Brock has finished those words, Ash is out the door with Misty in tow. The two make it to the gym in no time, but it's strange. It's locked, with no explanation why. This infuriates Ash as he pulls on the door with all of his strength, trying to open it. Eventually, a woman approaches Ash and Misty. She immediately recognizes Ash as the Indigo champion and apologizes for keeping him and his girlfriend waiting, urging them to come inside. The lady introduces herself as Yamada, the wife of Chuck, the leader of the Cianwood gym. She thought that all the demonstrators had arrived already. This confuses Ash a little as he questions, demonstrators? As he and Misty are led in the main battlefield of the gym, it's filled with different people and Pokemon that Ash has never seen before, but one of them he has, Bruno. As Ash calls the Elite Four member, he's interrupted by Yamada as she gathers the attention of everyone, introducing the Indigo champion Ash and his girlfriend. The girlfriend comment is really starting to get to Misty. Is that all anyone sees her as? What happened to the days when she was known as one of the 4 sensational sisters? But her inner monologuing is interrupted when Ash says, "Wait, I think you got this wrong." Misty thinks, great, Ash will sort this out. But to her dismay, Ash only has one thing on his mind, as he proclaims he is not here for any demonstration, he's here for a gym battle. Yamada looks at Ash in puzzlement. This is where Bruno approaches the bunch to settle out the confusion. He tells Yamada that Ash wasn't on the card. The final member arrived while she was out shopping for food. Yamada, embarrassed, apologizes to Ash repeatedly, but Ash tells her not to worry about it. Bruno then asks Ash why he's here in Cianwood. Ash states that he's come here for a gym battle, but the gym was locked. Now, Bruno understands. He tells Ash that the gym is actually closed for the next week due to the festival that's going on. This saddens Ash. He really wanted a chance at another gym badge. Then Yamada chimes chimes in. Hold that thought, Ash. I'll be right back. While she's gone, Ash asks Bruno who all the people are. Bruno tells them that the demonstration that they're going to be doing is one of fighting type Pokemon. All these people are fighting type experts from other regions, here to show their talents. Bruno then proceeds to introduce Ash to some of them across the room. Marshall from the Unova region, the Karate Master from Kanto, and the newest one here, Bruno's own apprentice, Broly from the Hoenn region. Bruno says there should be a few more here, but I guess they're not here right now. Ash then asks the burning question that he's had since he saw Bruno on the flyer. How's Primeape doing? Bruno says, well, why don't you ask it for herself, as he sends it out. The pig monkey Pokemon is overjoyed to see its trainer again, thrashing about on top of him. Bruno says he brought Primeape here to help it with its training. He figured so many fighting type specialists in one area could help Primeape develop some new battle styles. With all this talk, Ash can think of nothing but his gym battle and the festival. He asks Bruno if there's any room for one more. Bruno tells Ash that they would normally be full, but if it's okay with the organizer of this year's event, he doesn't see a problem with it. Ash then asks who that is, when a voice from the doorway of the room declares, I am! Ash looks over to see Yamada has returned, and next to her is a shirtless, hairy man. Ash then points, asking who the man is, and he declares, I am Chuck, the leader of the Cianwood gym. Ash, being his usual self, eagerly goes to introduce himself, but is interrupted when Chuck says, I know who you are. That prompts Yamada to slap Chuck in the back of the head, demanding that he'd not be so rude to their guests. Yamada then apologizes to Ash, saying Chuck must have forgotten his manners as a host. But this doesn't faze Ash, as he doesn't waste any time in asking if he can have a gym battle and be part of the demonstration. Chuck then tries to derail this by saying if he wanted to be in the demonstration, then he would need to be a fighting type expert and have a fighting type Pokemon. Bruno shuts this down, however, by telling Chuck he knows full well that Primeape belongs to the Indigo champion, who just so happens to be standing right before him. Bruno is sure that the spectators of the festival would love to see the demonstration from a regional champion. Chuck can't argue that, but he then tells Ash that he can't have a gym battle due to the gym being closed, so he will have to wait. This gets under Ash's skin. It seems this guy is doing everything he can to push Ash out, but just as Ash tries to say something, Yamada yells at Chuck to give the boy his gym battle. It's not like he's doing anything of importance right now anyway. Chuck flinches at his wife yelling, as it quickly becomes apparent who wears the pants in this relationship, but then Chuck comes up with a brilliant idea. Okay kid, you want a battle and a spot in the demonstration? Then I'll give them to you, but with one stipulation. You will only get the spot in the demonstration if you can beat me in the gym battle. If you can't win, then you'll have to wait until after the festival is over to re-challenge the gym. Chuck's wife gives him a stern look, but before she could say anything, Ash accepts, asking when they can have their battle. Chuck says, now. Bruno asks Ash if he's going to use Primeape, but Ash declines. If the battle is now, he's had no time to get back in sync with it, so it would be foolish to use it here. He's going to go with the Pokemon he has with him. Chuck, on the other hand, is now secretly regretting what he's done. He's in no shape to battle a champion. He's been getting really lazy in his training lately. Even Yamada calls him flabby, but he put his foot in his mouth. Now he has to take it out. The two trainers take their positions on the opposite ends of the battlefield. Chuck tells Ash that this will be a 3-on-3 battle. Ash is fine with this, so the battle gets underway. All the while, the last member of the demonstration has joined the group out of curiosity due to all the commotion. Chuck starts things off strong with his Poliwrath. Ash isn't fazed though. If Chuck wants to use power, then he will do so as well. Ash knows this is a risk, but he needs to get tough, so he sends in Octillery. Ash tells Octillery to be on guard, but again, it just ignores him, going on the attack. Chuck thinks this should be easy. He can't even control his Pokemon. How did he become champion? But Chuck's lack of attentiveness to the battle catches him and Poliwrath off guard. As even though Octillery isn't responding to Ash, that doesn't mean it is a pushover, and it proves so when it begins to constrict Poliwrath to the point where it nearly blacks out. The only thing that stops Octillery is that Ash recalls it, again forfeiting another battle. This interaction does, however, catch the attention of our mysterious guest, who is watching the battle unfold from a quiet corner of the room. Even though Chuck recalls Poliwrath in defeat, the battle still goes to him. Ash doesn't dispute this, while Chuck tells him that the conduct of that Pokemon is unsportsmanlike. He should just disqualify him now. Ash is upset by this, but isn't surprised. If that's what Chuck wants to do, he won't fight it. But Chuck gets another stern look from his wife, and he relents, just saying don't let it happen again. Ash thanks Chuck and tells him that he won't be disappointed. Chuck then sends in his next Pokemon, one that Ash has never seen before. Ash pulls out his Pokedex to learn that this Pokemon is called Breloom, a fighting type Pokemon from the Hoenn region. Ash thinks, fighting grass? Okay, I got the perfect counter for this, as he sends in Magby. Chuck comments, trying to get a win with a type advantage won't get you anywhere here. Ash tells Chuck, don't worry, that's not why I sent it in. So the battle starts. Chuck starts things off with a sleep powder, knowing full well that Magby could be a problem if it lands a fire type attack. But Ash has the perfect counter for this in Fire Spin. Not only that, but the Fire Spin locks Chuck into a revolving door of damage, putting him on a clock. Well, that backfired, Chuck thinks to himself. I guess I've been trying to get too strategic. So Chuck orders Breloom to attack repeatedly with Mach Punch, hoping that Breloom will have the speed advantage. But Ash counters with a series of double teams to throw Chuck off. Chuck is having trouble keeping up with the pace of the battle. It's almost like he's out of practice, and it's starting to show as Ash gets a 1-up when Breloom misses a Mach Punch and Magby lands an Ember right to its face. This isn't enough to put down the King of Mushroom Pokemon though, and Chuck retaliates with the Rock Throw. This actually hits Magby, nearly knocking it out. The little Spitfire Pokemon is barely hanging on, and you can tell that his stamina has hit a wall. Chuck, seeing this, orders another Mach Punch in hopes of ending the battle before the Fire Spin has a chance to end Breloom. Once the Mach Punch connects, you can tell that Magby won't make it out of this battle. So Ash orders something that catches everyone off guard. He tells Magby to use Fire Spin around it and Breloom. It's able to get off one final attack, enveloping the two battlers in flames. Once the fire dies down, both Pokemon are knocked out on the floor. This was a tough one. Ash wasn't able to gain any advantage in this battle. Chuck tells Ash if he wants to be part of the festival, then he's going to have to stop playing around. But Ash is already ahead of Chuck, not waiting for him to choose his final Pokemon, as he sends in Bayleaf. Chuck can see that the boy is finally taking things seriously, which could mean trouble for Chuck, but he knuckles down and sends in his final Pokemon, Machoke. The battle with these two starts up. Right away, you can see that Machoke is in a different league than Chuck's other Pokemon. Its training is far superior than the previous two, but Ash is up to the challenge. He uses Bayleaf's Vine Whip to his advantage, controlling the flow of battle, but Machoke is able to use its raw power to push through some of Bayleaf's defenses, connecting with high-impact moves like Cross Chop and Dynamic Punch. Bayleaf is starting to feel the pressure, but Machoke is equally as tired, breathing heavily. Unfortunately for Chuck, Bayleaf and Ash are too stubborn to be bested in battle that easily. Ash then orders Bayleaf to use a return, trying to end it here, but Chuck was ready for this, and he orders a submission. Machoke grabs Bayleaf, rolling onto the floor, using the weight of its own attack as a momentum to lock Bayleaf into a grapple that it can't break free from. Now, things have turned in Chuck's favor. It's just like the battle between Octillery and Poliwrath. The difference is Machoke is in control. It's not trying to intentionally hurt Bayleaf, it's just trying to knock it out. As Machoke slowly applies pressure, Ash can see that Bayleaf is fading fast, so he tries Vine Whip with no success. Ash is out of options. With one last breath, Bayleaf lets out an ear-piercing cry as it starts to glow. Bayleaf triggered its own evolution in response to the bond it has with Ash. With the increase of its size as it evolves into Meganium, it is able to break Machoke's hold, getting free in the process. But the battle isn't over. Ash knows that Meganium took a lot of damage there, and the next few moves will decide the match, but they can't get in close and risk another submission. Or can they? Ash orders another return, and as Meganium rushes in, Chuck orders another submission. But Ash is ready, and he orders a Vine Whip that binds the hands of Machoke. This allows Meganium to connect with return uninterrupted, knocking out Machoke and earning Ash's 4th badge of the Johto region. Chuck can't believe it. He was bested by this boy. He can see how he became champion of the Indigo League. Chuck swallows his pride and recalls Machoke, presenting Ash with the Storm badge. Ash celebrates with his newly evolved Meganium, thanking it for its hard work that it put in. Ash then asks the next question. So, can I have a spot in the festival? Chuck says he's a man of his word. Ash will have a spot in the demonstration. Ash celebrates excitedly with the chance to battle with all the other trainers from the other regions. This all happens as Brock arrives to a rowdy crowd talking about Ash. But as he walks in, our mysterious observer of the gym battle walks out. Brock greets Ash and Misty. Ash tells Brock that he has a chance to compete in the Cianwood Festival in 4 days. Brock, a little annoyed, reminds Ash that they were due back in Olivine tomorrow morning to help with the sick Ampharos. There's no way that they can do that. As all the enthusiasm that he had with his win over Chuck fades, Brock then says, how about this? Let's head to the Pokemon Center so we can discuss things. But Yamada interrupts Brock, saying that the Pokemon Center is probably booked. The trio can stay the night, deciding their next move while they rest up here. Ash takes Yamada up on this offer, and she shows them to their rooms. Once there, Brock scolds Ash for forgetting why they are here. They had one specific task. Ash, you're growing up. You can't just jump into things without thinking about them first. We had a commitment to Jasmine. Ash, mad that Brock, who is normally pretty relaxed, counters his argument, saying he didn't commit to anything. That was Brock's promise to Jasmine. Brock becomes quiet at this remark. Ash, not wanting to argue anymore, walks out of the room. He heads to the beach to clear his head. After some time, the sun eventually sets, and Brock joins Ash on the beach. He apologizes to Ash for how he reacted. Ash starts to do the same when Brock tells him to stop. He's got something to say first. Brock tells Ash that with all the time he spent caring for Pokemon over their journey together, he's come to realize that the paths that he and Ash walk are starting to change. They are no longer on a similar goal. Ash looks at Brock as he continues to say that after the time he spent with Professor Elm, Brock came to the conclusion that he wanted to begin his studies as a Pokemon doctor. But there's only one problem. Brock can't do that if he's constantly traveling with Ash and Misty. So Brock has made a decision. Tomorrow, he's going back to Olivine, alone. Once he completes his treatment of Amphy, he will be heading back to Professor Elm. He intends to intern under him to get the necessary hours to enter the Pokemon Medical Institute. Ash has been silent this whole time, and Brock asks his thoughts on the decision that has been made. Ash just sighs. I kind of figured this would happen sooner or later, he says. Ash tells Brock that he's surprised it took him this long. I thought you would eventually follow your own path, especially after I won the Indigo League. I didn't think you would want to come out to Johto with me. Brock tells Ash that at first, he was happy to go on another adventure with him, but as time went on, with all of their new experiences, things have changed. Ash agrees with Brock, but admits that he just didn't want the time together to come to an end. Brock tells Ash that he feels the same way, but not to worry. They'll always be friends. The best of friends, Ash says, as they shake hands, looking off into the night sky. The next morning, after Brock says his goodbyes to Misty and Ash, he boards the boat bound for Olivine City, leaving our trio as a duo. Though painful, they wave goodbye to their friend as he disappears off into the distance. But Ash has little time to dwell on Brock's departure from the group, as now he has to prepare for the Cianwood Festival. His first order of business is to get back in sync with Primeape. He's got 3 days to do so, and Ash plans to spend all of his time doing that. So, at the gym, he practices with not only Primeape, but his other Pokemon, except for Octillery, as the training with Primeape could be fruitful for the rest of them. Meanwhile, Misty is in town, hearing talks of a water Pokemon competition that will be starting after the fighting festival is over. This captures Misty's whole attention, as she spends the rest of her days in Cianwood City trying to find out as much about it as possible. On the second day of training, Ash enters the gym, only to find that it's used by another. Ash apologizes for his interruption, but the girl tells him not to worry about it. Ash says he's seen her around over the last few days, but he doesn't think they've been properly introduced. But as Ash attempts to do so, the girl cuts him off, saying she knows who he is. Then she says her name is Bee, a gym leader from the Galar region. Ash asks Bee if she would like to have a practice battle with him. She declines, stating he would lose, and she doesn't see any point in having a battle that she knows she's going to win. This statement doesn't sit well with Ash, as he tried to throw his champion title around, but Bee just counters that with saying the region she's from, the gym leaders there are as strong as Elite Four members, so she knows that she would win. But Ash is persistent. He won't take no for an answer, especially now that she's insulted his title. Ash cuts her off as she tries to leave the gym. He won't let her leave until she battles him. Bee looks in his eyes. Something about them changes her mind. Okay, if you want a battle, then I pick the stipulation. Ash says, okay, what are they? But Bee says, no. First you agree, then I will tell you. Ash doesn't care, so he accepts. Bee smiles. Okay then, we'll each use one Pokemon, and I choose the Pokemon that you use. Ash is curious about this, as he's never had an opponent to choose his Pokemon in the battle before. But he says okay, which one? Pointing to all the Pokemon standing behind him. Bee looks over them, but she doesn't see the one she wants to battle. Octillery. Where is it, she says. Ash asks, why that one? Thinking she didn't even know that he had that. Ash at first refuses, telling her to choose another one of his Pokemon. But Bee just says no, Octillery or nothing. Ash grits his teeth. He knows he could just walk away. He knows Octillery won't listen, but he could just let it battle her, and once it's performed one of its questionable victories, he could just recall it. Ash finally agrees. Bee smiles, and the two take their positions. Ash sends in Octillery, and it is wondering why it is out. It doesn't see an opponent, but it does see Ash's other Pokemon, so it begins to make its way toward them until Bee calls it, hey, I have your opponent right here, as she sends out her Pokemon. As it emerges, this Pokemon looks strikingly similar to Octillery. Bee says this is one of her strongest Pokemon, Graplocked. Octillery sees this Pokemon, and its sole focus is on it. Octillery goes on the attack without the command of Ash, but Bee and her Graplock are ready for it. What follows is a beating worse than what Goku gave Nappa in the Dragon Ball Bridge series. There is no contest. Ash is beginning to see what Bee said is a true statement. She is as strong as an Elite Four member. Octillery doesn't stand a chance, but it refuses to quit. Each time it gets knocked down, it struggles back up. Ash is just watching as this brutal showing happens. Bee then addresses Octillery directly. You know, I told your trainer that you two would lose before the battle began. Octillery freezes. Bee continues to say that maybe if you listen to your trainer, then you would stand a chance. Octillery looks back at Ash, but it refuses to acknowledge him as its trainer. So, Octillery goes on the attack again, but Bee is growing tired of this battle. So, she orders Graplock to finish it with a move Ash has never seen before. Close combat. Octillery attempts to use its limbs to block the assault, but Graplock is well trained. It can see each move coming before Octillery makes it. In a flash, it's over. Octillery is down, while it couldn't even hit Graplock. Ash rushes to its side to see if Octillery is okay. Its injuries look pretty bad, but the stubborn octopi looks on, not at Ash, but at the girl and her partner. Ash thinks, Octillery has never lost like that. Even though it wouldn't listen to him, it's always been one of his strongest Johto Pokemon, never really losing a battle. B looks directly at Octillery. When you can get stronger, then I'll allow you to battle us. But until then, you will always be second best. This means you will always be last place. Ash hears this comment, and as he watches Octillery, it looks down, almost to hang its head in shame. Ash then looks on as B walks out, saying a trainer will only ever be as good as their bond with their Pokemon. Ash attempts to recall Octillery, but with the last of its strength, it knocks the ball out of Ash's hand, passing out in the process. Ash then picks up Octillery to carry it back to the Pokemon Center. Several hours later, Octillery finally awakes, to find Ash waiting for it. He didn't want Octillery to be startled by him being so close to it when he woke up. Octillery, however, doesn't react how he thought. Instead of lashing out, it's calm, just looking at Ash and Pikachu. Octillery then tries to move, but it's in a lot of pain, more than it's ever felt. Ash just tells it to wait. If it doesn't take the time to heal, then it won't get stronger. Octillery tries to ignore Ash, but realizes Ash is right when it attempts to move, but its body won't respond properly. It has no choice. It's stuck. Ash doesn't leave Octillery's side. The rest of the day, they just sit in the room. Ash does, however, have Primeape around during this time. This is a Pokemon that Octillery is unfamiliar with. As it observes Ash's interaction with Primeape, the more it watches, the more its interest is piqued. Moving on to the day before the demonstration, Ash and Octillery are now at the beach with Primeape when they run into B and graplocked. The interaction is one of tension. Octillery wants to battle again, even though it's nowhere near ready to. Ash tells it to stop, but it's Primeape that steps in with Octillery. The two seem to have a conversation. B asks Ash what this is about, and Ash explains that when he caught Primeape, it didn't really listen. Every time I sent it out, it ended with the black eye. B says, yeah, that sounds like a fighting type. How did you get over the barrier with Primeape? Ash tells her he entered a fighting type tournament with Primeape, but he nearly lost, until Primeape realized that all I wanted to do was help it get stronger. After that, we went on to win the tournament and many other battles. Bay tells Ash that it sounds like they have a lot of experiences together. Ash tells her that Primeape also had a rivalry with its Charizard when it wouldn't listen to him. I'm starting to sense a pattern, Ash, B says. Yeah, I seem to be a magnet for stubborn Pokemon, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on them. The same is with Octillery. Just because it won't listen doesn't mean I'm going to give up on it. B tells Ash that he has the right mindset, but sometimes that won't matter. Certain Pokemon just can't be tamed, and it's your responsibility to make that call. It's what's best for the trainer and Pokemon. Ash looks at Octillery and Primeape. He has a decision to make. B then takes her leave. After sundown, Ash and his Pokemon return to the gym. Ash has to put in some time with Primeape for the demonstration tomorrow, so that's what he does, allowing Octillery to watch on through the night. The next day, the festival's main events kick off with a fighting type tournament that pits 8 different trainers against each other, with very similar rules to the pre-1 Grand Prix from Kanto. Each trainer is only allowed one Pokemon, and the battle is a single elimination style. Things kick off and B ends up facing Bruno in his Machamp in the first match. The battle is a quick one though, as Graplock is a perfect counter to Machamp's 4 limbs, taking it down in only a few swift moves. Ash then as well takes his turn with Primeape, quickly moving through the ranks to the final round. Misty with Pikachu and Octillery look on. Octillery is paying very close attention to Ash and Primeape. The finals end up being a rematch between B and Ash. This slightly irritates Octillery, as it wanted to be the one to battle Graplock again, but it has no choice. B said it wouldn't get a chance to rematch until it got stronger, which it's still trying to figure out how. The battle gets going, and the clash between Primeape and Graplock is a mighty one. But unsurprisingly, Ash and Primeape are in sync, like the two were never apart. The battle has the crowd cheering on their feet. Ash, a regional champion, battling a gym leader from Galar, who are widely known to be on par with many Elite Four members from around the world, is something rarely seen. But what Octillery is looking at is Ash and Primeape. These two are able to oppose the Pokemon it couldn't beat. All they are doing differently is teamwork, foreign concept to the 8-legged battler. In the end, the battle ends in a draw, with both Mons connecting a focus punch, knocking each other out. Chuck raises both Ash and B's hands, thanking them for giving the crowd such an awesome battle. After the festival concludes later that night, B tells Ash she was glad to have a chance to battle him. She looks forward to the next one, but here is where she takes her leave. The challenge season in the Galar region is going to start soon, and she has to get back to open up her gym. Octillery watches as B and Graplock walk off to board a ship. It won't get its rematch. Octillery starts to make a fuss, pointing Ash in the direction of B and Graplock. Ash understands what it's trying to tell him, but he tells Octillery, remember, B said she wouldn't battle you until you got stronger. So until that happens, that's a no-go, but if you would like, I will help you train. Octillery looks at Ash. Will it really allow this trainer to help it train? Up till now, it never needed help to get stronger, but it thinks back to the conversation it had with Primeape and how it watched it battle yesterday. It was able to tie with Graplock. Octillery knows that it could do better than that. It looks at Ash and nods to his request. It will train with him, but only to get stronger. Ash tells Octillery, don't worry, we can keep our relationship strictly professional. It's not like we have to be friends. So, it seems that Octillery has finally started to come around to Ash. The next morning, Ash and Misty have to decide their next move. The next gym for Ash is in Goldenrod City. There's a ferry that sails there from a place called the Whirl Islands. This is when Misty tells Ash that she heard that there is a water Pokemon tournament taking place in the Whirl Islands. It's called the Whirl Cup, and she wants to take part in it. Ash actually has no problem with this, as it'll be a great training exercise for Octillery. So, with that, Ash and Misty say their goodbyes to Chuck and his wife, thanking them for their hospitality. Ash then bids farewell to Bruno, thanking him for all the work that he's done with Primeape. Bruno tells Ash that they aren't even close to being done. The next time they meet, it won't even be the same Pokemon. Ash tells Primeape that he's proud of it, and to continue getting stronger. With a teary goodbye, they part ways, heading for the port of Cianwood. After an hour or so, the ferry is finally ready to board. As Ash and Misty walk up the ramp, in the distance, Ash can hear someone calling, Ash! Ash Ketchum! Champion Ash! Ash turns to scan the crowd. In the distance, he can make off a vague outline of someone in green running towards him. The young trainer finally reaches Ash and Misty, and out of breath, he introduces himself as Vincent, and he is Ash's biggest fan. We pick back up with Team Gary. They've been on the road for about a week and are exhausted. Gary has been going over and over the events of the last part. He doesn't know why, but the fact that Team Rocket has possession of the unknown tablet case is really unsettling. It's consumed his thoughts to the point that he's having trouble with his training. Ethan, on the other hand, is fully focused. He's been battling non-stop any trainer that moves. There is, however, one thing that has been met with resistance at every turn. His Weeping Bell. Its over-aggressive nature isn't something that he's had the ability to overcome. Even with the advice of Gary, which at this point is very lackluster due to his distractions, Ethan is still unable to bond with the Flytrap Pokemon. This leads us to the group setting up camp about a day's journey from Olivine City. The group sits around the fire reflecting on the crazy events that have taken place as of late. Ethan isn't too shaken up about it, as his best bud Typhlosion evolved to meet the challenge. Together, there's nothing they can't do. Marina, too, is thrilled with the recent events, as when their travels are over, she'll have a wealth of knowledge and experience to write up the ultimate research paper. But this conversation hits Gary in a certain way, when he remarks it must be nice to have all that youthful optimism, catching both of his traveling companions off guard. What do you mean, Marina asks? You guys don't know what's really going on. Come on, we're just trying to have a good time here, Ethan comments. I get that, Gary replies, but the fact that Team Rocket was involved in what happened last week is a huge cause for concern. You don't know them like I do. Okay, so they're bad guys. Big deal. We beat them then, and we can beat them now, Ethan replies. It's not that simple, Gary says. Once, I tried to battle their leader Giovanni. Really? How did that go? You must have won being the trainer that you are, Marina says. Not exactly, Gary replies. This was back when he ran the Verding City gym in Kanto, before anyone knew who he was. I had stopped there to challenge the gym, not because I needed the badge, but because I wanted to pump up my already overinflated ego. At first, I had control of the battle, taking out 2 of Giovanni's Pokemon, without even losing a single one. But then, it happened. The battle and the tone suddenly shifted when Giovanni offered me a challenge. I could use any Pokemon I want, as many as I want, to face as one Pokemon. That's nothing, Ethan says. You're Gary Oak, the best that Kanto has to offer. You would think that. I sure did, Gary says. But no, I used both Arcanine and Nidoking. But that Pokemon, it was too powerful. It was evil. That's impossible, Marina responds. Pokemon can't be evil. They only do the will of their trainers. You would think so, Gary says. But I was there. You didn't see what I saw. It was like it delighted in the pain it caused my 2 Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon was it, Ethan asks. I'm not sure. Even the Pokédex couldn't identify it, Gary remarks. But since that day, anything to do with Team Rocket, I've been on edge about. And now that they're in possession of a Pokemon that can literally warp reality, if that isn't a cause for concern, then I don't know what is, Gary says. I can see what you mean, but what can we do about it, Marina asks. Nothing, Ethan says. They already have the tablets, and we don't even know where they are. So the only thing we can do is move on, but we'll keep an eye out for them. Gary looks at Ethan. He smiles, thinking, man, you're really like Ash, but different in your own way. If you ever meet him, I hope you have a chance to battle. That would be a match worth watching, as the trio settles in for the night. Some hours later, after the fire is whittled out, some movement in the bushes can be heard next to the camp of our heroes. Ethan and Gary are the first to wake, very groggy to say the least. Ethan grabs one of his Pokeballs, thinking it's Typhlosion, and throws it so they will have some defense. defense. But to his surprise, it wasn't the ball he thought it was, when he realizes Weepinbell has popped out, and it's in no mood, having been awakened by its trainer mistakenly. The fly trap doesn't even give Ethan a chance to recall it, as Weepinbell fires a poison powder towards the unknown target. Then, it follows up with the Razor Leaf. As the two moves make contact, the group hears a yelp in pain, as something falls out of its hiding spot in the bushes. Gary pulls out his Pokédex, only for it to register the Pokemon as Houndour. Gary rushes to its side, realizing it's in very bad shape. Ethan begins to argue with Weepinbell. How could you just attack without any commands, he yells. But it won't take this from this human, and replies with a Vine Whip that wraps Ethan up as Weepinbell begins to slam him around on the ground. Marina, thinking quickly, recalls the infuriated Grass type, before Ethan is as bad shape as Houndour is. Once that mess is over, they rush to Gary, with Ethan concerned about the damage that Weepinbell caused. But Gary stops him. This wasn't caused by Weepinbell. Sure, the poison powder and the Razor Leaf didn't help, but Houndour was already hurt before it got here. Something must have attacked it while it was here in the forest. Concerned, the group begins to search their supplies for anything that could heal up the doggo. Due to Ethan's consistent battling, they're all out of healing supplies. Gary sees the severeness of these injuries and knows that if something's not done, then Houndour may not make it. Then, in one instant, Gary grabs his bag, sends out Arcanine, throwing Houndour on its back and mounting his loyal fire type, all in one motion, telling his friends to meet him at the Pokemon Center in Olivine City. He's going ahead to get treatment for Houndour. Before they can even comment, Gary is gone, leaving Ethan and Marina on their own for the first time since their adventure began. Now, just because Gary is gone, doesn't mean that these two are in the clear. There's still the problem of what was hunting Houndour. Both Ethan and Marina pack up the camp, hoping to catch up with Gary as quickly as possible. As the two trainers set off from the trees above the camp, a shadowy figure is watching the two, giving chase as they start to move. Unfortunately, the group is making slow progress, as they don't have the speed of Arcanine, and due to the lack of speed, they are met with the attacker of Houndour. It's a Pokemon that Ethan has never seen before, but Marina has. Only in textbooks though. The Pokédex reveals this Pokemon as Meditite, and it's overly aggressive, attacking both of our trainers. Marina deduces that it must be after Houndour, thinking they know where it is. Ethan decides to use Weepinbell against it, since at the suggestion of Gary, he was told that maybe it needed more time outside of his ball, as Ethan had been favoring Typhlosion more than any other Pokemon on his team as of late. Weepinbell does show some resistance to listening to Ethan at first, but when it's shown that Meditite has an unmatched battle prowess, it slowly starts to listen to Ethan, not because it wants to accept Ethan as a worthy trainer, but because it realizes that in the moment of the battle, that a second set of eyes in the battle helps. It doesn't listen for the calls of attacks, but it does listen when Ethan calls for dodges. Not much ground, but in Ethan's mind, it's something. This makes the battle somewhat even between the two dominant Mons. Unfortunately, Meditite holds a slight advantage as it has the Psychic typing as well. Weepinbell begins to lose the ground in the battle as Meditite is using trees to cover and remains in the shadows. Weepinbell, getting frustrated, fires random Razor Leafs, hitting both Marina and Ethan, but missing its primary target. Ethan, now angry with Weepinbell, yells at it, asking how could it do that, being so careless. This strikes the Mon, as it's never considered the safety of the others around it. But before it can respond, Ethan recalls it, as he doesn't have time to deal with Weepinbell right now, due to Meditite running amok. So Ethan sends in another one of his Pokemon, Sneasel, hoping the Dark typing will provide some protection against the Psychic type attacks. This actually works and forces Meditite into a hand-to-hand situation, where Sneasel shows that it is far better suited for, dodging blow after blow and landing high-impact moves like Feint Attack and Slash. This, however, is not enough, and Marina can see it. She tells Ethan that if he doesn't catch Meditite, then it will most likely keep attacking them all the way to Olivine City. Ethan commands Sneasel to increase his attacks, and not let up. It needs to incapacitate Meditite. Sneasel rushes in with a Slash attack that was backed by a Quick Attack for added power. In turn, Meditite fires a Mach Punch that connects at the same time as the Slash, knocking both Mons out. Ethan then throws a ball that fails in capturing Meditite. The Mon then struggles to stand back up, looking into the eyes of this human that dare try to catch it. Meditite then makes a move for another attack, fainting in the process. Ethan figures, well, if it's going to resist a ball, then he'll just carry it. Marina tells him that he's crazy for doing that. What if it wakes up? We'll deal with that if and when it happens, Ethan says, as the two trainers run off towards Olivine City. Up ahead, Gary finally reaches the Pokemon Center. He rushes Houndour inside, having Nurse Joy immediately take it into the ER. Now, Gary has to wait, which is intense, as Houndour is very weak. It's going to be a while. So, Gary makes himself comfortable, eventually dozing off in the lobby of the center. After a few hours, Nurse Joy and Chansey come out and inform Gary he's reckless for allowing his Pokemon to develop these injuries. What kind of trainer is he, she asks, but Gary corrects her, saying it wandered into his campsite in the early hours of the day. Though the poison it's going through was caused by a Pokemon in his group, that was only because we thought we were being attacked. When I realized what was going on and how badly wounded it was, I rushed it here as fast as I could. Nurse Joy then apologizes for the confusion. She tells Gary that Houndour will need several days of care before it can be released back into the wild. wild. As it seems Gary is not its trainer, then it appears that it doesn't have one. And without a trainer, they can't release it until it's fully healed. Gary tells her that's fine. He would rather it got the care it needed. So now, with that being settled, Gary has to wait for his friends to get here. With nothing left to do, Gary checks out the Olivine gym, only to find that it's locked. The gym attendant tells Gary that the leader is at the Olivine lighthouse, taking care of a sick Pokemon. So Gary heads over to see if he can offer any assistance to the gym leader. But he's met with a call from Ethan and Marina as they enter the town. He can see that they're holding something. As they get closer, he sees it's a Pokemon. Gary rushes to them, asking what happened. His traveling companions tell him that they think this Pokemon Meditite was the one who attacked Houndour, as it attacked them with no probable cause. Why is it hurt? Gary asks. Well, I had to battle it, Ethan says. I tried to catch it as well, but it refused to stay in a ball, so I decided to carry it. Gutsy, Gary says. Well, let's get it to the Pokemon Center. So they rush off. Once entering the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy eyes Gary. Why do you keep bringing me injured Pokemon? I'm starting to think you are actually the one hurting these Pokemon. Gary wanted to defend himself, is cut off by Ethan. Sorry, this is my fault. This Meditite attacked us, so I had no choice. We think it's what attacked the Houndour I brought in earlier, Gary tells her. Well, okay, Joy sighs. Let's get it into the ER. After a few hours, she comes out, telling the group that the wounds on Meditite aren't as bad as Houndour's. It should be up in a day or so. This brings a slight relief to the group. So, with these two Pokemon now taken care of, Gary and Ethan decide to head over to the lighthouse to find the gym leader. But when they get there, they are told that the leader headed out for the day. Gary asks when they will be back to take care of the sick Pokemon. The attendant responds, Who? Jasmine? Well, Amphy was treated today, so she'll be back at the gym tomorrow for its grand reopening. Finally, Gary thinks, as the group head to the Pokemon Center, as it's now nightfall. But they will be there bright and early for one of the two gym battles they need to get done. The next morning, the group arrives at the gym. Gary and Ethan are arguing at the door on who will get to go first. Gary tells Ethan, listen, I got here first. I've been waiting longer, so it won't hurt to let me go first, as they both have to wait the same amount of time anyway. Ethan starts to make his point on why he should be the one to go first when they hear a loud crash coming from within the gym. The team rushes in, thinking that they are under attack, but what they see is something they weren't expecting. Two massive steel types battling it out. On one end, there is a girl who they assume is the leader, Jasmine. On the other end is a trainer that only Gary knows, Brock, the leader of the Pewter Gym. Once Jasmine realizes that they have visitors, they stop the battle. She approaches her guests, welcoming them to the gym, asking who is here for a gym battle. Ethan declares he's up first. Gary can wait. Oh, so a duo of challengers, have we? Then Brock immediately comes over, triggering a conversation between him and Gary. Gary inquires about Ash and Misty, as he's never seen Brock without them. Brock tells them that they went their separate ways, but on good terms. Then Jasmine approaches with Ethan and Marina in tow. Brock, it seems we have a problem on our hands. What's that? He says. It seems I have two challengers here for a battle, but I can only battle one at a time. So I was wondering if you could help me with it. What do you mean? We each battle a different one? Brock says. No, Jasmine replies. I was thinking a double battle. I hear they're all the rage in the Hoenn region. A double battle, eh? Well, that sounds interesting. So like a tag team? Exactly like a tag team, she says. I'm okay with it if they are. Gary and Ethan look at each other. They both smile at the chance to take advantage of this type of battle. The only catch is that they will have to wait until the morning, so Jasmine and Brock can rest their Pokemon. The two are informed that they will be allowed to use one Pokemon each. The battle is scheduled for noon. So, with that, the two trainers head back to the Pokemon Center to check on their two newest patients. Later on in the night, Gary is sitting by Houndour's bedside when Ethan approaches, asking what he's doing. I'm just waiting, Gary replies. The last thing it saw before it passed out, and I wanted to know that it's in a safe place. That's smart, Ethan replies. Yeah, I did that for my Pokemon when I first set out on my journey. As a matter of fact, when I caught Arcanine as a Growlithe, I had something similar happen. We had a battle where it was on a losing end. The only thing that I could do was just sit by its bedside till it recovered. Then what happened, Ethan asks. Well, me and Growlithe came back stronger. We doubled our training, and soon after that it evolved. Ever since then, it's been one of my most reliable Pokemon. But that's not what you're here for, says Gary. The battle. I'm nervous. I've never done a double battle before. I don't want to be the reason you lose another gym battle, Ethan says. Gary looks at Ethan. Remember what I told you at the start of the journey. There will always be trainers that are stronger than you. That's the part of being a Pokemon trainer. If we lose because they were better, that won't be a fail. But if we don't learn from that loss, then that is the failure. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll do fine. We know each other well enough and have battled enough to know each other's battle styles. I don't plan on holding back, Ethan says. Neither should you. Ethan just looks at Gary as the night fades on. The next morning, Gary is awoken by a friendly bark. He looks up and Houndour is awake. It seems a little weak, but Nurse Joy did a fine job patching it up. Gary then spends the morning with the little pup. as he joins Ethan and Marina for breakfast. Nurse Joy informs the group that Houndour is actually on the younger side of its species, no more than a couple of months old. Really? That would explain why it couldn't defend itself from the Meditite. Yes, but there's still one mystery, Gary says. Why did Meditite attack Houndour? But that is something that they will have to wait to find out, as Ethan and Gary have to pick up their Pokemon from Chansey. But when they get there, they run into Brock, who is also picking up his Pokemon. When Marina notices that he is holding a very young looking Pokemon in his hands, without hesitation, she rushes over to inspect this cute little tree-like Pokemon. She asks Brock what it is. Brock tells her it's a Pokemon called Bonsly, and he hatched it from his egg that he got from Professor Elm. Professor Elm? Marina questions. Yes. As a matter of fact, after our battle today, I'm heading to his lab to intern with him. This angers Marina. How could this random guy get a chance to intern with Professor Elm while she was just ignored by him? That's it, she thinks. Now I'll do my best to show up this Brock as well. But Marina's inner monologue is interrupted by Brock asking if Ethan and Gary are ready for their battle. We are, Ethan replies. Good. Well, I'll see you at the gym then. And with that, Brock takes his leave. Gary and Ethan look at each other. They don't say anything, just giving each other a nod as they gather their Pokeballs, preparing to head to the gym. But when Gary tries to leave, Houndour won't let him. The Pokemon is up and walking around, but it's still weak and collapses after only a few steps. Gary does his best to comfort the hound dog, but it just cries when Gary tells it that he's gonna have to leave, and it won't stay put. Gary doesn't want to leave it, as if Houndour starts to search for him, it could stress its wounds and hurt itself even further. Gary talks with Nurse Joy about the situation. When she realizes Gary won't be able to leave without Houndour, she offers a compromise. Why don't Gary take it with him, but only allow it to watch, no actual battling? Gary is opposed to this at first, but after some talking with Ethan and Marina, who swears she will watch over it while the two battle, Gary concedes to take it with him, but he won't allow it to walk, so he sends out Arcanine and asks it if he wouldn't mind allowing Houndour to ride on its back. Arcanine, who is one of Gary's most loyal Pokemon, has no problem with this. So, the group sets off for the gym. Once Team Gary arrives, Jasmine and Brock are waiting outside. Jasmine was afraid that they wouldn't show, as it's about an hour past noon. Gary apologizes, explaining what happened with Houndour. Brock does think it's excessive that they brought Houndour to the battle, but he can understand the thought of preventing further injury to it, though he insists that it remains on the sidelines, which Gary agrees. But this in itself proves to be a problem, as it won't stay unless Gary or Arcanine is there, and Gary was planning to use Arcanine in this battle, but decides to use another one of his Pokemon to keep Houndour on the sidelines. Now that they've figured out the details of this already draining day, Gary and Ethan are ready for the battle, but there is something Ethan is still struggling with, and it's the choice for today's battle. He wanted to follow Gary's advice and use other Pokemon so they can get stronger, but at the same time, Typhlosion is his strongest Pokemon, with the best advantage against a Steel-type gym. Ethan looks to Gary for advice, but Gary has his focus set on something else, so Ethan has to make the choice for himself. Both Brock and Jasmine have waited long enough, and they send in their Pokemon, which to no one's surprise is their duo of Steelix. Both Gary and Ethan look on. With no hesitation on Gary's side, he sends in his strongest Pokemon, Blastoise. Ethan wonders why he would use Blastoise, going against his own advice, but his thoughts are interrupted by Jasmine, asking if Ethan is going to battle or leave the match to just Gary, snapping Ethan out of his thoughts. Ethan makes his choice following Gary's lead, using his starter, Typhlosion. Finally, Jasmine says, I thought this battle would never start. As Gary and Ethan are the challengers, Jasmine and Brock both give them the first move. Gary looks to Ethan, almost to say, don't worry, we can do this, as he calls for a Hydro Pump. Ethan then follows suit with the Flamethrower. These two moves are solid. They should be a one-shot, as they both aimed for Brock's Steelix, but Jasmine orders her Steelix to intercept, as the Iron Snake puts up a defense neither of them have seen before. Sandstorm. Interesting, Gary comments. You like that, Jasmine says? This is my way of minimizing damage from high-impact moves like the ones you two just used. But this was only half of their strategy, as Brock retaliates with the Dragon Bath. It catches Typhlosion, as Ethan was distracted by the Sandstorm. Typhlosion cries as the attack envelops it. Not only has it taken damage, but now it's paralyzed. Perfect, Brock says. Wait, what? Ethan responds. You didn't even notice, Brock questions. We wanted to draw your attacks and attention with the Sandstorm defense, so you could land the Dragon Breath, Ethan replies. Yep, we wanted to slow down the faster of your Pokemon. Luckily, my Steelix was able to get the paralysis, Brock says. Ethan now has a look of panic on his face as he turns to Gary, who's just looking on. He doesn't seem stressed at all, and Ethan wonders why. These two just dealt with their first assault no problem at all, but Gary is unfazed. Why, Ethan thinks. Then, Gary just smiles. That was great, he said. I thought you two would be a challenge. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Wait, how could he be so calm? I'm a liability in the battle now, and after his last gym loss, he's not worried at all? Gary then turns to Ethan. Hey, stop overthinking this, Gary says. We're not not done yet. That was only the first exchange. We can still do this, but we have to work together. But if I lose, then I would be the reason why you didn't get this badge, Ethan replies. So, Gary says, we can always re-challenge the gym, but stop thinking about something that we don't know would happen. Let's focus on here, as we're not beaten. The battle has just begun. This pep talk is what Ethan needed. He smiles. You're right, Ethan says. We can do this. Ethan calls for Typhlosion. It feels the paralysis, but it cries out, still ready for a battle. Good, Ethan says. He then looks at Gary, telling him, let's return the favor. Gary smiles. Yes, let's. As Ethan calls for a Flame Wheel on Jasmine Steelix. She tries to put up the Sandstorm defense, but Gary calls for another Hydro Pump, surprisingly aimed at Typhlosion. The Water Blast hits the Fire Badger, increasing its speed of Typhlosion's attack, allowing it to connect with Jasmine Steelix, while creating a steam cloud in the process, enveloping the battlefield. Brock uses this to his advantage though, ordering a dig from his Iron Snake, while Jasmine's recovers from its shield being rendered useless. Though they got through, Team Gary's move did have a negative side effect, with Typhlosion taking damage from the Hydro Pump. It's breathing heavily, with the paralysis not making it any easier. Ethan can see it as well as Gary. They needed to make a power push, but as they contemplate their next move, Brock Steelix is surfaced with a crunch on Blastoise, causing the turtle to withdraw to avoid any damage. Jasmine capitalized on this with an Iron Tail aimed for Typhlosion. Ethan looks on, ordering a dodge, but Typhlosion can't move, with the tail landing directly on top of it, stunning both Ethan and Gary. Once Jasmine's Mon moves, Ethan looks for Typhlosion, but it's not there. Confused, Ethan calls for his partner, when it surfaces, attacking Jasmine's Mon with the flamethrower at point blank, enveloping her ace in flames. What? Ethan gasps. It learned Dig to avoid the Iron Tail, Gary remarks. Dig? That's a new one, Ethan responds. Brock then orders Steelix to break the crunch on Blastoise and hit an Iron Tail on Typhlosion, while Gary orders a Hydro Pump on Jasmine Steelix. Ethan orders another Dig in an attempt to avoid the second Iron Tail, but the paralysis strikes and Typhlosion is caught, ending the Mon in this battle, while Jasmine is slow to the command and is overwhelmed with the Hydro Pump, knocking out her Steelix, shocking all the trainers in the battle. Ethan and Jasmine recall their respective Pokemon, leaving a rematch between Gary and Brock. These two flash back to the first battle they ever had, with their Onix and Squirtle. Just like old times, eh, Gary? Yep, but the result will still be the same, he replies, as the two start the final leg of their battle. At this point, it comes down to who has the better defense. While Steelix is a defensive monster, Blastoise has one thing going for it, its shell, mitigating the damage it takes, allowing it to endure an onslaught of Iron Tails from Steelix. Jasmine looks on. She trusted the reputation of her gym to Brock, while Ethan watches as his next badge rides on Gary's victory. The battle comes to a climax when Brock calls for one last crunch, but Gary orders a rapid spin to dodge, angling out of range of the crunch, firing a Hydro Pump in response, pushing Steelix into the wall, ending the battle. Ethan jumps, rushing over to Gary's side. They are also joined by Marina, Arcanine, and Houndour. The pup jumps into Gary's arms, licking his face super affectionately. Gary laughs as Ethan tells him that was amazing. He had a blast battling with him as a tag team, and Typhlosion learned a new move during the battle too. That was the cherry on top. Jasmine and Brock approach the duo, presenting the mineral badge to each one of them. Jasmine then turns to Brock, telling him for his last battle as a gym leader, he did her gym proud. Brock says it was an honor to tag with her. He wouldn't have had it any other way. With that, Brock and Team Gary part ways from the gym. Brock aims to get on the road today after Nurse Joy checks out his Pokemon, while Team Gary has to wait till the morning for the ferry to Cianwood City. The next morning, Team Gary readies to depart the Pokemon Center, but when Gary tries to leave, he's stopped by another whimper. He turns to see Houndour. It doesn't want Gary to go. Gary says it must stay here. It still needs time to recover, but Houndour isn't having it. It won't let Gary leave without it. Nurse Joy chimes in, telling Gary that Houndour can actually leave now, but only if it's with somebody that can take care of it, as it doesn't have the strength to survive on its own. Gary looks at Houndour. So, would you like to come with me? The pup barks out of joy, nuzzling Gary's leg. Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Welcome to the team. Gary pulls out a Pokeball to capture Houndour, but once it sees the ball, its demeanor changes to fear. So, you don't like balls. Okay, we don't have to use one right now. You can just walk with us. Houndour changes back to its happy self, with Team Gary setting off for the harbor. But when they get there, Team Gary is met with another problem. The ferry that takes people directly to Cianwood City was lost at sea due to a storm a few days back. Great. Now what will we do, Marina sighs. The harbor master then says that there is a smaller ferry that runs to the World Islands. If you dock there, then you can eventually make your way to Cianwood City by island hopping. Gary looks at his team. Well, what do you think? I don't see any other way, Ethan says. I guess the Whirl Islands are the next stop on our destination, as Team Gary sets off. But little do they know, they won't be taking this trip alone, as a mysterious figure is looking on. Now, let's slide over to Team Ash. As Ash and Misty board their boat bound for the Whirl Islands, a voice rings out throughout the crowd. A boy in green named Vincent finally reaches the group, breathing heavily. Confused, Ash asks if he knows this boy. No, Vincent says, but I know you, Ash Ketchum, 11 years old, the youngest champion in the history of Kanto. Wow, is this your Pikachu? As Vincent grabs Pikachu, holding its cheeks. Wait, don't! But Ash is too late, as Vincent catches a thunderbolt from the electric mouse. After he brushes off the static and apologizes for what he did, Vincent formally introduces himself and says that he is challenging the Johto League. Oh, really? I am too, Ash says. I figured as much, Vincent said. I saw your battle at the fighting presentation yesterday. When I saw you battle your way to the finals with your Primeape, I knew that I had to meet you before you left. Can I have your autograph, Vincent asks, catching Ash off guard. Sure, I guess, Ash says. This actually being the first time anyone has ever asked for something like that. Vincent then asks how many gym badges he has, trying to gauge himself to his hero. Ash replies 4. Vincent, shocked, flashes his badge case that contains 6 of the Johto gym badges. I thought with you being a champion, you would have more, Vince says. Well, I've been sidetracked a few times while out here in Johto, but no worry, I'll make up the time. I always do. Vincent then asks the question that's been on his mind since he started his Pokemon journey. Ash, can we have a battle? Sure, but it's gonna have to wait. What? Why? Vincent cries. Ash points behind him, a line with some very upset passengers looking sternly at Vincent for holding it up. Oh, right. Gotta get on the ship. But wait, I don't have a ticket, Vincent screams. Hold on, I'll be right back, as he runs down the ramp to the ticket booth. Ash and Misty continue to board, pondering the odd curiosity of the boy that they just ran into. Some time passes and the ferry finally sets sail for the first island in the World Adventures, Blue Point Isle, the biggest of the islands. Then they hear it, Vincent running towards them. Phew! That was close. I almost didn't make it, Vincent says. So Ash, what do you think? Can we have our battle now? Yeah, I don't mind having a battle with you, but it'll have to wait until we dock on Blue Point Isle. Excited, Vincent can barely contain himself. He then asks another question. So, if you're challenging the gyms, why are you going to the Whirl Islands? Then, Misty chimes in. I am, Misty says. Oh, your name is, what was your name again? Angered by this comment, she yells, Misty! My name is Misty, the leader of the Ruin City gym in Kanto. Oh, right. Aren't you Ash's girlfriend? Vincent questions, further angering Misty. No, you nitwit. We're just friends. And the reason we're going to the Whirl Islands is because there's a water Pokemon tournament there called the World Cup. And I, as a water Pokemon specialist, aim to win the tournament. A tournament? That sounds fun. I guess I'll join you, Vincent says. Rude of you just to invite yourself, Misty replies. Already tired of this kid. Come on, Misty. If he wanted to join, then let him. It's not like we could stop him anyway, as it's a public event. Besides, if you want to be the best water type specialist, then you need all the healthy competition you can get. Yeah, I guess you're right, she reluctantly agrees. Vincent thanks Ash, telling him that he's every bit of the hero that he imagined him to be. What? I'm no hero, just a trainer who loves Pokemon. That's it. Well, you're still my hero, Vincent says. Ash eyes the overzealous fanboy. It's odd to him. He's never had someone like this around. The boat ride to Blue Point Isle is a short one, only about an hour's ride from Cianwood City. Ash is very clear with Vincent. First, he and Misty intend to register for the World Cup before they can have their battle. Luckily, the registration is at the Pokemon Center in the port town that they are going to, so there we can have our battle on the field behind it. With all these plans made, everything's looking up, although an unfortunate turn of events happens during this ride. They are met with rough seas as the tiny ferry is thrashed about. In the panic, Misty is trying to range Togepi and her egg. Unfortunately, she ends up dropping the egg when the boat is broadsided by a giant wave. Misty hands Togepi to Ash as she takes off after the egg. Brock would kill her if anything happened to this. Things speed up when the egg nears the edge of the boat. It teeters on the side. Misty jumps for it as it falls into the sea. Now Misty has a problem. All of her Pokeballs are back on the boat in her bag that she left with Ash. She thinks this is it. She's done for when she's swept under with the egg. Misty opens her eyes in an attempt to get a bearing, trying not to lose sight of the boat. But what she sees is a sight of pure terror. A dark figure in the water lets out an ear-piercing cry. Then, a whirlpool cyclones around it, pulling Misty in. Is this it? Am I actually done for, she thinks? Just as Misty can no longer hold her breath, she feels something grab her. It's Octillery and Staryu. They've come to her rescue. The two use all of their might to break free of the current, eventually making it back to the boat as the storm seems to have calmed. Misty, gasping for air? Did you see that? See what? Ash and Vincent question. The figure in the water. It was huge and angry. I didn't see anything, Ash replies. Misty just stares out into the open sea. What was that, she thinks to herself, but her thoughts are cut short when the egg she's been holding onto with the grip of life starts to glow. It's hatching, Vincent replies. When the light subsides, a new baby Pokemon rests in Misty's arms, something she's never seen before. Ash pulls out his Pokedex and it identifies this Pokemon as Chinchou, a water electric type, Ash says. Really, Misty says? The newly hatched Pokemon begins to look around, with the first thing it sees being Misty. It gets scared at first, but Togepi comes over, as it is still technically a baby. The two seem to hit it off, as Misty now has to decide what to do. She hadn't thought about the fact that with Togepi and this new young one, it's going to be a handful. But on the other hand, a water electric type will add a lot of diversity to her team, and since she wants to be a water Pokemon master, she decides to knuckle down and accept the responsibility. Just as the sun starts to hit the water, the captain of their vessel announces over the speaker that they have made it to Blue Point Isle. They will be docking shortly. Once on the island, Ash and his friends head to the Pokemon Center. Once there, all three of them begin the process of entering the World Cup. But there's a problem. Vincent only has one water Pokemon, his Azumarill, and you need a minimum of 2 to register. In a panic, Vincent says he'll be back, running out of the Pokemon Center, with Ash and Misty looking on in confusion. With Vincent gone, Ash and Misty decide to check out the town, as they are registered for the World Cup. After seeing some sights and eating more than their weight in food, Ash and Misty find themselves on the beach, where they run back into Vincent, who's battling a Golduck. Just as they reach him, his Meganium lands a body slam, allowing Vincent to capture. He said, "Alright, that makes 3, he says. The duo join him, asking him what he's doing. Vincent says he needed more water Pokemon. I figure since we're on an island, there should be a lot of them around here. Like that one, pointing to one making its way across the beach toward the water. Misty screams in delight, hurting the ears of everyone around her. No way, it's a Corsola. I've always wanted one of those since I was a little girl. Hey, I saw it first, Vincent replies. So, it's whoever can catch it, Misty says. What follows is a very comical string of events with Misty, Poliwhirl, Vincent, and Meganium, them all struggling to capture Corsola, with it completely oblivious to the whole altercation that's happening. It gets to the point that both Misty and Vincent throw a ball in an attempt to catch the wandering coral. The balls collide in midair, stopping each other in the process. Corsola just scampers on into the water, disappearing from sight. Now Vincent and Misty are fighting on the beach, blaming each other for the loss of the rare catch. They just argue on and on and on, causing both Chinchou and Togepi to cry. They've never seen Misty like this. Ash then intervenes, telling them to stop. It's dumb to argue. Besides, Vincent, don't you still need to register for the World Cup? Realizing Ash is right, Vincent then takes off toward the center, leaving Misty and Ash on the beach. Just as the duo recover from the craziness, Corsola saunters back on the beach, still oblivious to its surroundings. Misty's blood flares as she tells Poliwhirl to attack it. This gets a reaction from the Coralmon that Misty wasn't expecting. It begins to fight back with moves like Spike Cannon and Water Gun, pushing back her Poliwhirl. It starts to feel the pain as it's tired from battling with Vincent's Meganium. It staggers to its feet. Misty knows Poliwhirl can't last much longer, so she starts to recall it, but it refuses to return. It wants this battle. It needs this battle. So Misty, understanding that its need to prove itself, allows it to stay in, ordering it to rush in with the final push, using a double slap to break the spike cannons being fired. Poliwhirl is able to get in close to land a body slam. This gives Misty the opening she needed, and she readies the lure ball she got from Kurt. With 3 long drawn out shakes, Misty is successful in adding Corsola to her team. Ash joins Misty by her side. Congratulations, Misty. Listen, I know you've been down lately. I don't know why, but I can tell that this catch was something that you needed. This surprises Misty, as she didn't think that Ash was that observant. She starts to say something, but decides to stay quiet, as she doesn't want to ruin the moment. With that, they head back to the Pokemon Center, where they find Vincent waiting. He's upset. It's now nightfall. He and Ash were supposed to have their battle, but they can't due to the time. Misty reminds Vincent that he was the one who ran off to catch Pokemon. That's not Ash's fault. This angers Vincent a little, but he knows that she's right. But then Ash chimes in, saying that they could have their battle first thing in the morning. This does ease the tension in the group, with Vincent saying that this will be a fair compensation that he could agree with. Misty, mad at his attitude, decides to rub her newest catch in Vincent's face, but is stopped when Chinchou starts to cry due to hunger. With that, the group settles in for the night after a very stressful day. The next morning, Vincent is up before Ash. He's itching for the battle Ash promised him. Once Ash makes his way to the lobby of the Pokemon Center, Vincent doesn't even give him a second to react, demanding that they have their battle. But I haven't even had a chance to eat, Ash says. That's not important. Our battle. It's happening now. Okay, we'll battle, Ash says. We'll make it a 2-on-2. Vince doesn't care about the amount of the battle, he just wants to finally have it. The two head outside and start the battle. While this is happening, Misty is busy inside of the Pokemon Center now that she has 2 babies to attend to, and it's like being a full-time single mom. She's stressed, but she's slowly getting things under control. While Misty is eating, tending to Togepi and Chinchou, she begins to look around the Pokemon Center. At first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary, but on a double take, she notices something, or someone, quite concerning. Misty drops what she's doing, interrupting her meal, rushing out to where Ash is. Out on the battlefield, the battle is in full swing. Ash and Vincent are on their first Pokemon, Pikachu versus Furret. Things seem to be going in Ash's favor when the battle is interrupted in a panic from Misty. Ash! We have a problem. Misty Misty, are you okay? Out of breath? Ash, in the Pokemon Center. Domino. Domino, Ash questions? Yes, Domino. As in Domino of Team Rocket? I saw her meeting with 2 other people. Ash's demeanor now changes to a serious one, telling Vincent that they need to stop the battle. There is something far more important as he rushes into the center. He and Misty enter with godlike speed, with Vincent in tow demanding that Ash stop, wondering why he ended their battle. Ash looks around, frantically searching for Domino. I don't see anything, Misty. Are you sure that's who you saw? Yes, I'm sure, Ash. You don't forget someone like that, especially when they were involved in the same events that you were, referring to Mount Kaaa. Ash grits his teeth. If it was Domino, why is she here? And who was she meeting with? All questions Ash will have to wait to have answered. Outside of the Pokemon Center, now moving away from a compromised location, Domino wonders how the champion Ash knows who she is. This is a cause for concern. If he is aware of the activities of Team Rocket and Johto, then things could become far more complicated than they need to be, as she phones her boss for her next set of orders. Back in the Pokemon Center, Ash is growing concerned. Domino seems to have resurfaced here in the Whirl Islands, and it's been quite some time since their last altercation. He doesn't know what she's up to, but he knows that whatever she's in, it can't be good. Misty tells Ash she knows that she was here. She was also with 2 other people that she hadn't seen before. Maybe other members of Team Rocket, Misty says. Ash says, it's very possible, but whatever it is, we need to find out. Because whatever they're up to, you can bet that it has something to do with Giovanni, and he has to be stopped. Misty agrees. Vincent, clueless to everything that's going on, tries to get some information out of Ash, but Ash is kind of hesitant to let Vincent in on what's going on. He's only known him for about a day or so. Doesn't really know if he can trust him. They're not super close, and they haven't had very many experiences together. Vincent is kind of thrown off by this, as he assumed that Ash would just be forthcoming with any problems that he has. After all, Vincent's been nothing but nice to him. He doesn't understand the severity of the situation, and because he doesn't, he kind of takes it personal, just saying, you know what, forget the battle, and they walk off. Ash and Misty don't really know what else to do. Domino's no longer here, so they make the choice to settle in for the night, as they have to get an early start the next morning. Bright and early the next morning, Ash and Misty are up, but Vincent's nowhere to be seen. They figure maybe he just moved on, which Ash and Misty have to as well. They have to make their way across Blue Point Isle to the port city of Blue Finland, so it's about a day's trek from where their current location is, so they decide to get on the road as quickly as possible. With Ash and Misty on the road, Ash starts to talk with Misty. He's been thinking about how he needs to level up his Pokemon. He's been thinking that maybe he should start working with some individual moves with them, starting with Pikachu. Misty says, really? What'd you have in mind? He said, well, ever since my battle at the Olivine gym, I've had a thought. That move, Iron Tail, that Jasmine Steelix knew, Brock Steelix also knows it as well. I was wondering if maybe I could teach that to Pikachu. It does lack some physical offensive moves, and that type of move would be just the power it needs to be able to stand up for itself in a tight situation. Misty does concur with this, but she doesn't quite understand the move herself, and because they don't have a starting point, they really wouldn't know how to train in the move. Just then, they hear a voice off in the distance screaming Ash and Misty's name. They turn around and it's Vincent running up to them, screaming, hey, stop, wait for me. So they do so. Vincent finally makes his way back to them. You guys, why'd you leave without me? Misty and Ash just shrug. We thought you had moved on. We didn't see you anywhere in the Pokemon Center. Vincent says he had gotten up early to try and see if he can find some more water Pokemon. Unfortunately, he was out of luck. So when he returned to the center, Misty and Ash were already gone. Nurse Joy told him that they had made their way to the north side of the island in preparation of leaving for the next island. So Vincent took off as fast as he could. Ash tells him, well, I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to leave you behind, but we didn't really know what else to do as you didn't tell us where you were going. And besides, it's not like we were traveling together or anything. Vincent kind of gets upset at this statement. In his mind, he was part of the group, but hearing this hero say that, it puts him down a little bit, and Ash can see it. It's nothing personal, it's just we barely know each other. Vincent says, yeah, I guess you're right. Well, if you don't want to travel with me, I can make my own way. Ash says, no, don't worry about it. You're already here, so we're going the same direction. Why don't we just travel together? As long as Misty's okay with it anyway. Misty looks at Vincent and gives him an eye, but nods her head in approval. So with that, the group takes off. Vincent asks Ash and Misty what they were talking about, and Ash says, well, he's been considering teaching his Pokemon some new moves, starting with Pikachu. He's interested in teaching it the move Iron Tail. Really, Vincent says? Well, I may have a solution for you. And he sends back out his Furret. Ash says, what do you mean? Vincent tells Ash that he actually went through the paces of teaching his Furret the move Iron Tail. So if he would like, his Furret and him could mentor Ash and Pikachu in the move. Ash is surprised. This kid actually seems like he might be a little bit more capable than he was letting on. So Ash agrees. It's about a 2-day trek from the port on the south side of the island to Blue Finland on the north side of the island. So Ash and Pikachu spend their time working with Vincent and Furret. Pikachu is making relatively quick progress with its new move, but it still has a long way to go. He can execute the move and has the basic fundamentals down, but it's still lacking in the raw power. Vincent suggests that Ash practice on rocks and huge boulders whenever they come across them. That's how him and Furret got good with the move. So Ash and Pikachu take this to heart, practicing repeatedly. It's like building muscle memory. They have to use the move repeatedly in order to build up the power of Pikachu's tail. During this trek, they come across a small town called Blue Lagoon. This town is very special on the Isle of Blue, and the reason for it is because once a year, they have a march of a very special Pokemon that leave the lagoon to enter the sea so they can start their lives, and it just so happens to be Chinchou, Misty's newest Pokemon. And once this Pokemon sees a bunch of other of its own species, it gets excited and wants to partake in the festivities. So Misty decides to join the parade to help with Chinchou, and it manages to make some new friends along the way. Vincent actually decides to go with Misty on this one, as he has a chance to catch new water Pokemon on the north side of the island. So that's what he's going to be looking to do. Ash, on the other hand, decides to stick around the Blue Lagoon because it has a bunch of the large boulders that Vincent was talking about, and he thinks this will be perfect for training Pikachu and Iron-Tail. So they get started. He tells Vincent and Misty that I'll meet up with them at the end of the day, as they had found out from the mayor of Blue Lagoon that the next ferry doesn't leave until tomorrow morning. So he's got some time and he wants to use it wisely. So with that, they part ways. Misty and Vincent actually make it to the sea with no relative problems. The two spend some time getting to know each other, and Misty secretly starts to realize that Vincent isn't that bad. He does have a bit of a abrasive personality, but it grows on you after a while Vincent starts to realize the actual capability of Misty as a trainer. She really is a gym leader, and her strength shows it. She's somewhat equal to Ash in that aspect, and he's come to respect her, even though neither one of them would tell each other their own views on each other. But Ash, on the other hand, during his training, he's having quite the issue. He just can't seem to get Pikachu to hold the Iron-Tail for more than 2 uses. After its second use, Pikachu needs to take a break to regain its energy, and it's starting to frustrate the young champion. Him and Pikachu not wanting to give in, they keep pushing, and eventually they get to the point to where they might be able to use a third one in a row. With the final strike, Ash orders Pikachu to use its third Iron-Tail in a row on a huge boulder that Ash has had his eye on since they got there. He's been wanting to try and crack it, but none of the Iron-Tails have been successful. This one, however, does manage to break the boulder in half, and Ash and Pikachu celebrate with this slight victory, as it's taken them quite a while to get to this point. But then, something happens. Out from the crack of the boulder, something starts to move, and then a thick, gooey, purple liquid shoots towards Pikachu. Ash calls for Pikachu to dodge, and it successfully does, with the goo landing on the ground. Ash looks at it, realizing what it is. Toxic. Ash looks back, and a small Pokemon manages to squeeze itself out of the crack of the boulder that they had just broke. Ash pulls out his Pokedex, and this Pokedex reveals that this Pokemon is known as Shuckle, a rock bug type, and it is not happy that Ash just disturbed its sleep. This Pokemon is extremely slow, having trouble getting around, but it keeps firing Toxics at Pikachu. Ash uses this as an opportunity to try out their new move, and he calls for an Iron-Tail. Pikachu makes the attempt to execute the move, but when the tail lands on Shuckle, nothing happens. The move failed right before it made contact, and unfortunately for Pikachu, this opens it up to have a Toxic landed at point blank, poisoning the electric mouse. Ash, realizing his mistake, screams for Pikachu, and Pikachu immediately jumps away, but it is starting to feel the effects of the poison, and because Pikachu was so close, it got a heavy dose of it. Shuckle just looks on. It's still angry for being disturbed, and it's not giving in. Eventually, it starts to glow, and Ash recognizes this move as Defense Curl, and then something happens that Ash wasn't expecting. It executes a secondary move, known as Rollout, and unfortunately, the power of the Rollout is increased because it used Defense Curl, and it's aiming straight for Pikachu. Ash orders Pikachu to dodge repeatedly. Unfortunately, Pikachu won't be able to keep this up for much longer. The poison is starting to take effect, and it's getting worse and worse with each move that the electric mouse makes. Ash realizes that he's going to have to do something. This Shuckle is upset with him, and Ash can understand why. Effectively, they broke its house. So, he makes a decision. The only way that he's going to be able to get out of this is if he catches the thing. He orders Pikachu to fire a Thunderer at Shuckle, Pikachu's strongest move, hoping that it'll be enough to immobilize it. Luckily for Ash, it does. Shuckle ends up losing control of its rollout, rolling right back into the rock that it came out of, smacking head first, knocking itself out. Ash thinks, great, another Pokemon that needs help. He walks over to try and pick it up to take it over to Bluefoundland to try and get it looked at by Nurse Joy, but it's too heavy. He can't carry it. So he does the only thing he can. He throws a Pokeball at it, catching it. Then his Pokedex activates, asking him to send one of the Pokemon that he has with him to Professor Oak, as he can only carry 6 total. Ash thinks to himself, the only Pokemon that doesn't really need right now is Ursaring, and he needs to get this thing to a Pokemon Center. So with that, he chooses Ursaring to be sent to Professor Oak, so that way he can keep Shuckle with him. He then grabs Pikachu and heads running out of the Blue Lagoon down to Bluefoundland. Once he arrives, he rushes into the Pokemon Center. Pikachu is in bad shape. It's had the poison now for about an hour, and it's unconscious. So Ash takes it to Nurse Joy, pleading with her to help it. He also hands over Shuckle's ball as well, as he doesn't know what kind of shape it's in. Ash then meets up with Vincent and Misty, explaining to them what happened. Both surprised, they ask if Ash is okay. He says yeah, but now he's just waiting for Nurse Joy to come out, which fortunately, right after this conversation takes place, she does arrive. She lets Ash know what's going on, telling him that Pikachu will be just fine, it just needs a night's rest. The antidote is doing its job. Shuckle, on the other hand, you don't have to worry about it. Even though it knocked itself out, it seems to be just fine. She then hands over Shuckle's ball to Ash, and he lets it out of the Pokeball. Shuckle looks up, wondering where it's at, as it's never seen anything like this before. Ash kneels down to it, explaining to it what happened. He knows that it hurt itself, and he was concerned about it, so he caught it, and he brought it to the Pokemon Center. He tells it that it was sorry. He didn't intend to actually capture it, but he couldn't lift it by itself, so he had to get it here somehow. Shuckle just looks at this odd boy, thinking about what's going on. Shuckle's head starts to move. Ash, worried that this thing is going to fire another toxic again, starts to step back, but then something amazing happens. Shuckle just begins to cry for joy. It's never had someone like that to care for it before, and it is eternally grateful. All it's doing is showing affection towards Ash. Ash is kind of caught off guard by this. He's never had a Pokemon that's this emotional. He then manages to calm Shuckle down by asking if it's okay. Shuckle nods in approval. Ash then tells Shuckle, listen, I didn't really want to capture you, so if you would like, you're more than welcome to go. I don't want to keep you. Shuckle looks at Ash and then looks at the door. It looks back at Ash and it shakes its head. It doesn't want to leave. Ash says, so, you want to come with me then? Shuckle again starts crying out of pure happiness. It has somebody that wants to care for it, and that's all it ever wanted. It spent all that time lonely in the mountain by Blue Lagoon. Now, it has a family, the family that it's always wanted. So with that, Ash taps the ball back on its head and welcomes Shuckle to the team. The next morning, the group catches a ferry from the port heading towards Yellow Rock Isle. This trip shouldn't take that long, only a couple of hours at least. The island's not that far. Fortunately, during the trip, another storm kicks up with whirlpools and clouds circling with massive rains. One of the whirlpools ends up catching our heroes, sinking the ship in the process and separating every one of them. After a while, Ash, Misty, and Vincent ended up waking up on the beach of an island, trying to figure out where they are and what happened. They all remember the shipwreck, but they don't remember how they got to this isle. They were nowhere close to it. But then, Ash hears a call from the water just offshore, a call that's familiar to him. He looks out to see a school of Pokemon that he's seen before. One of those Pokemon approaches him, calling to him. Ash thinks, I know this Pokemon. Lapras? It cries with joy, as it's been quite some time since it's seen its trainer. Ash and Lapras are so excited to see each other. Ash then manages to figure out that it was Lapras and its herd that found Ash, and they managed to bring it to the shores of this isle. Ash, Misty, and Vincent all thank Lapras for its intervention. He never thought he would see his old friend again, and boy has it grown. It's almost the size of all the other Lapras in the group. He tells it that he's proud of it. It looks like it's become strong. Lapras nods as it and Ash converse. Vincent then asks Misty how Ash knows this Lapras. Then Misty goes on to explain to Vincent about their travels in the Whirl Islands and how Ash ended up saving Lapras from a bunch of people that were bullying it, and he helped reunite it with its lost herd. I never thought we would see it again, but I guess they must migrate through the Whirl Islands. Ash then comes over, and he has some great news. Ash tells Vincent and Misty that he's talked with Lapras, and it and its herd have agreed to ferry them to the isle that they need, which just so happens to be the site of the World Cup, Red Rock Isle. Misty's excited about this, as it brings back nostalgic memories of her getting to ride along with Ash on the Lapras. Vincent, on the other hand, is a little apprehensive. He's not too sure about riding on a Pokemon on open water. Ash just looks at him and he says, listen, it'll be fine. I'll trust Lapras with my life. It's gotten me out of several situations, and it's a strong battler. Lapras cries, backing up what Ash is saying. Vincent, still a little hesitant, but now intimidated that it might be attacked by Lapras, decides to go along with it. And with that, our group now sets out with the herd of Lapras heading to Red Rock Isle. It takes a few days. The group ends up encountering some more heavy storms with whirlpools that seem to appear out of nowhere, forcing them to hopscotch from island to island with the Lapras in tow. But they eventually make it to Red Rock Isle. All the while, Misty seems to be questioning why these storms are happening. They don't seem to be random. It seems like something's trying to reach out to them, but she can't worry about that now because they've finally made it to Red Rock Isle, and this is the site of the World Cup. Ash has been talking about the World Cup with Misty the whole time, while Lapras and her herd have been listening. Ash then goes to say goodbye to his old friend, telling Lapras that he appreciates it for bringing him this far. He really does miss spending time with it, but he understands that it has to go. But Lapras makes a cry, followed by the rest of its herd. They actually don't have to leave. What Ash doesn't understand is, during this time of the year in the Whirl Islands, the Lapras are celebrated at the World Cup. So the Lapras are going to be sticking around. And this is backed up by a bunch of the bystanders on the beach that they land on when they start saying, look, the Lapras, they're all returned. It's officially time to start the World festivities. Ash looks on, as does Misty and Vincent. Ash then turns to Lapras. Is this true? Do you guys end up here each year? Lapras nods. Ash then has a brilliant idea. Lapras, how would you like to battle with me in the World Cup? Lapras looks to its trainer deep in its eyes, and with a nod of its head, it's going to be participating in the World Cup as part of Ash's team. Today, we're sailing along with Team Gary. They're on the boat heading towards Silver Island, the first stop they have in their island hopping adventure to Cianwood City. Ethan is in the galley, stuffing his face, while Gary and Marina are on the upper deck, enjoying the sunny day on the water. "Hey Gary," Marina asks, out of nowhere, as things have been pretty quiet during the boat ride. Gary, who's playing with Houndour, looks to her. "What's up, Marina?" he questions. "Well, I've been meaning to ask something for a while now, but I don't know how to say it." "Well, sometimes the best way is just to say what's on your mind. That's something I learned from an old friend of mine," as Gary briefly thinks about Ash. "Well, you see, I've noticed that since the incident in Greenfield with Team Rocket, you've been a little uneasy. Like you're consistently thinking, almost distracted. The only time I've actually seen you focused is when you saved Houndour or during the gym battle. Yeah, it's definitely something I've been worried about. But hey, I thought you had a question," Gary rebuttals. "I was getting to it," Marina snaps, causing Gary and Houndour to flinch. Then, in a serious tone of her own, Marina asks Gary if he really thinks that Team Rocket is really as dangerous as he describes them to be. Gary looks Marina dead in the eyes, with a look that carries the weight of the world behind it, and mutters the words, "No, I think they're much worse." "Really?" Marina questions. "Why?" "Listen, Marina, that Pokemon, the one that I said was evil, once you experience something like that, the feeling of true fear and helplessness, it's something you never want to feel again. If they have that kind of power at their fingertips, and the power to shape reality any way they want, then I can't think of a situation more helpless or fearful than that." "I guess you're right," Marina says. "I never thought of it like that. It's not something I want to think about either, but it's a thought that's never far from my mind. Battles and caring for Pokemon only provide a temporary distraction from my thoughts." "Well, what do you intend to do to stop it?" Marina asks. "That's something I've been thinking about quite often," Gary replies, "and it's very simple. If given the opportunity, I will use every resource I have to end Team Rocket in any operation that I can. But until then, I have to continue to get stronger, because I know one day I'm going to meet that evil again," as Gary looks off into the distance. Some time passes, and it's now sunset. Unfortunately, due to Team Gary taking a smaller vessel, that means it's also much slower. So the time it takes the little dinghy to cross the massive ocean is mind-numbing. But things won't remain dull for long, as at the edge of the sunset, clouds are rolling in, and the water is becoming dangerous. Below deck, Ethan is now in a food coma due to the extensive amount of eating he undertook earlier in the day, while Marina and Gary are beginning to wind down. They are due to arrive on Silver Rock Isle in the next few hours, but it will be nightfall. Gary suggests that they try to get some sleep, as they don't know when the next chance they'll have to do so again once they reach land. From the info they have gathered from the captain, Silver Rock Isle is the most rural of all of the islands, very sparsely populated. There is only one Pokemon Center on the whole island, and it just so happens to be on the opposite side that they are arriving on. Gary proceeds to lay down with Houndour shutting his eyes, and Marina does the same, but the moment her eyelids shut, she can hear a faint sound deep in her mind. What follows are visions of a Pokemon Marina has never seen before. Flashes of it and what looks like humans. This Pokemon appears to be in distress. Panic starts to envelop Marina. Her heart is racing. The Pokemon, it's in pain. The humans are hurting it, but she can't stand by. No, she won't stand by. Marina readies a Pokeball, preparing to enter the fray, but she is jolted to the side. What was that? A new feeling comes over Marina. Feelings of fear and rage. Something is coming. Marina, looking at the Pokemon, knows this is her chance. She needs to free it. Making her move, she runs toward it. The Pokemon cries, longing for its freedom. Marina is inching closer and closer. She's almost there. Then, a shockwave echoes throughout the room, followed by a rush of water. Marina looks to the water as it rushes in. What she sees is something that paralyzes her in fear. Glowing blue eyes in the depth. Marina shuts her eyes, only to be met with another shockwave that hits her with an intensity that shakes her to her core, forcing her eyes open. Her vision is blurry. She can hear a voice calling to her, but she's unsure from where. The voice steadily grows louder. "Marina, Marina, Marina." Then, she juts up in the bed that she fell asleep at. Both Gary and Ethan are there. "Wait, what? What was that?" she questions. "Marina, you were having a nightmare," Ethan says. "What? But it was so real. It felt like I was right there." "Well, you weren't," Ethan replies. "You never left." Marina looks around. "I guess you're right." "Well, we have to get going," Gary says. "We've reached land." Shocked, Marina rushes to gather her items, as the captain is now slightly agitated at the group taking their time. Once off the boat, what Team Gary sees is a sight they haven't seen in a while. The starry night sky caresses the edge of land and sea, causing a reflection of the water that is rarely seen. Unfortunately, the clouds have made it to the land, and the winds are beginning to kick up. The group needs to find shelter for the night, lest they risk exposure to the elements. Team Gary then sets off, but as Marina takes her first steps, something calls to her.
Marina looks around. Was it just a dream, she wonders, as she continues her steps in the direction of Gary and Ethan. The trio walks for what seems like forever, Ethan complaining every step of the way. They are looking for cover, but the only town in the island is Kasado Town, but it's not exactly on the coast. Luckily, our heroes manage to find a cave at the entrance of a canyon that leads to their destination. By this time, though, the weather has become unforgiving. Winds, uprooting trees, and rolling boulders throughout the canyon. Gary tells his friends that it's too dangerous for them to make their way through tonight. They need to hunker down and wait till daybreak. Luckily, there are no objections to this idea, so the group settles in. Gary asks Houndour if it would light a fire for the team, and the pup happily accepts this task that is laid upon it. Sparking a flame in a pile of wood, Ethan gathered from all around the still dry cave. Hey you guys, does something seem off about this place to you? Marina asks. Both shrug, clueless to the reasoning of this odd question. Marina begins to tell them of her dream, but is stopped when a flash of lightning and a loud thunderclap streaks across the sky, almost as if nature is telling her not to say anything. When Gary and Ethan inquire about what she is going to tell them, she decides to keep it to herself, thinking that her imagination is just overreacting to the stimulation of the current events. Marina decides to lay back down for some rest, hoping this feeling of unease will pass. As she fades into her dreams, Marina hears Gary and Ethan's voice trail off into nothingness. Then, wait, I've been here before. This place. Then a cycle of events play out in front of Marina, as they did in her earlier dream, but with one key difference. This time, she is merely a spectator. As she watches on, she notices that this time, Gary and Ethan are both there, as well as two trainers she doesn't know. Then a shockwave echoes once again throughout this place they are in. Water begins to flood the surrounding area, and once more, Marina sees two glowing eyes as a cry pierces her mental scape. Marina, holding her ears, looking around, it seems she's the only one who's affected by it. As a matter of fact, no one else even notices. Then it happens again. But this time, Marina looks directly into the rising water. The eyes, they are getting closer, almost like they're after her. Marina is again paralyzed in fear, again hearing something echo in the distance, getting much louder. Marina! Again, she is shocked awake by her friends. Hey, are you okay, Ethan asks. You were out cold, Ethan says. Really? Yeah, we could barely sleep, Gary seconds. Looking to gain her bearings, as she realizes it was just another dream, Marina tells her friends she's fine, just a bad dream, but nothing to worry about. Well, if you say so. But the good news is, it's morning, and the storm has subsided for now. So let's get to town, Ethan says, extending his hand to help her up. Marina smiles, accepting this gesture, and the group gets on their way. About an hour later, they finally make it to Kasado Town. Our heroes look worse for the wear as they roll in. The main thing is, they are here to stock up on supplies. The boat leaves from the other side of the island in about 2 days' time for Red Rock Isle, so they need to make sure they are ready for the trip ahead. Once in the town's vast marketplace, Gary tells his friends that he's going to ask around for some local info while they stock up. He wants to find the fastest way across the island. The three part ways, with Ethan and Marina eventually splitting up as well, as Ethan can only focus on feeding himself at this time. Frustrated, Marina decides to leave him to it, hoping Gary will be back soon so this doesn't have to be a one-person job. While Marina is shopping, she encounters a local boy, bumping into him when they were both trying to grab the same fruit. The boy, feeling extremely bad about the situation, introduces himself as Oliver. He begins to talk with Marina, but his words are falling on deaf ears. Marina is lost in thought. This boy, she thinks, he's one of the two trainers from my dream. It was a dream, wasn't it? But before Marina can question herself any further, she's brought back when Ethan yells at her in the loudest way possible. Once she clues in, there stands Gary and Ethan with a bag full of supplies, with her new friend. Marina, who is this? Gary asks. I don't know, she replies. Now, fully embarrassed, Oliver once again introduces himself. Marina then remembers knocking into the boy, and begins to apologize. Really, Oliver says, I'm the one who must apologize. It was my fault. Now, both unable to agree on whose fault it was, Oliver then invites them out to lunch. It's the least he can do to welcome them to the island. This offer has Ethan's attention, claiming he's hungry. Marina, now back to normal, yells at him. He should already be full, after leaving her to do all of the work alone. The two break out in an argument, with Oliver wondering if it was a mistake to even make the offer. But the two are quickly quieted when Gary tells them that they have a problem. The boat that would take them to Red Rock Isle has been shut down due to the whirlpools that have been cropping up on the southern side of the island. The same side the boat launches from. Well, that's dumb, Ethan says. Why don't they just move the port? It's not that simple, Oliver chimes in. The whirlpools have been showing up randomly. There's no way of knowing where or when they will appear. That's why they
shut it down. The mayor of Kasado Town deemed it too dangerous until the Silver Wing is returned. Silver Ring? What's that? Marina asks. Well, Oliver says, it's a local legend. The Silver Wing is said to control the power of the whirlpools, not just on Silver Rock Isle, but throughout the Whirl Islands. Sounds like a stupid legend to me, Ethan says. Marina knocks him in the head for disrespecting the local custom. But Silver interrupts. I thought so too, until the Silver Wing in the shrine on the south side of the island went missing. What? Gary questions. Yes, it had been there for hundreds of years, but a few weeks ago, it went missing. It was then that the whirlpools began to appear. Well, why not just replace it, Marina asks. The Silver Wing isn't something you can just buy at the market, Oliver replies. It's said to be a relic of the ancient guardian of the Whirl Islands, the one said to protect them from tragedy. Is this a Pokemon? Gary questions. Oliver hesitates to answer, feigning ignorance, but says that the Silver Wing was part of a set that rested here on the isle, but the second one had been lost for many years, said to be sunk at sea after a storm took the ships into the depths. That's a shame, Gary replies. I guess we'll just have to find another way. Marina, on the other hand, is beginning to internally freak out. First the dream, then this boy. There's no way this could be a coincidence. She then interrupts the conversation between the three boys. I think that Oliver is right, Marina blurts out. What? Come on, there's no way the two are connected. Marina, given a look that could kill, asks Marina how he could just dismiss this. After all the things that have been happening lately to us, the dreams that I've been having. Dreams? The group questions. Marina, realizing she never told them, goes on to explain everything, even how Oliver was in one of her dreams. Beginning to question her sanity, Gary asks if she's alright. I don't know, Marina replies, but I'm beginning to think these weren't dreams, but a warning about something. So what you're saying then is all we have to do is replace the Silver Wing, Ethan says with a tone of irritation in his voice. Well, yeah, Oliver replies, but we don't have one. Well, do you know where to get one? Ethan asks, shocking Oliver. Well, there is a local legend, but what? Gary asks. Well, you see, a trainer came through here a couple of weeks ago who tried what you were asking about. Let me guess. He failed, Ethan questions. No, Oliver replies. He never came back. A look of concern befalls the group. Well, do you know where he went? I do. It's a place called Ogi Isle. Wait, so it's on another island? How are we supposed to get there? Ethan asks, in frustration. Well, you could take the way the trainer did, Oliver says. And what way was that? Gary asks. There's an underwater tunnel that connects Ogi Isle with Silver Rock Isle, but it's been closed for years due to random bouts of flooding. It's very dangerous. That's never stopped us, right, Gary? Ethan says, looking at his mentor. However, Gary isn't so sure. A look of concern has befallen his face. This doesn't sound like a good idea, he says. That trainer could have been trapped down there by a flood. It would be reckless if we rushed in. I think we should go, Marina says. Ethan looks on, wondering what's gotten into her. We have plenty of water Pokemon, she says. If we get caught in the flood, we can just use them to help us escape. We could, Gary says, but I still don't know. Come on, Gary. At very least, we need to find the trainer that didn't return. It's only right. Well, when you put it like that, I don't think we really have a choice, Gary says. Yes, Ethan yells. Let's do this. Oliver, can you take us to the cave? Oliver, however, is hesitant. He doesn't like this plan. They could find it, but his thoughts are interrupted by Marina. Can you hear that? The group questions what she's talking about. They don't hear anything, looking at her like she's crazy again, but she knows she's not. Something is calling for her. There it is again. This way, Marina says, running off in a particular direction. Gary and Ethan follow suit, telling Oliver that they will see him later, as he looks on with concern plastered all over his face. After a brief jog through the town and coming out on the other side of the island, with Ethan complaining are they there yet, Marina finally stops at an area just outside of town at the shoreline of the northernmost point of the isle. There's a cave that leads beneath the waves, with an island off in the distance. This is it, Marina claims. Are you sure? Gary asks. I don't know how. I can't explain it, but something is telling me that we need to go this way. Gary looks into the darkness of the cave, then to Houndour as it whimpers at the thought of going in. Remember, it's a fire type, and it has a sensitivity to water. Most fire types avoid areas with water, as they can feel it, like a sixth sense. There may be a cave in. Houndour seems uneasy. Gary sees this. I think we're in the right place. Marina and Ethan look to him. What do we do now, they say. Gary looks on. We have to go. Someone's down there, and they may need help. Ethan just wants the adventure, so of course he's in. And Marina, well, she can't fight the urge that she needs to be here. So, the group begins taking their first steps, but as they do so, they are stopped by a familiar voice. It's Oliver. Wait, he yells, catching up to them out of the breath. Breathing heavily, I'm going with you, Oliver commands. Are you sure? Gary says. Yes, I'm the reason the last trainer went down there, so it's only right that I make sure they are safe, Oliver says, not revealing his true motives. Ethan welcomes Oliver to join them, as well as Marina, but Gary has a feeling that he is hiding something. He's been hiding something since they met, but with no proof of it, Gary decides to keep an eye on Oliver, as the new quad
Tet make their way into the cave. As they descend, the light from the cave entrance fades. "Don't worry, I got this," Ethan says. "Typhlosion, go!" The blazing badger emerges from its ball. "Hey buddy, can you give us some light?" Typhlosion nods, sparking the flames around its neck, lighting up the surrounding area. Then, Marina hears it again. "We're close," she mutters, walking forward. Her friends follow as Typhlosion jumps in front to light the way. Eventually, they come to what they fear, a wall of rock that blocks the way to Ogi Isle. "Darn," Oliver says. "It's blocked." "Yeah, it seems we have a problem. There could be water on the other side of that wall," Gary says. "Well, there's only one way to find out." "Typhlosion, use Flame Wheel," Ethan orders. "Wait." "No," Oliver and Gary say, but it's too late. Typhlosion hits the wall as hard as it can, breaking through with minimal resistance. To the luck and surprise of everyone around, the wall of rock is just that. There's no water on the other side. "That's odd," Oliver says. "Why would there be a cave-in if there's no water?" "That's because it's not a cave-in," Gary says. "Someone put these here. Probably to prevent people from going to Ogi Isle." "But why?" Ethan questions. "I don't know, but whoever it is, I'm sure that the trainer that came through here wasn't very welcome." Oliver looks on, with his mind racing, one question after another. Did they find it? Are we too late? What happened to "Hey Oliver, are you coming?" "Oh, yeah, wait for me," as he runs to catch up with the rest of the group. After a while of walking, they come to a fork in the tunnel. "Which way do we go?" Ethan asks Oliver. He points to the left. "That way will take us to Ogi Isle." But Marina chimes in. "I think we should go that way. I can't explain it, but there's something telling me to go this way." Oliver begins to get nervous, attempting to convince the group that the left tunnel is the best option. But Gary tells them that they should listen to Marina. She was right on leading us the way we needed to get here. Oliver again tries to convince them that the best way is left, as the right tunnel only leads to a dead end. But he is overruled, with Ethan and Typhlosion leading the way down the right tunnel. Oliver reluctantly follows, thinking to himself, he has to do something or they will discover it, as he's still not sure that this group can be trusted. After a while, the group reaches the end of the tunnel. Oliver was right. "It's a dead end," Ethan says. "Well, I guess we should have listened to you, Oliver." "I'm sorry," Gary follows, "but I don't understand. I know there was something calling to me," Marina thinks as she walks to the wall of the dead end. Oliver watches as the others are trying to apologize to him, but all he can do is focus on Marina as she attempts to touch the wall. "No," he yells, but it's too late. Marina's gone. She faded through the wall. "Wait, what was?" Seeing the reaction from Oliver, Ethan begins to change his demeanor, demanding to know what happened to his friend. "Well, you see, it's not..." But before he can complete the sentence, Typhlosion begins to hiss and growl at Oliver. "You see that? Typhlosion doesn't take too kindly to people who hurt our friends. Now, I'm only going to say this once more. Where's Marina?" Gary attempts to step in, but before he can do so, they hear Marina's voice. "You guys, I'm fine," as she pokes her head back to the wall. "You gotta come see this." Stunned, they follow suit, walking through this wall of illusion. "What is this place?" "It's like a paradise that's hidden from the world," Gary says. Then they hear it. Then eyes from beneath a small pool of water begin to glow. Oliver pushes past them. "Silver, is that you?" Just then, a Pokemon that none of Team Gary have ever seen before emerges. "That's it. That's what I've been hearing," Marina says. "What is that?" Ethan questions, pulling out his Pokedex. The Dex informs the group that this Pokemon is known as Lugia, a psychic flying type. That's odd," Ethan says. "This one's a lot smaller than the one in the Pokedex." "That's because Silver is still a baby," Oliver says. "Wait, you know this Pokemon?" "Okay, kid, spill it," Gary demands. "What's going on here?" At first, Oliver is hesitant, until he sees that Silver is especially fond of Marina. Realizing that these people are not a threat, Oliver begins to tell them the story about how his family have been the guardians of the Lugia here in the Royal Islands since ancient times. Silver is still very young, he tells them. "So does it have a mother?" Ethan asks. Oliver confirms this, but goes on to tell Tegan Gary that Silver's mother has been MIA for over a month. "I haven't seen her." Then something strange happened. Strange vessels were seen coming and going off of Ogi Island, right around the same time that Silver's mother went missing. I couldn't risk exposing Silver, so I asked a really skilled trainer that I had met to check out Ogi Isle. He agreed, as he was looking to do some serious training for the Johto League, but he never returned. "Well, what about the wall?" Marina says. "Oh, that's actually Silver. It's an illusion it maintains with its psychic abilities. You will never know this place is here, unless you do what Marina did. But the question is, why was Silver reaching out to me?" "I don't know," Oliver says, looking at Silver. "It's strange. Normally, it would contact me if it was in trouble, but I hadn't heard anything from it in weeks. I'm sorry I was hiding this from you guys, but I didn't know who else I can trust." "No need to be sorry," Gary says. "I would have done the same thing," seconded by Ethan and Marina. "But now that we know Silver's safe, we need to address the main problem at hand. What's going on Ogi Island? And where is Silver's mother? Well, that's simple. As a voice rings throughout the cave, it's become our property. The group turns to see people they don't know but are in very familiar attire. Gary knows instantly that this is Team Rocket. The duo introduce themselves as Butch and Cassidy. They thank Team Gary for showing them where the baby Lugia has been hiding. Where's Silver's mother? Oliver demands. Oh, look who's developed some bass in their voice, Cassidy remarks, just laughing at Oliver's comment. The young trainer doesn't take well to this, sending out his lantern in an attempt to make the duo talk. This is too funny, Butch prods at Oliver. You think you have what it takes to best us? He may not be alone, but there is a massive difference in numbers, Ethan says as Typhlosion growls, sparking his shoulders in flames once again. Gary and Marina ready their Pokeballs as well. Butch and Cassidy just laugh. You really think you have the numbers here? Look around. Turns out, while the focus was on these two, rocket grunts had filled the cave and set up a perimeter. Gary looks around, contemplating their chances. But before he can make any type of move, Ethan orders Typhlosion to attack. With no time on their side, Gary sends in Blastoise, while Marina sends in Totodile. The team does their best to fend off Team Rocket and gives Silver time to escape. But in the end, the sheer numbers of rocket grunts overpower the group, capturing everyone in the process, including Silver. Cassidy orders the grunts to sweep the area to make sure that they leave no one behind. The grunts do so, confirming they have captured everyone. As Team Rocket leaves to head back to their base off the coast of Ogi Isle, the incompetence of the rocket grunts shows as they missed one key member of Team Gary that hid at the order of Gary in the beginning of the scuffle, Houndour. After some time of being blindfolded, Team Gary is led into an underwater base of Team Rocket. Butch and Cassidy barking orders at the grunts, telling them to lock up Team Gary right away, as they have the one thing that could stop them under their control, referring to Silver. Gary, however, isn't wasting this chance at a free tour of their base, taking in any details he can about it. On the other hand, Marina is steadily reliving the dream that she was having, with the worst case of deja vu. And if this is her dream come to life, then she knows that the ending is not one that is favorable. As Team Gary move down the corridors to their final destination, they are stopped by an odd-looking man who is referred to as Dr. Namba. He immediately recognizes who Gary is, ordering him to be brought to the doctor. Ethan and Marina watch as they are led away from their friend. Namba wasted no time introducing himself, telling Gary that he knows his grandfather. They were colleagues at one point, but Oak thought Namba's views and studies were too extreme, so they had a falling out. Well, what does this have to do with me? Gary asks, attempting to keep Namba talking as he is having flashes of his last experience with Team Rocket. I'm glad you asked, my boy. Your grandfather once said I would never succeed in my research, that no one would ever find it interesting. Oh yeah? And what does that happen to be? Gary inquires. Oh, I'm glad you asked, as he leads Gary to a window that peers out into the underwater sea. Gary looks into the deep blue, noticing movement off into the faint distance. What is that? He questions. Oh, that is my greatest triumph, the pinnacle of my research. As Namba finishes that sentence, Silver begins to cry uncontrollably. It is clearly in distress, but it is out of fear, Gary wonders, as the figure swims faster toward the window they look from. As this figure steadily comes into view, its shape looks similar. Is that a Lugia? Yes, Namba finishes the sentence. That's why Silver's losing his mind right now, Gary mutters to himself as Namba yells for the grunts to silence that excessive noise. With the pieces of the puzzle now falling into place, Gary feels anger as he questions Namba on his plans. Over with Oliver, Marina, and Ethan, they have finally arrived to where the grunts intended to keep them, the brig of the base. Before the three trainers are led into their prison, the grunts relieve them of their Pokeballs to prevent any funny business. Now, with their one trump card out of the way, the group is pushed into the cell, whose only window is on the door. It is a cold room made of steel, but the group is not alone. There is another person in here. Richie, Oliver yells. I was worried about you. Yeah, after I went through the tunnel, I was captured by Team Rocket. They threw me in here, and that was that. I was beginning to think that I was never going to get out of here, but at least I have some company now, the young trainer quips. Oh, Richie, by the way, this is Marina and Ethan. They are trainers like you. The group proceeds to introduce themselves, discussing the options they have available. Richie tells them that he's only been out of the cell once since he's been captured. There is an escape hatch that leads directly to the island, about 200 meters to the left of the cell block, once they are outside the main door. The group begins to talk, as now with more people, they might have the numbers needed to break free. Over on the loading dock, our unlikely hero Doggo has crept its way onto the base. Houndour has been following the scent of Team Gary, stealthily avoiding Team Rocket grunts from the shadows. But as it's made its way into the base, it reaches a problem. The scent has branched off in 3 different directions. Unsure on which path to follow and the
pressure of Team Rocket grunts crawling all around it, Houndour makes a choice, heading off in a direction it hopes is Gary. Little does the hound dog know, a familiar foe has also made their way onto the base, and is closing in to catching up to it. Anyway, after some sleuthing around, Houndour makes its way to a door. After some thinking on how to get in, the door activates, triggering the pup to panic. It rushes for cover as Butch and Cassidy walk out, discussing the contents of the room, speaking about something unknown, but it is of no interest to Houndour, as it rushes in while the doors close, with it barely making it. Unfortunately, what it finds is not Gary, but a room of these strange objects floating in the air in rotation around a strange looking box. Houndour shrugs it off, sniffing around for the source of Gary's scent, finding that it's actually the Pokeballs of its human, and not just Gary's, but the other humans he is with, and one that Houndour doesn't know. The problem is that they are behind glass of some sort, and he needs to get through. It could melt the glass, but in doing so, could damage the Pokeballs. So in an attempt to break the glass, Houndour readies itself for a tackle, and as it does so, the door activates again, opening to reveal the one thing Houndour didn't need right now: Metatite. Over with Gary, Namba decodes his master plan, revealing the one thing Gary was worried about. Is that an unknown tile? Yes, I heard that you were present for the events in Greenfield. Yes, it is, Namba says. These little Pokemon are very fascinating. The ability to warp reality as I see fit, or, for the truly genius, control the mind of a legendary such as Lugia. Gary, now angered by this revelation, grits his teeth, catching Namba's attention. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Well, no matter. You won't be around long enough for it to make a difference anyway. Namba again cut off by Silver's excessive crying. The grunts can't get it to settle down. Now at wit's end, Namba orders the grunts to move Silver deeper into the base, so he doesn't have to hear it. As it is moved, Silver's cries become more intense. It's trying to reach its mother. It refuses to go quietly, even breaking a few of its restraints in the process. With everyone focused on Silver and the scene it's making, no one begins to notice that the sea outside the viewing window has begun to thrash violently. A slight vibration begins to shake the rocket base, with only Gary noticing at first. He turns to look. Hey Doc, I thought you had absolute control over Lugia, Gary questions, with agitation in his voice. Of course I do, you stupid boy. How dare you question me? As Namba turns to see Lugia outside of the window. Its eyes are glowing, and it appears to be charging an attack of some sort. No, Yamba yells. I am your master! But before he can finish, an anger of legendary proportions strikes the base. That was an aeroblast, Gary mutters. This is getting dangerous. Namba rushes to a computer console and turns a dial that increases the intensity of the mind waves he's putting out. That seems to calm the rampaging Leviathan as it discontinues its charge. That's right, I am your master, Namba declares. But Silver's cries reach a new level, piercing through the muffled sounds of the water. Lugia's eyes begin to glow again, with it firing a blast of psychic energy that overloads the computers in the base while causing a crack to form in the viewing window. Gary can see that this situation has switched from dangerous to life and death as he begins to formulate a plan of escape. Back over to the brig with our captive Brady Bunch, they are rocked as the cell shakes violently. Wondering what that was, Ethan calls out to the guard that was placed outside of the cell, but there's no one there, not a living soul. Confused, Ethan relays the information to the rest of the group. Perfect, Richie says. This is the opening I've been waiting on. He then proceeds to pull out a Pokeball that he had managed to hide from Team Rocket when he was imprisoned, as he had captured it as he was being captured. So it wasn't on his belt when they took his other Pokeballs. Knowing their time could be short, Richie throws the ball, declaring, I choose you! Back in the lab with Houndour and Metatite, the two Pokemon are engaged in a battle. Metatite is the aggressor in the situation, firing punches and kicks while Houndour does what it can to dodge the attacks. Metatite is beginning to frustrate into this and it's becoming sloppy. As a result, it ends up hitting a control console in the room, sending the oddly shaped Pokemon into a frenzy in their containment field. They begin to react, glowing with a psychic aura. Both of the Mons looking on, knowing that what is about to happen can't be good for either one of them. Just as they begin to charge an attack, Butch and Cassidy re-enter the room. The base has been compromised, and they are here to retrieve the unknown at the orders of Namba. But when they find Houndour and Metatite, they are forced to act quickly, flooding the unknown's chamber with electricity. This forces them to retreat back into their tablets. Hastily, the Rocket duo gather the tablets and depart from the room, almost ignoring the Pokemon that clearly shouldn't have been there in the process. Now that the human distraction is out of the way, Metatite resumes its assault, Houndour dodging in any way that it can. This continues on until Houndour decides
decides to use Meditite's strength against it, positioning itself in front of the case that holds the Pokeballs. With the punch of pure frustration, Meditite hits the case, shattering the glass, as all of the balls fall to the floor, causing some of them to open. Totodile, Scizor, and Weepinbell pop out. Now outmanned, Meditite realizes it's fighting a losing battle, and decides to abandon its efforts with Houndour for now. Houndour yelps at the Pokemon that have become free, filling them in on what's been going on. Scizor and Totodile are eager to go help their trainers, but Weepinbell is hesitant. The last time Ethan engaged with it, Ethan snapped at it for endangering others. Weepinbell didn't mean to, it was just battling, something it loved to do, but its trainer, who had up until that point shown it nothing but love and care, even if it was on a little bit of the aggressive side. But the look in Ethan's eyes, it was one that said, "I'm done with you, Weepinbell." Fortunately, this debate among the Pokemon doesn't go on for very long, as after a turbulent vibration, the room starts to fill with water. With no other choice, the Poke Partners load the unopened Pokeballs into Scizor's pincers so they won't lose them and set off to find their trainers. Fading back to the main control room, all of the attention on Gary has ceased as Lugia batters the base with reoccurring aeroblasts. Namba radios to Bush and Cassidy. "Do you have them?" "We do," a voice echoes back. "Good, get them out. Do not wait. This project is compromised." Namba then begins the sequence of downloading data to a USB drive, but this is going to take some time, as the research he has conducted is quite extensive. Now, Namba turns his attention to the cause of all of his problems. Silver. "If it hadn't have been for your blasted crying, we wouldn't be in this situation," Namba yells, while holding something Gary recognizes. Lugia has something like that on the top of its neck. That must be a control collar, Gary thinks. I can't let Namba do it. With no other choice and his hands still bound, Gary rushes Namba, knocking him over in the process. "Why do you insist on your meddling? You, your grandfather, no, the world. You lack true vision. You will never see the beauty in my design." Namba picks himself and the collar up. He aims to make Silver his new project, ordering the grunts to move it to the transportation bay. As Namba gives that order, a large crack forms in the viewing glass, stopping everyone in their tracks. Water is now pouring into the room. Namba, realizing this is completely lost, orders the grunts to abandon Silver, but to deal with the oak as he heads to retrieve his USB drive. Namba disappears off into the base as Gary stares down a group of grunts with malicious intent. The grunts released a horde of Golbat to deal with this lone trainer. With water at his back and the grunts to his front, Gary sees no way out of this. Hoping his friends were able to escape, he resigns himself to the fate before him. The grunts begin to call their final attack. Closing his eyes, Gary prays it will be quick. With the water now waist deep, Gary waits and waits and waits, but nothing. Opening his eyes, the grunts and the Golbat have all disbanded, but there stands Scizor, Totodile, Weepinbell, and Houndour. "You guys, how did you—" "Never mind, that's not important. Scizor, cut me loose." The Metal Mantis does so, depositing the Pokeballs in Gary's hands in the process. Assessing the situation, Gary notices something. Silver is missing. The water has risen above the point to where it was being held. Gary knows that he has to do something. Releasing Blastoise, Gary tells it and Totodile to dive into the water and locate Silver, while he locates the others. The two mods nod as they dive under. Gary then leads the other into the base, calling the names of his friends. From behind a metal door, he can hear a loud banging, and it's getting louder. Thinking this could be them, Gary orders Scizor to use a metal claw on the door. At the same time, on the other side of the door, Gary's friends and the Pokemon Richie was hiding, one known as Bronzor, are preparing for a final attack on the door. Both Pokemon land their attacks simultaneously, breaking through the steel barrier. Gary is met with the odd-shaped Pokemon and his friends, as well as someone he thinks he knows, but they don't have time for that now. They need to go. The water is getting dangerously high. Gary then proceeds to return the Pokeball to all their rightful owners. At this point, Marina begins to question Gary on the status of Silver. Everything that's happening is exactly like in her dream. Telling her they need to get out of here and he'll explain on the way, Marina agrees as the group make their way out of the flooded base. Team Gary +2 make it out safe enough and on to Ogi Isle, but there is a brutal storm raging as Lugia thrashes about in the surrounding sea. "This isn't good," Marina says. "We need to help it." "Yeah, but how?" Ethan and Richie question. "We need Silver," Oliver states. "It's the only thing that may be able to reach Lugia." "Then we need to wait on Blastoise and Totodile," Gary says, as a loud explosion rocks the underwater base. This brings Lugia's attention to the group of humans standing on the beach. Not knowing that these humans are allies, as it is in a blind rage, Lugia proceeds to charge another Aeroblast. Guys, I think we should run," Ethan says as he points to the sea. Everyone looks on, realizing that they couldn't get out of the way in time. They begin to panic, but then they hear a familiar cry. Looking to the depths, three figures begin to surface. "Blastoise, Totodile," Gary and Marina cry. "They have Silver." Oliver rushes to Silver, informing it of the situation. Silver resolves that it's the only one that can end this. The brave little Lugia takes a stance between its mother and the humans that helped it. Though it doesn't want to fight, nor could it match its parent in power, tower, Silver knows that these humans are good, and it won't let harm come to them, as its cries echo through the surrounding area in an attempt to reach the rampaging beast. Lugia halts its charging aeroblast, looking to the beach. Its vision is blurred as it's fighting to regain control. Then, another explosion rocks the area from the base beneath the waves. Lugia's demeanor begins to change, now with a look of confused worry. Then, from the fatigue of its attacks and the stress of the situation, it collapses into the ocean, Silver rushing to its mother's side. Luckily, it seems that the mother Lugia is still able to move, fatigued more than anything due to its rampage. The group breathes a sigh of relief as they look on, watching the storm clouds begin to clear and the sea begin to settle. Is that it? Ethan says. Yes, Oliver replies. Lugia has the ability to control the weather, and when it's on a rampage, Mother Nature itself will be a reflection of its will. But now that we've freed Lugia from Team Rocket's control, things have returned to normal. Well, I guess we did it. This is a job well done, team, Ethan says. So, who's hungry? Marina gives Ethan a stern look as her own stomach begins to grumble, realizing she hasn't eaten anything since they got onto the island. With that, Gary, Richie, Marina, and Ethan head back to the Pokemon Center, as Oliver, being the guardians of the Lugia, has some things that he needs to attend to. Later, after getting their Pokemon all checked out, Gary is spending some time with Houndour when Richie joins him. The two begin to talk about the events that transpired. Richie tells Gary that he was on his way to Olivine City to battle the gym leader when he got caught up in this mess. Gary tells him that Jasmine is tough, so don't underestimate her. The two briefly talk about some more things, including Ash. Gary tells Richie he hasn't actually seen Ash since he left Pallet Town, but he knows he's here in Johto, challenging the gyms as well. Maybe, Richie, you'll get that rematch you've been wanting. Yeah, that would be great. Since I lost to Ash at the Indigo Plateau, I've been training really hard for a rematch. Gary says he would like the chance to battle to Richie as well, but it's going to have to wait, as Richie is catching the night ferry to Olivine. Richie bids farewell to Team Gary as they wave him off. They are then joined by Oliver, who has finished his tending duties to the Lugia duo. Oliver informs the group that they will be fine. But what is it, Marina questions, out of deep concern for them. Well, the Lugia have decided to leave the Whirl Isles. Silver is still young and unable to properly defend itself, so its mother has decided that until Silver can do so, they will go into hiding, so Silver can grow up in peace. I'm sorry, Ethan says. It's hard to lose a friend that close. It is, but I know that it's what's best for Silver, Oliver says. Besides, I know I'll see them again one day. The group tells Oliver that he's a true friend, and not to lose that outlook. The night fades on as the new group of friends settle in. The next morning, Team Gary bids farewell to Oliver. They're heading out to Red Rock Isle. Within a few hours, they reach the loading dock of Silver Rock Isle and are again on the ocean. As Marina looks into the blue, she wonders why she kept seeing those visions. Was it Lugia, or was it something else? These are all answers that will have to wait though, as they have finally arrived at their destination. But when unloading from the ship, Gary can eye a familiar face on the beach that just so happens to be dismounting from what looks like a Lapras. Gary yells, "Ash!" as his old rival turns to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, off the coast of the Whirl Archipelago, Professor Namba regroups with Butch and Cassidy while radioing Giovanni, explaining to him about the failure of the base on Ogi Isle. Giovanni doesn't seem to be concerned, since they have the main part of their research, the unknown tablets. Namba then asks Giovanni what he would like to do next. Giovanni informs Namba that it is time to unveil their master plan. Begin making preparations. Namba acknowledges this, telling Giovanni to leave everything to him. Giovanni tells Namba that this is his last chance. Should he fail again, he won't have a chance to regret his failure. Hanging up, angered that they lost the base on Ogi Isle, Namba, frustrated himself at the interference of Team Gary, tells the pilot to change course. It is time for them to begin the final stages of their plan, as from the pilot's seat of the helicopter comes into view a large radio tower off the coast of one of Johto's largest cities. We pick back up with our dual teams meeting on the beach. Gary and Ash are excited to see each other, even though they are rivals. Gary, what are you doing here? Well, me and my friends are on our way to Cianwood City to check out the gym for battles. Really, Ash says? I just challenged that gym, as Ash flashes his badge, trying to show off. Gary, being who he is, tells Ash he's made good progress. They're not far off from each other, flashing his own badges. So, why are you here on Red Rock Isle, Gary asks. Well, me, Misty, and Vincent are all here to compete in the World Cup. The World Cup, Gary asks? Ash and Misty go on to explain what it is. While this is going on, Vincent, Ethan, and Marina are doing some catching up of their own. The friends first greet each other. Then, Ethan asks the inevitable questions. How many badges do you have, Vincent? Well, I don't want to brag, but... as Vincent flashes his 6 badges, which is more than anyone in the group has. Ethan, trying not to seem jealous, congratulates Vincent. Good job, man. That's great work. But his efforts to hide his jealousy is very poor, and everyone notices, but everyone just laughs. At this point, Gary tells his friends about the World Cup, and he knows that they are en route to Cianwood City, but
but he's thinking he would like the chance to compete. It would be a great way to prepare for the next gym battle. Ethan is excited at this prospect as well, but Gary quickly rains on his parade. Ethan, you're gonna need at least 3 water-type Pokemon to compete, and all you have is Quagsire. Saddened by this revelation, Ethan says, well, at least I can spend time with Vincent and Marina. Oh, I'm in the tournament, Vincent says. I have 3 water Pokemon, as I'm prepared for any situation. But Misty quickly challenges this by revealing Vincent's panic back when he was trying to catch the Pokemon for the tournament. This embarrasses him and everyone else just laughs. But Vincent just yells, well, at least I'm in. This is true, Gary says. Oh, and by the way, can we still register for it? I don't know, Ash says. If so, it would be at the Pokemon Center, so we better get going before all the rounds fill up. Good idea, Gary says. So Ash recalls his Lapras for the first time since the Orange Islands. This, however, prompts his Pokedex to force Ash to send a Pokemon to Professor Oak for the time being. Ash chooses Magby, as he shouldn't need a fire type during a water tournament. With that, they all head to the Pokemon Center. Once they arrive, they are surprised by the amount of people. This tournament is far bigger than the fighting type demonstration in Cianwood City, Ash thinks. It's at this point, everyone splits up. Gary needs to register, and the rest of his team go with him. Ash needs to call Professor Oak, as he needs to make one more change to his team, while Misty and Vincent go to get a couple of rooms in the center, if there is anything left, of course. Over with Team Gary, they are waiting in line. Ethan asks what Pokemon Gary will use. He says he does have a lot of Pokemon, but the only water type with him is Blastoise. So after they are done, he's going to have to make a call to his grandfather to get 2 more, but that won't be an issue. Eventually, the group makes it to the front of the line, where Nurse Joy is informing them that due to the overwhelming amount of entrants, she can only take 1 more applicant. Then, she has to shut down registration. Gary tells her that's fine, as he's the only one entering. Well, that was close, Ethan says. I guess it's a good thing I didn't have enough water types. Yeah, but we still get to watch this amazing tournament with a lot of different water Pokemon, Marina says. That's true, a voice rings out from behind them. That's the reason I came to this tournament. Team Gary turns to see a girl dressed rather oddly before them. Who are you? Ethan says. Oh, how dumb of me. My name is Nessa. I'm a water-type gym leader from the Galar region. Galar region? Ethan and Marina say in puzzlement. I've heard of this place, Gary says. Gramps once talked about it. He said that he traveled there when he was a young trainer. Oh, by the way, I'm Gary. This is Ethan and Marina, the Oak says. Nessa asks if he's Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak. He is, Ethan says, excitedly, as he is Gary's unofficial hype man. Well, this tournament is set to be a good one. I've heard there are other strong trainers here, like a regional champion and a gym leader from another region. Oh, that's probably Ash you heard about. I think he went to go swap out some Pokemon for the tournament. Nessa, excited, says she hopes to get a chance to battle both Ash and Gary. They are both top trainers in their home region and have quite the reputation. Really, Gary says? I didn't think I was that well known. But I'm looking forward to the tournament as well. Nessa and the group then go on to talk some more while we go check on the rest of our heroes. Over with Ash, she's talking with Professor Oak. After trading out Shuckle for his Kingler, Ash is all set with his 3 water Pokemon. Oak then asks about Wartortle. Ash tells the professor that he would like to have it here, but the dojo he left it at is so remote that he doesn't think he could contact it in time for the actual tournament. So he's just going to go with the 3 that he has. Well, there are 3 fine choices. Oak also tells Ash that the 2 Pokemon he's sent over will be looked after by Tracy, so not to worry. With that, Ash hangs up and walks away to join Misty and Vincent. Speaking of those 2, we now follow them as they are walking to register for some rooms, but Misty and Vincent are in a conversation about the tournament when Misty bumps into a tall individual that knocks her on her butt. Vincent begins to yell at this person, telling him to watch where he's going, but this person immediately apologizes to Misty, introducing himself as Wallace as he helps her to her feet. Misty is in complete shock, not because she's infatuated or anything, but because she knows who this is. Wallace, the strongest gym leader of the Hoenn region, who just so happens to be a water-type specialist. Wallace again apologizes, asking if she's okay. Misty just nods. Wallace chuckles a bit. Well, I have to go and get ready for tomorrow, as the first round is the most important. Wallace then excuses himself, walking off. Ash at this point comes in to join his friends. Who was that, he asks. He says his name is Wallace. He's in the tournament apparently, Vincent says. Well, I hope he's strong, Ash says, as the team go to get their rooms, with Misty lost in thought about her interaction. Later on, Gary calls his grandfather. Hey Grandpa, how have you been? I've been well, Gary. Are you calling about changing out some of your Pokemon for some water types? I am. Did Ash tell you I was here? He did. So, do you have an idea of which ones you want? You do have quite the selection. I know, and I've been thinking about it. I have 2 in mind I will use with Blastoise. With that, Gary sends Arcanine and Nidoqueen for his 2 choices, then tells his grandfather thank you before hanging up the phone. Turning, Gary is met with Ash, who is out with Pikachu. Hey Gary, let's give it our best. This could be the last chance we battle in a tournament like this before the Johto League. Oh, don't worry, Ash. The Pokemon I've chosen will give me the best chance to win this tournament. Gary then tells his rival good night as he heads back to his room. The next morning, our heroes find themselves at the site of the World Cup, a battlefield set in an ancient Colosseum. Ash, Misty, Gary, and Vincent look on in amazement. Misty especially. This is a water-type trainer's dream. She can't wait to show off what she can do. Other trainers
trainers like Nessa and Wallace are here as well, both keeping to themselves, waiting for the official tournaments to start. But they don't have to wait long, as the coordinator of the event come on the mic to mark the official start and make the official announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Cup. I have some exciting announcements. First, we have a few celebrities in the crowd today. Word is a few water-type gym leaders from other regions, as well as a regional champion, are in attendance. So, you can bet the festivities are going to be lively during the tournament. But now, for the main announcement. We have a record number of entrants in this year's event, far more than expected. This is exciting, as now we have to do things a little differently. Normally, we cut the cap at 64 entrants, but because we have so many, we are splitting you all into different brackets. This event will be held over a 6-day period. So today is day 1, and we will have battles in each of those brackets throughout the day until we have a top 32 list of trainers that will be moving on to day 2. Then we will proceed from each day until we have crowned our new champion of the World Cup. Ash and Pikachu are excited. They can't wait to get into the battles. But Gary pokes fun at Ash, reminding Pikachu that this is a water-only competition, so it's going to have to sit this one out. Pikachu is sad, but understands, as Ash and his friends rush to find out what brackets they are in. Meanwhile, Marina and Ethan are in the stands. Ethan is still a little upset that he's not in, while Marina can't wait to see any new Pokemon that may appear. Day 1 goes off without a hitch. Ash and Kingler are the star of his battles, Misty shows off what she can do with Corsola, and Vincent and his Golduck manage to take out all of their wins. Gary and his surprise entrant Seadra make quick work of their opponents, while Nessa, Wallace, and an impressive young trainer named Trinity make their way into the top 32 of day 2. That night, Ash and his friends are all eating at the Pokemon Center. They are celebrating jobs well done today, but Gary tells everyone not to get cocky. The competition is stiff, and he has a pretty good idea who will be in the top 16 at tomorrow's end. Everyone at the table and a few trainers that showed exceptional skill on the water battlefield today. Ash tells Gary, don't go losing until they battle. Don't worry, Ash. I'm sure we'll get our chance, Gary says. The two smile as the fire in each other burns, but Ethan doesn't like Ash's attitude, telling Ash he shouldn't be so confident, as we all know Gary is the better trainer. Ash, caught off guard by this comment, is silent, but this triggers an argument between Ethan and Vincent. Now Ash is even more confused, but Marina explains the situation of the two and what happened when they first met Gary. Ash and Gary just laugh, as it reminds them of how their rivalry used to be. It's at this point everyone disbands for the night, heading to their rooms. The next morning, all of the combatants find themselves back at the tournament grounds ready for day 2. This is where the real challenge should begin, as from this point on, it is clear who the true competition is. The group sees action-packed and elegant performances from the outsiders Wallace and Nessa. It is clear they're in a class above most of the other trainers with their mastery of the water typing, that even has Misty questioning her own skills. But her self-doubt is subdued when she manages to make it in the top 16 with Poliwhirl. Ash and Gary manage to clear their matches as well and lock in their spots in day 3. It eventually comes down to the final match of the top 16, and we find it's Vincent and a random trainer. Vincent has his back to the wall. His Golduck fell in battle to a Mantine, and his last Pokemon has to take down 2, as this round is a 2-on-2 battle style. But Vincent is as hard-headed as Ash, and won't just roll over, sending in his strongest water-type Pokemon, Azumarill. This Pokemon has clearly been with Vincent a while. The timing with the two is near perfect, catching the attention and praise of Wallace and the others in the top 16. In what I can describe as an Ash move, Vincent tells Azumarill to use Rollout on Mantine, which shouldn't be possible, but using its tail as a center point and spinning at an increased rate of speed, Azumarill is able to literally roll on water, knocking out the Mantine. Next up, Vincent has his hands full with a fully evolved starter, Feraligatr. Azumarill hasn't taken much damage from the previous battle, but that doesn't mean that this battle will be easy, as it is the brunt of many slash and bite attacks. Vincent has no choice but to rely on its endurance with Defense Curl, hitting with random bubble beams when it can. This goes on for a while until it becomes apparent that the Feraligatr is starting to tire. Azumarill is finally able to go on the attack with the rollout. It hits 3 in succession, but it's still not enough. Feraligatr's defense is really impressive. Vincent decides to risk it all with one final move. Feraligatr is on top of Azumarill with another slash. Holding till the final moment, Vincent orders a double edge. This hits point blank. The two Mons look at each other as the attack completes, pushing themselves to the limits of their endurance. But in the end, Feraligatr falls, giving Vincent the win, closing out day 2 of the tournament. Later at the Pokemon Center, Ethan and Vincent are talking while his Pokemon are being checked up on. You know, that was a very close call, Ethan says. What do you mean? I had that one from the moment I stepped into the ring, Vincent says, not wanting to reveal that he was starting to doubt himself. You can't fool me, Ethan says. I've known you longer than most people, and you were clearly starting to lose your cool. But the two are interrupted by Wallace when he contradicts Ethan, telling Vincent that that bond with his Azumarill that he has is a deep one. It's clear that you two have been through a lot, but I will caution you, young trainer, a bond may not
not be enough to carry you through. Remember that, Wallace says, as he walks off, leaving the duo in suspense. While that happened, Ash and Misty are outside looking into the night sky. Ash says her battles went well today. She seems like she's on the top of her game. Misty thanks Ash for his confidence. But to tell you the truth, after watching the other water type experts today, I realized there is a huge gap between me and them. That girl, Nessa, isn't much older than me, but her battle compared to mine, there was a clear difference in skill between us. This has had my nerves on end, Misty says. Well, they shouldn't be, a voice says. Misty and Ash turn, and the subject of their conversation is standing before them. Oh, Nessa, I didn't mean any disrespect. I was just... Don't worry about it. None taken. You were just making a comparison, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think you sell yourself short, Nessa says. What do you mean, Misty asks. Your battle style has the makings of greatness, but it seems you don't get a lot of chances to battle in your element, Nessa says. Well, that statement is closer to the truth than you know. This gets Ash's attention. Lately, I've been feeling something is missing. I don't know how to say this, but it's like I'm holding myself back by following Ash around. What, Misty? Why would you say that? You're a great trainer. Don't put yourself down like that. Wait, Ash. Let's hear her out, Nessa says. Well, it's just... Misty, say what you need to say. Well, Ash, this journey has been about you. You are growing as a trainer. I thought you had peaked after winning the Indigo League, but after watching you challenge Johto and continue to push your limits, and then Brock choosing to leave to go further himself, I can't help but wonder if it's my time to do the same, to make my own journey for me. That's why I wanted to enter the World Cup, in hopes of finding the answers to this. Wow, Misty, I didn't know. I knew you were having trouble, but I didn't think it was that bad. But Ash smiles. Don't worry though, I was feeling the same way after winning the league. Lost. Not sure of what to do next. But once I started asking the question, I found the answer. I have no doubt you will do the same. Thanks, Ash. I needed to hear that. Nessa, thanks for saying what you did. It was something I needed to hear. No problem. I need you at your best after all. You two are on the top of my list of the people I want to battle in this tournament. Especially you, Ash, as B told me how strong you are. B? You know B, Ash says? Well, I should. We're both from the Galar region. Ash just looks at Nessa, knowing that before this tournament is over, they will battle. The next day, we roll into the top 16. There is a clear skill gap that has been made obvious at this point. Gary, Vincent, Wallace, Nessa, and Trinity have all made their way into the top 8. The last two on today's chopping block is Ash and Misty. They have to remove these final obstacles in order to secure their spot. Up first is Misty, as she is in the final stages of her battle against a trainer named Marcellus. This unfortunately is kind of an unfair matchup for Misty. Her opponent is an Octillery trainer, and since Ash has the same type of mon on his team, she has a pretty good idea on what its abilities are. Misty makes quick work of the first one with her Poliwhirl. The battle was honestly one-sided, leaving Misty feeling a little bad as she can see the lack of skill in her opponent. Now, Poliwhirl faces against the second Octillery. This match is a little bit more even in the abilities that are displayed, and then eventually comes to a head when a water gun collides with an Octazooka. The two attacks result in an explosion of energy that capture both Pokemon. When the smoke clears, both of them are unable to battle, but as Misty still has one Pokemon left to battle with, she is declared the winner, securing Misty's spot in the top 8. Now we lead to the match with Ash. His opponent is a trainer called Christopher. This battle has an echo of Deja Vu, as Ash's first pick is Kingler, who is matched up against a Cloyster, but this one proves to be more defensive than Kingler's previous encounters. Kingler's massive claw is unable to crack the shell of this clam. Since Crabhammer proves to cause minimal damage, Ash chooses to change it up. He needs to bait out Cloyster. Kingler changes the angle of its Crabhammer, hitting it from the side, sending Cloyster into a spin. The power of this attack forces Cloyster into the water as it spins, but this does have a negative effect. As the spinning was so powerful, it pulled a whirlpool that was just outside of the battle area into the fray. This changes up the battle, forcing Kingler to hold itself in place with its one giant claw. Christopher sees this as an opening, telling Cloyster to fire an Ice Beam. This forces Cloyster from its hiding spot, but this is what Ash wanted. Ash then orders a Hyper Beam from Kingler's free claw. The moves collide, but it's quickly apparent that the hyper of the two beams is more powerful, overpowering the Ice Beam and connecting with Cloyster, ending the first battle. Christopher recalls Cloyster, telling Ash I was quick thinking by making the field a whirlpool, but you've given me the victory of this match, as he sends in his ace, Kingdra. Ash is unfazed by this, not really heeding the warning that he was just given. He orders Kingler to use Harden, but it's still recovering from the Hyper Beam and is unable to move. This gives Kingler a free move, and it isn't wasted as Kingler is ravaged by a Twister. Kingler takes a lot of damage here. Ash then calls for the less powerful Bubble Beam, hoping to hit Kingdra, but this is where we find out a little side effect of the Twister. Kingler has flinched, giving Kingdra another free turn to use a Hydro Pump. This is too much, and Kingler's time of glory is ended. Ash recalls his King Crab, thanking it for its efforts. Ash, not wanting to reveal Lapras this early, decides to send in Octillery as his final Pokemon. The Octopi emerges with the look of someone that is ready to win at all costs. The loss it had against B and Cianwood has motivated more than it ever has been before. Ash sees this, so he gives it a command that Octillery does respond to immediately. It seems the two have finally
finally gotten on the same page, thanks to B. But this is where Kingdra gets to reveal the advantage it has in a Whirlpool battlefield. Kingdra is at home in the Whirlpool. It rides like the movement of the water is its movement. Ash orders Octillery into the water, but as it enters, Octillery is swept away by the current. It is at this moment that Ash sees his error in what Christopher was saying. Ash needs to come up with something. Kingdra is just zipping by, chipping away with little damage at a time on Octillery. Eventually, Ash begins to see a pattern in Kingdra's movements, telling Octillery to wait, just let the water take it. Christopher sees this as an opening to secure the win, but Ash was waiting for Kingdra to get close, telling Octillery to use its suction cups to hold on to Kingdra. The sea dragon flails about, trying to knock off its passenger, but it's no use. Christopher tells his Pokemon to use Hyper Beam, blast it off, but Ash tells Octillery to constrict around Kingdra's mouth, trapping the attack in the process. Unable to do anything, Christopher watches as the Hyper Beam explodes inside Kingdra, knocking it out in the process, moving Ash to the next round in the top 8. The crowd is excited about what they saw. This was definitely the best battle of the day, but Christopher remarks that what Ash did was kind of dangerous. An attack with that much power locked up could cause permanent damage. Ash then tries to apologize. He didn't mean any harm, but Christopher remarks he's a champion. He should know better, as he recalls his Kingdra walking off the field to go get it help. This leaves Ash speechless, unable to enjoy his victory. Later at the Pokemon Center, Ash is alone thinking about the events of earlier, when Misty and Gary join him. Gary don't know what was said to Ash, so they try to figure it out. Why he seems so down. Ash is reluctant at first, but Misty eventually drags it out of him. But she's not really surprised. Gary isn't either. Ash, you tend to lose yourself in battles when you're having fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. Though your win was a bit on the extreme side today. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. Yeah, Ash won fair and square. It sounds more like anything that Christopher was just upset that he lost, as it seemed he had the battle won. But you did what you do best, and pulled something out at the last minute. But Misty does offer some perspective that neither was expecting, and interests Garrett deeply. Ash, I will say that since you've battled with Giovanni and Team Rocket, you have been a little bit reckless in your battling style, taking things too far sometimes. I know the loss you had against them shook you, but you need to let it go. Last time you were unprepared, but next time things will be different. Shocked, Gary chimes in. Wait, you've had dealings with Team Rocket? Yes, we have, Ash says. Their leader Giovanni almost ended Charizard when it battled his Golem. Ever since then, my Charizard has been off training. That explains a lot, Gary says. He then goes on to tell Ash and Misty about the encounters that he's had with them as the night fades on. The next morning, the events are in full swing. It's here that the skill gap is in full view as Wallace demonstrates his mastery of the water and takes out the Prodigy Trinity, someone who was the odds-on favorite to win. This is the round that trainers have to use 3 Pokemon, and Wallace's Milotic against Trinity's Gyarados is a demonstration of beauty and aggression, but Wallace was able to outlast and move on to the top 4. Misty is the second round and gets paired up against an older trainer named Harrison. This match comes down to the wire, but when Harrison's Quillfish gets caught in Corsola's spikes, a spike cannon ends the match and moves Misty into the top 4. Round 3 ends up being a match between Gary and Vincent. Vincent is just as cocky as ever, but Gary's Seadra makes quick work of his Golduck and ends up tying with his Azumarill. This leaves Vincent with just one Pokemon, and it's one that isn't common in Johto, declaring, Weasel, go! This new Pokemon emerges from its ball to be met with Gary's Slowbro. Gary proves that his Pokemon is very well trained, countering every move that Vincent throws at Slowbro. Gary is impressed by Vincent, but knows he still has a way to go with this Pokemon, ending the battle and Vincent's place in the tournament with an Ice Punch that freezes Weasel. Vincent is crushed that he lost to Gary again, but there is still a chance. As Ash, Vincent's hero, is still in the tournament, and once he wins his next battle, Ash will face Gary to knock him out. Now the match that Ash knew would happen. Nessa and he are the final combatants of the day, and the crowd is just as pumped as if it was the first battle of the day. Ash has said nothing to Nessa since their interaction the previous time. The two look on, saying nothing, but calling out the Pokemon they choose to start the battle. Kingler, Quagsire, go! A unique matchup for sure. This battle is a drawn-out one, with Kingler trading Crab Hammers with Ice Punches from Quagsire. Nessa is no fool, knowing Kingler is quite bulky, so to put Ash on a clock, she baits Ash, allowing a Crab Hammer to land so Quagsire can counter with a Toxic. This halts Kingler as the poison seeps into the Mon. Ash knows this isn't good, having flashbacks to his battle with Agatha. He needs to end this now. Nessa orders Quagsire into the water, using its speed to outpace Kingler. The crab follows it in, but it can't keep pace. Even though it's a water-type Pokemon, it's better equipped for land battles. Ash orders a Hyper Beam. As Kingler charges it, Quagsire uses a move that's never been seen before. Scold. This heats up the surrounding water, cooking Kingler in the process. Crab of the Kings fires the Hyper Beam as it begins to warm while the Toxic reaches critical levels. An explosion erupts from the water, throwing Kingler and Quagsire to their platforms. But a winner is clear as Kingler is unable to battle. Ash recalls his Kingler, surprised at the results. He thought he had that that one. But Nessa knew better. Quagsire was her plan for Kingler from the beginning, but it wasn't without cost, as it did take the brunt of the Hyper Beam, so it is definitely moving slower. Ash wastes no time, sending in a second Pokemon, Octillery. It's ready to go, as Ash gives it an order to start the battle. Nessa, thinking about the long game, orders another Toxic, but this is why Ash chose Octillery here. He orders an Octazooka that dissipates the Toxic. Octillery has the perfect counter, so this won't work a second time. Ash, knowing he needs to end this now, orders a Constrict on Quagsire. This prevents any type of counter from Nessa and damage to Octillery. With one final blow, Ash finishes it with a Psybeam. Nessa recalls her Mon, thanking it for a hard-fought battle. Again, she says nothing to Ash, sending in her next Pokemon, something no one in attendance has ever seen. Ash, pulling out his Pokedex, learned that this is a Barraskewda. Knowing he needs to be careful, Ash orders another Octazooka, but Barraskewda shoots around Octillery at a lightning pace, almost like a torpedo looking for its target. It is at this point Nessa orders a move Ash hasn't heard before, called Drill Run. The pin-nosed piranha jumps from the water, hitting Octillery, and before it can retaliate, Barraskewda is right back into the water, using it for cover. Ash looks at Octillery. He notices that that hit was harder than it originally looked. A critical, Ash thinks. Octillery, can you continue, he calls. Octillery nods. It's at this point Nessa finally breaks the silence of the whole match. Ash, B told me you were strong, but not tactical. If you wish to win this battle, you're going to have to prove her wrong, as Barraskewda attacks with another Drill Run, knocking Octillery into the water, as Ash looks on, wondering how he's going to get out of this one. Today, we pick back up with the battle between Nessa and Ash. Octillery is trying to recover from the hit that it just took. That Drill Run, the speed it uses, seems to allow to hit harder with more power. Ash thinks as he looks at the Barraskewda circling, waiting on its trainer's command. No move, Ash? Fine. Barraskewda, use Throat Chop. The torpedo fish bolts through the water. If this move hits, Octillery could be done for. Ash then sees something. The pattern that Barraskewda attacks in. It's in a zigzag. It must do that to confuse its opponent, Ash thinks. This gives him an idea. Octillery, use Psybeam on the water. Fire in all directions. Confused, Nessa looks on, not sure on how to take this. Octillery continues to fire. You can see the ripples in the water, and Barraskewda can dodge them with little difficulty. However, this is keeping it at bay, as it can't get in close lest risk it take a blast of the psychic energy. Nessa tells Ash that Octillery can't keep this up. It's starting to tire. But Ash just smiles, looking down. Wondering what he sees, Nessa looks down as well, to see the water rippling with current. That's when she puts two and two together. The Psybeams. They are starting to collide, spreading out their power. This makes it harder for Barraskewda to dodge the energy, as the moves are amplified as they collide into each other. And just like Ash thought, the moves eventually intersect, and Barraskewda gets caught. Its speed actually played a part in this, because the path it was cutting through the water gave the beams a place to follow. No, Nessa yelps. I let my guard down. Looking to Ash, she sees what B was talking about. But there's much more than just that. If this kid has time, he's dangerous in battle. Nessa knows she needs to take back control of this battle, so she orders another Drill Run. But there's a slight problem. Barraskewda is confused, unresponsive. Ash sees this and orders Octillery to use Constrict. It makes its way to the opponent, as Barraskewda was stunned by the confusion. Octillery begins to wrap its tentacles around the fangy fish, using its suction cups to hold it in place. Nessa, realizing she's running out of time, makes a call she hopes will get through. Ice Fang. Full of toothful aggression, it breaks the confusion, chomping down on the last tentacle of Octillery, saving it from being completely enveloped. The Ice Fang causes Octillery to flinch in pain, loosening its grip slightly. Nessa, seeing this, tells it to push away as hard as it can, but Octillery won't let go. The problem is that it's at a position that any attack it launches will only do minimum damage. Ash, realizing this, tries to think of something, as Barraskewda is starting to break free. Octillery, however, refuses to let its prey get away, as it begins to glow, firing an odd attack from its mouth that doesn't stop. Barraskewda is stunned as this damage it takes grows. However, Octillery is starting to tire, loosening its grip on the fish. Ash, wondering what that move was, takes out his Pokedex to learn that it's called Bullet Seed, a grass-type move. This gives Ash an idea. Octillery, let go of Barraskewda. This shocks Nessa, wondering what Ash has planned, but she won't let this chance at a free win get away, ordering one last Drill One. Octillery is moving very slow, but its full trust is in Ash, as he tells it to hold. Barraskewda rushes in as fast as it can. Ash then tells Octillery to spin, as Barraskewda does. Leaning forward, Octillery spins head first in place. The two are within inches from each other. Ash then orders another Bullet Seed. Octillery fires it, and the grass move seems to miss its target. Nessa laughs. Ash, you gambled and lost. But Ash is smiling. Are you sure? Nessa looks back to the water as she sees what Ash was aiming for. The Bullet Seed was being carried through the current
that was created by Octillery spinning, allowing them to find their target. Barraskewda's attack begins to lose its power as it slows, but it still connects with Octillery. The two trainers look on as both of their Pokemon service in a double knockout. The crowd erupts in excitement. That was only the second battle, but it feels like it was the finale. They begin to cheer for Ash and Nessa. Man, that sound. It feels like home, Nessa says. What do you mean, Ash asks. Well, back in Galar, people take Pokemon battles very seriously. Sometimes the fans have more energy than the trainers. Wow, maybe I should go there sometime, Ash says. You would grab a lot of attention, Nessa replies, as the two trainers ready their final Pokemon. Two that haven't made their way into a battle in the World Cup as of yet. Are you ready, Ash? Because this next choice will keep you at bay. Dreadnought, go! A very bulky turtle-like Pokemon takes to the field with a thud that rocks the water around it. Looking at it, Ash thinks to himself that this must be Nessa's ace. It's the only one he hasn't seen her battle with to this point. He must be careful. There's no telling what it can do. Ash uses his Pokedex to get some basic info on this Pokemon, but it seems that the data that it can provide is very limited. Oh well, Ash never really worries about the details anyway. Gripping his final choice tightly, he yells, Lapras, I choose you. The ice type takes to the field, ready for battle. Lapras looks out at the open ocean. There, in the water, is its herd, watching, waiting to see what it can do. The pressure isn't only on Ash to perform here. Nessa tells Ash his Lapras looks very strong. She can't wait to see what it can do. Ash smiles. Don't worry, you won't have to wait long. Lapras, use Body Slam. Lapras cries as it miraculously pushes itself from the water, taking to the air. Nessa, however, is unfazed as she calls for the move, Rock Polish. The Body Slam connects, but Dreadnought just takes it as Lapras slides off it back into the water. Dreadnought begins to glow as it develops a shine. But this failure of the move was just what Ash wanted, to test the defense of this thing. Impressive, Nessa. Your Dreadnought is very bulky. It seems I'm going to have to use some serious power to bring it down. True, Ash. That Body Slam was a bit on the weak side if you hope to do any major damage to my Pokemon. Well, let's see what we can do then, as Ash calls for an Ice Beam. Nessa just smiles as she calls for another Rock Polish. The Ice Beam hits just like the Body Slam, but the effect appears to be non-existent, much to Ash's surprise. Wait, why? But then it begins to dawn on Ash. Is this thing? Yes, it's a rock type, Nessa says, as she chuckles a little bit. It finally settles in just how hard this will be for Ash, as Lapras is at a type disadvantage, being half ice. Well, Ash, shall we, Nessa says, as for the first time, she orders her Pokemon on the offensive, telling it to take to the water. The speed it moves is far greater than something of its size should be able to do. Then the second realization for Ash sets in, the move Rock Polish. It must have increased the speed of Dreadnought, Ash thinks. Now, he's watching as it circles Lapras, while neither can track its movements in the water. That's when Nessa calls for her next move, a Rock Blast. Suddenly, giant rocks begin to emerge from the water, blasting from different directions. At Ash's order, Lapras tries to dodge, managing to avoid most of them, but this isn't for long, as one finally connects, appearing to injure Lapras severely. Nessa then orders a crunch, while Lapras tries to shake off its confusion. The bulky turtle chomps down of one of its flippers, causing Lapras to cry in pain. However, Ash was waiting for this, wanting Dreadnought to come to them. With a shout at the top of its lungs, Ash calls for a move that no one would see coming, something Lapras learned at seas while fighting major storms. Thunderbolt! The rideshare Pokemon glows with a yellow aura as it lights up Dreadnought while it's still attached to the flipper. The pain it feels causes Dreadnought to break its hold from Lapras as it dives looking to escape the range of the Thunderbolt. But there is one problem. They are in the water, and it conducts electricity. Nessa sees that she has nowhere to go. Dreadnought needs to power through to knock Lapras out. She orders it to turn back and launch a Rock Blast at it, but Ash had Lapras hot on its tail, ordering it to dive when Dreadnought did. Dreadnought's speed only works when it has room for wide turns, but when they are up close, its range is severely limited. With the final move, Ash orders another Thunderbolt, while the Rock Blast connects with Lapras. The water lights up as the audience, trainers, and Lapras' herd watch in anticipation of who won the exchange. After what seems like an eternity, Dreadnought surfaces, making its way to the platform. Nessa smiles. Ash, concerned for Lapras, begins to call to it, thinking the worst. But as Dreadnought mounts the platform, it collapses from the force of its own weight, while Lapras surfaces with a triumphant battle cry. The audience erupts in a frenzy, seeing these two trainers give it the best they had. But the victor is clear. Ash moves on to the top 4 of the tournament. Nessa recalls her Pokemon, a bit disappointed, but happy nonetheless. Later at the Pokemon Center, Ash is getting his Pokemon checked out when Nessa joins him. You know, Ash, that battle today would have been different if we were on my home turf. Curious, Ash inquires what Nessa means by that statement. Well, back in Galar, we have a special type of battling called Dynamax. It's a huge power-up for Pokemon. Really, Ash says with excitement in his voice? Well, Well, why didn't you use it today? Forget that. Let's go have a rematch so you can start off with it. Nessa giggles slightly. I'm sorry. It doesn't really work like that. In order to Dynamax, you need to be near a power spot, and those only exist in the Galar region. Disappointed, Ash lets out a sigh. He was hoping to see a new type of battling. Nessa interrupts his disappointment to thank Ash. She needed that loss today. Wondering why she would thank him, Ash questions what she is saying. Nessa goes on to explain that the reason she came to the World Cup was to challenge herself. That Dynamax thing that I told you about is kind of a double-edged sword. She says, I've been using it a long time. So long, I kind of forgot what a Pokemon battle without it was like. I feel like I've become too reliant on it, and my battle skills were slipping. To be honest, Nessa, I was kind of surprised when I won today. I thought that you were going to be more of a challenge, like B was. Before I knew it, the match was over. It was nowhere that one-sided when I battled B. Looking to Ash, I know what you mean. B is the best of us in the Galar region. She often travels to hone her skills, always growing. She uses Dynamax only as a last resort, but she stays humble. She has the potential to even become the champion of the region one day. I could sense that, Ash says. But don't sell yourself short either, Nessa. You do have skill, and if I didn't have Thunderbolt, then you could have won. Yeah, but this just reaffirms my decision to get better without Dynamaxing. That's a brave choice, Ash says, as the night fades on. The next morning, Team Ash and Gary, as well as Nessa, look on from the stands. This is possibly the most important day of the competition. The top 4. Ash, Misty, Gary, and Wallace are the competitors. They all look on, curious on who their next opponent will be. Any 4 of them could be my opponent, Misty wonders. I want Gary, Ash thinks. Then, the announcements begin, as the names of the 4 combatants are placed in a randomizer. The crowd looks on in silence, wondering who it's going to be. As the names slow, Misty swallows hard, hoping to get the battle she wants. Then, the names appear. Ash versus Misty, Gary versus Wallace. The crowd sparks from dead silence to an overbearing uproar. Ash is disappointed, while Misty got exactly what she wanted. A battle with Ash, the trainer to beat in the competition. Ash tells Gary not to go losing. They will have their battle in the next round. Gary just smiles as he has to go prepare. His match is up first. Ash turns to meet with Misty. The look on her face is one of seriousness. Hey Misty, you okay? In the same scolding tone Misty always uses, Ash, you need to take our battle seriously. Out of all the trainers I wanted to battle here, you were on the top of the list. So, you better give me your all. Misty then walks away, leaving Ash in a stunned silence. The day's festivities start off with a bang, as the match with Gary and Wallace is one to behold. The master of Wallace is on full display in the match, and it's in the final moments. Gary is no slouch, however, demonstrating that even though he doesn't wield a single type, he understands Blastoise as it is his oldest Pokemon. Using his defensive shell as a means to wear down Milotic, Gary orders withdrawal every time Wallace orders an attack. Milotic is starting to tire. All of the twisters and ice beams just can't penetrate the shell. This lures Gary into a false sense of security. Thinking the serpent has reached its limit, Gary orders Blastoise from its shell to use a Hydro Pump in hopes of ending the battle. Unfortunately, Wallace throws off Gary's plan when he shows why Milotic is his ace, calling for a recover, allowing it to survive the damage with little recourse. Looking on, Gary has a choice to make. Though Blastoise isn't that winded due to the time it spent hiding its shell, if it can't end Milotic in one hit, then things will quickly turn. Knowing he needs to make a play, Gary orders a rapid spin. Blastoise curls up once again, spinning as fast as it can towards the target. Wallace just smiles, ordering Milotic to coil around Blastoise as it comes within its personal space. This slows the rapidness of the spin to a stall. Now that Blastoise is caught and at an awkward angle as well, Gary has to do something to break it free. Hoping a bite will do the trick, Gary calls for it. Blastoise executes the move, exposing only its head to do so, but this is what Wallace was waiting for, calling for a water pulse in response. Though the damage isn't great, Blastoise unfortunately falls ill to its side effect, confusion. Blastoise begins to thrash about as Gary calls to it, but the hold Milotic has on it is too great. The lack of mobility intensifies the confusion, making Blastoise unresponsive to its trainer's calls, in turn exposing itself fully, allowing Wallace to continue an onslaught of twisters until Blastoise is unable to battle, knocking Gary out of the competition. The crowd goes wild as the judge calls the match. Gary sighs with relief. He knew that this battle would be intense, but he gave it his all, and so did his Pokemon, and that's all he can ask for. Now that one participant for the final round has been decided, it's time for the last one. Misty, Ash. Which one will be able to advance? The desire is great, but who is greater remains to be seen. Ash and Misty enter the arena. There are no words, just thoughts. I need to beat Ash here, Misty thinks. This has to be my time. While Ash ponders what's gotten into Misty, she seems different, motivated. The silence between the two is broken when they are told to choose their first Pokemon. Misty wastes no time in sending in her newest Pokemon, Corsola. Thinking the same way, Ash chooses to send in his his defensive wall, Kingler. The start of the match is announced as the crowd goes wild. Ash leads with the Bubble Beam. Knowing Corsola has speed, Misty orders it into the water to dodge. This allows Corsola to get in close enough to use a Spike Cannon. In response, Ash orders a Harden, telling Misty that she needs to be a little less obvious with her moves. He's been watching her battles the whole tournament, so Ash knows the tricks that she's developed, as Kingler uses a Crab Hammer to knock away the rest of the Spike Cannons. Oh, don't worry, Ash. We're just getting started. Corsola, use Bubble Beam. As it fires the attack, Kingler then counters with its own. They seem to be at a standstill. This is going well, Misty thinks. I need Kingler to get into the water. That's the only chance we would have. Corsola, dive under the water. The Coral Pokemon does, and just stays there, as Ash and Kingler lose sight of them. Then from the right, a Spike Cannon. Then from the left, Kingler is able to establish somewhat of a defense with its giant claws, but the attacks are coming in faster than it can turn to block them, so they are starting to get through, and Ash is beginning to get a little frustrated. He knows Kingler is better at battling on the surface, but if he wants to take the lead, then he's gonna have to order it into the water. Ordering Kingler in, this solves the problem of finding Corsola. Now, they just have to catch it. Ash tells Kingler to use a Bubble Beam. The move just so happens to find Corsola, even though its speed is greater. That attack put a clock on Corsola, as all the running around has taken its toll on its stamina. Misty orders a recover to stave off the end. With Corsola recovering, Ash takes this moment and orders a Crab Hammer. It comes crashing down, smashing Corsola. There's no movement. Misty, thinking the worst, calls to her Pokemon. Kingler pulls back its claw to reveal that Corsola had taken the attack, but it was absorbed by its spikes. Smiling, Misty orders a Spike Cannon that hits Kingler unguarded. It then speeds off out of range of Kingler's attacks. Ash, now frustrated that he's making no progress, orders Kingler's ace move, Hyper Beam. The King Crab charges the destructive energy. At Ash's command, it fires. Misty, realizing that Corsola can't dodge, orders her last resort, Mirror Coat. Taking the damage, Corsola absorbs it, then returns all of the damage it took in Kingler's direction. Ash orders Kingler to dodge, but the crab isn't the most nimble and is enveloped in a flash of energy. Ash watches as Kingler surfaces, unable to battle. The first round goes to Misty. Recalling Kingler, Ash just looks on as Misty celebrates. Realizing he needs to actually take this seriously, Ash tells Misty that she took him by surprise. He thought for sure he had that one. Misty says nothing, just thinking, Ash, this match will be mine. The judge then calls for the next round, as Ash sends in Octillery. Corsola took a lot of damage in that last battle, but with Recover, Misty thinks that she can navigate this battle with Corsola, deciding to keep it in. The battle begins. This time, the advantage that Misty had is gone, as Octillery is just as mobile as Corsola. This becomes apparent when Octillery is easily able to close the gap between the two with its newest move. This isn't the ideal situation either, as Corsola also has the rock typing, so this will be a massive hit, possibly a knockout. Misty orders a Spike Cannon that manages to intercept some of the bullet seeds, but a few get through, pushing Corsola to its limits. Misty, in a rush, orders a Recover. Corsola begins to glow. Ash, knowing he can't let this happen, orders another bullet seed. The two collide in a mild underwater explosion. Once the cloud fades, Octillery is fine, taking no damage, and surprisingly, Corsola is still able to battle, but it's moving slow. The recovery just barely saved it, Misty thinks. She needs to recover once more, but as she calls, Octillery is on top of Corsola at Ash's command. It is now wrapped around Misty's Mon, constricting it. Ash then orders a Bullet Seed that can't be dodged. This is enough to finally end this battle, giving Ash his first win. Misty recalls her Pokemon, knowing that things could swing in Ash's favor if she doesn't make the right choice, but she already knows the next choice, sending in Poliwhirl. The battle begins with Misty ordering Poliwhirl to get in close to Octillery. This catches Ash off guard. Why would Misty want to get in close, he thinks, but he can't think about that, as he needs to deal with this now, ordering a Constrict from Octillery, but this is what Misty wanted. Octillery close. As it begins to constrict around her Pokemon, Poliwhirl heeds its trainer command to unleash a Hypnosis. This catches Octillery as it is too close to dodge. The Octopi's grip begins to weaken as it falls into a slumber. This opens it up to a flurry of double slaps from Poliwhirl. This is my chance, Misty thinks. I can take the lead here. I just have to keep up the pressure. Poliwhirl, keep using double slap. Looking on, Ash continues calling to Octillery with no response. Not sure of what to do, Ash starts to think that this battle is lost. If Octillery doesn't wake up, then it doesn't matter what he thinks up. But a bit of luck happened when Poliwhirl knocks it out of the water. This gives it a clear shot to hear Ash's cries, causing it to awaken. Misty misses this, caught up in the thought of actually winning this battle. But Ash notices and waits till Octillery comes back down to the water to order a Psybeam that hits Poliwhirl. This is where Misty realizes her mistake and tries to fix it with a double slap. But Poliwhirl doesn't respond. Why? Misty yells while Ash smiles. Then it hits her. Poliwhirl begins to thrash around. The Psybeam. It caused a confusion. This isn't good. Misty can't get through. Ash chooses to capitalize with the Bullet Seed. Luckily for Misty, the thrashing of Poliwhirl does knock some of them away, but most of the seeds get through, causing a good bit of damage. Misty continues to call to her Poliwhirl, but it's no use. The thrashing about is too intense and it's beginning to hurt itself. Unsure of what else to do, Misty just watches as Ash makes his next move. Octazooka. It connects, knocking Poliwhirl back against the battle platform. This does inch it closer to the end, but knocks it out of confusion. This lucky break is what Misty was hoping for, ordering a Bubble Beam. Ash counters with the Bullet Seed, but both moves just miss each other, connecting with their targets. This is it. Both Pokemon are at their limits. Knowing this, both trainers need to make a big move. Misty orders a Body Slam, hoping that its power will be enough to end it in her favor. Ash, on the other hand, was waiting for this, telling Octillery to absorb the attack with its tentacles. This allows Octillery to slowly constrict around Poliwhirl once more, but it was smart taking it from behind, as this time it can avoid the hypnosis. With one final call, Ash orders a Bullet Seed that pummels Poliwhirl in the back of the head, ending this battle. The crowd begins to cheer. This battle has had them on the edge of their seats. Just when it looks like it's over, the tables are flipped. Misty recalls her Pokemon, thanking Poliwhirl for its efforts. Now down to her final Pokemon, Misty knows this is it, as she sends in Gyarados. The monster of the seas emerges with a mighty roar, but Octillery is unfazed. It's a warrior, and will not run from an opponent no matter how big they are. Misty orders the first move as the match starts. Bite. Ash, knowing Octillery's last battle wasn't an easy one, tells it to dive in the water. Slinking across the platform, Octillery makes it, avoiding the attack, but the Serpent doesn't stop, heading in after it, at Misty's command. Octillery doesn't have the speed to avoid it any longer, and is hit with a Dragon Rage from behind. Ash knows he has only one choice, and tells Octillery to face Gyarados. Then, with all it has, Ash orders a Psybeam. The move is met with a Hydro Pump that pushes Octillery to the floor of the ocean, knocking it out. Octillery floats to the surface, where Ash recalls it. Wow, Misty, this has been a great battle. This is where Misty finally speaks. Ash, I have to win here. The last 2 years, I've watched you grow, pushing your limits, while I just looked on, sacrificing my own dreams. Well, no more. This is my element, water, and you won't take this from me. Smiling, that's great, Misty. I'm glad you found what you were looking for. That motivation means our final battle will be the best one of the tournament. As Ash calls for his ace, Lapras. As it takes the field, Misty looks on, knowing full well that this will be the toughest challenge she's faced to date, but she can't let it affect her. The judge calls for the start of the battle, and Misty tells Gyarados to dive deep. It needs to keep its distance, since Lapras knows Thunderbolt. However, Ash won't let it get away, ordering Lapras to give chase. Ash is fully aware that he has the advantage, just like Misty, but what he's not expecting is that Misty is like a wild Pokemon that's been backed into a corner, and when that happens, they become dangerous and unpredictable, and she proves it when Gyarados gets the upper hand by hitting Lapras with a Hyper Beam. It hits Lapras from the side, that just so happens to be the same side that one day prior, Dreadnought tried to make a meal out of, its flipper. The damage that Lapras has took to its flipper has now slowed its movement, allowing Gyarados time to recharge while it is stunned. Ash tells Lapras to surface. It needs to get out of the water. As it does so, Misty orders her Serpent on the attack once more with the Dragon Rage. This hits as well, causing a little bit more damage. Ash, thinking he needs to do something, looks around. He wants Lapras out of the water so it can rest on the platform, but he needs to get it there. Then he has an idea. Gyarados is coming, and Ash tells Lapras to let it come. As the Sea Snake closes in on the same flipper that is now hurt, Ash tells Lapras to use Ice Beam on that flipper. The Ice Beam encases the flipper in a cast-like shell that gives Lapras its mobility back, allowing it to dive, avoiding the bite that was coming from Gyarados. Then, Ash calls for his trump card, Thunderbolt. The electricity surges through Gyarados, using the water as an amplifier. Misty looks on, knowing that if she doesn't do something, she will lose. As they are by a wall underwater, she orders a Hydro Pump that Gyarados fires to push itself away and out of range of the super effective attack. Man, I knew this was going to be rough, but I thought we had it. But this is Ash. He's really good at thinking on the fly. That Ice Cast on Lapras was genius. Ash tells Lapras to use this opening to get to the platform. It does, using its new mobility to do so. Now that Lapras has a vantage point, Ash and it can watch for any attacks. Misty, on the other hand, is now contemplating what she's going to do. She needs to create an opening. Then it hits her. She tells Gyarados to circle the platform that Lapras is on as fast as it can. As it does, Ash wonders what Misty's game is, telling Lapras to be on guard and fire random ice beams into the water. They each miss as little islands of ice appear in the places of the attack. Then it happens. What Misty was trying to do. A miniature whirlpool forms around the platform that Lapras is on. Ash, realizing this, orders Lapras to freeze it with an ice beam, but the current is too strong and the ice shatters. It's at this point that Misty tells Gyarados it's time to feed a Dragon Rage into the whirlpool. Suddenly, a column of energy erupts from the water, enveloping Lapras. Ash yells to his Pokemon. Though that was a low-powered attack, the damage it deals is set. Once the column subsides and Lapras is visible, Ash can tell it felt that one. Gyarados then takes its side by Misty, ready for her next command. That's it. I'm going to do this, Misty thinks. Lapras then begins to stir as it's ready for the next round. That's it, Lapras. It's time to end this. Ash orders another Thunderbolt. It launches the attack, but something is wrong. It's wild, like Lapras is having trouble controlling it. The Thunderbolt ends up striking near the crowd in the stands. No, not good, Ash thinks. Lapras must not be that experienced with the move. I guess we'll have to win by other means. Misty lets out a sigh of relief. That was the one thing she was worried about. But if Lapras can't control it, then she might actually have a chance to win. This is when Ash reveals his last resort, as he calls for a move that Misty has never heard of. Perish Song. This forces Gyarados to begin writhing in pain. As it thrashes about, Misty calls to it, but is unable to reach it. Ash, what did you do? Why is Gyarados acting like that? As Lapras finishes the song, Ash tells Misty what's going on. Perish Song will take out their Pokemon in the next 3 moves. So this puts Misty on the clock, as Gyarados has taken more damage than Lapras. A feeling of panic begins to wash over Misty. How will she get out of this one? Looking at Gyarados, it nods as she does. They won't go down. An all-out attack is the only way, head on, as Ash would. Misty orders a Hydro Pump. Lapras, unable to move in time, is broadsided by it, but the damage is minimal, while Ash retaliates with an Ice Beam. Gyarados is able to dodge, diving into the water. Once it's resurfaced, it is met with an Ice Beam that actually does hit, but Misty saw this coming, as it's the only move that Lapras can use, so she orders Gyarados to use a Dragon Rage on itself as a shield. This brings us to the final move. At the end of this, the Perish Song will end the battle between the two. If Misty wants to win, she needs to hit Lapras as hard as she can, but Ash is keeping Gyarados away with long-range Ice Beams, so this leaves only one option. Misty orders Gyarados to charge the strongest Hyper Beam it can. Knowing that Lapras can't move, Ash orders another Ice Beam to counter. The two beams charge in full force, colliding with enough energy that shakes the arena. This is it. Both Pokemon know that there's nothing after this, and are holding nothing back. Lapras pushes all it has into the Ice Beam, while Gyarados does the same. The energy from the attacks is too much, and it becomes unstable, resulting in an explosion that covers the battlefield, stands, and the surrounding ocean. Now we cut to the next day, in the final battle of the final match. We see Wallace and his Milotic, and his opponent is Misty and her Gyarados. The two serpents have been battling it out with all they have. Unfortunately, it's clear a winner has already been decided, as Gyarados falls from exhaustion, and Wallace is announced as the winner while Ash and Gary watch from the audience. Wow, Ash. Misty almost had it. She did, but I don't think she would have been able to win, Ash says. I don't think I could have won either. We gave it all in our battle yesterday, saving nothing for today. Wow, Ash. Did you just have a moment of clarity, Gary says, as the two laugh together, while Vincent and Ethan look on. Marina points out the jealousy of the two towards Gary and Ash, but the two just play it off, drawing the attention back to the festivities. After everything is said and done, the group is back at the Pokemon Center. Even though they didn't win, there was some cool prizes handed out to the top 4. Ash, coming in dead last of the top 4, got a Mystic Water. Something said to power up water-type moves. Maybe he can use it in the future. For coming in 3rd, Gary received a Dragon Scale. Something he's heard can power up one of his prized Pokemon in the tournament, Seadra. For coming in 2nd, Misty was gifted a King's Rock, something she may find a use for at a later time. And finally, Wallace was gifted a rare Silverwing, an item that shines in the deepest darkness and is believed to control the whirlpools around the world islands. With the tournament at an end, the groups begin to discuss their next moves. Team Gary will continue on to Cianwood City, while Ash's next badge is in a place called Goldenrod, which is 1 island away from their current location. It's at this point Vincent reminds everyone that he's already obtained that badge, slightly irritating everyone. With all the goodbyes said, and Ash telling Gary that they will battle in the Johto League, the teams part ways. Ash then says his final goodbyes to Lapras, and thanks it for all of the work that it put in during the tournament. It is at this point that the leader of its group decides to pass on the leadership role to Ash's Lapras for the performance that it gave in the World Cup. Team Ash then wave goodbye as the herd disappears into the sunset. With everything tied up, Team Ash then heads off to the east side of the island to catch their next boat. But they hear someone calling to Misty from the distance. As they turn, it's the victor of the World Cup, Wallace. "Hey Misty," he yells. "Can we talk for a moment?" Surprised, Misty walks to Wallace and speaks in private. Vincent wonders what they are talking about. Maybe he's giving her pointers on water Pokemon, he says. But Ash tells him to be quiet as Misty is returning. "So what did Wallace say?" Ash questions. "Well, you see, he asked..." "Come on, Misty, just say it," Vincent blurts out. "Wallace asked me to come to the Hoenn region with him to train," Misty yells nervously, shocking Vincent into a silence. "Really?" Ash inquires. The young water trainer goes on to say that Wallace claims that the Hoenn region is the perfect place to train for a water-type specialist, and at his gym, he will help me hone my skills. The battle we had impressed him so much that he thinks it'll do me good. Vincent goes on a tangent about how Misty can't abandon the team. They just got started to hit their stride. Then rambles on about more things that just fades away as Misty waits for Ash's response. But he's silent, and Misty doesn't like this. "You know what? I'll just tell him no," she says. But Ash then speaks out. "You should go," he mutters. "It's clear you need to follow your own path, Misty. And that path is no longer with me," Ash says with his head tilted to block the tears in his eyes. "But Ash," Vincent says, only to be stopped by the young champion. "No, this is something you need to do," as he lifts his head, wiping the tears. "I knew this was going to come someday, and it looks like today is that day." Misty smiles. "You know we will always be friends, right?" "We will," Ash says, "no matter how far apart we are." With that, Pikachu says goodbye to Togepi and Chinchou, while Vincent and Ash say their goodbyes, only then to watch Misty walk away with Wallace. "Well, Ash, I guess it's just us then." "Yeah, but we'll be fine, right, buddy?" as Pikachu mounts Ash's shoulder. "So, Ash, where's the next place we're heading?" It's a place called Altomare, I think. And that, my friends, is where we will leave this story for now. Alright everyone, we are back with Ash and Vincent as the dynamic duo have finally arrived at their destination, Altomare, the lone island city off the coast of the Johto region, and the last stop until they reach the destination of Ash's next gym battle in Goldenrod City. Phew! That boat ride was long, Vincent complains. "Yeah, but it was nice to be on the waves for a while longer," Ash retorts. "Oh, thinking of Misty, are we, Ash?" "Yeah, I hope she's okay." "You know, Ash, you didn't have to do that." "Do what?" the young champion asks. "Forfeit the battle to Misty." Everyone could see that Lapras was still able to battle. It was moving just fine. Gyarados, on the other hand, well, it was going to lose if it continued. "Not true. It could have gone either way," Ash says. "Misty was really driven, but the intense battle we had is what led to Gyarados being unable to beat Milotic. I will admit that, but I'm happy with how it turned out, as you can't win them all, if you say so. Anyways, what's there to do here? We have a whole day till the next ferry." "Well, this is known as the City of High Water. The guide says that they have an event called the Tour de Altomare, a race on the water with water Pokemon. Why don't we enter that? It could be great practice. It could be a chance for me and Weasel to work together. It will allow us to beat Gary the next time we meet." "Sure it will, Vincent," as the two head off to find the registration desk for the race. While our heroes are off doing their own thing, in the shadows, a very real threat lurks, as we flash over to two very attractive young women who are ending a communication with their superior Domino, admin to Team Rocket. "Annie, Oakley, the plans in Goldenrod are nearing completion. You are to complete your mission and join us once done. Remember to leave no witnesses." "Understood," the two rebuttal as the screen goes blank. "Phew. Glad that's over," Annie says. "I was afraid she would never stop talking. Remember, Annie, we need them to suspect nothing. Giovanni only wants the weapon of Altomare. We are after something much more dangerous. The power source. Yeah, it just gets old taking commands. The only thing that makes it bearable is the payoff and retirement once we sell it to the highest bidder." "So what are we after exactly?" Annie asks. "Well, rumor has it the power source is called the Soul Dew, but no one has ever seen it," Oakley goes on to explain. "Wait, you're telling me we're chasing a rumor?" Annie yells in anger. "Hold on, cool your jets for a second. Look at this." Showing a tablet screen, Oakley explains about the normal waves of energy that surround the planet, but then she zooms in on Altomare. "See the difference? The waves around the city are very different, almost like surging electricity." With a smile, Annie asks, "So where do we start?" Now we flash over to the start of the race that has the attention of the whole city. The newcomers Ash and Vincent are ready to take the gold. Vincent tells Ash that he's going to win, so don't feel bad when he's left in the dust. "Oh, I highly doubt it," Ash quips. As the two send out Octillery, our two heroes look on as Natu and Xatu begin the countdown, signaling the start of the race. At once, Vincent and Ash are out in front, with Pikachu clutching the shoulder of its trainer. Things are intense as the race winds through through the water-filled streets. Sharp turn after sharp turn has Ash and Vincent fighting for space, narrowly avoiding some close calls. All the while, from above, a duo of curious onlookers that remain transparent watch on. The race is closing in on its finale when Ash hits a rogue wave and is sent airbound into a wall. Octillery does its best to grab the young champion, but it's just out of range to save its trainer. Things are looking like they're going to end painfully for Ash, until he's stopped just short of the wall by an invisible force, causing him to fall into the water, leaving him and his two Pokemon to look on in confusion about the situation. Ash then mounts his Wave Rider once more, as Octillery struggles to catch up to Vincent. With little hope is looking gloom as they watch as the other racers speed ahead. Then, Octillery seems to have found overdrive as it suddenly begins to cut through the water, speeding ahead of all others. Vincent, who has a commanding lead, thinks there's no way he can lose. This causes a false sense of security as he looks back to see Ash closing in on him. Earning Buizel to speed up, Vincent begins to panic as Ash and his Pokemon speed past him meters before the finish line to be crowned this year's champion of the Tour de Altamar. As the champion, Ash is awarded the Glass Medallion of Altamar. He and Vincent are then offered a ride through the town by boat to celebrate the win. It is here we then catch up with some people that we haven't talked about in a very long time: Jesse, James, and Meowth. Remember, they were tasked by Giovanni to keep tabs on Ash and his endeavors to see if the Indigo champion poses any threat to his operations in Johto. Their orders have been simple: watch, but do not interact. They have been doing this for months with no change. They lost him that one time around Mount Kaaa, when none of the trio can really recall what happened that day. But other than that, they have been loyal to a fault on their mission. What we see here is a very angry Jesse, arguing with Domino over their next task as they are in Altamar watching the twerps. Domino has informed them that some special operatives of Team Rocket will be stopping by. They are known as Annie and Oakley. Jesse scoffs at this notion, stating that there's nothing special about those two besides the money they spend. Domino should just leave it to them, as they are already in Altamar. They could acquire anything that the boss needs. Domino, not missing a beat, tells the Rocket trio that they are good for only one thing: failure. The only reason they still have a job is because the boss needs someone to watch the boy. They will be reporting directly to Annie and Oakley and will assist in anything they need. This is not an option, understood? Jessie begins her normal rampage at not being told what to do, but James is quick to silence her, stating they understand before ending the transmission abruptly. Once Jessie can breathe again, she scolds James for his interference, to which he quickly shuts this down by saying he could lose his role in Team Rocket. He won't go back to his parents. This quickly silenced Jessie as her memory of eating snow as a child for every meal flashes in her mind. This, however, doesn't quell her frustration with the role she's been dealt with as of late. It's time for a change. But for what? She doesn't know. Her thoughts are interrupted before she can complete them, with Meowth telling her to get her head out of the clouds. They have company, just as the jet car of their new superiors touches down right in front of them. So, you're the help that we were going to get, Annie snarks from her seat. Honestly, we would have been better off with nothing. How could she think of so little of us? This infuriates Jessie, who wastes no time in beginning to put this blonde bimbo in her place. As James and Meowth tried to calm the enraged redhead, the tension is broken by Oakley. We don't have time for this. How long have you been here? Less than a day, Meowth says, trying to gather his senses after Jessie bashed him in the head trying to get to Annie. Well then, we have work to do, so you two stop fighting and listen. This calls everyone to order. We are looking for a machine, Oakley says. This machine is supposed to be one of great power. The boss wants this tech for Team Rocket, as well as these two Pokemon. Oakley flashes a picture. They are called Latios and Latias. You three are to spread throughout the city, looking for any signs of either. Well, what are you going to do, Jessie retorts. Throwing a set of transmissions at the trio, Oakley says that she will be creating a 3D map of the city to see any hidden areas. As you guys move, these will emit an echo through the area. The quicker you move, the quicker this is over, and we can all go our separate ways. James then tries to state that there could be a problem, attempting to notify the ditzy duo about the presence of Ash, but is quickly silenced by Jessie. The three then walk off, leaving Annie and Oakley to their devices. What was that for? James cries. They gave us orders. We are to assist with helping Annie and Oakley with their mission. Domino didn't say anything about informing her about the twerps. If they fail because they weren't prepared, that's not our fault. James hangs his head. Fine. I hope this doesn't come back to bite us, he sighs, as the three split up. Now we catch up with Vincent and Ash. They have completed the tour of the city and find themselves in the Arts District. Vincent and Ash have the idea to get some ice cream while they check out a spot that came highly recommended, the museum. The duo set off, with Vincent describing all the flavors he's going to have, but Pikachu decides it needs a refreshment, breaking off from the group to find itself at a fountain. In desperate need of water, Pikachu looks around for its trainer, but Ash is nowhere in sight. Then it hears the water start to flow, turning to see a young girl open the spout for it. Pikachu basks in the refreshing liquid, only to be joined by Ash moments later. He sees the girl, and he wants to thank her, but before he knows it, she's gone. Thinking this is odd, Ash decides to see if he can catch up with her, as she could couldn't have gone far. The girl has made it onto a walkway that lines the water. She seems happy with the good deed she's done for the day. Walking quietly, a boat creeps at her back. It's revealed to be Annie and Oakley. This girl, she's not what she seems. Using their expensive tech, they can see her true form. It's a Pokemon called Latias. While Oakley is tracking the dimwit trio, Annie goes on the attack, sending out her Espeon, who is joined by Oakley's Ariados. Annie orders the two on the attack, but Ash is here, finally catching up with the girl. Seeing she's in trouble, Ash helps to free her, triggering an attack from Espeon. Now angry, Ash yells at the two. How dare they attack him? Ordering Pikachu on the attack, Espeon and Ariados square off against Pikachu. In a fast-paced battle, though it seems that Pikachu is outmatched, Ash and it are the perfect team for these two, quickly turning the tables. This causes Oakley to finally break away from her computer screen, only to be met with a feeling of unease. Annie, enough! We have to go now. But why, she questions, as Espeon is knocked back into her with an Iron Tail from Pikachu. Before explaining anything, Oakley throws the boat in reverse, heading back the way they came. Well, serves them right, Ash quips. Pikachu, that was a great job. Turning to see if the girl is okay, Ash finds that she's gone again, having run off out of fear. With nothing left to do, Ash then heads to the museum to meet up with Vincent. Over with the now defeated Team Rocket Special Ops, Annie demands to know why Oakley did that. They could have taken that kid. No, you are very wrong, she says. We would have lost. I highly doubt that, the blonde retorts, only for Oakley to pull up an article from about 9 months prior. In it is a picture of that boy they just battled, and the headline reads, Ash Ketchum, new champion of Kanto. Wait, so that was the current Kanto champ? This could be trouble, Annie says. Yes, I know. That's why we need a new plan, Oakley replies. Well, what do we do? Oh, it's actually very easy. We let them do the work, as Oakley looks onto a screen that is tracking their new flunkies. Over with Meowth, he's exhausted. This search has his paws aching. He doesn't know how much more of this he can take. He's been thinking a lot lately, and he's tired of the daily grind. All they do is chase this kid. For what? They don't even interact with him anymore. How long has it been since they actually tried to steal a Pokemon? Meowth isn't sure, but he knows that this isn't what he signed up for when he joined Team Rocket. With a heavy sigh, he leans on a wall that the cat seemingly falls through, disappearing from sight. Over at the museum, Ash meets up with Vincent, who yells at him for ditching him. What is this? A solo vacation? Ash apologizes, stating that he ran into some trouble with the girl being attacked, but he and Pikachu took care of it really quick. Well, okay, but next time, don't leave me without saying anything. Deal, Ash says, as they head inside. What awaits them is a sight of wonderment. The museum is adorned with the history of Altamar. Looking down, Ash notices that there are some fossils embedded in the floor. Wondering if they are real, Ash's question is answered by a plump old man that says yes. They belong to an evil trainer that had trained them to attack humans. Ash and Vincent look on in amazement. Then, at the center toward the back of this giant palace, a machine catches the eye of Ash and Vincent. Running over, they question what it is, only for the old man to tell them it's known as the DMA, or the defense mechanism of Altamar. The two trainers look over it in astonishment, when something catches Ash's attention from the corner of his eye. Knowing it's the girl from earlier, Ash takes off with Pikachu in tow, yelling to Vincent he'll be back later. Well, at least he said something this time, Vincent thinks, as Ash disappears off into the distance. Outside, Ash hunts down the girl that he had saved, staying only meters behind her. Finally, he manages to close the gap just enough to get her attention. He tells her to wait, but the girl replies that she doesn't know him, so leave her alone. As she walks off, Ash gives chase, briefly losing sight of her, but that quickly changes when she reappears, signaling for Ash to follow. He gives chase, getting closer and closer, until he watches her disappear behind a wall. Not sure of what to do, Ash watches as Pikachu gives chase through the wall as well, only for him to do the same, throwing caution to the wind. Over with Annie and Oakley, they have locked onto the signal that Meowth is putting out. It's different than before. Oakley knows that this means it may have found something. Unfortunately, they don't have an exact location, so they will have to search. The two radio Jesse and James to head over to the coordinates they are sending to start looking. Piece of cake, Oakley says. Now all we have to do is wait. Jesse and James arrive on the scene pretty quickly. Jesse is already in mid-complaint about having to take orders from those special agents. James tells her to be quiet and to help him look. The sooner they finish this task, the sooner they will be gone. Jesse takes offense to this, calling James a slave to this unfair system. They used to have freedom, now they have shackles. James just ignores this, continuing his search. Little do they know, they are only feet away from the corner that Ash went through only moments before. Back with Vincent, he's getting tired of being left alone. So, to speed this up, he sends out Weasel and Azumarill, telling them to speed around the city by water to find Ash. While those two look, Vincent sends out Meganium, ordering it to use Vine Whip to pull them up to the roof above, so they can get a better vantage point. point. Looking around, Vincent realizes just how screwed he is as the whole scope of the island city comes into view. Back with Ash, he's looking around trying to find the girl, eventually finding her on a swing slung from a tree by a pond. Ash begins to approach her, but is quickly knocked to the ground by an invisible force. Bursting to his feet, Ash orders Pikachu to attack it in hopes of defending themselves, but this unseen force passes by the thunderbolts to land an attack on Pikachu. Ash rushes to its side, protecting Pikachu from the mysterious Pokemon. Just when it looks like Ash is going to be mowed down, the mysterious girl puts herself between the force and Ash. Looking on, the force becomes visible, revealing a blue, levitating jet-like Pokemon. A voice then calls out, "What are you doing to Latios?" Looking on, realizing this is a Pokemon that Ash learned about in the museum, a copy of the girl Ash has been chasing makes herself known, taking the side of Latios. Ash goes on to explain who he is and what happened. The girl begins to scold the boy until she is interrupted by the old man from the museum. He goes on to introduce himself and his granddaughter Bianca. They then go on to explain that this girl that Ash has been chasing isn't a girl at all. It's the legendary Pokemon Latios. Ash tells them about the altercation that they had earlier on in the day, which explains why Latios has been so taken with Ash. Seeing the type of person he is, Latios wants to thank our young champion by taking him on a spectral tour of the city that has only been seen by him and his sister. With the help of Latios, they are treated to some amazing visuals, but with Latios out and about, it captured the attention of Weasel, who rushes to signal Vincent. Latios eventually returns to its sanctuary, where the old man is in the middle of explaining the history of the two Eon Pokemon. When he was a boy, the town was under a threat of complete destruction. There was a disaster that could have ended the lives of all who lived in Altamar. However, the father of Latios and Latios came to this waterless city and brought with it the water. It turned Altamar into this vibrant and lush paradise you see today. But unfortunately, it came at a cost. Their father gave its life to stop the evil trainer's Pokemon and end the violent weather. This left two things in its wake. Latios and Latios were orphaned. And what was the second thing, Ash inquires? This, the old man says, as he leads Ash to a fountain that has a glowing orb at the bottom. This is the Soul Dew. It houses the spirit of their father, as well as all of his power. Ash, do you remember the DMA I told you about earlier? Yeah. Well, this is its power source. It must never fall into the wrong hands, or calamity will befall Altamar once more. That means that you must keep this place secret. Can you do that? Ash prepares to answer with a firm yes, but is interrupted by a voice that is all too familiar. How dare you ditch me again to see the cool sights? Looking over to the waterway, there stands Vincent, soaked to the core. Oh hey, Vincent! This isn't what it looks like. Well then, what is it? Vincent says as he walks toward Ash with hostility in each step. This is quickly dealt with, however, when Latios and Latios put themselves between the two, stopping Vincent in his tracks. What are these things? He replies nervously. Latios, he's okay. This is Vincent. He's a friend. The two dragon types look the boy up and down. Reluctantly, Latios accepts this when Latios starts to play with another new friend. Ash then goes on to explain everything. Vincent, now feeling bad, apologized to the two dragons. He didn't know what he was doing. It is at this point that Vincent tells Ash they have to go. If they don't get going now, they won't have a place to stay for the night. Latios is saddened by this, but it understands. Ash and it say their goodbyes for the night, with Ash telling it he will be by tomorrow before they have to leave. With that, all the humans depart, leaving the two Pokemon to play in isolation. Little do they know, Meowth just watched this entire interaction. Running to go find Jesse and James, he emerges from the wall that he fell through. Luckily for the feline, his friends are really close, within his line of sight as a matter of fact. Flagging them down, Meowth begins to explain everything to him. Jesse, knowing that this is their opportunity, tells them they should steal the Soul Dew and sell it to the highest bidder. James and Meowth are against this. Do you know what the boss will do to us if he finds out we did something like that? James says. Well, that thing could be worth a lot of scratch, Meowth says. That must be what Annie and Oakley are after. That's what they have us looking for. James still says it's a bad idea, and tells Meowth that he's surprised the cat would be on board with Jesse's suicidal plan. It doesn't matter though. The three of them are at least smart enough to know that they can't let those two get it, because they will only use it for their own goals. The trio decide to wait for nightfall to make their move. Unfortunately, Annie and Oakley have been monitoring the whole event as well. They picked up on the spot when Meowth's signal stopped being irregular, so they are waiting for nightfall as well to strike. Later that night, Ash and Vincent are winding down in their room. This day was crazy, Ash. Is it always like that when you travel? You know, I never thought about it. Yeah, me and Pikachu have had a lot of adventures, some even crazier than this. Well, I would like to hear about those. Maybe someday I'll tell you. Well, you could start now. Okay, Ash begins with a story about the time that he was in the Orange Islands and he met Lugia. Over in the Eon Garden, Latios and Latios are fast asleep at this point, tuckered out from the events of the day. In the background, we can see that Jesse, James, and Meowth are making their move in order to find the Soul Dew thing that Meowth was talking about. But when they get to the fountain where it should rest, there's nothing there. Meowth, You said it was here. It was. I swear, the cat says. The noise that the group makes arguing, unfortunately, is not in their best interests. They have awakened Latios, who comes to investigate the commotion. Taking cover with their hands on Meowth's yapper, the cat sees a small bot making off with their prize. Trying to get the attention of his numbskull friends, Meowth extends his claws, slashing at the arms holding him hostage. This causes Jessie and James to yelp in pain, getting the attention of their pursuer. The two rocket grunts yell at Meowth, but he quickly points out the bot making its way to where they see Oakley waiting off in the distance. No, she's got it. But now they have a problem. Both of the Eon Pokemon know they are here, forcing all of the members of Team Rocket to run in fear. Over with Annie, she is in the museum, shopping for some last-minute items from their trip when Oakley comes running in, telling Annie to run for it. Wondering why, she sees that Latios is hot on her tail, while Latios broke off to chase after the other three. Knowing they need to get out, Oakley assesses their options, but Latios isn't giving them any room to move. Even their Pokemon can't hold a candle to this thing. They have been pushed into the back of the museum. Realizing the only chance they have to get out of this, Oakley enters the DMA, activating it with the Soldew. As the ancient mechanism roars to life, a barrier encloses them, holding off Latios. This has some unforeseen effects. As the Soldew surges to life, a burst of energy pulsates from the machine. Suddenly, the floor of the museum begins to crack as the two fossil Pokemon that were imprisoned begin to emerge. As the two live again, regrowing their flesh, they do nothing. Wondering what's going on, it's actually Annie that puts this together. Maybe they're waiting on a command. Oakley, at the controls of the machine, orders the two to attack Latios and capture it. Without any warning, the fossils tear through the museum, focused only on one goal, the command that Oakley gave them. Unfortunately, the two know nothing else, only attacking wherever they can. Latios does its best to fend off the two. It's able to hold its own for now, but how long is the real question. Over with Latios, it's closing in on the Rocket Trio. Firing bursts of psychic energy, it eventually hits James, sending him into the river. Meowth and Jessie keep running, leaving their cohort behind. As James watches them do so, Latios is concerned with why they were in the den of it and Latios. Finally catching up, Meowth does his best to convince Latios they meant no harm, only following a suspicious group of characters known as Team Rocket. Latios doubts Meowth's claims, but they are interrupted by an explosion that happens at the museum. Latios, knowing her brother is in trouble, rushes to save him, while Jessie and Meowth watch, thankful they still have their lives. Over with Ash and Vincent, they are thrusted from their beds in panic. Ash, knowing this, tells Vincent and Pikachu to get dressed. Things are about to get dangerous. They then set off in the direction of the explosion, hoping that they're not too late. Over at the museum, the explosion was a result of a luster purge, colliding with not one, but two hyper beams. Annie and Oakley are impressed with this machine. They can see why Giovanni wants it. Maybe they will keep it for themselves. But before they can do that, another shockwave is absorbed by the machine as the two fossil Pokemon drop Latios. Oakley gives them the order to bind Latios with whatever they can find, but the Kabutops and Aerodactyl are non-responsive, like they're buffering. Giving them another order out of frustration, the two Rockets are met with a surge of energy from the DMA. Then, the eyes on their minions glow a terrifying red as they begin to attack their masters. Not knowing what's going on, Oakley tries to shut down the DMA, but it won't kill its connection to the Soldew, preventing it from being pulled from the machine. As the two fossils continue their onslaught, the energy shield begins to fail. Realizing things are lost, the duo cut ties, running from the machine as they escape from the museum. This is met with the arrival of Ash, Vincent, Latios, Bianca, and her grandfather. What they see is pure carnage. The museum has been destroyed, and the two fossil Pokemon have turned their attention to Latios until they are interrupted by their new guests. Ash, knowing they need to get them out of the way, tells Latios to be ready. They will draw their attention of the two enemies, and when they do, it needs to get Latios out of here. Nodding, Latios readies itself for the opening. Ash and Vincent both send out their Meganiums. This is met with a mixed bag. The two immediately begin sizing each other up, intending to battle, but their trainers point out the real threat, forcing them to put their rivalry aside for later. The two Grass Dinos go on the attack. Once there is an opening, Latios rushes in to save her brother. While the Meganiums keep the two distracted, Ash and the group join them. How do we stop this thing, Vincent says. The only way is to cut the power of the DMA, Bianca replies. Jumping into the control area, her grandfather is unable to remove the Soldew. It is at this point they realize there's only one way. They must overload the machine. Ash steps in. Well, we can do that. Can't we, Pikachu? The electric mouse sparks in confidence. Vincent tells Ash that after listening to their stories, he won't let Ash have all of the glory of this one, sending out a Pokemon we haven't seen yet. A Magneton. Cool, Ash says. I've seen those before, but not of that color. Yeah, mine's pretty special, Vincent says smugly. Well, let's see if it has power. The two trainers order a thunder from each of their mons that envelops the machine. It begins to surge with power as the battle with the two fossils and the two Johto starters begin to take a turn for the worse. The fossils are taking the lead. The first one to fall is Ash's Meganium, followed quickly by Vincent's. Now, the fossils have set their sights on the two trainers. As they begin to close in, Vincent and Ash call to their electric types. Hold nothing back, they yell. Sparking with everything they got, the two dump all they have into the machine. As they both fall, it appears that their efforts are in vain. The fossils are launching their next assaults. But then, a massive burst of energy erupts with an explosion that spreads out from the island. It has enough force that it pushes the water back from Altamar, revealing a barren land once covered by ocean. However, our heroes don't see this, as they are met with the relief at the sight of the fossils returning to their bone state. But then a rumble can be felt. The group looks out at the horizon. At first, what they think they see is clouds, but they are getting closer and closer. Then finally, it sinks in. The water, it's coming back, and it will not just flow back in quietly. This place will be leveled, and no one will survive. Is there anything we can do, Ash asks. The only defense we had died with the machine, Bianca says. So, then we're doomed, Vincent replies, with fear in his voice. But luckily, there is one hope. It becomes known when Latios reawakens to see what is going on. Saying nothing, it struggles to gain altitude, but takes off as fast as it can. What is Latios doing, Bianca says. Looking at her grandfather, he has tears in his eyes. Latios is going to sacrifice itself to save us. What? No, it can't. It's too late, the old man says. Latios has made his choice. Hearing this, Latios takes off after her brother, hoping to save him. Not long after, a blue light erupts from the distance as the group watches the water slowly return to the streets of Altamar. Ash and Vincent begin to shed tears of their own. Both of them lost their lives to protect us. This isn't right, Vincent says. Why does it have to be like this? Well, at least we still have the soul dew, Bianca says, as she climbs up to the wreckage of the machine, but is shocked by what she sees. What's wrong? Her grandfather asks. The dew, it's gone, she says. Maybe it used all of its power it had during the surge. This is a very sad time. We've lost everything on this day. The group begins to mourn the events that have come to pass, until they hear a faint call. Looking out to the sea, it's faint, but Latios is there. The Eon Pokemon struggles to the shore, collapsing on the beach. Everyone rushes to its side, hoping it's okay. Luckily, Latios will be fine. It's just exhausted from all it's been through. Bianca then asks where Latios is. Did it survive? Unsure of how to answer, Latios opens its hands to reveal a glowing ore, a soul dew. This is Latios, so the same fate of its father, the protector of Altamar. Well, Bianca says, we will guard this one with our lives, Latios. As the group watches the sun rise on a new day and a new world. Later on, Ash and Vincent say their goodbyes to Altamar and Bianca. They are off to Goldenrod City, but Latios is nowhere to be seen. Unable to wait, Ash tells Bianca to give it his best. She then watches as the boat disappears over the horizon. Ash from the boat's perspective watches as Altamar disappears in the distance, but he's hit with the feeling. Looking up in the sky, Ash sees a familiar outline. He knows who this is, and he will never forget Latios. Over with Jessie and Meowth, they are unable to find James. He's nowhere on the island. Unsure of what to do, the two are lost. Then, their communication device begins to ring. Meowth is the one who answers it. After some time, he hangs up, telling Jessie they are to forget about James. Their orders are to head to Goldenrod, as it's time for the boss to execute his plans. This doesn't feel right, the redhead says. We shouldn't leave James. He's family. Jessie, we have our orders, the cat says. Reluctantly, after even more searching, they make the decision to leave, thinking James met a cruel fate during the calamity. It takes a few days, but they arrive in Goldenrod. Jessie comments that the air here feels off. Something isn't right. Oh, you have no idea, a voice says from behind them. Turning, it's revealed to be Domino. You two, come with me. The two follow her off the pier to one of the many large buildings that dot the sky of the city. They then take an elevator to the highest floor. Once the doors open, they are met with some familiar faces, as Butch, Cassidy, Annie, Oakley, Namba, and the one they thought they lost forever, James. His friends rush to him, wondering how he got away, but before they can say a word, Giovanni orders them to stop, then signals James to step forward. Do you have something for me, my boy? James reaches into his pocket, pulling out a very damaged, but still very usable soul dew. I do, he says, as he presents it to his leader. At last, now we have everything to unleash my master plan. And that is where we are going to leave this part. With our start of Season 2, we're going to begin with following up on Team Gary. We find our heroes at the Cianwood gym, with Ethan, Marina, and Houndour watching as Gary is in the final moments of his gym battle. Clutching the badge he and Noctowl had won the day before, Ethan watches intensely as Gary prepares to make his final choice against the ace of the gym leader, Chuck, Poliwrath. Gary had begun the battle with a lead, using Skarmory to quickly gain an advantage, taking out both Chuck's Machoke and Hitmontop. However, Poliwrath was able to close the gap quickly, taking out both Gary's Skarmory and Scizor. The young oak isn't worried though. His final choice is clear. Electabuzz, go! Hitting the field, the only sparks with confidence. Poliwrath seems unfazed by this, eagerly awaiting the commands of its trainer. Chuck, knowing they can't use water moves, tells Poliwrath to try something a little new, Mud Shot. The combat toad picks up some of the sand that covers the gym floor, only to douse it in water. Curiosity gets Gary, as he's never experienced this type of move before, but he soon finds it's in his best interest if he doesn't wait to find out what it can do, as Chuck smirks, telling Poliwrath to fire away. Suddenly, Electabuzz is facing down a wide barrage of attacks. Thinking quickly, Gary orders a double team, in an attempt to prevent the damage. With afterimages dotting the battlefield, it seems Electabuzz was successful in its evasion, until it catches one of the mud shots. This reveals the true danger of the attack, as Electabuzz has no real resistance and takes a knee from the pain. This allows Poliwrath to restock on its ammo. Knowing his window is closing, Gary has an idea. Poliwrath is tired from its first 2 battles, and its reaction time is slightly less than at the start. Gary aims to use this, ordering Electabuzz in. Doing so, this forces the frog to use its attack prematurely, as Chuck orders it to fire another mud shot. Gary has its second set of eyes. Electabuzz manages to use double team to dodge only millimeters from the assault. This puts the only square in the personal space of its opponent, allowing Electabuzz to light up Poliwrath with a thunderbolt, bringing this battle and the match to a close. With their storm badges firmly in their hand, Team Gary departs from the gym, thanking Chuck for his intense battle, only for his wife to poke fun at him, as he's still lacking in training. The two begin to argue about Chuck's flab once more, as Gary and his friends leave before they get drug into it. Later that evening, Team Gary is discussing their next move. With all the storms around the Whirl Island subsided, the main transport is back up, allowing for a direct shot back to Olivine City. It would only take a few hours for them to get there if they leave first thing in the morning. While Ethan has no problem with this, Marina speaks to the contrary. She wants to explore Cianwood a little bit more, but Gary tells her that there really isn't much here. It's mostly just a beach with the mountain to the west, south, and north. That's not exactly true, a man speaks from across the table. Excuse me, Marina asks. What do you mean? This man joins the trio and introduces himself as Boba. He has recently opened a new attraction in the mountains above Cianwood, a place called the Safari Zone. Intrigued, Marina asks for more information on this, only for Gary to offer his knowledge of what a Safari Zone is. The Oak explains it's basically a nature preserve that houses rare Pokemon. It would actually benefit them if they all went. It could house some unique experiences. Marina is on board, quickly asking if her and her friends could come see this place. Laughing, Babo says he would be more than happy to have them. To be honest, he's been finding it difficult to get trainers to come into the mountains, as the only thing that they really care about is the gym and the pharmacy. Well, we will change that, Marina says, beaming with excitement. Liking her enthusiasm, Balboa gives them directions and says that he will see them in the morning. With that, the old man takes his leave, with newfound hope for his creation. The next day, we find our heroes above Cianwood City in the mountains. The group left at dawn and have been walking long enough for the sun to now be above them in the sky. While Gary and Marina are excited about this new safari zone, Ethan is starting to become impatient, complaining they should just turn back. Ethan is wearing on the nerves of Marina, who lets him know her displeasure with his whining. Luckily, the argument doesn't last long as Gary draws their attention to a gate just ahead of them. In front stands a very excited Balboa. "I thought you wouldn't make it," he says. "We almost didn't," Ethan quips. "This place is so far out of the way. I can see why no one would ever get here." "I know," Bobo says, "but there's a specific reason why I chose this place. And once you get inside, I know you'll agree with me that this is truly something special." "It better be," Ethan murmurs under his breath as Bobo invites them inside. Although the gate is nothing special, mostly just a plain sign that says Safari Zone, beyond it is a vast world that houses different climates for any type of Pokemon you can think of. Ice, ground, flying, fire, rock, anything your imagination could bring to mind. Everyone's mouth is agape, even Ethan's. "Well, I guess you have to eat your words," Marina says. However, Ethan isn't listening as he runs off deep into the wilderness before them. Bobo smiles. "Here, you may want to take these," he says, handing a bag of safari balls. "You get 30 each, but your friend will need these, as regular balls don't work in this area." Marina sighs, telling them she will go find Ethan, as she runs off in the direction that Ethan headed. Bobo then tells Gary to explore as much as he can. He would like the feedback of a trainer of his caliber. Gary nods, telling Houndour they are going to head off into the more forested area. The old man watches, knowing that each of them will have a very unique time in this wondrous land of Pokemon. This is where we catch up with Ethan, who has discovered he can release his Pokemon as he's chosen to send in Weepinbell. Ethan has been attempting to get past its aggressive streak by using it in more battles, kinda like Marina did with Totodile. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen the same results. While the Fly Trap will heed his commands most of the time, the moment the battle starts to go south, Weepinbell throws any notion of teamwork out the window in favor of brutality. So, he'd hoped that this very wild place would be a great place to train this very wild Pokemon. Unfortunately, his first capture attempt, a Tauros, gets away when his Pokeball fails to work. You can see the frustration on Weepinbell's face as the Tauros runs off, while Ethan yells at his Pokeball to work. While their first battle went smoothly, the next one against something called a Stantler doesn't go so well, as Weepinbell is less open to the commands of its trainer. This causes it to take some damage when the deer fakes it out with its horns. Weepinbell then turns its frustration on anything that moves, eventually slinging a Vine Whip at a random bush, only for Totodile to emerge, taking the attack. Marina rushes to its side as it's completely one-shotted. Ethan begins to argue with Weepinbell, while Marina tends to her downed Mon. This disagreement on Weepinbell's behavior eventually results in it storming off, almost to say it's done with Ethan and his incompetence. Frustration boils in the blood of the young trainer as he asks Marina what she's doing out here, to which she replies, bringing you these, as she recalls Totodile after making sure it's nothing more than just stunned. Opening the sack, Ethan spots the 30 Savari balls, questioning why he needs them, to which Marina explains that only those balls will work in the Savari zone, as a poaching prevention method. Oh, Ethan sighs. That's why mine wouldn't work. Then everything for the young trainer clicks about the frustration Weepinbell was feeling, forcing him to run off and search for it, once again leaving Marina alone. Now we find ourselves with Gary, as the young man and his doggo traverse the thickly treed area. This normally wouldn't be a problem, however, a thick fog has descended on the area, visually impairing Gary and Houndour. This shouldn't be an issue, however, Houndour seems to be on edge, cautiously moving in the undergrowth. Gary notices this, choosing to keep the pup close, as not to get separated. The duo proceed with caution, pushing inches at a time, until Houndour stands at attention in a defensive position. It begins to growl, attempting to detour a threat it thinks is around them. Gary tries to find the source of this tension, but the fog is thick, and Houndour isn't fixed on one particular spot. That is, until they find themselves at the crest of a pond. Gary thinks to himself that it's strange they haven't seen any Pokemon since they've headed into the bush, but this thought is interrupted when opposite of them, a blue outline can be seen through the thick veil. Houndour tenses as Gary readies a Pokeball, but as quickly as it appeared, the glow vanishes, leaving behind what looked like a silhouette of a man. Gary calls to this person, only for them to also vanish in the mist. Odd, Gary says, but the tension hasn't subsided, as Houndour is now growling in an aggression that Gary hasn't seen before, as a new threat appears in the mists. Now we pick up with Marina. She's been failing fantastically at every turn, having lost out on a Rhyhorn, Chansey, and a Farfetch'd. This just isn't her day, and the frustration is something she is unable to contain any longer, as she lets out a blood-curdling scream. This throws off her son Flora, as it flinches in fear. As the cries echo in the surrounding area, it attracts the attention of a certain Pokemon that sparks, catching the attention of Marina, who runs in the direction of the Pokemon, only to find nothing there. However, another spark just up ahead happens again. "You're not getting away from me," the young researcher says, as she vigorously sprints in that direction. Over with Ethan, he is out of breath after running and climbing, frantically searching for his missing fly trap. Unfortunately, the terrain is very rocky, making it difficult for the young trainer to climb, but this is the only way Weepinbell could have gone. Stiffening his resolve, Ethan reaches out, pulling himself up the granite wall one step at a time. As Ethan slowly makes his way up, he can hear sounds in the distance. As he climbs, the sounds become louder and louder. As our young hero ascends, the sounds become clear. Someone or something is battling. Ethan finally climbs up on a ledge, allowing him to peek his head over to see a crowd of Pokemon that he's never seen before. It seems they are standing around something in the middle. As they slowly funnel in, taking turns attacking, Ethan's stomach sinks, knowing full well what unfortunate soul is at the center of this melee. Pulling himself up, his vision becomes clear as he watches Weepinbell consistently taking headbutts and Iron-Tails from this horde of Pokemon. Ethan tries the Pokédex, learning that these are known as Aron, a steel rock type. However, at the head of the group stands one clear leader, to which his Pokédex reveals as Lairon, the evolution of Aron. It's directing a conga line of its minions in to attack Weepinbell. While Ethan wants to interject, part of him wants to just let Weepinbell take a few lumps in an attempt to teach it a lesson. While this is a vile thought to the young man, he doesn't act on it when the intent of the Lairon becomes clear: death to those who enter its territory. As another order of attack is given, Ethan yells, commanding the attention of the group. "Hey, you can't do that. Weepinbell is my friend. I won't let you hurt it." A bit stunned that this human is in their territory, the Aron only watch as their leader slowly descends from its perch to confront this new intruder. Ethan confronts the leader, telling it this isn't right. They all ganged up on Weepinbell. It's hurt. They have clearly won, so they can just move on and leave it be. He will take it, and they will never return here. Unfortunately, there's one thing Ethan is overlooking. In this place, there is only one law: the strongest survive. Weepinbell came into their territory looking for trouble, and it found exactly what it wanted. This is reflected by the answer of Lairon as it charges at Ethan. Unfortunately, the area to evade this charge is non-existent, as Ethan's back is to a cliffside. The only thing he can do is watch as Lairon barrels his way. Back with Gary, their stalker has become known as Meditite emerges from the mists. It's here to continue whatever issue it has with Houndour. Gary recognized this as the same Pokemon that attacked Houndour before, as the pup is very defensive in its presence. The fact that this Pokemon has tracked Houndour across an ocean tells Gary one thing. Whatever the reason this Meditite is after Houndour, there has to be a human behind it. However, Gary has a little time to think as Meditite is on the attack, a clear target in mind as it throws a Force Bomb at Houndour. Dodge, Gary commands, to which the doggo demonstrates its synchronicity with the human it's befriended. The Force Bomb strikes the ground as Houndour counters with a Smog. The fighting type is met with a very unpleasant surprise as a poisonous cloud bathes its nostrils, forcing it to cough heavily from the toxins it just ingested. Houndour is quite proud of itself. However, Gary tells it to be alert. Unfortunately, it's too late. As the cloud fades, Meditite uses its psychic abilities to lock onto Houndour. With its resolve hardened, it fires a dynamic punch that catches the overconfident pup. However, Meditite doesn't stop once it connects, choosing to push the stunned canine with the force it uses into a tree. Then, it continues the pummeling. Gary tries to intervene, choosing to send in Blastoise. Unfortunately, Meditite uses its confusion attack to freeze Gary in place as he prepares to throw the ball. With Gary frozen and Houndour out cold, Meditite then does something Gary wasn't expecting. It grabs Houndour by a leg and slings it over its shoulder, only to walk off. Gary is helpless as he watches this unfold, pleading with the fighting type to stop this madness. Unfortunately, this falls on deaf ears. Gary can do nothing. Then, Meditite flinches from its poison. This is enough to break the hold it has on Gary. Now free, the Oak changes his approach, choosing to throw a ball at Houndour as Meditite drops it. This results in the capture of the fire type, while Gary sends in Blastoise for some defense. Realizing it's outmatched, Meditite fades back into the mists from which it came. With a sigh of relief, Gary picks up the ball of his newest catch, only for the dex to prompt a swap of Pokemon. After some thought, Gary elects Arcanine to be sent back to his grandpa, while he keeps Houndour. With his newest catch firmly in his grasp, Gary decides he's done for the day, so he can get Houndour some much-needed medical attention. Over with Marina, she's been pushing her way through the brush for a while now, following these little sparks that keep teasing her. Just when she thinks the chase is over, it begins again. It's rather infuriating, and it shows with the look of irritation plastered all over her face. Even Sunflora is giving its trainer space as she vents her frustration. However, Marina is undeterred, pushing on, nearly leaving her Pokemon behind. Though its legs are short, the Sunflower refuses to be left behind, as both it and Marina find themselves in a grassland environment. Deep in the field, Marina can make out the sparks of whatever has been taunting her, circling like it's hunting. This mysterious Pokemon is slowly closing in, zapping both of these city folk before it runs away. With each shock getting a little bit more intense, Marina commands Sunflora to bathe the surrounding area with razor leaves in an attempt to defend themselves. Doing so, the grass is shortened, revealing the tail of a Pokemon that is struck by one of the razor leaves, forcing it to discharge a bunch of electricity at once. Taking this as a sign of aggression, Marina throws a Pokeball that captures the creature on its third shake. Phew, Marina thinks. I bet this is the deadliest Pokemon in the preserve. Well, it's all mine, and the boys will be jealous. With her new prize, Marina rushes off to find the others, in hopes of gloating about her rare find. Back with Ethan, his brief life as a trainer flashes before his eyes as he tunnels out. However, he quickly realizes that nothing has happened, forcing him to focus on the events at hand. Cluing in, Ethan sees that Lairon has been stopped as it is struggling to move in his direction. The reason for this is one that surprises the aspiring Pokemon master. Weepinbell, though very injured, is using what strength it has left to hold back the Iron Behemoth. Lairon flares about, frustrated that its command would be challenged by these two. Luckily, it has an answer for this problem. As it begins to charge an attack, it then fires it in the direction of Weepinbell, only for Ethan to jump on Lairon's back, covering its eyes the best he can. This forces the attack to miss as Lairon bucks about, throwing Ethan from its back in the direction of his grass type. With a hard landing and them outnumbered, Ethan realizes they need help. Readying Typhlosion's Pokeball, Ethan prepares to throw it. However, his arm is stopped by the vine of Weepinbell. Though it is injured, it still wants this. It's a point of pride with the fly trap. Ethan stares down this defiant Pokemon. Fine, he says, you can battle, but if we do this, then it's together. You understand? Weepinbell nods, taking its place at the front of its trainer. A strange feeling washes over Ethan. For the first time since it's evolved, Ethan feels like he and Weepinbell are on the same page. With a smirk, Ethan gives it the first command, a Razor Leaf. Launching the projectiles, Weepinbell puts all it has into this attack. However, Lairon just charges through, using its armored hide as a shield to connect with the takedown. This connects with the Grassmon, forcing it back. Weepinbell, are you okay? Ethan asks. It's hurt, but still able to battle as it steps forward. Ethan can see that this will come down to a battle of wills. Whoever breaks first, that is how this will end. It is here that Lairon charges the attack again. This time, Ethan uses his Pokédex to learn that this is called Rock Blast, and it can hit in succession. That's not good. If any of those connect, Weepinbell will be seriously hurt. Fortunately, Ethan has a plan, telling his Grassmon to let the rocks fly. Lairon fires its move, confident this battle is over. However, this is where the bond of trainer and Pokemon plays a huge role, which Lairon finds out firsthand. Ethan tells Weepinbell to coil its vine like a spring. This absorbs the rocks as they connect with the predator plant, allowing them to return the rock blast to its sender for a full 5 rounds, stunning Lairon in the process. Then, with the final command, Ethan tells Weepinbell to use its vine to sling Lairon into the rock face as hard as it can. Weepinbell does so, knocking out the Mon. This battle is over, and Weepinbell, though injured, stands victorious. The two begin to celebrate their joined effort, finally paying off. However, this is interrupted when the ground beneath where Lairon landed begins to give way as it starts to slide towards the cliffside. We have to save it, Ethan says. Weepinbell looks apprehensive, but Ethan is right, so it uses its vine to stop the steel type from sliding off the edge. Unfortunately, due to all the damage it took, Weepinbell doesn't have the strength to hold it for long, losing its grip in the process. The Aron watch as their leader slides off the ledge to its certain doom. This triggers a response from Ethan, throwing one of the Safari Balls in a latch-ditched effort to save the tank. Luckily, his aim is true, and the ball strikes, capturing Lairon in a brilliant light. The ball falls on the cliff's edge as it shakes, wobbling back and forth. Then, after 3, it stops. Ethan caught the Lairon, to which he has mixed feelings, as the Aron, seemingly accepting the status quo, leave the two for higher altitudes. A bit confused about the situation, Ethan tries to get their attention of the herd, but they ignore him as they climb. With little options left, Ethan chooses not to give chase, but to descend the cliff in order to find his friends. After a while, the trio make their way back to the gate of the Safari Zone, where Bobo awaits. How was the haul, the warden questions. Meditite showed up again, Gary says. It tried to take Houndour, forcing me to catch it. What is up with that thing? Ethan asks. I don't know, Gary says, but I'm sure it'll be back. It's here Marina reveals that she was able to get a new Pokemon, to which Ethan asks what it is, but it isn't something Marina can answer, as she didn't use her Pokedex. Come to think of it, the Pokedex didn't even register the capture. This is where Boba explains that Marina needs to accept the capture as one she wants. Then, the Pokedex will register the capture. Opening the Dex, she does so, prompting the activation of the Dex. It's here she reads the name. Pachirisu, she says, as she releases her new Mon from its ball. This is met with a bolt of electricity that lights up Marina, as her newest research assistant is excited to meet anyone. This just leaves Ethan, who suddenly falls silent. Gary asks him what the problem is, to which Ethan tells him about the events of the day and how he feels guilty for Lairon being abandoned by its herd. But Gary gives Ethan a helpful piece of advice. This place is very wild. That's the law of the wild. The herd saw Lairon as no longer fit to lead them, so they left it. It's an unfortunate truth of the world, and it's something you're going to have to help Lairon get through as its new trainer. Well, I could just release it and it could go back, Ethan says. I'm afraid that would do more harm than good, Balboa says. Once a herd has made the decision like that, they will not change their mind. That would leave Lairon to survive on its own, which, in a place like this, could be a death sentence. Ethan, feeling guilty over the events of today, reluctantly accepts the capture, prompting the Pokedex to request which Pokemon he will send to Professor Elm. After some thought, Ethan chooses to send Beedrill. With their events in the Johto Safari Zone at an end, and a promise to spread the word of the Majestic Mountain Retreat, Team Gary departs, heading for the Cianwood docks and their boat. Along the walk, Ethan could do nothing but stare at Lairon's Pokeball. Is this what catching all Pokemon does, he thinks to himself, seemingly struggling with the damage he may have caused Lairon and his other Pokemon. Is he the reason that Weepinbell is the way it is? Are any of his Pokemon feeling resentment toward him? All questions he must confront as our heroes board the boat bound for Olivine City. All the while, a man follows them, specifically eyeing Gary with a questionable look in his eyes. And that, my friends, is where we're going to leave things for now. How did you guys enjoy this first part of Season 2? What do you think about the new captures for Team Gary? Why is Meditite so insistent in its capture of Houndour? And who is the man that is after Gary? Let me know in the comments down below.
We begin today's part following up with Ash and Vincent as they have finally reached the site of their next destination, the biggest city in all of Johto, Goldenrod City. Stepping off the boat, the two are glad to be back on land, especially Ash. The whole trip, the only thing that he heard was Vincent talk about how he won't need to battle the leader in Goldenrod as he's already done that and earned that badge, before showing it off repeatedly. It's to the point that all of the mystery is gone from this leader. Ash knows her name is Whitney, she's a normal type specialist, and she likes 3-on-3 battles, and her ace is a Pokemon known as Miltank. As the two begin to depart from the pier, Vincent is the first to speak again, telling Ash he will lead the way to the gym, as he's been there before. Ash has been biting his tongue up until this point, but he can't take it anymore. Vincent, please just stop, the champion yells. You need to stop talking. Since we've left Altamare, all you've done is talk.
It's to the point that I know everything about the gym leader of the city. Well, Ash, I just wanted to help by giving you some sort of strategy to battle her with, as I barely beat her. Did it ever occur to you that I may want the challenge of not knowing what I'm facing, Ash yells? I don't want to know everything you've done. It's great that you got the badge, but I would like to experience it for myself, not have to live your battle the whole time I'm battling. The newest member of Team Ash gets quiet with a long face. I'm sorry, Ash says, but if we're going to travel together, you can't spoil everything. You can talk about your battles, but only after I've had the chance to battle the gym with no input from you. Vincent says nothing, only responding to Ash when he asks if he can lead the way. Pointing, the young boy leads his hero down the road off of the pier into the metropolis. The walk is silent. Ash is still a bit annoyed about the situation, and Pikachu is glad that Vincent is finally silent and trailing behind. A little bit of time passes and we find ourselves outside of the Goldenrod gym. The sight of the building has Ash's blood boiling. All the frustration from Vincent melts away as he asks Pikachu if he's ready for a gym battle, sparking the mouse signals so, as Ash turns to thank Vincent for bringing him to the gym. However, Ash quickly finds that he is alone. Somewhere on the walk over, Vincent seems to have gotten separated from our champion. Whether it's by choice or by accident still remains to be seen. Ash feels bad about yelling at him, but since he's here, he decides that he should waste no time and at least get a gym badge. So he heads inside. Pushing on the door, Ash walks into a very simple gym design. It's just a basic stadium layout. Before him, a girl that he perceives as the gym leader stands. Ash greets the girl by introducing himself and telling her that he wants to challenge her to a battle for a gym badge. The girl looks at him in puzzlement. This prompts Ash to address her by name. Whitney, my name is Ash. I'm here to challenge you. This triggers the girl, and her tone shifts from confused to one that is apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you have me confused with someone else. I'm not Whitney. My name is Carrie. I'm one of the trainers that trains under Whitney. She is actually not here right now. Ash is now slightly embarrassed, as the one thing Vincent didn't tell him about Whitney was what she looked like. Ash asks if Carrie knows when she'll be back. Oh, I'm afraid she's gone for the day. This causes Ash to sigh. He missed his chance. He thanks Carrie for the help and begins to leave. But the young trainer is stopped by the girl. Hey, don't I know you from somewhere? Oh, me? I'm just a regular trainer, Ash says, not wanting to draw attention to his champion status. No, I'm pretty good with faces, and you look really familiar. Ash tries to tell the girl that she's mistaken, only to realize that there is a poster on the wall behind the girl that has a picture of him on it that says Regional Champions of the World. Ash hopes the girl doesn't notice, but then a person on the picture right next to him draws his attention. Lance. He's there with a whole list of other people. Wait, Lance is a champion, Ash thinks? Unfortunately, his gaze has drawn the curiosity of Carrie, who quickly puts things together with Ash in his picture. Wait, you're the champion of Kanto. With a sigh, Ash says he is. Well, that's different than Carrie says. Whitney went off to the Goldenrod radio tower. She has a bit of a weakness for their lottery game. She never wins, but always plays, no matter what. This piques Ash's attention, who asks for directions to the radio tower. Carrie says it's to the northwest part of the city. Just follow the radio antenna. You can't miss it. Thanking the girl, Ash and Pikachu bolt from the gym in hopes of catching Whitney and getting his battle. Off in the distance, Ash can see the antenna that he seeks. It actually doesn't take too long for our heroes to arrive at the radio tower. This thing is massive. It has to be the tallest building in all of Johto, Ash thinks to himself. Then he notices a sign in front that states just that fact. The sign also says that the tower was built over a spot of an old tower. This plaque is here to honor the memory of the past, while the building is to embrace the future. Strange, Ash thinks as he walks inside. What Ash sees is a massive building that is far bigger than it appears from the outside. Just the ground floor expands further than his eye can see. Noticing an information desk with a crowd around it, Ash walks to it in hopes that there's someone there that can help him. Unfortunately, the crowd around it is not there for the same reason that Ash is, as they are all watching a screen above the desk. Numbers flash on the screen. This must be the lottery, he thinks to himself. Our hero pushes his way to the front of the mob. This takes a few minutes, long enough for the people around him to start to become a bit upset when their numbers aren't called. Upon reaching the front, the people at the desk announce that they have reached the grand lottery for the day. So, please, look up. We will not be saying the numbers again. As if time had frozen, the immediate area falls silent as Ash and Pikachu watch in curiosity. This continues for a moment until a girl beside him starts to whimper with excitement. This gets Ash's attention, as she is the only one making any kind of noise. He says nothing, only watches as the girl talks to herself. Today is the day, she says.
I'm finally going to win. I can feel it in my bones. Man, this girl has an obsession, Ash thinks. But this thought is quickly interrupted by the squealing of the girl as she is overcome with excitement. At the moment, the numbers begin to flash on the screen, capturing the attention of everyone. One by one, people's hearts race as the numbers appear. The girl next to Ash is biting her lips so hard that he's afraid that she may draw blood. Just as our hero is about to say something, the final number flashes and the crowd lets out a collective cry. Disappointment befalls the room as the crowd disperses. The girl hangs her head as if her entire life was riding on this one moment. Hey, are you okay? Ash questions, only for the girl to look at our hero with tear-filled eyes. Ash flinches, unsure of how to respond. One wrong thing could set this girl off on a crying fit, and that's not something that he wants to deal with right now. Besides, he still needs to find the gym leader Whitney. Luckily for our champion, a save in the form of a familiar voice comes to his aid, as the regional professor of Kanto, Professor Oak, had spotted our hero. Wait, what are you doing here, Professor? Oak goes on to tell Ash that he has a radio show that he records here in Goldenrod once a month. Today is the day that he is scheduled to do this. Wow, Professor, keeping yourself busy, Ash says. Yes, my dear boy, and today is a very special day. I have a guest that comes all the way from a region up north. As a matter of fact, here he comes now. The group turns to see a very surly looking old man approach them. This man is quiet, but very intimidating. This causes both the girl and Ash to stiffen up at his commanding presence, while Professor Oak just laughs. Professor Rowan, it's been too long. How have you been? I've been well, Oak my boy. Thank you for having me as a guest today. Tell me, are those two your new research assistants? Oh, heavens no. This is Ash. He's actually the current champion of Kanto, the first to be crowned since the days when I was a boy. Rowan looks at Ash with the sternness that could freeze the sun, but as for the girl, well, I'm afraid I don't know who she is. This is where the girl finally speaks. Oh, I'm sorry. My grandpa taught me never to forget my manners, but sometimes I do, and it's just the worst thing. The girl continues blabbing on as the three watch her to see if there's going to be any point to this mumbling that she is doing. Eventually, Ash has to politely ask the girl if she can get to the point, to which she gives a blank stare as if her brain is rebooting from overheating. However, before they can ask if she's alright, the girl blurts out, "Oh, my name is Whitney, and she is sorry for the delay." Well, Whitney, if you will excuse us, we have a show to record, Oak says. Ash, are you coming? Sure, Professor, Ash says. I would love to see what kind of topics on Pokemon you guys are going to talk about. With that, the three bid Whitney farewell as they begin to walk away. Although, as Ash takes his first steps, he can't help but think he's forgetting something. That is, until Pikachu hits him with a Thunderbolt, resetting his brain. Without hesitation, Ash about faces, asking if she is Whitney of the Goldenrod Gym. With a look of confusion on her face, Whitney says she is. Smiling, Ash rushes into her personal space, telling the girl that she is the reason he is here. He came to ask her for a gym battle. Wait, a gym battle? But I thought you were a champion, Whitney asks. Oh, I am. But I came out here to Johto to challenge the league, Ash responds as he shows his 4 badges. Well, you've got quite the collection, the young gym leader replies. I was planning on calling her today, but since I lost another lottery, I could use some sort of win, and a victory over a regional champion is just the type of thing that could lift my spirits. Okay, Ash, we can have a battle. Let's head to the gym. This catches the attention of the 2 professors. A regional champion challenging another league, Rowan says? Yes, Oak replies. Ash has been out here for a while now wanting to push his skills to the next level. Well, if that's the case, then I would like to observe this battle. The aspect of a champion challenging for a second title is something I've never seen in my many years as a professor. Do you think we have time? Oak looks at his watch. We do, he says. The booth is open for the entire day, so we can come back later. Splendid. Well, how about it, Ash? Can we watch your battle? Ash says he doesn't have a problem with this, but they had better hurry. He wants to get started as soon as possible. Now we pick up with Vincent and what he's been doing since he separated from Ash. The moment he lost sight of the champion was right before they got to the gym. But this wasn't a mistake. This was on purpose. Vincent was really hurt by what Ash had to say to him. This caused the young man to place a distance between the two. Since the day he saw Ash's championship match on TV, Vincent could do nothing but dream of being like him, of meeting him. Ash gave kids like him hope that they could become a strong trainer at a young age. Well, I guess it's true what they say. Don't meet your heroes, Vincent says to himself as he wanders the city. As he wanders, Vincent finds one of the city's most notable attractions, the Goldenrod Game Corner. This place is a massive draw. All the lights and loud sounds seem to draw people from all over. However, Vincent has no interest in this with his current mindset. He continues walking with his head down, just keeping to himself. That is, until a moment of chance causes him to break his gaze with the sidewalk as he bumps into someone mistakenly. Hey, "Watch where you're going," the woman says as her companion urges her to hurry up. "The boss is waiting." Normally, Vincent would apologize, but that voice. Looking up, he catches a glimpse of a blonde and purple-haired pair of women that disappear into the game corner. It can't be, Vincent thinks to himself. At first, he just brushes it off, as it couldn't be anything more than a coincidence. But Vincent stops himself. What harm would it do to at least check it out? After all, what else is he doing? Firm in his decision, Vincent decides to head into the glamorous building, rushing to close the gap between him and his potential prey. Once inside, Vincent realizes just how hard this is going to be, as this place is far bigger than he had thought. Luckily, he spots a glimpse of his targets off in the crowd. Wasting no time, Vincent takes off running, doing what he can not to lose sight. Pushing his way through the crowded area, he eventually loses sight of them right around a corner. With his heart beating in his chest, Vincent jumps on top of the gaming machines, catching the attention of everyone in sight as he runs down his newly created path. Unfortunately, once he dismounts the machines and rounds the corner, he is met with more crowds. At this point, Vincent is thinking that it is just his mind playing tricks on him, and he decides to give up his chase. However, his relief is only for a moment, as two security guards ask Vincent if he can come with them. Now we find ourselves in the middle of what appears to be a very one-sided battle. Whitney is down to her final Pokemon. Both her Clefairy and Teddiursa fell to Ash's Magby of all Pokemon. The little tyke is on fire. Literally, some cleverly timed smogs and fire punches have managed to put our champion in a favorable position. In the stands, both professors watch in dead silence. This just leaves Whitney. She is very impressed with Ash, complimenting our champion with his battling abilities. Thanking the normal type specialist, Ash tells Whitney that he doesn't want her to hold back. He wants her very best, and if he's being honest, the first two Pokemon were less than impressive. Is that right? Well, Ash, I guess I had better stop holding back. With a gleam in her eye, Whitney readies her final ball, calling for her oldest Pokemon. Miltank, go! As the ball cracks, a very sturdy Hefferet hits the field with a very bulky thud. The brief tremor even causes Ash to shake a bit as he tries to pin down what strategy the young gym leader has planned. With the call for the start of the battle, Ash chooses to lead things off by blinding the cow, ordering a smog from Magby. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, he thinks. However, his opponent's response isn't one that he was expecting, as it's a very subdued order. Defense curl, Whitney calls. This leaves Ash a bit uncertain, so he chooses to take the fight from a distance, ordering a fire spin. The young Spitfire Mon begins swirling the flames of its attacks surrounding the battlefield. This causes two things. The flames eat up the smog, causing them to burn hotter, and it reveals Miltank, only for it to demonstrate its real power when Whitney calls for its next attack, Rollout. With a speed that is very surprising for its girthy build, Miltank spins down the battlefield. Unfortunately, another factor comes into play, as now the wild fire spin makes it hard to see exactly what's happening, as the heat has Ash blocking his eyes to protect him from the intense flames. It is in this instant that Ash takes his first loss, with Miltank rolling down Magby as it is unable to block the rock-type attack. In a burst, the flames disperse with the announcement of Magby's loss, with the gym leader a bit disappointed that it ended so quickly. Recalling his Mon, Ash considers his options. He knows Rollout a little bit, as his new catch specializes in it as well, but that's not something he wants to try at the moment. He has another strategy in mind, as he declares, Gligar, I choose you! So, choosing to go with some air support, Whitney questions? Smiling, Ash confirms this, telling her that he has faith in Gligar. He's confident it can take the win. This statement gets the attention of Rowan in the stands, as Ash's newest choice has captured his full attention. With the call of the judge, the battle starts with Ash ordering his flying scorpion into the air. Whitney just continues on the path that she had started by calling for another defense curl. Wow, is that her only strategy, Ash wonders? Let me guess what's next. But before he can complete the thought, the order is given for a rollout. Spinning to its heart's content, Miltank treks at a high speed around the battlefield, unable to really do anything else. While it can't hit Gligar, all the random movement means that Gligar can't lock onto it, lest it risks taking a superpowered rock move. But Ash knows he can't keep doing nothing, so in the mind of our hero, a plan starts to form when he thinks that he may have pinned down the pattern that is starting to emerge from the zigzags that Miltank is making. Unfortunately, before he can give an order, Whitney finally breaks her silence, telling Miltank it's time. In a matter of milliseconds, Ash watches as Miltank throws itself at the gym wall with its high rate spin, only to ricochet upward. Before Gligar knows it, the Scorpion
is on the ground, struggling to get to its feet. Wow, I thought that would have ended this. Guess our attack was a bit off. Oh well, we'll get him on the next pass. Right, Miltank? With a very energetic moo, the bovine enthusiastically readies itself for the final attack. With blurred vision and echoed hearing, Gligar struggles to find itself as Miltank barrels in its direction. Over with Vincent, he finds himself alone in a room. The guard forced him in here, but didn't give him a reason, though he knows what it is. This is Ash's fault, Vincent thinks. If it weren't for him, then I wouldn't have ran across those very expensive looking machines. I'm done for, the boy sighs. Oh, you haven't the slightest idea on how correct you are on that, a voice says from the doorway of the room. Looking up, Vincent realizes that it was no mistake, as a tight grip of psychic energy begins to slowly squeeze the air from his lungs. Well, Oakley, if he's here, then Ash has to be as well. True, Annie, but let's not worry about that now. How about we just enjoy the moment, she says, as Vincent grasps for any bit of air that his lungs will allow. And this is where we are going to leave our story for now. So, tell me, how did you guys feel about this one? How will Professor Rowan being here affect things going forward? Will Gligar be able to dodge its doom? Will Vincent ever see Ash again? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part right where we left off, in the midst of Ash's 5th battle of the Johto region for the Plain Badge. For Ash, what's happening on the battlefield is an eternity, but for Gligar, it's only mere seconds, as the rollout from Miltank connects with it, dropping it to the ground and ending this gym battle all in one fell swoop. As the Flying Scorpion is declared unfit by the referee, Ash walks out to it as it's still conscious from the battle, however unable to move, but he can tell there's something wrong with it, as well as Rowan in the crowd. It seems like the ground type's pride was hurt, and that could be a very damaging thing when it comes to a competitive streak. However, Ash doesn't really have time to pay mind to this, as he must recall it and make his final choice. So, he recalls Gligar, telling it thanks for the hard work. This brings his attention back to his opponent Whitney and her Miltank. Man, that thing may not look it, but it is certainly a devastating monster. It's here that Ash weighs his options. This battle started so easy. However, things aren't looking too good right now. Miltank has managed to wipe out 2 of his 3 choices. He could go with Pikachu, but Pikachu's had a lot of battle experience. Then there's Meganium and even Octillery, which they could very well get the win. However, he's been wanting to use some of the mons that he hasn't got a chance to use quite that often. And there's one on his team that he thinks could match this thing when it comes to its bulk and its defense. Taking back to his side of the field, Ash declares, "Shuckle, I choose you!" Ash's own defensive powerhouse takes the field with a thud from its extremely hard shell, to which Whitney is quite impressed. Ash didn't seem like the type to have a Pokemon that was on the defensive side. His strategy seemed like it was all more offense than anything. Ash informs the young gym leader that this is his newest catch, so he wants to take it for a test drive in his final battle for the gym. This strikes Whitney as odd. His Miltank just ran over 2 of his Pokemon, and this is his newest catch, yet he wants to try and win a gym badge with it? Ash, how many battles have you exactly had with Shuckle? None. Well, aside from the one that I caught it with, but that's besides the point. I think me and Shuckle are gonna do just fine. Ain't that right, Shuckle? The mole Pokemon nods its head, waiting for the call of the battle to start, confident in its abilities to take this milk monstrosity. Shrugging her shoulders, Whitney agrees to it, and the battle begins with her calling for her first move, a simple rollout. However, Ash doesn't do anything. He doesn't tell Shuckle to dodge, it doesn't tell it to withdraw or anything. He just sits and waits, as does Shuckle, waiting for Miltank to connect with its move. And unfortunately, with the double increase from the defense curls, Miltank is a monster on a warpath, and it's gonna hit for massive damage. Whitney is excited about this. Ash may be regretting his decision, she thinks to herself, which means that I can wrap this up in just 2 rollouts with my defense increase. So, let's get this done. Miltank, turn on the speed, she yells. Doing so, the Hefferet charges down the field, connecting with Shuckle with all of the force that it can muster. However, as Shuckle slides back, enduring the hit, this is where Ash decides to take his stand, ordering Shuckle to use a Toxic. The Boulder Bug begins spewing purple ooze from all of its orifices as it connects with Miltank, allowing a saturated dose of the poison to seep into the bovine. This immediately gets Whitney's attention as she realizes that there was a critical error in her plan. Ash was never regretting his choice. He was just waiting. He had to find a way to counter her double defense increase, and this just so happens to be it. However, her Miltank is undeterred as it comes back for its second pass on rollout. This is where Ash begins his next strategy, just copying Whitney's, as he calls for his own defense curl. Shuckle glows as it hardens itself, ready to take the attack. However, just before the rollout connects, Miltank flinches from the poison as its energy is slowly beginning to be sapped. This forces its roll to be interrupted as it then tumbles, bringing itself to a stop. "Oh no, Miltank, are you alright?" Whitney asks. However, the bovine stands up, still ready to go. This is where Ash tells Whitney that now she's the one on the clock. Let's just see which Pokemon has the better endurance. It's at this point that Whitney can truly see why Ash is a champion. Just because one of his Pokemon hasn't battled doesn't mean he doesn't know it well enough to win with it. However, she may have something that can stave things off long enough to cause the damage she needs to win this match. She orders Miltank in for another rollout, just to get the damage piling up. However, Ash just goes for another defense curl, trying to stack up his defense as well, to counter the rollout the best as possible, as there is something he has to be mindful of. His Shuckle is half bug and half rock, which means that rollout is going to cause a little bit of extra damage because of the bug typing. Shuckle then takes the first hit of rollout as it hardens its defenses. Then Miltank comes back around for a second pass. However, on this one, it's moving just a little bit slower due to the poison and the fatigue setting in. This allows Ash to get off another defense curl right before it connects. Unfortunately, the connection is clean, and this sends Shuckle sliding back just a little bit, as this is the point where the damage that's been stacking up becomes evident, as Shuckle finally lets out a cry of pain. But our young champion isn't worried, as he smiles. "It's time, Shuckle. Let's use our own rollout." The boulder begins to spin rapidly as it shoots down the field, heading towards Miltank. However, Miltank is on its third pass, which means this rollout is far more powerful than any that has been seen before in this match, and at this point it's going to become a battle of who has the stronger defense. However, luckily for Ash, he's got something going for him. His Shuckle has the highest defense of any Pokemon known in Johto, and he knows this, using it to his advantage, as Shuckle throws its weight straight into Miltank, and that combined with the fatigue from the poison is enough to throw it off its kilter, sending it into an awkward spin as it careens into the gym wall. "That's it," Ash says. "We can do this. Shuckle, roll out once more." Now the bug type is on its second rollout, heading for Miltank. Ash is confident that he's got this battle in the bag. However, Whitney has one last thing in her back pocket that could even the score up here, as she calls for a milk drink. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, Miltank decides to take a break as it lounges around, drinking its own milk and restoring some of its health. However, this isn't enough to stop Shuckle, as Miltank being stationary allows for a clean hit for the second pass of rollout. Unfortunately for Ash though, the damage that rollout caused wasn't enough to offset the milk drink, allowing Miltank to get back in this battle with its own start of its own rollout. Things quickly come to a head when the two Goliaths meet in the middle of the battlefield, spinning as fast as they can to see whose rollout is going to be stronger. This is it, the final confrontation. Who's going to have the endurance to push through? Both trainers put all of their confidence into their Pokemon as they each scream their name. Both Pokemon begin to spin as hard as they can, trying to gain any type of ground. It's at this point it looks like Shuckle is beginning to falter as it's losing territory. This isn't good, Ash thinks. "Shuckle, come on, I know you can do this." The bug type is giving it its all. Unfortunately for it, Miltank is at a higher level and has more battle experience. So this is going to be an exercise in fertility. Just as things are beginning to look down for Ash, Miltank begins to glow in a purple aura as the toxic has run its course, sapping the last bit of its strength, dropping the bovine and bringing this battle to an end, with Ash being declared the winner. Ash is a bit stunned by this. He actually was starting to doubt his ability to win this one, but it looks like Shuckle was able to pull through, proving that it's just as stubborn as its trainer. Whitney recalls her tank, thanking it for the battle that it put in. While she is a little bit sore as she lost a gym battle and the lottery today, she tells Ash that it was still nice to battle a regional champion. She's glad that she got her chance to test her skills against one. She then presents him with the plain badge, telling him that this is proof of his victory at the Goldenrod gym. With that, Professor Oak, Professor Rowan, and Ash make their way back to the Pokemon Center so that Ash can get his Pokemon looked at and they can regroup and talk about things before Oak and Rowan have to go record their radio show. Now we find ourselves in the midst of
Vanny and Oakley as Espeon is in the middle of squeezing the air from Vincent. Oakley is taking great pleasure in this, as is Annie. However, their amusement is soon stopped when James bursts in the door, demanding to know what the two are doing. They've been summoned. This causes the both of them to stutter, dropping Vincent in the process. Wait, what do you mean we've been summoned? Giovanni called for a meeting from all of us over 10 minutes ago, and you two still aren't present. You better get up there before the boss decides to make an example out of you. This causes the two to frantically run out of the room with Espeon in tow as James looks at Vincent. If I were you, I wouldn't be here when they come back, he says as he leaves the room with the door open. Vincent takes this as his chance to get out of the building, considering the trouble he just got himself in. But then something occurs to him. Team Rocket is here in Goldenrod, and after the trouble that they caused in Altamare, he may not want to leave them unattended. Now we find ourselves with Ash, Professor Rowan, and Professor Oak back at the Pokemon Center. Things are wrapping up nicely as all of Ash's Pokemon have cleared their checkup, and he's ready to set out for the day. After all, the sun hasn't quite set yet, and he's feeling like he might want to explore Goldenrod a little bit, considering Vincent still hasn't shown back up. This is where Professor Rowan addresses Ash directly, causing the boy to tense up a bit, and Oak to laugh briefly. However, Rowan isn't coming from a place of ill will here. He tells Ash that he noticed his Gligar took that loss pretty hard, which Ash confirms that he saw it as well. Gligar has been a really proud battler, and it's been pretty competent on my team. However, lately, it just seems like it can't get any traction in any of the battles that it's been in, and I don't want it to get depressed or lose its will to battle. This is where Rowan tells Ash that he may have a solution to their problem, though it will be the champion's decision to actually follow through with it. Reaching into his briefcase, Rowan presents Ash with an item. This is a Razor Fang, my boy. It comes from the Johto region. They're actually used to evolve Gligar into their next stage of evolution. Gligar can evolve, Ash questions? It can. This will help it do so. If you would like, this can be yours. Call to thank you for the battle that you demonstrated today. I'm glad to see that the region of Kanto has somebody worthwhile in its champion position. Ash thanks Professor Rowan, gladly accepting the Razor Fang. However, there is one thing that crosses his mind, as Ash reminisces about the time when Pikachu had the option to evolve. Pikachu didn't want to, so Gligar may not either. But Rowan reminds Ash that Pikachu and Gligar are two different Pokemon. Just because Pikachu didn't want to, the circumstances may be different for your flying ground type, so at least give it the option. Ash nods, thanking the professor, telling him that he will, once Gligar is feeling a little bit better about itself. He wouldn't want it to make the choice out of desperation. You see, that's the decision making of a champion right there. I knew you would make the right call, Rowan says. Now Oak enters the conversation, telling Professor Owen, I think it's time that they get going. After all, they have to record the radio show, and it may take a couple of hours, and they don't want to be out too late. Rowan confirms with his former pupil as he tells Ash that they're going to have to part ways. However, Ash wants to go see the city a little bit more, so he tells them that he will escort him back to the radio tower, and then he'll be on his way. With Pikachu mounting his shoulder, the three set off. Luckily for the trio, the walk isn't that long, as the radio tower is about 3 blocks over from the Pokemon Center. Unfortunately, just because the walk isn't long doesn't mean that things aren't going to start moving very quickly here, as a citywide alarm begins to sound, catching the attention of Ash, Rowan, and Oak. While the first two don't really know what it is, Oak knows this all too well. That's the alarm system for the citywide protection grid, and it's centered at the radio tower. They usually only use it when there's some sort of emergency, like a heavy storm off the coast telling people to get inside at the risk of flooding, or something like that. Why would it be going off on a day with clear skies like this? However, the trio won't have to wait long for their answer, as intercoms all over the city begin to squeak as they roar to life, with somebody saying that they have an announcement. This voice catches Ash's attention. It's one that he's very familiar with. Giovanni, he thinks. The voice tells the citizens of Goldenrod not to panic. There are going to be some things happen at the Goldenrod radio tower, so he implores all the citizens to head inside for the night, as anyone that does so will have no harm come to them or their families. However, anyone who dares interfere with Team Rocket's plans will be dealt with accordingly. And then he wishes them all a peaceful night as the intercoms go silent. What was that all about, Rowan says. What kind of tests are they doing at the radio tower? This is going to interrupt our show. However, Ash chimes in, telling them that that's not tests, that's an evil syndication syndicate known as Team Rocket, and all they do is steal Pokemon and try to do whatever they can to earn profit. And that voice that you heard was their leader, Giovanni. Whatever he's up to is no good. We have to get to the tower and stop them before he can do whatever he's trying to do. The two professors look at Ash, nodding in agreement. With that, they take off in the direction of the tower, sprinting as fast as they can. Inside, the meeting that Giovanni called finishes with him asking everyone if they understand their assignments. Everyone nods as they walk out. This is where Jesse and Meowth catch James right outside the door, asking him if he's alright. They didn't mean to abandon him in Altamare. They just didn't think he was still alive. However, James tells them that they need to silence themselves. He has nothing to say to them, nor does he have to listen to anything that they have to say. He is technically their boss now, after him bringing the Soul Dew to Giovanni, and he's going to tell him this once. They're here to run security, nothing more, so they need to head to the ground floor with the rest of the grunts and act their position. James then turns, leaving the two stunned at what he just said. What happened to the friendly James that they used to know? There's no way he could have changed that much in this short amount of time. Not really knowing what else to do as they're told. Thinking about all of the things that have been happening over the recent weeks and their position with Team Rocket. This is where we cut to Vincent. He's been snooping around the tower as much as possible, trying to find any members of Team Rocket that he can. However, the tower is relatively empty, and he's come across a few grunts here and there on each floor, but Meganium and him were able to easily subdue each of them, and he manages to lock them away inside of broom closets on each floor, so nobody wonders where they're at. But he's not really getting to the meat of the potatoes of everything that's going on. He can't find the nervous center of the Team Rocket operation. Floor by floor, Vincent slowly clears grunts, making his way up to the second to last level. This is where his perspective of everything changes, as he comes across a sharply dressed man in a business suit and a balding scientist. While Vincent doesn't know either one of these, he does recognize something that's sitting on the table next to the scientist. Is that the missing Soul Dew from Altamare, he thinks? Next to it is some sort of ancient chest that looks like it belongs in some sort of museum. While Vincent isn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, he is smart enough to realize a couple of things. One, the Soul Dew is a source of power that can amplify the radio antenna. And two, whatever's in that box, no matter how ancient, is possibly something dangerous, and he can't just sit by and let these two do whatever they want with it. However, Namba has quite the problem on his hands, because the balding scientist connects some sort of device to the radio antenna that allows him to sit the Soul Dew inside, activating it. He then opens the ancient chest and begins to pull out these stone little tablets one by one, placing them on the machine that holds the Soul Dew. This is where the sharply dressed individual addresses the scientist, asking if he's sure that this is going to work. Snickering, he says, "Do you doubt me, the great Dr. Namba, Giovanni? When has my technology ever failed you? I'm confident that with the Soul Dew as an amplifier, along with this antenna, we can use the power of these tablets to rewrite reality as we know it. Once we activate my machine, nothing will be able to stop us." Wait, rewrite reality, Vincent thinks? Activating the machine? That doesn't sound good. This is where Vincent doesn't take the time to assess the situation or formulate a plan. His only course of action that he chooses to embrace is breaking through the door with him and Meganium, addressing both this man Giovanni and this Dr. Namba. However, his presence doesn't really even faze the two, merely being written off by Giovanni, saying that his security really is lacking, and it's hard to find good help these days. But Vincent refuses to be insulted by this, telling Meganium to fire a razor leaf at the machine. But this attack is quickly subdued when Persian emerges from the shadows with a slash that knocks the leaves from the air. Giovanni begins chuckling to himself. "I don't know who you are, boy, and I don't know why you're here, but what I can tell you is, for interfering with Team Rocket's operations, you will not be leaving here." Now we find ourselves at the base of the radio tower with Ash and the two professors. Everything is on lockdown, and there is security all around the building, dressed in regular police clothing. Ash demands to be let in. However, his requests are denied. This is when a reporter and a cameraman walk up to Ash and the two professors, trying to get some sort of interview. "What do you two think is going on?" the reporter says. This is where Ash stares into the camera. Team Rocket has made their way into that building, and their leader Giovanni is up to something that cannot be good. We need to get in there and stop them by any means necessary. However, just as Ash says this, the camera dies, as does the power to the whole city, as the antenna that is above the radio tower begins to light up with the glowing energy. Meanwhile, miles away in the southeastern part of Johto, in a valley that is hidden from the rest of the world, we find one of Ash's oldest Pokemon, Charizard, just relaxing with his girlfriend Charla, as they have decided to take the day off and watch a little bit of TV with Liza, the keeper of the Charific Valley. However, their lazy day is interrupted when Ash suddenly appears on the screen, and Charizard hears two words from his mouth, Team Rocket and Giovanni, before the TV cuts out. And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave things for now. So, I have some questions for you guys. How did you feel about this part? How did you like the battle that Ash had with Whitney? Do you think Shuckle could really outmuscle Miltank? How do you feel about Gligar's pride being damaged and Ash being presented with means to possibly give it the chance to evolve? And of course, what do you think about Giovanni's plans to rewrite reality on a whole using the power of the Soldew and the unknown? And also, will Charizard make it in time to help its trainer? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part in the midst of where we left off in the last one. Ash, Rowan, and Oak are all trying to gain access to the radio tower in Goldenrod City. However, the grunts from Team Rocket, or the security patrol as they refer to themselves as, are really thick. They're monitoring every inch of the building with their trusty Houndoom and Arcanine. They won't let anybody in, and Ash knows this is at the orders of Giovanni. He has to find some sort of way to get to the top of that tower, but how can he do it exactly? Man, if only Charizard were here, Ash thinks. However, he does have something that's almost as good. Gligar, I choose you, the champion declares. Ash tells Gligar that he needs it to fly up to the top of the tower and see if there's any type of vantage point that it can find from an aerial view. See if there's any weak points in getting in. After all, whatever that light is, it can't be good. Just as Gligar takes off getting some air, one of the grunts notices the scorpion Pokemon taking to the sky. He approaches Ash with his Arcanine, demanding that he recall that Pokemon. There's no air traffic allowed around the tower. However, Ash just ignores the grunt, telling him that his Gligar isn't a machine, so it could fly wherever it wants. This is where the grunt begins to get pushy with Ash, to which Professor Rowan and Professor Oak try to defuse the situation, telling them that they aren't breaking any rules here. They have done as they were requested, and they're staying away from the tower. However, the grunt is taking personal offense to this, as it seems like these two think he may be stupid or something. So he gives them one final warning, telling Ash to recall his Pokemon, or Arcanine's going to have to use a Fire Blast to get the point across. However, Ash isn't going to let them get the first move, as he orders Pikachu to use a Thunder that drops the K9 right in the wake of things. This catches the attention of everyone in the vicinity. All of the grunts converge on Ash, Rowan, and Oak. Well, Ash, you certainly know how to gather attention as a champion, Rowan says. But Ash isn't listening to the old professor, demanding that all of these security patrol let him see Giovanni. However, they all feign ignorance, more concerned with the fact that they were just attacked, and now this boy is going to pay for it. However, Ash isn't going to let them get the upper hand on him. So he sends in Meganium, and it, with Pikachu, begin to do battle with the Houndoom and Arcanine all around them. Even though Meganium's at a disadvantage, it manages to hold its own against all of the fire types, easily subduing most of them by using Vine Whip to close their snout so they can't use their fire attacks. Then, one simple body slam is enough to level the Houndooms. Meanwhile, Pikachu is just firing off one thunder after another. It's letting loose so much electricity that the street lamps nearby are beginning to globe slightly from the electrical discharge that the mouse is letting off. However, something quickly becomes clear to Ash. The numbers are far greater than what he has here. The grunts will soon outpower them, and there won't be anything he could do about it. Realizing he needs another approach to the situation, he tells Pikachu and Meganium to back off. They need to get out of here. This is where the professors, Ash and his Pokemon, take off running down an alley with all of the grunts in pursuit, trying to get their vengeance on this boy who dare attack them. Knowing that they need some sort of distraction to cover their getaway, Ash orders Meganium to fire a solar beam. Luckily for the grass type, there is still some sun in the sky, and it is able to gather enough solar energy to cause an explosion that's bright enough to blind the grunts as they are able to disappear around a corner. However, it's not long before the grunts determine which direction they went and they're back on hot pursuit. This is getting bad, Ash thinks to himself. We need to find a place to hide. Luckily for the champion, two arms reach out from a doorway, pulling both him and one of the professors inside, leaving Oak, Meganium, and Pikachu to rush in after them as the door closes and the mob runs by, unaware that they just passed Ash and all of his accomplices. Once Ash is able to regain his faculties, difficulties, he quickly realizes that the people that just helped him are ones that he never thought would. Jesse, Meowth, what are you two doing here? Whoa, easy kid. Listen, we don't like the way things are going any more than you do. All we're trying to do is get you off the street, so that way maybe, just maybe, you might be able to stop the boss from making a huge mistake. This is where Pikachu begins to spark and Meganium deploys its vines as Ash asks what they know. Easy kid, easy. We will help you, but you have to give us a chance. Let us explain. Why should we trust you? Ash asks. Because something ain't right. Come to think about it, Ash notices this, asking where the third member of their group is. James. Yeah, that's the thing that ain't right. Ever since Altamare, he's been acting weird. We got back, and all of a sudden, he's gained a promotion, and it's like he never even had any affiliation with us. He doesn't want to acknowledge us or anything, just treats us like we're the bottom of his boot. This is where Jessie cuts Meowth off, telling them that she's not too fond of that. However, they can't leave James behind. They did it in Altamare, and this was the result. They can't abandon him again. So like it or not, these two are going to need the help of the twerp, because he's the strongest trainer they know. Fine, then tell me what Giovanni is up to, Ash says. Well, you see, that thing, the soul dude that was on Altamare, the one that went missing, it turns out James had it, and he turned it into Giovanni, and he aims to use it with these tablets, these little play pieces that are said to house some sort of Pokemon that have the ability to rewrite reality, and if he has a power source powerful enough, then he'll be able to do it on a universal scale. That's what the soul dude is used for. We overheard the boss and Namba talking about it. This is where Ash realizes that things are far worse than what he had thought, as well as both of the professors. They realize that they're going to have to step in and do whatever they can to stop this from actually happening. Then Jessie and Meowth tell them that it's actually worse than they believe. The soul dude, it's unstable. Even though it still has energy, it's been severely damaged from what happened in Altamare. And the moment they activate that machine, there's a good chance that everything could go kaboom, and then there may be nothing. So then, how do you intend to get us in? Ash asks. There's an underground passage that isn't heavily guarded, because it's not widely known. However, there are some guards there, and the trainer that takes them on will need to be an experienced one. This is where Ash resolves that he's going to be the one to enter this underground passage. He then releases what Pokemon he has left, as Gligar is still flying above the city. Magby, Octillery, and Shuckle all come out of their balls. Ash tells Magby and Octillery to go with Professor Oak, while the stoic Rowan takes the sturdy Shuckle. This leaves Ash with Pikachu and Meganium. Oak is going to do his best to clear the surrounding streets, while Rowan is going to run a distraction on the ground floor with the Grunts and Shuckle. This just leaves Ash. He's going into ground zero. He's going to take Meganium and Pikachu and work his way up the tower until he faces Giovanni and ends this madness once and for all. With the plan set, both Oak and Rowan exit the hallway that they're in, as Ash turns and tells Jessie and Meowth to lead the way. They begin walking down the corridor of darkness, with Pikachu using its electricity to slowly spark light from whatever lamps may be nearby. Eventually, they find themselves at a door, and on the door, there is some sort of card reader. This is where Jessie presents the one that was given to her, as she's one of the grunts that may have needed access in or out. She tells the twerp that the card reader needs a charge, and the moment that she swipes it, to have Pikachu use a Thunderbolt on it. But beware, the moment this happens, the door will open, and Ash will be on his own. I understand, he says. Swipe the card. As soon as Jessie does, Pikachu fires a Thunderbolt, energizing the locking mechanism, allowing the door's lock to pop, and it slowly begins to swing open, as Jessie and Meowth run back into the darkness as not to be detected by any of the grunts on the other side of the door. However, what the boy finds is nothing. Jessie said it wasn't heavily guarded, but this is ridiculous. There's no way. However, our hero quickly realizes why there's no guards here. He can hear a radio off in the distance, talking about an old man and a Shuckle causing a stir up front, and they need all forces at the front of the building to prevent this crazy old man from entering. Well, it looks like Rowan is far more capable than he looks, Ash thinks to himself, as he, Meganium, and Pikachu begin to walk inside. Luckily for our hero, most of the floors are empty. He hasn't really had any encounters to this point, and he's all the way to the third floor. Unfortunately for him, this is where things are going to change, as he comes face to face with the two members of Team Rocket that nearly destroyed Altamare, Annie and Oakley. The two Rocket Grunts aren't exactly happy to see Ash coming through this less than well-known door. However, Annie quickly reminds Oakley that this is an opportunity for them. They have a chance to get a little bit of payback for what happened on Altamare. This causes a smile to cross both of their faces, as both Espeon and Ariados ready for their attacks. This leaves Ash in a precarious position. The only two Pokemon he has with him are Pikachu and Meganium. However, he knows that the only direction he has is up, so like it or not, he's going through these two. Back outside, we we catch up with Gligar in its point of view. It's been circling the building ever since Ash told it to. Unfortunately, the Flying Scorpion hasn't really been able to find any way in. Whatever barrier this is, it's strong. It's gotten to the point to where Gligar even tried to rush through it and beat on it with its claws, but nothing. It seems to be some sort of psychic energy, and whatever it is, it's way too powerful for the Scorpion to break. It's at this point that Gligar decides that he needs to return to Ash. However, as the ground type descends, it notices that its trainer is nowhere in sight. However, he does see the old man that was with him in Shuckle causing some problems for the grunts that were down below. So Gligar decides to join in on the raid, causing as much havoc as it can, while it continuously strikes from the air. With the extra help from the Flying Scorpion, Rowan is able to quickly dispatch of most of the grunts, with any ones that are left over that haven't ran in fear, retreating inside, securing the doors behind them. Well, that was anticlimactic, the old mustache-clouded man says. It's here that Gligar lands, and the old man tells him what's happening. This doesn't sit well with the Flying Scorpion. It doesn't like that Ash has gone off alone. However, it doesn't really know what it can do from this point. But Rowan offers it some guidance, telling Gligar that it can help him and Shuckle as they barrel their way through the front door. After all, you want to get to Ash, right? Nodding, Gligar readies its pincers with a guillotine as Rowan orders a rollout from Shuckle, and they both crash through the front door, shattering the glass in the process. Back with Ash, he was able to make quick work of both Annie and Oakley. While there was a brief type advantage with one of their Pokemon, Meganium and Pikachu are an effective combination, as they both complement each other's battle styles with being long-range battlers. The last thing Ash hears is both Annie and Oakley telling Ash that he will be sorry. Giovanni already knows that he's in the building, and he will regret it if he proceeds any further before they disappear off into the darkness. While both Pikachu and Meganium are a little bit worn from that battle, they both know that they can't stop. Looking at their trainer, all three of them nod as they proceed up the stairs, chasing Annie and Oakley. Unfortunately, each floor is met with more resistance than the last, and Ash, Pikachu, and Meganium are forced to push through all of it. It seems that with each floor, the grunts are more experienced and their Pokemon are more high level. Though the battles are tough and Pikachu and Meganium are running on empty, they are able to push their way to the top floor. Unfortunately for Ash, there is going to be one last bastion of resistance, as a very familiar purple-haired person stands in his way. So James, now you're one of the grunts of Giovanni as well, Ash says. By no means am I any sort of grunt, kid. I just finally got tired of being at the bottom of the barrel, so I changed my fate, and I decided to finally start playing along with Giovanni's master plan. And because I did, I was rewarded handsomely when I provided what he had requested, the Soul Dew. And now my orders are simple: stand guard and prevent from entering this room until the boss completes his final master plan. I don't want to hurt you, James, but if I need to push through you, then I will, Ash says. However, James just simply laughs as he holds a Pokeball in his hand. You know, I used to have a problem with you, kid. It seemed like no matter what we did, we just couldn't get out of the shadow of you. No matter how hard we tried, no matter what we would come up with, you would always thwart our plans. You and that brat Pikachu of yours. However, I've come to realize that that was just me being mad at myself. All the resentment I had for you two was just my own shortcomings. But things have changed now. I no longer have any anger towards you, and what I'm about to do is nothing personal, James says, as he declares, "Victory Bell! Wheezing! Go!" Ash looks at both Meganium and Pikachu. He knows that they can't go on much longer. After pushing through all the grunts, they have maybe one final battle in them. Unfortunately for Ash's best laid plans, it looks like that battle is going to be with James, and he won't even make it to Giovanni. With one final warning, James tells Ash that he needs to leave. However, the Indigo champion refuses to back down, ordering Pikachu and Meganium to engage with both Victory Bell and Wheezing. Back on the ground floor, Rowan has been very effective with his disposal of the Team Rocket grunts. While he may not look it in his day, he was a very adept trainer, and his knowledge of Pokemon physiology as well as their evolutionary lines proves to be rather useful here, as he's able to use Ash's Pokemon a little bit more effectively than the young champion can, being as he has experience and all. This whole thing has been a new experience for both Gligar and Shuckle as well. The two aren't used to being reserved in battle. Usually it's just go, go, go with Ash. However, Rowan displays something that the young boy doesn't. Patience, waiting for the right time. He knows that they are outnumbered, so he has to use their numbers to his advantage. Very quickly, the last bastions of resistance on the first floor is taken care of, as Rowan has a guest join him, Professor Oak. "Oak, my boy, I'm afraid you're too late. I've managed to take care of most of the people on this floor." To which both Magby and Octillery look a little bit disappointed, especially the octopi, cause it wanted to wrap its tentacles around some foes. However, they're gonna get a second chance, because quickly as they approach the elevator, the doors open to reveal another horde of grunts, ready to battle. battle. Back with Ash, his Pokemon are breathing heavily. However, they were able to best James and his forces. Both Victory Bell and Weezing lay in defeat as James struggles to process what went wrong. He's finally on the side of Team Rocket. He has the endorsement of Giovanni. Why wasn't he able to beat Ash? Even with Ash's Pokemon being weakened by their fights to get up here, James was still unable to beat him. It's here that Ash tells him one simple truth. It's because unlike my Pokemon, yours don't have the conditioning for battling. You're not the type of person who enjoys Pokemon battles like I do. Me and my Pokemon, that's what we live for. So when something like this happens, we're able to keep pushing forward no matter what kind of obstacle we have in front of us. James, don't make a decision out of fear, Ash says. You need to make a decision because it's what's right for you and your Pokemon. Seems like you've been a member of Team Rocket for a long time, but every time we have an encounter, you just seem worse off than the last time. Maybe it's time you stop putting your trust in the organization and start doing things for yourself, Ash says, as he, Pikachu, and Meganium walk past James and push the door open to the room that Giovanni is in. Back down below, the two professors and Ash's Pokemon were able to clear the next horde of grunts. However, things aren't moving fast enough for them, especially for Gligar. It knows that it needs to get up to Ash, so it decides to break off from the group, heading back outside and taking to the air, looking to see if it can find any way into the tower. Oak tries to stop the flying scorpion, however Rowan tells it to just go. It needs this, and it would be better if it was with Ash anyway. After all, he may need some extra support. Back up top with Ash, as he pushes the door open, he's met with a sight that kinda makes his heart drop. Vincent and his Meganium are laying at the feet of Giovanni, Persian, and Golem. Well, how nice of you to join us, young champion. You're just in time, as your friend couldn't really provide much of a challenge. But you, as being a champion, should be able to do much better. Isn't that right? Professor Namba, the balding-haired scientist, snickers as he sarcastically agrees with Giovanni, pretending to cower in fear at the sight of Ash. The boy says nothing, as a blind rage begins to consume him. The only thing he can utter is commands to Meganium and Pikachu, as he orders both a Vine Whip and an Iron Tail. Both of the Mons rush in, trying to separate Giovanni and his Pokemon from both Vincent and Meganium. Luckily, Gio chooses not to engage with Ash here, and steps aside, ordering his Pokemon to do so as well. This gives Ash a clear path to allow him to collect his friend and see if Vincent is alright. Luckily, the boy isn't hurt too bad. It's mainly because he was trying to protect Meganium from an attack from both Golem and Persian. However, his starter is a little bit worse for wear, as Ash grabs its Pokeball to recall it so it can rest. Ash tells Vincent that he needs to get out of here. He'll take care of Giovanni. But Vincent tells Ash that he's not going anywhere. He's going to need help. The two begin to briefly argue about who's right, only to be interrupted by Giovanni, as he sarcastically claps his hands, telling them that he enjoys this display of friendship and bravery. However, he's on a schedule, so he's going to need to move this along. So, if they wouldn't mind, would Ash kindly take his Pokemon and his friend out of here so that Giovanni can continue what he was doing? However, Ash tells Giovanni that he's nuts if he thinks that he's just going to leave him alone. Their last altercation isn't one that he'll forget. However, Giovanni, having his memories erased by the clone Pokemon, doesn't recognize Ash's statement, telling the boy he must have him confused with somebody else. After all, they've never directly met in person. He is Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, and while he understands that Ash is the champion of the Kanto region, he has no jurisdiction as champion here out in Johto, so he should just leave before things get a little too ugly for him. This causes flashbacks for Ash to the conversation that he had with Giovanni before when he was trying to capture Mewtwo. Charizard got hurt really bad by Golem then, and he doesn't even have a Pokemon that's close to that thing's strength on him right now. He's gonna have to be smart. Alright Vincent, if you want to help, fine, but you're gonna have to stay out of my way. Smiling, he readies a Pokeball as he sends in his Golduck, ready to provide any assistance that he can to Ash. Quickly before the battle starts, Vincent mumbles to Ash, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make your gym battle with Whitney something that you wouldn't enjoy." But Ash just tells him to forget it. He already had a gym battle with her, and even though he knew what was coming, it was still fun. So let's focus on what's going on right now. Both boys smile as they choose to engage Giovanni, Golem, and Persian. However, things quickly take a turn for the worst when the fatigue of Ash's Pokemon become apparent, as Meganium collapses as it begins to battle with Golem. "No, Ashios, are you okay?" However, the grass type is unresponsive as it is hit with an explosion from the rock type. As the smoke clears, Meganium just lies there, beaten, battered, and bruised. Now angered that Giovanni would take things that far, Ash chooses to go on an all-out assault, as he orders Pikachu to use a Thunder and floods
flood the entire room with it, not really caring who he hits in the process. Realizing what Ash is trying to do, Vincent recalls Golduck before it can take any serious damage from the electrical attack, while Giovanni takes cover behind Golem, as the ground typing that it has will easily protect it from any type of electric attacks. As the light fades from the thunder attack, it's revealed that nothing really happened, but Ash was able to recall Meganium, which is primarily what he wanted to do. Now it's just Pikachu to take on both Golem and Persian. However, Vincent isn't going to let the electric mouse go in and at it alone, as he sends out his Magneton to offer any assistance that it can and help prevent any outbursts from Pikachu that would be electric based in the future. Giovanni's impressed by the tenacity of the duo, however he grows tired of these games. It's time to stop playing around. After all, he's already dealt with that boy Vincent once, and he doesn't want to have to go through it again, so he decides to up the pressure by sending in his Nidoking. Giovanni wastes no time, ordering his 3 Pokemon in. This is where Ash finds out the hard way just how deadly Giovanni is, as his Pokemon have all of their restraints taken off of them. The Rocket Leader wants this problem dealt with now, by any means necessary. This causes the 3 Pokemon to lash out, with the intent to cause as much harm as possible, no matter who's in the crossfire. While Magneton is able to put up a decent resistance with its steel typing, Pikachu on the other hand is beginning to run on empty. This is quickly shown when it's caught in a thrash from Nidoking, and it's sent back into the computer, where the Soul Dew and the Unknown tablets sit. This is where Namba's tone shifts from one that is sarcastic to one filled with fear, as Pikachu just landed directly on the machine that is able to control the Unknown's power and regulate the output of both it and the Soul Dew. While nothing has been activated at this time except for the barrier that protects the room that they're in, one slight shift and everything could come crashing down. Namba makes this known as he begins to outburst and tell Giovanni that he needs to be more careful. If he wants his plans to go through, then he can't damage the equipment they have with them. It's all that they have. Now irritated about this outburst from the doctor, Giovanni decides that it is time to truly end this, and he orders Nidoking to get Pikachu off of the machine now. However, this is where Ash sees his opportunity. He tells Pikachu to use a Thunderbolt on the machine with everything that it has left. The mouse reaches down deep inside, pulling whatever electricity that it has to the surface as its cheeks begin to spark, but then nothing, just mere static bolts come out as the mouse collapses from exhaustion. Pikachu Ash yells, but nothing. There's no response from the mouse. Unfortunately for Ash, this looks like it's it. He has nothing left. All of his Pokemon are off with the professors, and both Pikachu and Meganium have reached their limits. That is, until Ash looks out one of the windows, and he sees something flying by. Gligar, he thinks to himself. However, the barrier is preventing the Scorpion from getting in. That is, until the console that Pikachu was sitting on slowly begins to spark as it temporarily short circuits, letting the barrier drop for a brief second. Gligar sees this as its opportunity, and before the barrier can rematerialize, the flying Scorpion bolts through the opening to join its trainer by its side. While this is a ray of hope, the reality quickly sets in as Gligar lands next to Ash. Vincent and Magneton have been subdued by Golem, and Nidoking is walking a direct line to Ash and Gligar. Then there's Persian. Where did the cat go? But Ash can't complete this thought, as he is swiped at the back from the cat, causing him to tumble to the ground and slide a bit in the direction of Nidoking. The slash on his backpack causes it to open as all of the items inside begin to spill out. Now that Ash has been separated from all of his Pokemon, the 3 Mons that Geo controls converge on him in a triangular formation. With one command, he tells them to put the boy out of his mystery so he can continue with his plans. The 3 Pokemon of the evil Team Rocket Leader begin to charge their attacks. As Gligar can do nothing but watch on, it wouldn't have the strength to save Ash from that. However, a gleam of something on the floor in front of it catches its eye. Looking down, there is an item that seems to be calling to Gligar, and this is where we are going to end things for today. So tell me, how did you guys feel about this part? As we inch closer to the end of the Rocket Saga for the Johto region, and things threaten Giovanni's plans, the Rocket Leader is getting more and more ruthless with those who are interfering with his plans. So tell me, do you think that Ash will actually be able to stop Giovanni? Is his Pokemon, mainly Pikachu and Meganium, gonna be okay? Will Vincent be able to provide any type of help to save our young champion? And last but not least, will Gligar be able to do anything to save Ash? Let me know in the comments down below. Attacks that include Flamethrower, Rollout, and Slash
While Slash is aimed at Magneton, Flamethrower is aimed at Ash. Vincent is able to gain cover behind Magneton using its steel typing to his advantage to nullify the effects of the normal type attack. However, the Flamethrower, it's set on course directly for Ash, and our young champion can't evade the attack. Gligar watches as the flames begin to consume its trainer. Then, realizing this is its only option, Gligar grabs at this fang-like thing that's on the ground, and the moment it does so, it begins to feel a swelling of energy inside of it as it begins to glow in an evolutionary light. This motion temporarily distracts everyone around as Gligar begins to change shape, contorting into its more powerful final stage evolution, Gliscor. The Scorpion Bat emerges from the light just as it realizes it has a chance to stop the Flamethrower from hitting Ash, so it charges its most powerful Steel Wing, using its newly developed tail to spring into action as it collides with Nidoking, causing its aim to falter and saving Ash from being a Charbroiled champion. Gliscor begins to pelt the ground type with whatever attacks it can, even using a new attack that it gained upon evolution as its Fury Cutter has been transformed into the more powerful X-Scissor. While this is enough to draw the attention of Nidoking, despite its best efforts, it can't prepare itself for what happens next, as Golem and its rollout connects with Ash, knocking him with enough force to send him careening out the window where Gligar came through. Realizing that it has to save its trainer, Gliscor breaks its contact with Nidoking in an attempt to save Ash. However, the Nido is not done with the Scorpion, as the King chomps down on Gliscor's tail, preventing it from leaving its grasp. Gliscor can do nothing but flail about as it watches his trainer fall through the window, seemingly to its demise. Outside of the barrier, we see Ash as he begins falling to the ground. However, there should be a ray of hope here, as the barrier should prevent him from going splat on the concrete below. Unfortunately, the barrier is weak and has been fading ever since the attack that Pikachu levied against the control panel, and this allows Ash just to glide through where the barrier cuts off, sending him falling to the ground below. The last thing Ash thinks is this is the end, as everything fades to black. Back up top, Gliscor is struggling to free itself to make its way to Ash. However, it's unable to break the grip that Nidoking has on its tail. Geo tells his Ace Poison type to quiet down the Scorpion. Its trainer is gone and won't be coming back. Then turning, Geo orders Namba to fix the device. They need to get underway before there are any more distractions, as Geo watches the monitors, with Oak and Rowan slowly working their way up the levels to where their position is, and he can see that there are other more powerful Pokemon with the professors, so the Rocket Leader doesn't want to take any more chances. Luckily for Namba's sake, in Geo's patience, he is able to get the thing working rather quickly, as it's just a couple of wires and circuits that he has to bypass in order to get the system back up. It's here that we begin to see the true power of this device that Namba has developed over the time that he's been with Team Rocket. The Soldew begins to react, summoning out the unknown from the tablets, and they begin to circulate around Giovanni and Namba as reality slowly begins to warp. The unknown begin chanting their names in unison as the power and energy begins to surge through them. It is here that Giovanni is presented with a device from Namba. The doctor tells him that just putting this on his head will allow him to transmit his thoughts directly into the Soldew, and by result will feed it into the unknown, allowing them to amplify their power and create whatever Giovanni wants. Mounting this device atop his head like the crown of a king, Giovanni decides to take it for a little test run. It is here that he has one thought. There's one person that he would like to see at this current moment. The original cutthroat and ruthless leader of Team Rocket. The one that taught Giovanni everything he knew before she mysteriously disappeared. His mother, Madame Boss. The woman appears right before her son, surprised at what she sees. A fully grown Giovanni, as this person was built from his memories as a child. So she is a little confused at why Giovanni is so aged. However, with another thought, she is gone in an instant. If I may ask, my leader, why would you do that to your own mother? After all, that is kind of cruel. Giovanni simply snickers. That woman was not my mother, merely a thought of my mother, what I had projected her to be. And considering my mother only walks among the tombstones now, there is no attachment to that homunculus that was before me. However, I wanted to test your device to make sure it would work, and if it can do something like that, then what I have planned is a guarantee. As Giovanni only has one true desire in this existence, a world under the rule of his thumb that is obedient to only him and the likes of Team Rocket. Giovanni tells Namba that it's time to initiate the last phase of their plans. Turn on the radio tower, so that way we can amplify the signal just like we intended. We will rewrite this world, so that way any resistance that opposes Team Rocket is no longer in existence. However, just as Namba flips the switch, an intense flame shoots in the direction of the three, scorching the panel, Giovanni, and Namba all in the same time. Turning, Boss Rocket demands to know who interferes with him, only to see the person he thought was no longer an issue. The Indigo champion and the ace that won him the title, Ash and Charizard. The mighty flamethrower of the Fire Lizard was enough to force Nidoking to step back, freeing Gliscor, allowing it to join its trainer. The arrival of Charizard has another effect as well, as Pikachu has become conscious, and though it is badly injured, decides to join into the fight to make this an even 3v3. Vincent tries to join in with Magneton and the rest of his Pokemon. However, Ash yells at him that he needs to get out of here. Clear the building and tell the professors to get out. Whatever's going to happen here, they don't need to be at the upper center. Vincent tries to argue with Ash, telling him that he needs to leave as well, but the champion counters, saying that he has to be the one to stop Giovanni here and now. He cannot let these plans go through, but Vincent has a much bigger role. He needs to be the person that gets everyone to safety. Realizing Ash is right, Vincent takes off running with Magneton in tow to clear the building and get any less stragglers out. So then, is this your last stand there, champion? Giovanni says in a teasing manner. However, this is no joking matter for Ash. Although Giovanni has had his memories wiped, in the mind of our champion, Charizard and Pikachu, they fully remember what happened at Mount Kaaa, and they intend to end this once and for all, so Giovanni will no longer be a threat to anyone or anything. Giovanni merely cackles at Ash's remarks, saying, "Alright, he'll humor this. He will give the champion one final battle before he sends him into oblivion." It is here we see an all-out clash between Ash's last three Pokemon and Giovanni's three. Gliscor immediately goes after Nidoking, having a bit of a score to settle with it, while Pikachu decides to take on the feline Persian, using its Thunder Attack and Iron Tail to cause as much damage. However, there is one here that is a really personal battle, that of Charizard versus Golem. The last time these two met, the result was not in the lizard's favor. However, it has been training hard exactly for this moment, the rematch to topple its greatest foe that it has ever faced. An all-out battle ensues between the Fire Lizard and the Rock type. While the two trade blows, it's clear that Charizard has the advantage. All of the months of training that it's been putting itself through is paying off in this exact moment. As Golem goes for its most devastating move, Explosion, Charizard wastes no time, using its newfound strength to lift the boulder up into the air and fly it towards the window. With one final toss, the lizard sends it careening out of the skyscraper down to the ground below. The last thing they hear is a brief boom as the building shakes ever so slightly. Now satisfied in the revenge that it's taken in its victory over Golem, Charizard bursts with the flamethrower from its mouth, establishing its dominance as the strongest Pokemon. This is where we cut to Pikachu as Ash is giving it commands. Unfortunately, the electric mouse is having trouble keeping up with the cat because of all the damage that it has taken from the previous battles. But nobody has more grit than Ash's Pikachu, and it proves so as it charges one final Iron Tail and cracks the feline on the top of its head, knocking it out cold, leaving Giovanni with just Nidoking. However, it's not doing too well either against Gliscor. As Boss Rocket watches Persian fall, Gliscor manages to slam Nidoking into the machine, controls the flow of energy from the Soldew to the unknown. This causes a backflow of electricity to feed into the Soldew, causing it to become unstable due to it being damaged from the events in Altamar. This entire setback has caused Giovanni to begin to grow frustrated with the situation, and he decides to use his newfound power in the unknown to begin to alter reality on a universal level, with this being point zero. Slowly, they begin to see the fabrics of time and space distort around Giovanni and the unknown, as his grand vision is only moments from taking shape. He is tired of this brat and all of the resistance that plagues him in this life, so he will make it so they never existed. It's here that Ash can feel something, a brief but noticeable cry from something, but he is unsure of what it is. However, the cry is slowly getting louder, and then he feels like it's one he's heard before. Then the sound becomes familiar to him. It's the sound of a Latios, but there's something else there. Then it hits Ash, the Soldew, the father of Latios and Latios. It's reaching out to him. It's asking for his help, asking to stop this. These are not cries of desperation or frustration. These are cries of pain. Then Ash can see it. The soul of Latios and the soul of the unknown. They are all being connected by the psychic abilities of the stone, and they are all trying to find a way to end this. They just want it to stop Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Ash orders his 3 remaining Pokemon to begin attacking. Use whatever power they have to prevent the reality from altering around them. Attack the unknown. Attack the places where reality is changing. Attack Giovanni. It doesn't matter what, just attack. However, it's no use, as Giovanni simply laughs, and then, with a thought, his Pokemon are all just brushed aside by an invisible force. Don't you see, boy? I have the power of creation itself. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Ash is just left in a stunned silence, as the force of that swipe was enough to render all of his Pokemon unable to move. They're all unconscious, laying in ruins around him. Here, the boy drops to his knees, unsure of what else he can do. This is the defeat that Giovanni was looking for. The last bastion of resistance before he wipes the slate clean. That's it, boy. There is nothing you can do, and I'm glad that you finally realize it, Giovanni says. However, Ash isn't paying any mind to the rocket leader, as he can hear a voice in his head. It's telling him everything will be okay. He just has to wish for it. Not really understanding what they mean by wish, Ash just follows the basic request. He makes a wish. He wishes there was someone who could actually help. Something that can stand up to this level of power. It is here for a brief second that the unknown and the Soldu react to Ash's request. It's so brief that not even Giovanni notices it. However, nothing happens. It's just Giovanni cackling away, thinking that Ash has gone into a state of hysteria, talking to himself. And for the moment, it appears to be true. That is, until a shockwave can be felt that pulsates throughout the building. But it's not coming from ground level. No, it's coming from directly across from them, outside of the window, outside of the barrier that the unknown have created. It can't be, Ash says. Turning to see what the boy is gawking at, Giovanni sees something that seems familiar to him, but he really has no idea what it is. There, on the other side of the barrier, levitates a Pokemon with glowing blue eyes. Mewtwo, Ash yells! The clone is doing what Giovanni thought was impossible. It is beginning to tear a hole in the barrier that the unknown have created, and it is making its way through until it is able to shatter the glass, taking its position in front of Ash. The unknown. They were able to get my wish out. It was for a brief second, Mewtwo says, but they were able to open up a telepathic link between me and you, allowing me to see what is happening. I realize that I can no longer stay silent, as the gravity of this situation has finally been made fully aware to me. However, Giovanni is not impressed by this creature that stands before him. So what if it could break the barrier? He has the ability to alter reality as he knows it, and he will simply wipe this creature from existence. Here that Mewtwo tells Ash that he needs to stay back. He needs to get his Pokemon out of the rate of fire. As Giovanni begins to alter reality, Mewtwo summons all of his psychic abilities to push back, preventing the rocket leader from doing anything. This surprises Giovanni. How could this creature have the power to rival his own, especially when it's being fueled by the power of creation? And so, a mental tug-of-war ensues between Giovanni and Mewtwo, as Mewtwo summons all of the strength that it has ever had to save the world that it once sought the destruction of, while Giovanni, now enraged at the situation, does whatever he can, pushing the Soldu and the unknown to their max. However, this comes at a great cause, as the Soldu has reached critical mass, and it's beginning to implode on itself. While Giovanni doesn't seem to be aware of this, Mewtwo is, so he begins to alter his plan of attack. Instead of pushing Giovanni back, he begins to create a psychic barrier, a bubble that he slowly encases Giovanni, the Soldu, the unknown, and Namba in. However, this is a struggle for the clone, as the Soldu is a great source of power. It may not make it in time, and it's beginning to falter. However, Ash is here to remind Mewtwo that it's not alone, as he puts a hand to the back of the clone. Suddenly, Mewtwo can feel a flow of energy connecting between him and Ash. It's like having someone to believe in it is causing Mewtwo to realize a new level of power. This resolve is enough to get Mewtwo to be able to close the barrier, entrapping Namba and everyone else inside. The last thing Ash and Mewtwo see is Giovanni looking at them, cursing the day he ever met Ash or this monstrosity before him, before the Soldu erupts in a violent explosion and creates a portal, sucking everything inside of the bubble in, leaving nothing as the portal dissipates, leading them to parts unknown. Mewtwo falls to a knee as it has expended all of its energy. Breathing heavily, the clone asks if Ash is alright. However, the young champion just simply smiles, thanking Mewtwo for coming to the rescue of not only him, but everyone. Ash then asks what happened to Giovanni. Mewtwo tells the boy that he doesn't know, but he can no longer feel him, which means he's no longer in this dimension or their problem. Ash thanks Mewtwo for everything that he's done, but insists that the clone leave before anyone notices that it's here. However, Mewtwo stops the boy, telling him, "Can you feel it?" Ash questions on what Mewtwo is talking about. The clone simply responds, "It's a gift from the unknown," before teleporting away, leaving Ash to question what exactly it was talking about. Now, with the threat past and its trainer safe, Charizard gives its trainer one final goodbye before starting to take off. However, Ash stops it, telling the Fire Lizard that he will be calling on it when he gets to the Johto League. So, train as hard as it can, because they're going to win. With a brief spit of fire, Charizard takes to the air, heading back to the Charific Valley to prepare for the day when Ash will need it once more. With everything wrapped up here, Ash turns to look back at where the Soldew and the Unknown were, as Gliscor and Pikachu stand by his side. There's nothing left, not a tablet, not even the box. Wherever they went, the Unknown made sure to erase any evidence of their existence. Now we fade to the Pokemon Center, as Ash and Vincent are getting their Pokemon a much-needed checkup. The two are talking about the events of the day, while the professors ramble on about their very exciting topic that they're going to be recording in the morning. It's here that Vincent turns to Ash, apologizing for the fight that they had. But Ash stops him right there, telling them that's what friends do. Sometimes they don't always agree on things, but they're still friends, no matter what happened. The two simply laugh, finally accepting each other as the friends that they have become over the last few weeks. A few days later, Ash and Vincent find themselves outside of the Goldenrod Pokemon Center, saying goodbye to Professor Rowan and Professor Oak. The two professors tell both the boys that they are proud for all of the work that they did, and they look forward to seeing the achievements that they have in the future. However, that is far closer than the two professors think, as Ash's next sight is set on the Equati Gym and his 6th badge of the Johto region. Now we follow up with Jesse and Meowth as they have been looking for James. Most of the grunts that were all around the city have been captured by Officer Jenny and all the other police that have been about. The two are out of options, time, and money, and soon will run the risk of being captured themselves. However, on the radios that they had that were issued at the radio tower for the mission, a mysterious voice comes through that neither of them know, calling for any and all rocket operatives that are left inside of Goldenrod City to head north to Equati. And this is where we are going to leave our story for now. So tell me, how did you guys feel about the finale of the rocket arc for the Johto region? Did you enjoy the evolution of Gliscor and Charizard showing up to help Ash? How did you feel about my twist and having Mewtwo be the one to finally put an end to Giovanni? And of course, who was that person that was calling all of the rocket operatives to Equati City? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Team Gary as they stand outside of the Equati Gym. The last few weeks since they left Cianwood City have been rather uneventful since their brush with that strange individual and Metatite up in the Savari Zone. While their days have been quiet compared to the regular normality, it's not like they didn't have anything to do. As stopping off in the Whirl Islands and seeing a couple of places they didn't get to see when they competed in the World Cup, they then found themselves back in Olivine City, where both Gary and Ethan got a chance to face off against Jasmine in a rematch just to see if she had grown any stronger. Luckily for them, they were still able to beat her, justifying the win that Ethan had gotten over her and earning both Gary and him their mineral badge. Then they just had some lazy days making their way back to Equati City, with Gary really getting a chance to work with Houndour now that it's officially his Pokemon. The Dark Doggo is very playful, however it is also very protective of Gary, growling at anything that comes near him that may be of any type of threat to him. This is even towards Ethan and Marina, as if they show any type of aggression towards Gary, even if it's just in a playful manner, it will spark up an Amber attack to remind them that it's watching over the situation, and they better not try any funny business around its trainer. And that brings us to today, as Gary finds himself standing at the doors of the Equati Gym one more time. He's been thinking about this rematch since they got on the boat heading into the Whirl Islands, which was about 4 months from their current time. While the last battle in this gym resulted in his loss, Gary is ready to make up for that today by earning his next badge, so that way he can get one more step closer to the Johto League. As the sun begins to caress the tops of Gary's shoulders, he pushes on the massive gym doors, announcing himself to Morty and that he has returned for a chance to battle his gym. Smiling, Morty greets the Oak Boy, telling him that he was beginning to wonder if he would ever come back for a rematch, since Morty's been back for a little over a month now. Oh, don't worry, we hit some other gyms that we had to clear up in the western part of Johto, and then we figured we'd make our way back to you. Besides, didn't you say you were going to be gone for a little while? So I'm pretty sure you needed the time to prepare for our rematch. Morty just chuckles, telling Gary that is true, but he took care of what he needed to do, and now he's ready to take over the gym again, so that way he can start accepting new challengers. And it looks like Gary's going to be the first one of the day. Gary won't have it any other way, as both trainers take their sides of the field as the ref decides to announce the rules of this match. It will be a 3-on-3, just like last time, and only Gary can make substitutions. The winner will be declared when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. As Morty is the leader, he reveals his Pokemon first, as it is his ace and most powerful ghost type, Gengar. I can see you're not trying to hold anything back, Gary says, as he flashes back to the last time they battled. This thing proved to be quite the powerhouse. Even though it wasn't the final Pokemon in the battle, Gary still had quite the trouble with it. However, being the grandson of the great Professor Oak, Gary is very astute in remembering things and coming up for ways to solve problems that present themselves to him. Just like now, as he decides to start off with pure type advantage, sending in Umbreon to take the battlefield. Type advantage. Smart, Morty comments. I remember battling your Umbreon last time. It was quite the sneaky little Pokemon. Let's see if it still has that with my newly upgraded movesets on my Pokemon. Knowing the ghost types can be devious, and Morty seems like he's been through some intense training over the last couple of months, Gary decides to play it safe. That's why he chose to go with Umbreon in the first place. It's going to provide him a type advantage, and it's going to allow him to stall things out so he can feel out Morty's team. Gary proves this when Morty decides to take the first move, calling for something called a Sucker Punch. However, Gary just retaliates with a simple Confuse Ray. This causes the move of Gengar to miss, as the Confuse Ray connects with the ghost type, causing its eyes to flash in a rainbow light as it begins to run wild across the battlefield, fading in and out of the shadows and extending its large tongue to a comedic effect, trying to get anyone and anything that it comes in contact with to buy into its craziness that is going on at the current moment. Morty commends Gary on his choice. He had a feeling that this is what the boy was up to, and now that his Gengar is confused and he can't recall it, this is gonna get a little interesting, and Gary agrees as he calls for the first physical move from his Pokemon, a Bite. Umbreon begins to fade in and out of the dark spots of the battlefield, tracking its prey before it finally is able to sink its fangs deep into one of the arms of Gengar. Morty can do nothing but plead with his ace to do something, execute one of its moves, and luckily for the leader, he's able to get through to Gengar and past its confusion, allowing Gengar to fire off a Shadow Ball that connects with Umbreon in the head. However, it being a dark type, this doesn't really have that much of an effect on it, as it continues to chomp down even harder on Gengar's arm. The pain of the bite is enough to knock Gengar out of its confusion, allowing it to begin to flail about, trying to break the grip that this Umbreon has on it. It's here that Morty orders it to fade back into the shadows, so the ghost type begins to sink into the ground, pulling Umbreon with it. However, the dark type refuses to let go of its prey now that it has a firm grip, as at the command of its trainer, it begins to slowly pull back on the ghost type. This begins a tug of war between the two, as Gengar is beginning to feel the effects of the bite, slowly draining its energy, as it is beginning to have trouble phasing in and out of the shadows of the battlefield. While things are getting a bit tense for Morty, he does have one ace up his sleeve, as he calls for a Hypnosis. It's at this moment Gengar's eyes begin to spiral in reverse, as Umbreon looks deep into them, causing the Shadow Fox to begin to slowly nod off, as its grip slightly loosens on the arm of the ghost type. However, this has an unforeseen effect, and is the real reason why Gary chose to go with Umbreon here. As it slowly dozes off into slumber, its Synchronize ability kicks in, pulling Gengar off to La La Land with it, as the ghost type begins to fade, and then slumps over, half in the shadows and half out. Realizing this is his chance to actually claim a victory, Gary recalls Umbreon, opting for his newest catch on the team, as he sends in Houndour, howling and signifying that it is ready to battle at Gary's command. The Oak Boy gives the pup one simple order in Feint Attack. The fire type slowly fades in and out of the shadows as it begins to strike Gengar with all the might that it can. Luckily for it and Gary, it only takes 2 successful attempts at the feint attacks before Gengar is rendered unable to battle, giving Gary the first win of the match.
Recalling his ace, Morty compliments Gary on being able to get the first win. He's doing a far better job than he did last time. However, just because he got the first win doesn't mean that this battle is going to be easily won, the Ghost-type specialist tells the Oak Boy. This is something that's made all too clear by Morty's next choice as he sends in his Lampent. Gary tells Houndour to be ready. After all, he remembers his last encounter with this thing, and it can be quite the trickly battler to deal with. Lampent starts things big by using a Shadow Ball aimed directly for the Pooch. However, Gary has a counter for this, so that way he can try and block out the sight of Lampent, ordering Houndour to respond with a Smog that envelops the battlefield, hiding the pup for the time being. This causes the Shadow Ball to miss, allowing Gary a chance to reassess the situation. Houndour does have the type advantage here, however, it does not have the experience advantage, as it's still fairly young. But Gary comes up with an idea quick, telling its doggo to use its nose to sniff out Lampent. There has to be some sort of scent coming from that fire that burns eternally inside of it. The loyal dog executes this command, quickly finding its target. However, this is exactly what Morty was waiting for. Considering that Lampent couldn't really see where Houndour is at, he wanted it to come to Lampent. And Gary quickly finds out that this is a trap, as Morty tells Lampent to use a move that's going to be a great deal of concern, especially for a Pokemon that is as young as Houndour, as it is hit with a curse. By cutting his own HP in half, Lampent is able to inflict damage on a move-by-move basis, which allows it to really not have to do anything but just wait until the clock runs out. Unfortunately, this leaves Gary with little options. If he leaves Houndour in, then it's going to slowly lose HP until there's nothing left. But if he sends back out Umbreon, then he's got to deal with the whole fact that it's asleep. However, Umbreon does have one thing that Houndour does not. That is defense, and a lot of it. Realizing that it's his best hope at this current time, Gary makes a decision to recall the doggo to break the curse. Then, he quickly sends back in Umbreon. However, this is where he finds out that his choice may have not have been the best interest of the team after all, as he attempts to give a command to Umbreon only for it to snooze away continuously on the battlefield. This is where Morty reveals the second part of his dastardly strategy, as he orders Lampent to hit it with the Pain Split. This is going to allow the Ghost type to siphon off some of Umbreon's HP, so that way it can regain the health that it lost from using the curse on Houndour. As the Spectre begins to feel the relief of the gained HP, it bobs midair happily, as Morty tells Gary that he's going to have to make up a decision, as it doesn't seem like the course that he's on is going to allow him to really do anything, and if he really wants his badge, then he's going to have to change that immediately. Gary realizes that the leader is right, however he can't put Houndour back out here, so he makes one final attempt to try and plead with Umbreon to wake up. Luckily, his calls are able to get through to the Night Fox. As it slowly begins to stir, Morty realizes that he can't let Umbreon get any type of advantage, so he decides to go on the attack, telling Lampent to use Inferno. As the fire-type attack closes in on Umbreon, Gary has to think fast. However, it doesn't take Gary long, as he realizes there's going to be only one real way to beat this thing. It's going to be a war of attrition, because the moment that Lampent can get off a curse, that means that Umbreon is going to be on the clock, and he can't continue shuffling back and forth between Houndour and it. Otherwise, he's never going to make any progress. So he tells his Shadow Fox to jump straight through the Inferno, much to the surprise in everyone in attendance. And as Umbreon pushes through, it has a very special move for Lampent charged, as it spews a poison goo all over the fire type that is known as Toxic. This wasn't something Morty was expecting, as he tells Lampent to retreat so that way they can regain their bearings. However, unfortunately for the Ghost type master, he's going to have to do a little bit better than that, as Gary is back on the assault again, ordering a bite from Umbreon. However, Morty's not going to let this go without some consequence, as he counters with a curse of his own, turning this battle into a real war of attrition to see who can outlast each other's status condition. However, it seems that Gary is one step ahead of Morty. As the two clash and Umbreon is enveloped in the curse, Gary reveals his trump card in this battle and the reason why he swapped back to Umbreon, as he calls for a Moonlight that slowly begins to recharge the health of the fox. Very clever, Morty says. You knew exactly what was going to happen, and you had that waiting in the back wings to counter anything that I had. And you know full well that Lampent has Pain Split, but it seems your chess pieces were 3 moves ahead of mine. That's right, Gary says. We both have status conditions, and you could use Pain Split to even the damage out between me and you. However, there's one thing that I have going for me that you don't. My damage that your status condition is going to inflict upon Umbreon is stagnant, minimal at best. However, Toxic is going to slowly snowball until Lampent is unable to battle. Morty is impressed. Gary definitely learned from their last battle, so he makes the decision to go all in. The next leg of this battle is a war of attrition to see who can outlast and if Morty can actually cause enough damage to Umbreon to knock it out before Lampent falls to the poison. But unfortunately for the gym leader, things aren't going to go his way, as Lampent is slowly drained of all of its energy and it collapses due to the poison running its final course, giving Gary a 2-0 lead over the gym leader. Recalling his ghastly lantern, Morty compliments Gary. Gary says he really paid attention during their last battle, and he spent the last few months thinking about how he was going to be able to get the best of Morty. Well, your hard work seems to be paying off, Morty says. However, you still got one final Pokemon to get through, and it's looking like your Umbreon may be a little bit winded, as Morty sends in his final Pokemon, Mismagius. The ghost type hits the field with an eerie similarity to one of the ones that belongs to Marina. Gary notices this, using his Pokedex to get as much information on it. He actually finds out that it's the evolution of Mischievous, and this thing seems to be very, very tanky. The fact that Gary can see this and he hasn't even engaged with it yet is a testament to the quality of the Oak Boy as a trainer. However, he knows that Morty is right. He does recall Umbreon, just to make sure that it has a chance to rest, sending back in his Houndour for another chance at a victory over the final Pokemon of this gym. However, this is where we get to see the big difference in these two, as experience is the great equalizer over the typing, with Mismagius being able to use a Protect against a bite that Houndour tries to execute against it, and then it replies in kind with a Thunderbolt that one-shots the doggo back into the doghouse, if you will. So much for it getting any rest, Gary says, as he recalls Houndour telling it that it did a great job. However, for its first gym badge, he didn't expect too much more out of it. This is where Gary sends back in the Night Fox Umbreon, as if it can't win, then it can at least set something up so that way his third Pokemon can have a shot at getting Gary his next gym badge. Gary begins this battle by trying to set up a Toxic, ordering Umbreon in as quickly as it can. However, Mismagius has the perfect counter for this, responding with the Protect that blocks the attack, preventing it from getting poisoned. This puts Umbreon and Gary on the back foot, as while the Fox's health is still pretty good, its stamina is beginning to run low, as we see this with Mismagius responding before Umbreon has a chance to counterattack as it is hit with the Magical Leaf. Gary quickly calls for a Moonlight in order to counterbalance some of the damage that it just took. He knows one thing is for sure: the lower that Umbreon's stamina gets, the quicker its health is going to drop, so he has to do something about this quick. With little other choices, he tries his best to set up another static move in Confuse Ray. However, it's again met with the Protect that blocks the move, and then once more is followed up with a Thunderbolt on Mismagius' part. While this isn't enough to knock out Umbreon, it's definitely clear that it has begun to reach the end of its road. It's moving much slower and it's breathing very heavily. Either it's able to end this now or it's going to fall with the next move. This is where Gary orders it in with one final attack, a Bite. Putting everything it has into this final assault, Umbreon bolts down the field with whatever speed that it has left, evading any Thunderbolts and doing its best to hold off the Magical Leafs as it closes in the gap between it and Mismagius. As the Magical Leafs begin to collect and hit Umbreon in the back, it is able to land the Bite, dealing some damage before being knocked out, bringing the battle to a 1v1. Recalling Umbreon, Gary thanks it for all the effort that it put in. He wouldn't have made it this far in the battle if it wasn't for its ability to tank most of the moves that Morty was able to dish out to it and Houndour. Now comes the moment that everybody's been waiting for. What will Gary's final Pokemon be? Both Ethan and Marina look on from the stands contemplating this. However, Ethan has a pretty good idea on what it's going to be, and him and Gary are on the same page, as he's holding a Pokeball in his hand. That was the one that fell last time in this gym. Sizzle, go! The Metal Mantis emerges from its ball, ready to right the wrong that it had in this gym the last time when it lost. However, Morty and Mismagius are not going to give up easy, as they have the pride of their gym on the line, and they're going to make sure that they keep it as intact as long as possible. The battle starts, and Morty takes the first move, calling for a Thunderbolt. However, Gary is quick to respond, ordering a double team, which Scizor quickly uses, being able to evade the attack as multiple clones of it spread out throughout the gym, making it hard for Mismagius to track whichever the one is the real one. Morty compliments Gary on Scizor's double team. It's pretty impressive, one of the most powerful ones it's ever seen. Gary responds by saying if he likes that one, then he's gonna like what comes next, as he orders Scizor to rush in with the Metal Claw. All of the clones begin to close in on Mismagius, as Morty can do only one move, calling for a Magical Leaf to try and blanket the field and hit the real Scizor to try and knock it off of its game. While this is a good plan and it is effective, as you can hear it pinging off the hide of Scizor, there's one thing that the bug has that Mismagius can't deal with, and that's its Steel typing, as Grass type moves will do next to nothing to it, as Scizor lands its Metal Claw, driving Mismagius into the ground. While this isn't enough to beat the Ghost type, it is enough to cause a decent amount of damage. However, this is exactly what Morty wanted. He wanted the gap between the two Pokemon to be closed, as he calls for a Thunderbolt that lights lights up Scizor in the process. Being a good conductor for the electric type move, Scizor absorbs the electricity, taking a decent amount of damage in the process. However, Gary tells it to back off and retreat back to its side of the field. This allows Mismagius to recover by slowly levitating up, getting some room to breathe, if you will. However, it's obvious with Mismagius, if it takes one more hit, then it's gonna probably fall on the next exchange, and Gary can see this. He just needs to create an opening. Realizing that Gary notices the weakness of Mismagius, Morty knows that he has to do something here, or this next exchange will be the end of his Pokemon. However, he does have one idea left, but it all depends on if Gary uses the move that he thinks he is. Luckily for Morty, Gary does, as he orders a double team from Scizor. This allows Morty to respond in kind with a Psybeam. However, it's not aimed directly at Scizor, it's more sent through the building as a pulse, allowing Mismagius to find the real copy. Now with it locked on, Mismagius has a clear target as Morty orders a Thunderbolt to hit the Metal Mantis. However, Gary was hoping that Morty would try something like this, as he orders Scizor to use one of the moves that he's been saving on the back burner, a Wing Attack. Scizor begins to spin in a circle as its wings begin to generate somewhat of a vibration shield around it, allowing the Thunderbolt to kind of just circulate them on as it closes in on Mismagius to land the final Metal Claw of the battle, driving Mismagius into the ring floor and ending this, earning Gary the long-awaited badge that he's been patiently waiting for. With nothing but a smile on his face, Morty recalls Mismagius thanking him for the battle. Then he presents Gary with the Fog Badge, telling him that he's earned it. Gary looks at the badge and he looks to Scizor, knowing that this is something that they both wanted. All the while, Marina and Ethan celebrate in the stands, as now Ethan can finally get over that burden that he's been carrying, as he was the one who kept blaming himself for Gary not winning the previous battle. However, all of the celebrations are cut short, as a very serious and stern man interjects himself, telling Morty that he has to talk to him right away. Using, what are you doing here? I thought you were out chasing Suicune, their leader says. The man clad in purple tells his old friend that he was. However, something of dire situation has come up, and he may need the leader's help. Morty says, of course, whatever he can do. While these two conversate, it gets the attention of Team Gary. All three of them are kind of eavesdropping on what's been going on, and they hear the man called Yusin mention something about Suicune, which is one of the legendary beasts of the Johto region, and another Pokemon, someone named Celebi. This is where Gary steps up, telling Morty that if this has to do with some sort of ancient or legendary Pokemon, he wants to know. Considering his grandfather is the authority on most legendary Pokemon in the world, he feels it's his duty to make sure that they're protected. However, the man Yusin quickly shuts this down, telling him that he doesn't have time for any kids on this journey. It's going to be perilous, and only adults should be able to handle it. However, Morty quickly responds, telling Yusin that this is Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak. If there's one kid that may be able to help them with this, it would be him. Yusin still stands firm in his decision. However, Morty quickly shuts it down again, telling him that they're gonna need help, and Gary and his friends are the only ones that are readily available. Though he doesn't like it, he does admit that Morty is right on this aspect. So he relents for the time being, just mentioning that the kids need to make sure that they take care of themselves because he doesn't have time to babysit them. While this comment does get to Marina and Ethan, it doesn't faze Gary, as he tells his teammates to simply quiet down. Let's see what they gotta say, and then they'll make any decisions on how they should treat this man afterwards. However, this is where Yusin asks Morty if he has any ideas. What should be their next step? However, the gym leader does have an idea, as he tells him, I think it's time we go pay the sisters a visit. After a quick trip to the Equati Pokemon Center, Gary, his friends, gym leader, and this very difficult person Yusin all find themselves in a house just north of Equati City by the towers. This is where Gary and his friends are introduced to the Kimono sisters, Eevee trainers that live here and are said to be guardians of ancient secrets in Johto's past. Morty tells the group that he often works with them when it comes to ancient history, as there's certain secrets that need to be protected. However, they can't always get to it, so the gym leader is the one who deals in these things. That's why he was gone for such a long time, because there was something that came up that he had to see to personally. Here, that the Eevee sisters tell them all to quiet down. They have an ancient tale that they need to confer to everyone, and it sets them back 300 years in the past, when the two towers were in pristine condition, and Ho-Oh and Lugia both adorned them with their presence. It is said that the day that the burned tower caught fire, 3 Pokemon perished in it, and Ho-Oh was able to use its legendary powers to reawaken these creatures, breathing new life into them and giving them a new purpose. While that part of the legend is true, there's one thing that most people don't know about the legend. The 3 creatures that were resurrected was Suicune of the North Wind, Entei of the Volcano, and Raikou of the Lightning Cloud. They were meant to represent the coming of nature, rebirth of the elements, if you will.
However, there is one Pokemon that was involved that no one really knows about, as Ho-Oh needed its power to complete their resurrection. That was the Pokemon of Celebi. It has the ability to travel through time, or more importantly, reach through time to a different age, manipulating the time stream at its own free will, allowing things to change for the better or for the worse. This is where we find out that Ho-Oh had borrowed the powers of Celebi, as it opened a portal to a distant past, and Ho-Oh used its powers to pull the essence of 3 Pokemon from there to the modern age, to combine it with the 3 Pokemon that had perished in the fire, breathing new life into them, creating Pokemon that the world had never seen before, the 3 legendary beasts of Johto. And this is why it's so dangerous, Eugene said, as I've gotten word that a member of Team Rocket has been chasing Celebi through the Johto countryside for many months now, and he's beginning to close in on it. He's gotten word on a former Pokemon hunter that was once able to corner Celebi and had almost captured it. My fear is that this member of Team Rocket is seeking him out, so that way he can learn anything and everything he can about Celebi, and if he's successful in capturing it, then there is no telling what he will be able to do. This really is a problem, Morty replies. We cannot let anybody, especially a member of Team Rocket, get their hands on the abilities of Celebi. And as Morty says this, there is a large glowing pillar of light that erupts just south of Equati City from the direction of Goldenrod City. Our group looks on, knowing that whatever that was, it couldn't be good. This, my friends, is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the gym battle and the rematch that Gary had with Morty? Do you feel like Scizor and him finally got some redemption? How do you feel about Eugene being the one to follow them all the way to Equati City? And of course, who is this member of Team Rocket that is hunting Celebi? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part with Team Gary as they are trekking their way through the wilds of the Johto region. It's been about a day since they left Equati City and the surprising revelation that they experienced with Morty and his friend Eugene. While Gary wanted to learn more about the legend and the person that's been hunting this Celebi, the reality of the situation was this. There wasn't anything that they could do, and they couldn't just wait around for this person to show up. So they made the decision that it would be best if they hit the road. If they happen to be in a place and time when they can do something, then they would. But otherwise, Team Gary would just continue on to the site of the next gym in Mahogany Town. However, Gary just can't seem to shake the feeling that there is something dangerous coming, and he knows that they must be alert, because whatever it is, it won't be something that they will be able to ignore. But it is here we fade away from Team Gary. But where is not the question we are fading away to, but when, as things from our current understanding become blurred and we find ourselves back in the recent past. Not a couple of years, but a couple of decades. There was a small boy walking through a forest. This boy is known as Sammy, and he ends up meeting a girl named Toa. She is rather young and on the pretty side, Sammy thinks to herself, though he won't have time to indulge this little fantasy of his, as he is a traveling Pokemon trainer looking to learn whatever he can about the Pokemon across the known world. So after being introduced to Toa's grandmother and the guardian of the village, Sammy says his goodbyes, making his way back into a forest. However, this isn't without a warning, as Toa and her grandmother leave Sammy with a very ominous promise. If he can hear the cry of the forest, stay still, otherwise he will be gone forever. However, they were unclear on what it meant, and since they were very vague in their response, it isn't really something that Sammy will be able to heed. So he treks forward with destination unknown, looking for his next great adventure. However, little does the boy know, he won't have to wait long, as a little deeper into the forest, there is something that is happening. Pokemon Hunter, who has sought the power of a very specific Pokemon, is making his way and is hot at the tail of the mythical time traveler Celebi. The grass type is fleeing through the forest as the man with his Houndoom and Scyther are in hot pursuit. They have been tailing the mythical for many days now and are on the verge of becoming the most powerful person in existence and potentially the most wealthiest if the price is right. Celebi Celebi is beginning to grow tired, as it has been days since the grass type has been able to stop and rest. It gets to the point that the mythical realizes there's only one way it's going to be able to end this, and with a cry of its name, it crosses paths with the boy known as Sammy, as Houndoom and Scyther corner it. Celebi's cry rings throughout the area, drawing Sammy in, who realizes that he cannot let this Pokemon be hurt by these poachers. Realizing he has to do something, Sammy dons what looks like a very early version of the Pokeball, as he prepares to send in his ace Pokemon, as Celebi dodges flamethrowers, Fury Cutters from its respective enemies. Unfortunately, the tired mythical is unable to fully evade both attacks and succumbs to the flamethrower, knocking it to the ground. This is where Sammy steps in, preparing to take the role up as guardian of this mythical creature. This is where the hunter appears, telling the boy to step out of the way. Nothing is going to keep him from the prize that he has sought for so long. However, Sammy remains steadfast, refusing to give up any ground to this hunter. Unfortunately, the young and naive boy doesn't know that this hunter is willing to do anything to achieve his goal, and he's about to find out the hard way as he begins to order an assault from the mantis and the dog on the boy. However, before Sammy can respond with defense, Celebi's cry echoes throughout the area as light and winds begin to whip around. In a vortex of energy, both vanish in front of the hunter, only for him to drop to his knees, saying that it's not fair, he was so close to his goals. We now shift perspective as they are carried through what seems to be a vortex of energy that is unstable due to Celebi being so badly hurt. Even though Sammy has no idea where he is, he can still see that Celebi needs help, so he does whatever he can to shuffle towards it. However, before he can make contact with the grass type, a bright light envelops the two, and Sammy finds himself laying on a bed of grass with Celebi nowhere in sight. The boy wobbles to his feet, a bit dazed and confused about the entire situation, wondering if that was just a dream. Looking around, Sammy can see nothing to confirm nor deny this question that he has. So in order to find his bearings, Sammy begins to backtrack his way to the village so that way he can find Toa and get his directions out of this crazy wilderness of the Johto region. However, little does he know that dream that he just had was no mere dream, as if he would have just peered over a log that was only feet away from him, he would have found the mythical Pokemon he was looking for and realized that it's not a matter of where he is, but when. Now we flash back to the day after Gary won his gym badge, and Team Gary was departing from Equati City. As they exit the town heading east towards the site of the next badge, Mahogany Town, two people that were beckoned by a mysterious voice enter from the south, Jessie and Meowth. The reason they are here is unclear, but they know whoever called them specifically asked for anyone that was left from Team Rocket. However, once they're in the city, the two face a very real problem, the same problem that they were facing back in Goldenrod. They have no money, they have no allies, and most of all, they have no idea where they are supposed to go. The only thing they can do is sit idly by outside of the Pokemon Center, out of the sight of everyone, and wait by the only remaining piece of tech that they have, the radio that beckoned them to Equati City. Hours go by, and the sun eventually sets until the duo are met with the chill of night. And while the Dobby duo are no strangers to sleeping outside, there is one thing that is missing. They always had the uplifting spirit of James to brighten their nights, even when they didn't have a fire. But now it's just Meowth and Jessie to face the cold of the Equatique nights as ghosts and dark type Pokemon run ravage in the shadows. In order to take their mind off the depressing state of affairs that they are in, both Jessie and Meowth begin to reminisce about times when things were better. Yeah, they were always chasing the twerp, but at least they had each other. And with James here, things just seemed complete. But now, they just feel empty, Meowth says. Why this would normally solicitate a fiery outburst from Jessie, this time it's just met with a very depressing yeah. She's even lost her lust for life at this point. The only thing that is keeping her and Meowth going is the promise that there might be something on the other end of this emptiness, especially since how all of their hopes hang on this mysterious voice that they know who not or where it came from. It eventually gets to the point to where it's so cold outside that Jessie makes a suggestion that she head inside under the guise of Meowth's trainer, and maybe they can get some much needed food and warmth, and possibly get a warm bed as well. However, that would require the feline to keep its mouth shut for the time being. While Meowth really doesn't like the suggestion, he really can't argue the logic behind it. They have nothing, and things are only getting worse. If they don't do something soon, then they could very well freeze to death out here. However, just as they agree to this plan of Jesse's, the voice that told them to come to Equati then comes over the intercom once more, asking if there are any rocket members in the vicinity of Equati. Has anybody managed to get out of Goldenrod? With desperation in her voice, Jessie clutches at the walkie-talkie, declaring, yes, we're here. There's only 2 of us, but we are here. A moment of brief silence befalls the intercom, only for Jessie and Meowth to think that they may have lost connection. However, this is then followed by a request of their presence. Jessie explains that they are outside of the Pokemon Center. They have been for several hours and are awaiting further commands. The mysterious voice tells them to head east of the Pokemon Center, just outside of town. There, they'll find a small shack, then to wait for further instructions. Reluctantly, both Meowth and Jessie follow through with this, as they don't really have much other choice. Moving slow because of the cold causes them to take a little bit longer, about an hour to get to the shack. However, once they get there, they find that it's just an old, rundown building, nothing of importance, and it looks like it hasn't been occupied in a long time. Jessie begins to burst in outrage, thinking that this may be some sort of prank, and she's getting really tired of this wild goose chase in the dark. However, a voice behind her tells her that he's sorry for all the secrecy. He just had to make sure they were who they claimed, and they weren't being followed. Now we find ourselves back in Arborville with a young lady named Diane and her grandmother, Toa. Team Gary were invited in for a brief meal due to their travels being halted by the voice of the forest. This is where Team Gary learns about the legend of Celebi and how if its cries echo through the forest, then that means it could be getting ready to time travel. So if Team Gary hears that, it's best that they stay in one place, lest they be sucked into the time stream. Ethan and Marina kind of brush this off as it's just a story, but Gary is taken a little bit more seriously. They haven't really experienced Pokemon like he has, and not every one of their abilities are known. And this is seconded by Toa, as she explains a story about how a boy, 50 years in the past, disappeared without a trace, and it was right after the voice of the forest was heard. While Team Gary decides to heed this warning, they also decide that it's best for them to move on, as they do have a lot of ground to cover before they get to Mahogany Town. So, after the meal, they thank Toa and her granddaughter Diana for their hospitality and decide to depart from Arborville. As Team Gary begins their trek out of the town, they are waved off by Toa and her granddaughter Diane from their treetop house, only for something to catch Toa's eyes. As Team Gary walks out of the town, someone she thought she would never see again comes back into town. "Sammy," she yells, as Toa descends from the tree faster than anything her granddaughter has ever seen. The old woman rushes to the boy, asking if he's alright, where has he been? However, Sammy is confused. He asks if Toa is anywhere around, and then he eyes the young lady up in the tree, screaming, "Toa, hey, can you come down? I really need to talk to you." However, the old lady has some bad news for Sammy. She is Toa, and Sammy has been gone for over 50 years. While this exchange has happened, Team Gary had watched the entire thing, and to say that their interest has been piqued would be an understatement, as Gary, Ethan, and Marina decide that it might be best to spend the night so they can learn more about this boy that has been missing for over 50 years. The rest of the night is explaining everything that had happened from Sammy's point of view, and how he had encountered a poacher and Celebi, and he did his best to try and defend Celebi from the poacher. However, it began to cry in an ear-piercing squeal, and then before he knew it, it was nothing but lights, and then they were in the same place that they had just been before the lights had appeared. However, the poacher was nowhere around, and neither was Celebi, so Sammy thought it was a dream. That's why he decided to come back to Arborville. That way he can figure out his bearings and get a new sense of direction, as the forest was kind of creeping him out. After all the stories are told and the night settles down, Sammy gets a chance to finally meet Team Gary, as in Gary, Ethan, and Marina. They're all kids about his age. Well, Gary is a little bit older than Sammy is now, but it doesn't really matter, as they all seem to hit it off really well. This is where Gary asks where Sammy was going, to which the time-displaced boy responds that he was going to meet a very strong trainer in a village that isn't too far from here, about a 2 days walk, somewhere called Mahogany Town. What a coincidence, Gary says. That's actually where me and Ethan were heading. We're on our way there now to challenge the gym to a gym battle, and hopefully earn our 7th badges of the Johto region. This is where Sammy asks a question that is all too obvious to our current day heroes, and that is, what is a Pokemon gym and what's a gym battle? Ethan and Marina laugh, as in their time, this is a common thing. Every kid knows what a Pokemon gym is and what a Pokemon gym battle and the Pokemon League is. However, Gary quickly shuts this down when he tells Ethan that Ash, when he first started out on his journey, didn't really know what the Pokemon League challenge was. So not everybody could know, but they gotta remember one important thing. Sammy is from 50 years in the past. A lot has changed in that time, especially here in the Johto region, considering it's more of a rural setting, if you will. This instantly quiets the two, as Gary goes on to explain to Sammy about the gym challenge, showing him his Pokedex and how his grandpa was very big in its creation. And the rest of the night fades on with the boys growing closer and closer together. By morning, it's been decided that they can't stay in Arborville for much longer, so Sammy has decided to join Team Gary and hit the road, considering they've established that they were all headed in the same direction. While Sammy doesn't really know that trainer that he was supposed to meet in Mahogany Town is still alive, he figured it'd be worth a shot. Maybe the thing that he was there to inquire about is still there. He won't know unless he tries. So, after saying goodbye to Toa and Diana, Team Gary, with +1, decides to head out, setting off into the forest. Now we follow up with Jessie and Meowth as they are trekking through the wilds of the Johto region. In front of them stands somebody that they never thought they would actually get a chance to meet. The man known as the Iron Masked Marauder. While neither of them know him personally, he is a legend among the ranks of Team Rocket, being one of the highest ranked admirals in all of the organization. However, there is one thing that is yet to be addressed. Exactly why he had called for any of the remaining Rocket contingents from Goldenrod City. This is where we pick up on a conversation with Jessie and Meowth, as the two are arguing about who is going to ask the Marauder the big question. Why are they following him and where are they going? Eventually, their low whispers grow into a murmur, to which the Marauder can overhear every word, and he's getting tired of their incessant babbling, so he decides to answer the question for himself, telling the two they're following up on a lead that he had gotten recently about the sighting of a very rare Pokemon, something that has the power to tip the scales in Team Rocket's favor, or more notably, the Marauder's favor, considering he had heard that Giovanni has been MIA since the incident in Goldenrod. This is where Meowth decides to ask the question of if he knows of anyone named James, a purple-haired man who worked for Team Rocket. He was one of the admins closest to Giovanni, and one of their closest allies in the Team Rocket organization. However, they haven't seen him since before the raid. While the Marauder admits that there are some that he has heard back from, he doesn't recall anybody by the name of James. He must have been captured by the police in Goldenrod. This is where Jessie begins to ask a question. However, she is told to be silent as they finally reach the site of their destination, a rundown old property with cars that haven't worked in decades scattered everywhere, and outside, Pokemon stacked on top of each other in cages, being held in a cruel way. This is something that Jessie and Meowth are quite uncomfortable with. However, the Marauder pays no mind to this as he releases a Pokemon, a Sneasel, from a ball that cuts open the door to the shack, revealing a very disheveled and old-looking man who's surprised by the arrival of the Marauder. The man tries to retaliate to the intruder in his home. However, Sneasel is quickly to shut this down with a slash to the man's hand, forcing him to drop the Pokeball that he is getting ready to use. Who are you, the man demands to know, and why are you in my domain? However, the Marauder simply chuckles at this false bravado that the man puts up. The Masked Rocket finds this amusing. However, he doesn't have time for games, and he quickly gets down to business, telling the old man that he had heard a rumor that once in the forest around these parts, he nearly caught the mythical Pokemon, Celebi. And the Marauder's request is simple. He wants the old man to take him to the spot that he found the Celebi. However, the old man quickly responds, telling the Marauder that he is still a Pokemon hunter, and he wouldn't dare share anything with this 2-bit criminal. The hard way, he says. Well, I could appreciate that. Sneasel, let's show him what the hard way gets him, the Marauder responds. As the old man goes through the process of some light convincing from Sneasel and the Marauder, Jessie begins to ask Meowth what this Celebi is that the Marauder speaks of. Meowth tells Jessie that he's not really sure, though the name sounds familiar, and if he recalls correctly, it has something to do with time, maybe time travel. However, the conversation is quickly interrupted when the old man is thrown out of his door, right in front of the cages of his Pokemon. However, the stubbornness of this old man cannot be discounted, as he still refuses to talk. But the Marauder has one thing left up his sleeve as he orders Sneasel to slash the bars on one of the cages housing a very timid Tyranitar. Then, from his vest, the Marauder rips what looks like a Pokeball. However, it is black as night, and the old man asks what it is. The Marauder simply smirks, saying that this is a Dark Ball, one of the strongest inventions from Team Rocket. Then, he throws it at the Tyranitar, telling the old man that it instantly captures whatever it hits, then elevates their level to their maximum potential. As the ball captures the Tyranitar and returns the Marauder, the man chuckles to himself and says, "Oh yeah," and it has one more side effect. It makes whatever it catches hyper aggressive as he releases Tyranitar, ordering it to set the place ablaze with a hyper beam. The old man pleads with the Marauder not to do this. However, he just simply smiles, watching Tyranitar begin to fire hyper beam after hyper beam in the surrounding area, hitting the cages that the Pokemon sit in, scaring them for their lives, until the old man finally breaks. "Fine, I'll tell you what you want, just please stop." The Marauder simply cackling to himself as he says, "Good." And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? What do you think about Sammy and him being transported to the future? And of course, his interaction with Team Gary and the fact that they had to move on from Arborville before he could get any resolution to his story. And how about the Marauder calling all of the contingents of Team Rocket that weren't captured from Goldenrod up to his ranks? And of course, what's going to happen with the inevitable paths that are eventually going to cross between Team Gary and the new Team Rocket? Let me know in the comments down below. As I step into Equati City on the eve of Ash's next gym battle. After everything that's been happening as of recently, Ash is excited for the prospect of something that is normal, especially with dealing with Team Rocket and the disappearance of Giovanni. Vincent seconds this, considering ever since he met Ash, he hasn't really had a dull moment, and he feels like the excitement in his life can be dialed down a little bit. However, the two find themselves sitting at the Pokemon Center, getting their Pokemon looked at as Ash prepares for his gym battle the next day. Vincent asks Ash one simple question: does our young hero intend to battle with the Pokemon that he has on him? Ash questions Vincent on this line of thought, considering that Vincent knows that each of his Pokemon are strong. While Vincent does acknowledge this, he has to admit that the gym leader here in Equati City is quite the tricky one. While he doesn't want to tell Ash what type of Pokemon that he uses, considering what happened with Whitney, Vincent does convey to Ash that it took him 3 tries before he was finally able to capture the gym badge here. While Ash appreciates his friend's sentiment, he tells Vincent that he believes in his Pokemon, so no matter what, he's sticking with the team that he has now, considering he wants to win as many badges as he can in the Johto region with the Pokemon he caught here. Well, Vincent shrugs this off, telling Ash that he hopes he's right about that, considering this could be the toughest gym battle that Ash has faced in the entire Johto region. Now we cut to the next morning as Ash and Vincent stand in front of the gym. This is it. Ash tried to battle the gym leader once before, but the leader was off on their own thing, and the gym was closed for a prolonged period of time. However, this time it appears different. The gym doesn't look as run down, and the attendants outside are making sure that it looks nice and tidy. So Ash is confident that today he's going to be leaving here with his 6th badge of the Johto region. However, he's in for a rude awakening when he gets inside, and he's met with the tragic news that the gym leader is not in the gym, which Ash quickly cuts to thinking that the gym leader is once again head out on his own adventures. However, the attendant of the gym tells Ash that that's not the case. He's actually had to go meet with the Kimono girls on some very important business. Vincent remarks that he doesn't even know who the Kimono girls are. He's never even heard of them. However, this does jog Ash's memory, as the Kimono girls were the one that taught Bayleaf how to use Body Slam. Without saying another word, Ash darts out of the gym, grabbing Vincent by his collar, telling him to come on. They have no time to lose. Moments later, Ash and Vincent find himself in front of a very odd building that matches a lot of the other exteriors in Equati City, but it's very plain. There's not really any signage or anything outside. However, Ash knows immediately what this place is, as he walks inside as an uninvited guest, which makes Vincent very uncomfortable. However, these fears are quickly put to rest when Ash is met with one of the Kimono girls who are practicing out in the courtyard. This is Miki, the Flareon expert, and she quickly greets Ash, asking if he's here to see who she thinks he is, to which Ash replies he is. He's looking for the leader of the Equati gym. Well, you're just in time, Miki says, as she tells Ash and his new friend Vincent to follow her. She will lead them to where the gym leader is. Moments later, the two find themselves inside of her room, and at the center sits 5 girls, with Miki now joining them, and a man in a purple shirt. Silence befalls the room, as behind them is a giant gold slab with what looks like a legendary Pokemon engraved on it. This catches Ash's attention, which stops the man and the girls from talking, as Ash walks past them, completely ignoring the group to approach the shrine. Silence befalls the room, as Ash comes to a stop right in front of the marvelous engraving. However, the silence is quickly interrupted when the man asks the boy what he is doing. He has no right to be here or interrupt their meeting. However, this is where Miki interrupts, telling the girls that Ash has returned, and he's here to see Morty about a gym battle. This is where Zuki, the Umbreon specialist, speaks up, reminding everyone that Ash did say he would be back at some point, and it looks like today's the day. To which the Espeon expert, Naoko, seconds, telling Morty that it wouldn't hurt to take a break. They've been at this now for hours, just discussing and going in circles. They really have no new leads since their talk with the other group from the other day. So why don't he take this time out to have a gym battle and clear his mind a bit? Maybe it'll cause something to come to the young gym leader. With a sigh, Morty relents, as he does admit that his brain has been a little bit on overdrive lately, trying to figure out the mysteries of this tablet, as it depicts a scene with Ho-Oh and what looks like the resurrection process of the 3 legendary beasts. So, taking the advice of the evolution sister, Morty approaches Ash, questioning him about the tablet, asking him if he thinks it's as brilliant as it seems to be, to which Ash only can reply with one thing, saying that he's seen this Pokemon before. This captures the attention of everyone in the room, as stunned silence befall them once more. However, Morty is quick to put this down. What do you mean you've seen Ho-Oh before? That Pokemon hasn't been seen in over 300 years. But Ash just simply replies with the same response. I have seen that before. Ho-Oh. I saw it on the day my Pokemon journey began. Me and Pikachu both saw it. It was flying above us in the sky after we had been attacked by a herd of Spearow, and once the storm had cleared, a rainbow arced above us, and through it flew that Pokemon, that rainbow-colored bird. While the Kimono girls and Vincent are curious about this revelation, it's actually rubbed Morty the wrong way, as he spent his entire life looking for Ho-Oh, and he refuses to believe that it would just appear to some random trainer like this buffoon that stands before him. However, Ash isn't one to take this insult, immediately getting fired up, saying he knows what he saw. Ho-Oh did appear to him and Pikachu, whether this guy likes it or not. It's not his fault that Ho-Oh would never show himself to some 2-bit trainer like, whoever you are. Speaking of which, I came here for a gym battle from the gym leader. So, by any chance, have you seen him? Ash questions. This angers the man before him even more, as Morty replies that he is Morty, the gym leader of the Equati Gym, and if it's a battle that Ash wants, then a battle he will get. But once Morty wins, he wants Ash to stop telling these lies that Ho-Oh revealed itself to him. While Ash doesn't like the attitude of this guy, he does admit that the battle is what he came here for. So he decides to keep his mouth shut for the whole sighting of Ho-Oh event, so he can just get his badge and get out of here. Moments later, Ash and Morty stand across from each other in the Equati Gym. One side is a little hostile due to the recent revelations of Ash possibly have seen Ho-Oh, while the other side is a little bit more confused on the situation. Why would this simple gym leader from a backwoods Johto region town even have any interest in what Ash claims? Why would this make him so upset? However, this isn't an answer he's going to find out easily, as the terms of the match are being set. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Ash will be allowed substitutions, while Morty will not. The battle will be over when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. There is no time limit. Then the ref makes the call to begin. As Morty decides to send in the first Pokemon of this battle, shove it! The ghost type hovers over the field, leaving Ash in a bit of a quandary that his Pokédex must solve. Luckily, Ash had it on hand because he hasn't really been able to battle ghost types that much, outside of the time when he fought Agatha and, well, her Gengar. And he had Haunter to bounce things out then, but now he doesn't have it with him. It's here when Ash can see why Vincent asked that question that he did, and he just gulps slightly, knowing that this battle ahead could get a little bit tricky. This is where Morty addresses Ash. Come on, champion. Aren't you gonna choose your Pokemon? Slightly stunning Ash a bit. Oh what, you think that I didn't recognize you? Come on, Ash. You're the youngest regional champion to appear in the last half-century. Not since the very early days when the Gym Challenge was established. Everybody knows about you. It's not like the news wouldn't travel just outside of Kanto. You've had to have been aware that the more famous you get, the bigger target that's on your back for things like this. And I aim to put you in your place for these false claims of you seeing Ho-Oh. It's here that Ash realizes that there's something deeper going on here, and he doesn't want to get into it, but he knows that it's going to affect this battle with Morty, so he's going to play it safe, choosing to start things off with the newest evolution on his team, Gliscor, I choose you. It's at this moment the battle begins, with Morty taking the first move, ordering a Shadow Sneak from his Ghost type. This gives Ash and Gliscor barely any time to counter, as the Shadow type move strikes the famed Scorpion before he can put up any type of defense. You like that, Ash? That's a move that has priority, so no matter what you try, it's always going to hit before whatever you try to do. While the move didn't cause a lot of damage, Ash is curious to why this gym leader seems to have it out for him. Overall, all the other gym leaders that he battled in the Johto region have been welcoming to his status as champion, but for whatever reason, it seems that his status and him claiming to see Ho-Oh has gotten under his skin. However, Ash isn't going to sit idly by and let this attack go unanswered, as he orders Gliscor to use a Steel Wing. The Fang Scorpion quickly retaliates before Shuppet can fade back into the shadows, being struck with the steel move, and sends it hurtling across the battlefield as it levitates, trying to regain its composure. However, Morty is no stranger to this, as he knows the Ghost types have no solid formation, so it's going to take a lot to damage them, and he just lets Shuppet continue to twirl in the air as it absorbed the blow from the Steel Wing, merely calling for a Calm Mind to increase the stats of his Ghost. As Shuppet's eyes light up to signify that the move is complete, it again fades back in the shadows, with Morty right back on the attack again, calling for another Shadow Sneak. This strikes true once more, leaving both Ash and Gliscor kinda confused. He's not sure what to do at this point, but whatever he does, it has to be soon, because Gliscor's not going to be able to keep this mounting damage up for long. Luckily, we don't have to wait long, as Ash tries to go for a one-hit KO, calling for a guillotine. As Shuppet begins to prepare to fade back into the shadows once more, Gliscor attempts to lock its claws around the Phantom Puppet, only for it to vanish. Then, it's met with another move, something that Ash was hoping to avoid, Destiny Bond. Wait, why did that not work, Ash says. Really, Ash? I expected more out of you, considering you battled Agatha at the Indigo Plateau. Normal type moves don't work on Ghost types, and you tried to hit it with a guillotine? Oh man, is that going to cost you? Because now, your Pokemon is tied to my Shuppet with Destiny Bond. If Shuppet faints while Gliscor is out, well, let's just say Gliscor is going to meet the same fate as my Pokemon. It's here that Ash knows he has to change his tactics, so he decides to break the Destiny Bond, recalling Gliscor for later use, and deciding to go with something to light up the mood a little bit. Magby, I choose you! The baby Spitfire Pokemon emerges from its ball, ready for its trainer command. Well, this is cute, but I'm afraid that it won't save you, Ash. Shuppet, use Shadow Sneak once more. This is where Ash tries his new plan, as he orders Magby to use Double Team in an attempt to outpace the Shadow Sneak. While Magby's evasion does increase, it's still not quite enough, and the little Spitfire is hit with the Ghost type move, knocking it back. However, the force was minimized because of the Double Team. Realizing that this isn't going to be enough or cause enough damage, and that Destiny Bond is a very real threat if he allows Morty to get it off again, Ash knows that he has to come up with a way to track Shuppet. So he decides to throw in a little bit of the old Ash Ketchum ingenuity to throw Morty off guard. And this is where Morty tries the Shadow Sneak once more, aiming to put Magby away, considering it's one of Ash's lowest level Pokemon. However, Ash is waiting for the attack to strike, and he tells Magby just to hold on. They have to time this just right. And just as the ghost begins to emerge from the shadows, Ash makes his move, ordering a Fire Spin, but to aim it directly at the ground. Magby does so, causing a tornado of fire to emerge from itself, engulfing the Spitfire and anything else in the vicinity around it in flames. Then, you can hear it, the cries of Shuppet as it tries to break the barrier. This is Ash's chance, he thinks. Magby, use Fire Punch! Charging every bit of fire energy into its small fist, Magby launches itself from the ground within the fire tornado, as it strikes Shuppet in the jaw with enough force to send it hurtling from its fire prison and into the gym floor, ending the battle. Morty recalls the ghost type not really complimenting Ash on his path to victory. Well, I expected you to beat it sooner or later, considering this is my newest Pokemon. It actually just hatched from an egg a little more than a week ago. Ash thinks that this thing had just hatched from an egg and it's that powerful. This Morty must put his Pokemon through some rigorous training, if that's the case. But he doesn't have time for these thoughts now, as Morty is back on the assault, sending in his next Pokemon. Lampent, I choose you! The ghastly fireball emerges from its Pokeball, ready for its next battle, again throwing Ash off, as he's not really familiar with this ghost type, forcing him to use his Pokedex. This is where Ash finds out the reason why Morty chose this Pokemon next, because it's part fire, which would be enough to neutralize the abilities and the fire type power that Magby has. However, Ash can see that the Spitfire Pokemon is still raring to go, very confident from that last win that it just had. It's actually showing a little bit more enjoyment in battles than it usually does, so Ash decides to continue on with it. However, before anyone can decide who gets the next next move, Morty is on the attack again, as he orders Lampent to use a Hex to hit Magby as quickly as it can. The Eerie Lamp summons whatever ghastly powers it has and strikes Magby with all the force that it can, driving the little Spitfire into the ground with force of aggression, which is surprising to Ash. What's the deal with this gym leader? However, his inner thoughts are interrupted when Morty asks the simple question, I thought you were a champion, and your Pokemon can't handle that? Well, that's okay. I really wasn't expecting much from you or your Pokemon anyway. This is the comment that finally breaks the camera's back, as Ash asks the one simple question that's been itching him this entire battle. What is your problem, Morty? Why do you seem to have it out for me more than any other gym leader? This is where Morty begins to laugh and cackle a bit. You really have no idea. Well, let me tell you, Ash, you claim to be the one who saw Ho-Oh, the one person to see it within the last 300 years, after that tragedy that took the lives of all those Pokemon. Well, let me tell you what, Ho-Oh doesn't just reveal itself to anyone. You have to be a trainer of pure heart, and my family has spent the last 300 years trying to regain the trust of the legendary Pokemon. It is supposed to be me that sees Ho-Oh, not you. And the fact that you're walking around telling all of these lies, saying that you were the one to see the rainbow bird, is what has me so upset. You're just like the champion of the Johto region, claiming to have ties to legendaries that has never been proven. And it disgusts me that champions like you and him would be the type of people to make allegations like this, just because you're in positions of power. Well, I have the chance to do something about it today, and you are in my gym for my gym badge. So I'm going to make an example out of you. And at the end of this, not only will I stop your run to the Johto League, I'll show the whole world that the Kanto regional champion is just a huge fake. Now, Lampent, use Hex one more time. End this battle and bring us one step closer to victory. The Lantern does its best to execute the command of its trainer. However, Ash isn't going to let this go over so smoothly, as he orders Magby to stand up. We can still win this. Now, use Double Team. The Spitfire does so, allowing it to evade the Hex from Lampent. This is where Ash may begin to see a clear path to victory. He has an idea, and it's going to be high risk, high reward. But if Magby can pull this off, then it's going to allow him a 2-0 lead over Morty. So let's give it a try. Magby, use Double Team once again, and prepare a Fire Punch. However, this just causes Morty to laugh, as he tells his Lampent to take it. Allow them to strike them with this flame that they think is going to win, to which the Lamp does, and to Ash's surprise, this is absorbed by the Ghost type, as its ability kicks in. Flash Fire. This is where Morty begins to laugh. Thanks for powering up Lampent's Fire-type moves. You're going to make this battle a lot easier than what I thought. However, Ash is smiling. He's not really disappointed by this. He figured that Lampent may have an ability that he doesn't really know about, so he wanted Magby to get close, so he can use the real move that he was aiming for, as he orders Magby to use a Smog, but not to blanket it out over the field. No, to focus it solely on Lampent, particularly its Flame. This is where the laughter on Morty's face quickly turns to a frown, as he orders Lampent to try and invade. He has to get out of there as soon as possible. However, it's too late, as a kaboom rattles the gym, leaving the field encased in smoke. When the dust settles, it's pretty clear the result. Both Lampent and Magby are unable to battle, bringing this to a 2-0 lead for Ash. Our hero recalls his Pokemon, thanking the Fire type for all the effort it put in, and he apologizes for having to try such a dangerous move, but he felt that it would be enough to get the lead here. While on the other side, Morty is recalling Lampent, a bit upset that Ash would try something like that, but the question he really has to ask himself, is he upset because Ash did it, or because he didn't think of something like it? With his back to the wall, Morty knows that he can't hold back anymore, so he decides to go with his oldest Pokemon, Gengar, the king of all his ghost types. It's here that Ash has to think about a few things. He still has Gliscor, which hasn't battled, however he still has one fresh Pokemon as well. However, if this Gengar battles anything like Agatha's did, then he knows that he's going to be in a world for hurt. So he decides to try something that has the endurance to go the distance, as he declares, Octillery, I choose you! The octopi emerges from its ball, ready for the first gym battle that it's had a chance to engage in quite some time, and it displays its enthusiasms by slamming its tentacles on the ground, ready to engage with Gengar. It's here Morty decides to pull out all the stops as he orders Gengar into the shadows. However, Ash has something that may be able to counter it this time, as he tells Octillery to charge a Psybeam and then shoot it into the ground. Use it to pulsate throughout the gym and locate Gengar. Much to our champion's surprise, it actually works, forcing the ghost type from the shadows. However, while this did cause Gengar some damage, it was so close to Octillery that it allowed for it to execute its next move, as Morty calls for a mean look that locks Octillery into this battle. There'll be no escaping this, Ash. Your Pokemon won't be able to come back to you until this battle ends. Well, don't worry, Morty. We weren't planning on running. Now, Octillery, use Water Pulse. The Octopi begins to charge its water attack. However, this isn't encountered with a Shadow Ball, as Gengar pushes right through its attack, landing the Ghost-type move and forcing Octillery to slide back across the battlefield. This is where Ash tells it to dig in, use its suction cups to stop it from hitting the wall. Doing so, Octillery is able to do something remarkable, as it stretches back from the force of the blow from the Shadow Ball. Then, kind of like an old Looney Tunes cartoon, Octillery flings itself forward, as Ash orders it to fire a Bullet Seed. But this puts the Octopi exactly where Morty wanted it, as he orders Gengar to use a move that's going to assure his win here. Use Hypnosis! Suddenly, the Ghost-type's eyes glow, as Octillery is struck with a Psychic-type move, causing it to doze off into La La Land. This causes Octillery to fling right past Gengar as it comes to a tumbling stop on the gym floor. Then, before Ash can even make a move and call to his Octopi, Morty orders a Shadow Ball that is driven right into Octillery, bringing this battle to an end and making it an even 1v1. Ash again recalls his Pokemon, thanking it for all the effort that it put in, while Morty just stands there smug, knowing that Gengar is his ticket to victory and showing the world just how much of a fraud that Ash really is. However, our young champion's spirits are far from down, commending Morty on the ghost expert that he really is. His Gengar is very well trained, so he hopes to make this final battle one that everyone can remember, as he declares, "Gliscor, I choose you!" The Scorpion Bat emerges from the ball, ready for another chance at victory, as it stands on its tail, ready to spring into action. With the start of the battle, Morty orders his A's to use the shadows, fade into them, and that will be their key to victory. However, Ash is well aware of this technique, as it's something that Agatha used against him in his previous battle with her, so he's going to do his best to try to mitigate it by ordering Gliscor to use a Mud Slap, kick up as much dust as it can, so that way they can try to identify Gengar before it attacks. Unfortunately, though, all this effort is for naught, as Gengar quickly emerges from the shadows with the ball charge that strikes Gliscor from the behind, before fading back from whence it came. This happens again, to which Ash replies, "Just keep up the mud slaps, we gotta create a barrier of some kind." Morty is thinking this is too easy. Ash is just gonna let Gliscor sit here and take all of these Shadow Balls? Man, he's a worse regional champion than theirs. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's finish this, Gengar! The Spectre emerges from the shadows once more, ready to deliver the final blow with its supercharged Shadow Ball. However, something begins to happen. Right before it connects, Gliscor just vanishes in a veil of dust. Then a light breeze can be felt. It's here that Morty and Gengar witness Gliscor beginning to fade in and out of the dust cloud that has started to settle, and all of this is causing the dust to be able to whip up into a maelstrom that begins to pelt Gengar little by little, causing it chip damage. Before Morty knows it, Gengar has taken a sufficient amount of damage as it's unable to get its bearings in this sandstorm that has been created. And to top it off, Ash is taking advantage of the confusion when he calls for a Nexus that cracks Gengar from behind. The ghost turns to retaliate with a Sucker Punch. However, it misses as Gliscor fades back into the sandstorm. Then, before the leader knows it, a Steel Wing connects with Gengar once more before Gliscor vanishes off into the wind again. Quick, Gengar, into the shadows now! The ghost does so, but there is one thing it is unable to avoid. The chip damage from the sandstorm that has been created, it's still tracking Gengar, striking everything inside of the building. This is causing the ghost type to become a little uneasy, as its health is slowly being lowered. Realizing that they are on their last leg, Morty makes the move to try and finish this. He tells Gengar to emerge. They will wait for Gliscor to make its move, and then strike. However, Ash isn't going to give him the chance, as he orders Gliscor in with a neck scissor that connects. However, this is what Morty wanted, as he orders Gengar to counter with a Hypnosis. But unfortunately for the gym leader, the sandstorm takes effect again, allowing Gliscor to disappear, then reappear right behind Gengar as it lands another X scissor, dropping the ghost once and for all, and bringing this battle to an end. Morty can't believe it. This kid actually beat him. Recalling Gengar, Morty watches as Ash celebrates in the middle of the field with Gligar. It's at this moment that Morty realizes the fool that he's been. He's been so caught up on the fact that Ash said that he saw Ho-Oh that he didn't realize that he was beaten before he came in, to where he showed nothing but aggression towards Ash. Ash showed nothing but confidence in his Pokemon, and in turn, they were able to respond to his heart's desire, allowing Ash to secure the victory today. Smirking, Morty approaches Ash, telling him that he may have been wrong about him. He then presents him with the Fog Badge, bringing Ash's badge count to 6, to which Morty compliments Ash, telling him that the faith that he had in his Pokemon, well, maybe that is something that Ho-Oh would want to see, and that could be the exact reason why it revealed itself to you. Don't ever lose that outlook, Ash. Your Pokemon are what make you strong, not you, and I lost sight of that in this battle. Man, 2 losses from trainers from the Kanto region? I'm really starting to lose my edge, Morty says. Wait, you battled another trainer from Kanto, Ash responds. Oh yeah, the grandson of Professor Oak was here just a couple of days ago. He earned his 6th badge as well. He then said he was moving on to Mahogany Town, as they had some things to take care of there. And that, my friend, is where we are going to end things for now. So, how did you guys feel about this part? What did you guys think of the gym battle between Morty and Ash? How did you feel about the whole thing with Morty being upset that Ash saw Ho-Oh before him? And of course, how did you feel about how the gym battle turned out overall? Are you glad that Gliscor was finally able to get a win for Ash, securing him his 6th badge? Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's episode with Team Gary as they arrive in Mahogany Town. There's quite a few things that they intend to take care of here, as both Ethan and Gary have a gym battle, and the time-displaced boy known as Sammy also wants to see if the person he was originally intended to see back in his own time is still here, alive in Mahogany Town, considering it's been about 50 years when he was supposed to meet this individual. As the group stands atop the hill that leads down into the small village, Ethan declares that he's going to be the first one to battle the gym. However, Gary stops the young trainer, as he reminds him that Sammy wants to go see this individual first, so that'll be their first stop, with Gary telling Sammy to lead the way. However, the young boy tells Gary that it's okay, they can take care of whatever they need to first. After all, he's just a traveler. But Gary reminds Sammy that they're all travelers, and they're kind of a team at this point, so it wouldn't hurt for them to make a stop, especially considering he's the outcast here, and if it'll make him feel a little bit more at ease, then Gary's all for it. This brings a smile to Sammy's face as him, Marina, Ethan, and Gary head down into the village. While Mahogany Town is officially declared a town, it's really more like a sparsely populated area, as most of the houses sit up in the rural hills of the village, considering this is more of a mountainous area, and it tends to get really cold when nightfall, and when winter's around, everything freezes over, turning into a winter wonderland. However, the sight of the town does bring some comfort to Sammy, as according to his map, not really anything has changed since he left his own time. It's like this place is untouched by the modern world, and that brings him some sort of comfort in the moment when he recognizes things. However, when they finally reach their destination on the map, this is going to be a cause for the boy's heart to drop, as the house that used to stand here is no longer here, instead replaced by a couple of trees and some grass. This causes the boy to hang his head a little bit, as he doesn't really know what else to do, to which Marina asks exactly who was Sammy supposed to meet here, to which the young boy explains that there was a high-class trainer that lived here in Mahogany Town, and he was in a tournament. Unfortunately, him and his Pokemon were against a very powerful fire type, and they were about to lose. In order to protect his Pokemon from it, this trainer had jumped in the way, taken the attack run on, and in doing so, suffered 3rd-degree burns. After that event, the trainer lost, and I was asked by the herbal specialist in Equati City to bring a secret remedy here that was made of strong herbs that helps counteract most statuses like burns or paralysis. It really is a cure-all and can save anything, Sammy says as he pulls it out of his bag to show Team Gary. Unfortunately, it looks like that trainer no longer lives here, and now this is no longer needed. This is where Ethan tries to cheer Sammy up. However, he's interrupted by the stern voice of someone who demands to know why they are here on this ground. Turning, Team Gary sees a very old man with a surly look across his face. Again, the man demands to know why they are here. What business do these kids have at this place? This is where Sammy goes on to explain to the old man that he was coming here to see someone that was in need of some medicine. However, it looks like he missed his window. He then asks if this old man knows where this person is. However, the old man says that that person that Sammy's looking for has been gone a long time. So it's best that they move on too, as he doesn't like outsiders in his town. The man's expression and delivery of these words are just cold. Like he doesn't care about the feelings of anybody involved. And this doesn't really sit well with Ethan, as he declares to the old man that they have business in this town aside from trying to see this person. After all, Mahogany Town holds one of the official Johto gyms, so him and Gary won't be leaving until they have a chance to battle and beat the gym leader. However, this doesn't sway the old man, merely telling the group that they need to handle their business and then get out of his city. He doesn't like outsiders, and the longer that they stay, the less welcome they're gonna be before he walks walks off, leaving Team Gary standing there stunned by the sheer coldness of the man. That night at the Pokemon Center, Ethan and Marina are off training together, as Ethan is going to be the first one to challenge the gym, so he wants to make sure his Pokemon are ready. So while they're outside, Gary has a chance to talk with Sammy, as they are discussing the events that have happened, and Gary brings up one very relevant question. How is Sammy taking it that he's never going to be able to return to his home? After all, being in a place that is so familiar, yet so different than what he's used to, has to be a shock to the system. Sammy tells Gary that he's still getting used to it. He's not really sure on what he's going to do. Everyone he knew from his time is gone. His parents, his siblings, everyone. He doesn't really know what he can do, but he does know that he has to do the best he can with what he has. This is where Gary pipes up, telling Sammy that, well, he's always welcome to travel with Team Gary. And after the Johto League, he can come back to Pallet Town to meet his grandfather. He sure would like a chance to talk with somebody like him. This is where Sammy raises the question. You guys keep talking about this Johto League and this gym challenge. What is it exactly? Gary goes on to explain everything about the Johto League and the gym challenge. He talks about how he competed in the Kanto version of this, and he did manage to do pretty well for himself, but he got knocked out before he could make it to the main event. However, his friend, Ash, well, he demonstrated a resilience and a wanting and was able to make it all the way to the top, taking the crown as Kanto's champion, the first to happen in a very long time. Well, this guy Ash sounds like a very strong trainer, Sammy says. Gary tells him that he is, and he knows that one day Gary and him will actually have to battle, and in that time they're going to be able to let each other know exactly how they feel as friends and rivals. And the two continue talking as the night fades on. The next morning, Ethan and Marina are up bright and early, Ethan being unable to contain his excitement at his possibility of getting his 7th gym badge. While Marina is against going to the gym by themselves, she understands that there's no changing Ethan's mind, so she decides to head with him to keep an eye on Ethan to make sure he doesn't get in any trouble. It isn't long before the duo find themselves at the door of the Mahogany Town gym. While on the outside it looks pretty standard compared to most of the other gyms in Johto, on the inside it's a whole nother story, as the entire inside of this gym is frozen over in ice, causing Ethan to catch a chill the moment the doors open. This is where they are greeted by the gym attendant, who asks them if they are here for a battle, to which Ethan responds he is. He's challenging for his 7th gym badge. Well, right this way, the attendant says, as he leads them deeper into the gym. It isn't long until the gym leader comes into view, which causes Ethan's mouth to drop, as this is the last person that he expected to see at the gym. Back over with Gary and Sammy, the two are at the Pokemon Center as they're finishing up their morning meal. This is where Sammy asks what happened to Ethan and Marina, to which Gary says that Ethan probably got a little ahead of himself and decided to head to the gym early. He does that sometimes. Well, wouldn't you want to go support your friend? Sammy says, to which Gary responds, while I do want to be there for him, Ethan's gotten to the point to where he is his own trainer now, and he doesn't need me to be there to hold his hand. In the beginning, Ethan needed a lot of guidance, but he's grown strong over the journey that we've had together, so I'm confident that he'll be able to handle himself. However, we can still pop in, considering that I'm going to want a chance to battle the gym as well, and it may not be too bad to have some insight on the gym and the type of Pokemon they use. What do you mean, type of Pokemon? Sammy inquires. This is where Gary tells Sammy that all of the gyms across the world specialize in a singular type. It's a handicap that they give themselves, and their opponents must overcome it. If they can, then they'll be awarded a gym badge, just like these, to which Gary shows Sammy all of the gym badges that he's collected across the Johto region. You see, I only need 2 more. This one here in Mahogany Town, and then the next one that happens to be in Blackthorn City. Once we earn those 2 gym badges, then we'll qualify for the Johto League and a chance to become a regional champion. So this is a pretty big deal, Sammy says. It is. Most kids that turn 10 want to be a Pokemon trainer, and they want a chance to battle in high-level competitions. So they travel the world, challenging different regions. Like I said before, I've already challenged my home region of Kanto. Now I'm out here in Johto. After this, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I can tell you, my journey is far from over, regardless of what happens here in this region. What Gary has told Sammy has gotten him a little bit fired up, and he wants a chance to go see this whole gym experience in person, so he asks Gary if they can go and watch Ethan's gym battle. With a smile on his face, the old boy tells Sammy that he was waiting for him to take an interest in it, and the two head off to the Mahogany Town gym. Back at the gym, Ethan is trying to pick his jaw up off the ground, as the person he is staring at is the same crotchety old man that they ran into
the prior day. Wait, you're the gym leader? Why wouldn't you tell us that instead of making us think you were just a normal person that was angry at the world? Because you didn't ask, the old man replies. Where's your friend? I thought he wanted to challenge the gym as well. The quicker you annoying kids battle with me is the quicker that you can all get out of my town. However, Ethan just tells the old man that Gary's not here right now. He'll be his only challenger for the time being. So let's get down to business, considering that seems to be the only thing that the old man cares about. So, got the fire, do we? Well, don't worry. I'll quickly put that out with my ice types. My name is Price, leader of the Mahogany Town Gym, and I accept your challenge. This will be a 3-on-3, and I will not be allowed substitutions. The battle will be over when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. Do you accept these terms, young man? Ethan nods, feeling like he's in the perfect position to teach this old man a lesson, considering he just announced that he's an ice-type trainer, which in Ethan's mind means he's got the perfect counter to it, his good old buddy and starter, Typhlosion. Walking to his side of the battlefield, Ethan accepts these terms, telling Price that he is ready to start whenever he is, as he sends Typhlosion in, not even giving Price the chance to choose his first Pokemon. Ah, to be that young and dumb again. I truly don't miss it, Price says. By you tipping your hand like that makes it so much easier for me to put you out of my misery. Dugong, you're up! The sea lion hits the battlefield ready for its trainer's command, as Ethan takes the time to try and get to know what it can do through its Pokédex. This is where it reveals that Dugong is not only an ice type, but it's also half water, so this could make things a bit difficult for Typhlosion. However, Ethan has faith in his buddy, as it roars proudly, ready to start the battle. Price gives Ethan the first move, telling the young man to be careful in what he chooses, to which Ethan responds, don't worry, me and my Typhlosion know exactly what we're doing. Use Flame Wheel! Surrounding itself in a ball of flames, Typhlosion bolts down the field in the direction towards Dugong. However, Price has a very simple yet effective counter against this, as he calls for Dugong to use Rain Dance. Beginning to elegantly glide across the ice, Dugong begins to summon clouds above the gym battlefield as rain slowly starts to drizzle down. This is unfortunate for Typhlosion, as by the time it reaches Dugong, its flame is all but out, turning its Flame Wheel into just a normal tackle that has little to no effect against Dugong. This is where Price is easily able to counter and show just how outmatched this boy is when he orders Dugong to use a Whirlpool. Suddenly, a spiral of water shoots up from beneath Typhlosion, trapping it as a current torrents around the fire badger at a high rate of speed, trapping it in this vortex of endless water. Ethan tries to call to a starter, however Typhlosion is unresponsive, so he does the next best thing he can do, trying to recall it. However, the high speed of the waves makes this impossible, as every time he tries to activate the Pokeball, it's unable to penetrate the water shield, preventing Typhlosion from coming back. Price just smiles. You see what I said about jumping the gun? You have made things all too easy for me, as Price orders Dugong to use an Ice Beam on the Whirlpool. Doing so, the water type begins to freeze the vortex at its base, slowly working its way all the way up to the top. Before they know it, there's a giant Typhlosion sickle right in the middle of the gym. Ethan tries to call to the fire starter, however, it's unresponsive, crystallized in a prison. This gives Price the easy opening that he saw from the beginning of the battle, as he orders Dugong to use a Surf. Summoning a giant wave, the sea lion rides it as it crashes down on Typhlosion, knocking it out and giving Price the first victory in this 3-on-3 battle. Ethan can do nothing but stand there speechless for a brief moment as he contemplates what just happened. Typhlosion is his best Pokemon, and it was so easily taken out. Recalling his starter, he's not really sure what he can do, as Price stands patiently waiting on the other side of the battlefield. So, are you going to make your next choice? I thought you had this on lock, from what you young people say. However, Ethan just stares at Price, trying to figure out his game. This man is cold, cruel, and calculating. He saw that Ethan was going to lose that first battle before Ethan had even chosen his Pokemon. So he decides that he has to be smarter about his next choice, deciding to fight Price on his own terms, choosing Sneasel as his next choice in this battle. Oh, so you have an ice type of your own. Well, it won't make a difference. Unfortunately, it looks like your Sneasel is undertrained, so this will be an easy win as well. But just to prove that I'm not wrong, I will give you the first move. Once again, wanting to take what he thinks is a free opening, Ethan chooses to go big, ordering Sneasel in with the Slash. While the ice type is able to maneuver the ice battlefield fairly well, and it does get in close to Dugong landing the Slash, what Ethan doesn't realize is This was all a setup, as it dawns on him too late that Dugong doesn't have the ability to move at rapid paces like Sneasel does, so Price wanted it within striking range, as Ethan finds out the hard way with Price ordering another Whirlpool that traps Sneasel, just like Typhlosion. "You're too brash, young man. You jump in head first, not thinking about things. It never stopped to think that I gave you the first move because it would benefit me, and now it's going to cost you your second Pokemon in this battle." However, Price does something a little bit different this time, as he's not ordering Dugong to use Ice Beam on the Whirlpool, freezing it like he did with Typhlosion, which brings a thought maybe that tactic was set up specifically to counter fire types, which means they might still have a chance. Instead of trying to recall Sneasel, he does his best to call to it. While the orders of his trainer are a bit muffled, Sneasel can make out what it's saying, so its eyes begin to glow as ice begins to form on the tip of its claws, as it begins slashing through the entire Whirlpool, little by little and slowly but surely, until it makes its way to the edge of the Whirlpool. Before Price knows it, Sneasel is able to pop out, much to his surprise. Once Sneasel lands on the battlefield and the Whirlpool dissipates because it's no longer inside, it's revealed what Sneasel did to break out of the Whirlpool. It had used an Ice-type move to turn its claws into paddles, allowing it to pull itself out of the Whirlpool, which is a very clever tactic even for Price. But one lucky move a battle does not win, and you'll have to do better than that, as he orders Dugong to use Ice Beam. However, Ethan has the perfect counter for this, as he orders Sneasel to use Agility to increase its speed. Doing so, Sneasel is able to quickly dodge the Ice Beam, and this is where Ethan begins to develop a strategy. He has to keep Sneasel from afar and build up his speed as much as possible. The only way they're going to be able to take this thing down is by hit and run tactics. So this is exactly what he does. As Price orders Whirlpools, Ice Beams, and Surfs, Ethan just counters with Agility after Agility until it becomes to the point that Sneasel is just a blur on the battlefield. Then Ethan decides to go on the offensive, as he orders Sneasel to rush in with a slash attack. However, Price is ready for this, as he orders another Whirlpool in an attempt to catch the Dark type. However, Sneasel is just too fast, barely managing to outpace the Vortex as it hits Dugong with a slash, causing a critical hit with the speed that was behind it. Then it quickly retreats out of its personal space. This is where Ethan knows that Price isn't going to let them do that again, so he's going to have to come up with something different. Then it hits him. Price is going to try to raise that Whirlpool like a defense again, so he's going to have to use it to his advantage. Once again, he orders Sneasel in, to which Price, with his years of battling experience, now understands the timing and when he's going to have to fire this Whirlpool in order to counter. Doing so, Price is able to get the correct timing down, as the Whirlpool begins to form at the feet of Sneasel as it passes over the terrain, entering Dugong's space. However, Ethan had the counter ready for this, as he orders Sneasel to use Icy Wind on the Whirlpool as it starts to form. This causes it to freeze before it can fully form, and slightly has a benefit to Sneasel, as it creates an ice dish, allowing Sneasel to use it to increase his speed and slingshot itself towards Dugong with the slash attack ready. And in a moment of flashes, Dugong is dropped, as Sneasel finally gets Ethan a win, putting him on the board. This is a bit of surprise to Price. He didn't expect this young man to be able to wield an ice type like this. However, it's just a momentary setback, as he doesn't really show any emotion towards the situation, merely recalling Dugong as he readies his next Pokeball. "Shelder, you're up!" The little clam emerges from its Pokeball, sticking out its tongue, almost to tease and taunt both Ethan and Sneasel. However, it's far less menacing than what that Dugong was, causing Ethan to think that it can't be as strong as the first Pokemon. However, he knows that this is the wrong type of thoughts, as if Price didn't choose this thing first, that must mean that it has a certain ability and a certain way to get him back in the driver's seat of this battle and having a counter towards anything that Ethan could have come up with. However, there's one thing that Sneasel has going for it, the fact that its speed has been maxed out, so Ethan tries to use this to his advantage, as he tells Sneasel to rush in with the feint attack, knowing that no matter what Price tries, he won't be able to evade the Dark type move. However, Price isn't trying to evade, he wants this, as once Sneasel enters the personal space of Shelder, he orders one simple move, in Clamp. Just as Sneasel takes a swipe at Shelder, the clam clamps down on its claw, holding it in position, as it's revealed that Shelder has frozen itself to the gym floor since the rain has stopped, making it impossible for Sneasel to pull away. Quickly, Ethan orders a slash attack from Sneasel's other hand, to which the Dark type does so. However, due to the high defense of Shelder and the fact that Price is calling for a Reflect, this does little to no damage to the first stage, causing Sneasel to flail about, trying to do whatever it can to break free. However, nothing it does works, and
Ethan is running out of time fast, because if this keeps on for too long, then Sneasel's gonna end up hurting itself, or even worse, its arm won't be able to be used in the battle, which means he may have to forfeit it so that way it doesn't hurt itself too much. However, there is one thing that comes to Ethan's mind, and it's a technique that he used when he was trying to escape the vortex of water. This is where he tells Sneasel to calm down. He has an idea. Use Icy Wind on its claw once more, then to use the hook on its claw to pry open Shelter and free itself. Luckily, Sneasel is able to calm down just enough to do so, allowing it to escape back to its side of the battlefield, leaving Shelter sitting there completely unscathed about the altercation, almost like nothing ever happened. This is where Ethan realizes that he's going to have to change up the game plan, so he decides to recall Sneasel for now, as he's going to need a little bit more brute force in order to get through. Luckily, I have just what I need, Ethan thinks to himself, as he pulls a Pokeball from his belt. Without hesitation, he declares, "Lairon, I choose you!" The Steel-type bulldozer emerges from its ball with a cracking thud on the ice battlefield that shatters the ice right beneath its feet as it slams down. So, the brute force option, Bryce says. Well, I gotta tell you, this strategy is much better than the last one. So, go ahead, try whatever you want. I can tell you right now, it won't work. However, there is another problem that is at work here, as Ethan hasn't really used Lairon that much. They've had a few battles here and there, but there's one thing that is definite about the Steel type. It is stubborn, and sometimes it's hard to get on the same page with Ethan. However, he's hoping that it'll hold out just long enough to bring the win over this Shelter. Alright, Lairon, it's time to do this. Use Rock Blast! The stubborn Steel type does heed its trainer's command, as it begins to fire rock volleys across the battlefield that strike Shelter in succession. 1, then 2, then 3. The force of these 3 shots is enough to break Shelter from its perch, and causes the 4th one to miss as Shelter slides across the ice field back in the direction of Price. However, the old man isn't just going to sit and let this happen, as he orders Shelter to use an Icy Wind that shoots across the battlefield and connects with Lairon. While this doesn't cause a lot of damage, it does have one glaring side effect, as Lairon begins to noticeably move a little bit slower as it turns to face Shelter again, almost to say how dare the little clam defy it. But Ethan realizes they don't have time for this, so he orders Lairon back in with a takedown. While Lairon is successfully able to begin charging across the ice battlefield due to its sheer weight allowing it to crack the ice and grip into the gym floor, Shelter is easily able to evade this technique due to Lairon being slower and it using an Icy Wind to kind of propel itself across the ice battlefield, kind of like it's skating. This is where it realizes that Lairon isn't going to be able to make a physical connection. They're going to have to attack from a range, but he's going to have to get in close for his next move if he hopes that Rock Blast is going to be able to cause any serious damage. So he orders Lairon to rush in once more. They have to get as close as possible. However, Price just simply continues the strategy that's been working, evading with Icy Wind, causing Lairon to just barely miss Shelter. However, this isn't what Ethan was trying, as he just needed Lairon by Shelter, as he orders a metal sound. Lairon fires away as the ear-piercing sound consumes Shelter, dropping some of its special defense. And it just so happens this is at the point when the Reflect begins to fade. Realizing that he is now on the back foot, Price does what he can to try to mitigate this damage. However, Lairon is quick to react, as Ethan has ordered a Rock Blast that connects with Shelter for a full 5 hits, sending it airborne before it crashes down at Price's feet with spirals in its eyes, unable to battle. It is at this point that Gary and Sammy both arrive at the gym, as they silently walk up to the bleachers and sit down watching Ethan's battle. They got to see the final moments as Lairon was able to drop Shelter. "So this is what you call a gym battle?" Sammy inquires, to which Gary responds, "Yes, it's a test of skill, and right now Ethan is facing down a nice type specialist. However, I don't quite know the name of this trainer yet, but I'll get a chance to battle him tomorrow, after Ethan has potentially earned a gym badge here. Unfortunately though, if he does lose this one, that means he's going to have to come back for a rematch, and we may be in Mahogany Town longer than that old man wants us to be." Very interesting, Sammy thinks to himself, as we fade back to the battlefield. Price isn't exactly the happiest person right now. He was expecting Shelter to do more, and the fact that it couldn't quite earn a victory over Lairon or Sneasel has made the old man a bit sour about this battle. However, his final Pokemon is going to be able to end Ethan and bring the victory that the old man so feels that he deserves. With the recall of Shelter, Price declares, "Jinx, your time to battle." The Ice Psychic type hits the field as it is
shaking and dancing, excited to finally have a chance at battling. However, Price quickly shuts this down, telling it that it has no time for foolishness. She is his last choice, so they have a lot of work to do. It is at this moment that happy expression across Jinx's face changes as it appears more menacing, ready to take on any challenge that Price and it have to face. However, Jimmy doesn't want to make the same mistakes that he's made at the start of each battle, so he decides to play it cautiously, using his Pokédex to find out whatever he can about this ice type. Luckily for him, he does, as it becomes revealed that this ice type is actually half psychic as well. So he decides to recall Lairon for his much more favorable Sneasel as it pops back to the battlefield, considering its dark type is completely immune to any psychic type moves that Jinx may have in her arsenal. The battle begins, and it quickly becomes apparent to why Price saved Jinx for last, as Ethan orders a feint attack to try and attack the psychic type and deal a massive blow. It is quickly stopped in its tracks when Price counters this with a lovely kiss. As Jinx plants its lips on Sneasel, the move sends the dark type off into La La Land, which isn't favorable for Ethan, as this was his best chance to beat Jinx. I don't know why you thought I wouldn't have a counter to dark types. Jinx is one of my most powerful Pokemon, and I am completely aware of her secondary weaknesses. So for you to battle like that is really short-sighted, as he orders Jinx to use a body slam on Sneasel. The blonde-haired humanoid quickly catches air as it jumps as high as it possibly can before throwing all of its weight down on Sneasel with a loud thud that causes a little cloud of dust and ice to burst from the impact zone. As Jinx pulls itself up, it reveals that Sneasel is no longer able to battle, making this match a 1v1. Recalling his ice type, Ethan is a little bit down. He was really hoping that Sneasel could have done a little bit more in that battle. However, he can't dwell on the past. He knows that he only has one path to victory, and he's holding it in his hand. Lairon, you're up! The steel type emerges from its ball once again with a crackling thud on the ice battlefield. Ethan tells Lairon that they're gonna have to be careful. Jinx was able to beat Sneasel in just 2 moves, and everything in this battle is riding on it, so we have to set aside our differences for just this moment. The steel type looks back at its trainer and then to its opponent. However, it doesn't really acknowledge what Ethan was saying, more along the lines just signifying that it's ready to battle. Ethan hopes that this isn't a bad thing, as this could go one of 2 ways. Either Lairon will listen to him, or it won't. Up in the stands with our other 2 heroes, Sammy is questioning Gary about Lairon and why it doesn't listen to Ethan, to which the Oak Boy fills him in, telling Sammy that Lairon is a recent catch and it was once a leader of a large herd. However, Ethan was forced to battle it with his Weepinbell when they had wandered into his territory. While Weepinbell did get hurt, Ethan was able to capture it during the battle, to which didn't really sit well with the steel type, and it's been a bit abrasive ever since. While it does get along with most of our Pokemon, it does have a bit of an issue with Weepinbell, and sometimes it chooses not to listen to Ethan. So we're just gonna have to see if this is one of those times, as we fade to the battlefield with Price giving the first order, telling Jinx to use a Psychic. At once, its eyes begin to glow as a psychic energy envelops Lairon, slowly lifting it off the ground. Knowing this could be a problem, Jimmy orders Lairon to use a Rock Blast. However, Lairon is stunned from being lifted off the ground. The sheer shock of the whole moment has it unable to react to Ethan's call, as it is then spun around, then slammed back into the battlefield. While its armored hide prevented most of the damage due to the battlefield being ice, this was more about sending a message. Jinx is going to take this thing out if it doesn't get on the same page with Ethan, and this was proven by their interaction right here, when it couldn't hear Ethan due to its own fear of being airborne. Working its way back to all fours, Lairon shakes off the snow dust as it readies itself for its next battle. This is where Ethan tells Lairon they need to be ready, stay sturdy, and stay strong. Wait for them to come to us. However, Price isn't gonna give them much time to interact, as he orders Jinx in with another lovely kiss, hoping to close this out as quickly as possible. But in this moment of potential doom, Ethan sees a chance for an opportunity, and he tells Lairon to be ready. This is gonna all come down to their timing. While the steel type doesn't like the fact that it's gonna have to trust this human again in order to win this battle, it dislikes the fact that it was airborne even more, so it chooses to do as it's told, waiting for Ethan to give the command. This is where Jinx begins to close in inch by inch as it tries to land its lips right on the face of Lairon. Jinx needed to be close in order for this to be effective, as he orders Lairon to use a Rock Blast. Now unable to dodge, a boulder forms in the face of Jinx, intercepting its kiss, not allowing it to connect with Lairon, as it is pelted in the skull with all of these rocks. 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5.
Hive, with each boulder getting bigger than the last, until Jinx is sent sliding back to her side of the battlefield. While this wasn't enough to knock out the ice type, it was enough to cause some serious damage, as all of those hits were practically point blank. This is where Price sees that Ethan has taken a page out of his playbook, trying to copy the strategy that he used with Shelder. Maybe this kid isn't so dumb after all, the old man thinks to himself. However, this time Price has little time to do so, as Ethan is on the attack again, as he orders Laron to use another Rock Blast. Realizing that he has to do something to counter this, Price tells Jinx to use Ice Punch on the floor to create small little pillars to try and detour the rocks from actually hitting her. This does work, nullifying the attack, bringing things to a stalemate. Realizing that she can't get close and order another attack like the Rock Blast straight to the skull, Price decides to have Jinx battle from a distance by ordering another Psychic. Once again, Laron begins to slowly levitate in the air. However, Ethan has a counter this time, as he tells Laron to use Rock Blast off the ground. Doing so, this forces the Steel type into the air, as it slowly but surely breaks the psychic control over it, and the actual plan of Ethan was revealed, as Laron was sent into the air at an angle, and just as it begins to come down, it becomes clear where it's going to land, as its full weight is brought down on top of Jinx, as a loud thud can be heard and ice cracks when it lands, forming a cloud of ice and dust that shoots up, blocking all the view of everyone in the gym. Moments later, a rustling can be heard as the dust begins to settle and Laron starts to stir, moving off of Jinx, revealing a very unconscious ice type, bringing the battle to an end and making Ethan the victor, as he has officially won his 7th badge of the Johto region. Ethan begins to celebrate with Laron. He knows that they're not always on the same page, but that was a great battle, and he hopes that they can have many more like it in the future. However, Laron isn't much for celebrating, as it simply just turns away, not wanting to engage in any festivities with its trainer, while Price checks on Jinx to make sure that it's alright, then presenting Ethan with his badge, telling the young boy that he did fight well. However, his technique is unrefined, and if he wishes to go farther, then he's going to have to find a battle style that suits him. Now we find ourselves out in the forests of Johto, as Jesse, Meowth, the Marauder, and the old Pokemon poacher are in the spot where he ran into Celebi 50 years prior. This is where Sneasel picks up the movement of something. Jesse and Meowth are a bit freaked out, to which the Marauder is annoyed that they were the only ones to respawn from Goldenrod City. How could he have gotten stuck with such weaklings? However, there is little time to address this, as there is a much more pressing matter in the form of them possibly being under attack. So in order to assist Sneasel, the Marauder sends in Scizor to help it. But things quickly come to a head when it's revealed that it's Meditite, the same one that had been chasing Team Gary and Houndour. Stand down, the Marauder says. It is not a threat. However, the Marauder is very displeased that it has returned without Houndour. You know the consequences for returning empty-handed, the Rocket Leader says as he orders Sneasel and Scizor to dish out some punishment. However, temporal vortexes begin to open at random around him. This is where Meowth begins to feel something as he peeks behind a log, and there lies Celebi, face down, gravely injured, as the Marauder appears over his shoulder with a dark ball in hand. And this is where we are going to end things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Do you think that Ethan had a compelling gym battle against Price? What exactly is Sammy's connection to Mahogany Town? And how do you feel about the revelation that the Meditite that has been hunting Team Gary has been working for the Marauder the entire time? And what exactly did the Marauder have in store for that Houndour that Gary ended up catching? And of course, now that the Marauder has Celebi in his possession, what are his plans for the mythical creature? Let me know in the comments down below. Vincent pushes on the door excitedly, telling Ash that he's going to take the first battle. However, they are met with a sight that neither one of them were expecting, as the doors open and they are met with the sight of victory being declared for a boy they know all too well and the longtime rival of Ash Ketchum, Gary Oak, as his Electabuzz stands victoriously over Lapras. As Price is presenting Gary with the Glacier badge, a loud groan can be heard as it echoes through the gym, causing everyone to turn their gaze to the doors to where Vincent and Ash both stand.
hand. Vincent hangs his head as he knows this sight means one thing. He's not going to get a chance to challenge the gym today. However, Ash is more excited to see Gary and the rest of his traveling companions here, as the last time they saw each other was a few months back at the World Cup. This leads into a conversation to where Ash and Gary begin to catch up, completely ignoring Price and everyone else in the room, much to the old man's icy gaze. However, the old rivals are happy to see each other, as this means that Gary and Ash are on the final stretch of their Johto Gym Challenge, which means that they're going to get a chance to meet each other in the finals at the Johto League. However, their excited conversation is interrupted by Price when he tells the two that they're going to have to clear out of the gym. It's closed for the day, as he has already had his gym battle. Gary apologizes, taking a bow to show his remorse for the situation, while Ash can do nothing but stand there and question the old man to who he is. This causes Gary to smack Ash in the back of the head, telling him to pay respect to the Mahogany gym leader, to which the young champion simply takes a bow, apologizing for his rudeness. However, Price simply just lets out a humph as he walks away, leaving his gym attendant to herd all of these kids out of his gym. It's a good thing too, because at this point, Vincent has caught up with both Marina and Ethan, and the noise is becoming more of a loud uproar than anything else, which Price, being an older gentleman, isn't too fond of loud noises. So with the assurance that Price will be able to have another gym battle in the morning, all of our heroes depart from the gym for the Pokemon Center. This leads us to the point to where it's right before sundown, after everyone is eaten. Both Vincent and Ethan are eager to work off their meals, holding both the Pokeballs to their starters in their hand. They have challenged each other to a rematch, and they decide to head outside with Marina in tow, leaving Ash and Gary inside with this unsuspecting person that Ash has never met before. This is where Gary introduced Sammy and explains everything that has been happening. The story that Ash is presented with leaves him a little bit blown away, not because he doesn't believe it, but because he missed out on the chance to meet Celebi, the mythical time-traveling Pokemon. He thinks that it would be so cool to get to see something like that, but alas, he is not fated to, it seems, so he'll just have to simply deal with the memories of all of the other legendary Pokemon that he's got a chance to meet. This is where Sammy inquires if Ash and his friend is here to do this gym challenge that he's been hearing so much about, because where he's from, this isn't really a thing. Ash simply laughs as Pikachu hops on his shoulder, telling Sammy that he sure is. After winning the regional championship back in Kanto, Ash wanted a new challenge. He didn't really know what to do with himself because he thought he had plateaued, but then he heard that Gary was coming out to the Johto region, and because him and Gary are rivals, he couldn't let his rival one-up him, so he decided to come out to Johto as well, so that way he can test his skills against the trainers out here. And Ash hasn't been disappointed. Even though he's a regional champion, he's still getting a challenge out here, and he's getting a chance to experience all new adventures. This is where Sammy questions on what a regional champion actually is, and that's where Gary explains that it's somebody who has managed to make their way through all of the toughest challenges that a region has to offer. First, they have to complete the gym challenge, and then after that, they compete in the Pokemon League. If they can beat all of the other trainers in the league, then they get a chance to challenge that region's Elite Four, and if they have one, a champion. While Ash didn't have to actually battle a champion because Kanto didn't have one at the time, he did make his way through the Elite Four, which because of that feat, it allowed him to be crowned the champion of their home region. Yeah, and I look to do it again out here in Johto, Ash says, as Pikachu lets off a little spark, signifying that the mouse is on the same page with its trainer. Seeing the passion in both Ash and Gary, it kinda has Sammy a little bit jealous. What a great way for friends and peers to bond. It gives you guys all a common goal, and it allows you to express yourselves in different ways. I really wish that I had something like this from when I'm from. However, nothing like this really exists. A lot of people don't even actually get a chance to befriend Pokemon from where I'm from. It really comes down to if you actually get a chance to meet one in the wild and they take a liking to you. Wow, that kind of sucks, Ash responds. You see, here in our world, every region has a professor, and it allows you to get a chance to experience Pokemon firsthand. And when you turn 10 years old, they give you a Pokemon to start off with your journey with, and that's what allows you to befriend other Pokemon. That's what happened with me and Pikachu here, Ash says as he rubs the mouse behind the ears. Wow, it's crazy to think about how different things are in just a short amount of time from when I was living to where you guys live now. Things have changed so much. I hope that one day I'll be able to get a chance to actually go home, so that way I can see these things take shape and unfold into what the world will become. Ash tells Sammy not to worry. He's sure about one thing. If Celebi brought him here, then there's a good chance that Celebi is not going to leave without Sammy. So whether it takes days, weeks, months, or years, he will get the chance to go home. So why not just enjoy things while he can? After all, this is kind of like a vacation for him. This turns the boy's brief somber moment into one of excitement as he realizes Ash is actually right. Sammy has gotten a chance to get away and experience new things, which is something that not a lot of people can say. So he might as well enjoy this while he can. The night then fades on with the rest of our heroes just enjoying themselves. The next morning, we find ourselves back in the Mahogany Town gym at the tail end of a gym battle with Price and Vincent. Vincent has already blown through Golduck and Meganium, two of his strongest Pokemon, to which Price made him work for it. However, Price is already on his last Pokemon with Jinx. But little does the old man know, the boy has a secret counter to this, and he's been saving it for just this occasion, just in case his other two Pokemon couldn't quite steamroll over this old man's defenses, to which he reveals when Magneton pops from its ball. The call for the third and final round of this gym battle is given, to which, even though Magneton has the type advantage, Price easily demonstrates his mastery of the ice type by being able to pull off some effective combinations against the steel type, being able to cause a decent amount of damage. He's even momentarily able to freeze the steel type, allowing Price to gain a psychological edge over Vincent, considering he was so confident just moments before. However, Magneton's steel typing is resilient, and it's not going to go down that easily, and this is proven when Vincent's calls can be heard rippling through the ice to the steel type, allowing it to begin to glow in some sort of energy. It has a brief rainbow/metallic aura to it, to which Vincent has never seen. However, Price knows what this is, as his years of experiences in battling has taught him many things, and he knows that he has to close this battle out before it gets a chance to launch this new attack. Unfortunately, Jinx is unable to move fast enough due to the battle that it had with Meganium prior to this one, and it being slightly injured. This allows it to be enveloped by the new technique of Magneton Flash Cannon, dropping the ice type and bringing the battle to a close, allowing Vincent his victory for his 7th badge of the Johto region. By this point, Price is a little peeved. All of these kids have showed up and managed to beat him 3 days in a row. These successive losses are really starting to wear on him mentally. However, these thoughts are going to have to be pushed to the back of his mind, as when he's presenting Vincent with his badge, a siren goes off that echoes throughout the entire city. While our heroes are unaware of what this really means, a look of panic crosses both Price and his gym attendant, as Price shoves the badge into Vincent's hand and tells all the kids to stay in the gym in cover and wait for Price to come back. The old man then runs outside of the gym, leaving everyone in a stunned silence. However, the gym attendant tells all the kids that Price is right. They will be back soon, and for their own safety, they need to stay indoors. However, kids will be kids, and curiosity is going to get the best of them. And not only that, but Ash is a regional champion, so whatever danger is going on outside, it's something that he's sure he and his Pokemon can handle. So he ignores this warning, rushing out with Vincent and everybody else in tow. It's here that they are met with the sight of Price running north of the city with his gym attendant following him, and in that direction seems to be smoke and destruction. Now confident that this isn't a false alarm, Ash looks to all of his friends. Though they say nothing, they all know what they have to do as they take off in the same direction as the Ice-type gym leader. It doesn't take long for them to find the source of the distress, as all of the kids with Price and his attendant come to a halting stop as the road is barricaded, and at the forefront is a giant rampaging red serpent. It seems that the local police force have managed to corral the serpent into the river for the time being, but it's attempting to make its way downstream and in the direction of Mahogany Town, where all the citizens live. And if this serpent that everybody's come to realize is a Gyarados is able to make its way into the city, there will be untold destruction. It's here that Price decides that he has to step in, calling on both Lapras and Shelter in an attempt to subdue the savage beast. However, Price isn't going to get the chance to face this alone, whether he likes it or not, as to his dismay, he finds that both Ash and the rest of his team is standing behind him, and they all have their Pokeballs ready. The gym leader tells them to stay out of this. This is Mahogany Town business, and as its gym leader, he will handle it. But Ash tells the old man that he doesn't have a choice, whether he likes it or not. They are all going to help. This is where we see a parade of Pokemon are chosen, as Ash calls upon both Pikachu and Meganium, while Vincent calls on Magneton and a Pokemon that he hasn't revealed to anyone yet, a Vileplume. Then Team Gary's up, as the Oak chooses both Blastoise and Electabuzz, while Ethan goes with Weepinbell and Sneasel, leaving Marina last as she chooses both Pachirisu and Totodile. All of these well-rounded trainers engage with Gyarados, trying to do their best to subdue the the beast without actually hurting it. They don't know what the cause of this rampage is, so they order all of their Pokemon to hold back their attacks, as not to anger it or cause it any actual harm. This just leaves Sammy there to watch in amazement at everything that's happening. The level of power and restraint that all of these Pokemon are able to demonstrate, and the bond that they have displayed with each of these humans. It's not something that's widely seen in his time, and he gets to experience it firsthand. The boy doesn't know what it is, but he wants to bring this back to his home. He wants to ensure that the future generations of his world will be able to experience things like these. The bond between people and Pokemon that are formed through love and trust, not just a chance encounter like he had. However, his moments of amazement are interrupted when the truth of the reality begins to set in. Even though Ash and his friends are all powerful trainers, the fact of the matter is, them holding themselves back is actually preventing them from actually being able to solve the situation, as Gyarados and its extreme power is able to easily subdue most of the Pokemon, bringing the opposition down to a bare minimum, to where it is just Gary, Blastoise, and Ash and Pikachu standing left to battle him. Ash and Gary both agree that they're going to have to team up if they have any chance at being able to bring this Gyarados down without causing it any major harm. So they do their best engaging with the Serpent, holding back the power of their attacks, but being sure to cause at least critical points of damage to slow the Serpent down. However, while at first this does seem to be working, it is quickly revealed that all they're doing is managing to make Gyarados more angry, causing it to rampage harder as it takes from the river and mounts the land basin right beside it to thrash about even more severe, causing more damage to the surrounding forest. And as Gyarados rampages with its Hyper Beam, Blastoise ends up getting caught in the crossfire, as at the order of Gary, it was defending some of the local police that had gotten caught in the cross lines of Gyarados. This just leaves Ash and Pikachu to stare down the Master of Mayhem, to which the Electric Mouse does have one thing going for it: speed, which allows it to dodge most of Gyarados' attacks. However, where most Pokemon would be tired out by this, for some reason, it seems like Gyarados is being powered by some sort of external force, and as a result, with each missed attack, it just gets angrier and rampages that much harder. It quickly becomes apparent that Ash and Pikachu are not going to be able to hold back from this. All of the other Pokemon have fallen at this point, and Gyarados has caused already untold destruction by destroying local bridges that cross over the river and a lot of the surrounding vegetation and forest area where a lot of Pokemon have made their homes. So Ash tells Pikachu it's time. They need to get in close. They have to make sure that this is a decisive blow. So to use Quick Attack. Everybody watches as the mouse masterfully dances around all of Gyarados' Hyper Beams and Hydro Pumps until it finds itself on top of the Serpent's head, and with one final call, Ash yells to Pikachu to let out the most powerful thunder that it possibly could. The mouse sparks as the snake begins to glow in a yellow hue, as Pikachu unleashes all of the stored up electricity inside of its body, holding nothing back. Moments later, the electric aura around Gyarados fades, as Pikachu falls from its head. It seems that the same effect has been had on the Serpent, as it is slowly wincing in pain, but does not drop. It only begins to rampage harder, as that thunder attack only managed to do one thing, and that's piss it off. And now it is rampaging across the countryside, abandoning its water route, using the land to make its way to Mahogany Town, as it uses Hyper Beam to lay waste to all of the humans and obstacles in its way. Ash and the rest can do nothing but look on, as all of their efforts are failed, and this monstrosity is about to enter Mahogany Town. However, as they begin to lose hope, a command is given from a very familiar voice, as Hyper Beam is declared. A glowing beam of energy strikes Gyarados broadside, actually having the ability to knock the Serpent down for once. The group turns their gaze looking for the source of the energy attack, only to be met with a sight that Ash hasn't seen in almost a year. Lance, he yells, as the Dragon Master sits atop his Dragonite, ready to engage Gyarados in a battle to see who is the true strongest dragon. Lance dismounts Dragonite as he tells everybody to stay back. They will take care of this. What follows is a volley of both hurricanes and outrages from Dragonite, as it does its best to avoid any Hyper Beams and Hydro Pumps from Gyarados. Dragonite demonstrates its extraordinary speed just as it had when Ash battled it with Charizard. They were barely able to win that battle, Ash thinks to himself, and Dragonite appears so much stronger here. However, everybody just looks on in awe as Lance is able to do the one thing that nobody could, as at the command of a Hyper Beam, Dragonite finally drops the Serpent, knocking it unconscious. This brings up the question of what are they going to do with it? They can't just leave Gyarados out, because once it wakes up, it's going to begin to rampage again. However, Lance doesn't give anybody time to actually voice this question, as he readies an Ultra Ball in his hand, throwing it at Gyarados and catching the Serpent, as everybody just looks on in amazement at this member of the Kanto Elite Four. This is where we fade to a base that is just off the Lake of the Rage, just north of where everybody's at. And this is where we finally get a chance to catch up with Team Rocket, and more specifically, Jesse, Meowth, and the person that's been commanding them, the Iron Mask Marauder. He is watching from a monitor the events that have just unfolded, as the Gyarados that he set loose has been captured by the one known as Lance. Meowth asks if the Marauder is scared that Lance has gotten involved, since now not only does he have to deal with the champion of the Kanto region, but a member of its Elite Four as well. However, the Marauder simply smiles as he tells Meowth that they won't be a problem. That Gyarados was just an experiment to see how well our weapon actually worked. And I gotta say, I'm quite pleased with the test results of something done on a whim. Now, just imagine if we were to focus its power, the Marauder says, as he turns and we see Celebi inside of a containment unit with a blank expression on its face and some sort of temporal aura dissipating around it. And this is where we are going to leave things for right now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the brief gym battles that we got with Gary and Vincent? How do you feel about Lance's involvement in things, as the rampaging Gyarados almost destroyed Mahogany Town, and not even Ash, the champion of the Kanto region, had what it took to bring this thing down? And also, what's going on with the Marauder? What has he done to Celebi? And what are his plans for the time-traveling Pokemon? Let me know in the comments down below. Center with Lance, inquiring about what the Elite Four member of the Kanto region is doing here. While Lance makes a brief comment about how he's from Blackthorn City here in the Johto region, he shifts the focus to the current task at hand on the Red Gyarados and why it was rampaging. This is where Lance informs everybody that his actual profession, besides being a member of the Kanto Elite Four and some other things that have to do with the Pokemon League, is that of an international policeman. He's charged with hunting down specific groups and organizations, especially when they're deemed a threat to multiple regions. In this case, he's talking about Team Rocket. However, before Lance can get out any details of his current mission and why he is in Mahogany Town, Ash immediately chimes in, saying that he dealt with Team Rocket back in Goldenrod City when they had attacked, so they should no longer be a problem, as he took care of Giovanni personally. However, Lance informs Ash that just because he took Giovanni down doesn't mean that Team Rocket has been dealt with. This brings us to the reason why Lance is currently in Mahogany Town, as a rogue faction of Team Rocket has set up base either in the town or somewhere around the Lake of Rage, and they have it on good authority that they may be in possession of a mythical Pokemon. This is where the collective four members of Team Gary look at each other with great concern. This includes Sammy, as they interrupt Lance, which he feels is becoming a bothersome habit for the group. However, this may be something that he wants to listen to, as Team Gary goes on to explain their experience with a mythical Pokemon, or more precisely, Sammy's experience, and about how he's from the past and he was brought here by Celebi. When Sammy arrived in this timeline, Celebi just disappeared and they haven't seen it since. This statement has captured the attention and interest of Lance, as he wants to know everything that the boy has to offer. Pulling out a pen and a pad of paper, Lance tells the boy to start from the beginning. Do not spare any detail, no matter how minute. He needs to know everything. So Sammy begins to tell his tale, starting from the beginning of what he was doing on that day in the forest and his destination oh so many years ago. Now we cut to Price, who isn't exactly one for sitting around. He's quite agitated that someone would dare attack his town and unleash a monster like that Gyarados in an attempt to destroy it, so he aims to get to the bottom of it. And this is where we find Price, north of Mahogany Town, as he has entered the territory known as the Lake of Rage. This is one of the biggest unnatural formations in the Johto region, as it's believed to have been caused by a group of rampaging Gyarados in the distant past. However, this was before Price's time, and he's not really concerned with the story. He's more concerned with the here and the now. And the here and now entails the possibility of someone setting up operations on the lake who isn't really welcome. And if that's the case, then Price aims to do what he does best: show these people the door as quickly as possible. However, much to the old man's dismay, what he finds is nothing. There's no signs of any type of human activity here at the lake, and even though it's in the dead of the night, it's clear that the only type of activity that's been happening around here lately is just that of the people who live around the lake. That's very sparsely populated. However, the decades of experience tells the old man that this isn't right. He can feel it in his bones and something is off. And if there's anything that time has taught him, it's patience will get him the most results. So Price finds himself a nice cozy spot behind a bush and just sits, waiting for any signs of anything that looks suspicious to the old man. Luckily, he doesn't have to wait too long, about an hour or so, before he notices two characters that aren't familiar to the Mahogany Town area. They are approaching west of the lake, and they begin to crest around the bend, heading northward. Knowing that this is the lead he's been looking for, Price begins to slowly make his way through the brush, using the darkness and the shadows to cover his tracks. The old man must do what he can to keep the noise to a minimum as he follows his prey, hoping that they will reveal some deep secret to him. As he gets closer, he can hear them talking about things, one being the name of the two as they each address each other, one known as Hun and the other one known as Attila. And another thing that he catches on is that the two seem to be displeased with the new guy in charge, as they feel since they've been with Team Rocket longer, they should have a little bit more power than he does. However, the two bicker over which one is going to actually seize that power first, poking jabs at each other, saying that they're scared to even approach the Marauder about trying to capture what is truly and rightfully theirs. Just when Price begins to get annoyed by this incessant babble, he finds them stopping at a large rock, something that he never quite noticed at the lake before. And there's a reason why he never noticed it. It's because it doesn't belong here. As they push a keypad that is hidden within the rock's face, and a door begins to slide open, and the two disappear inside. Knowing this is his only chance to find out what is truly going on, Price risks being seen by bolting out into the open and rushing through the door just as it slams shut. He finds himself in a large stairwell that descends deep beneath the lake. Knowing this can't be good, Price proceeds with caution, hoping not to be spotted by anyone. After what seems like an eternity, Price finally finds himself at the bottom of the stairwell, to which he's met with a labyrinth of metal hallways that lead in all sorts of directions. However, he can hear the echoes of people talking off in the distance. Knowing he needs to get to the bottom of things, Price slowly begins to descend down the hallways, trying to find any type of opening or doors that could provide any type of understanding of this place. Unfortunately for the old man, because his attention is focused on solely finding out what exactly is going on here, he fails to notice a certain scratch cat that has caught on to him being within the base, as he is slowly being hunted by the feline. After trying many doors, Price finally finds one that will allow him access, and unfortunately for him, as soon as the door opened, he's met with a bonk to the back of the head, knocking them out cold, only to see a certain cat and redhead standing over him, asking what they should do next with this old man. Now we shift the focus of everything back to the Pokemon Center, as Sammy finishes up his story that he's been telling to Lance for the better part of an hour now. The Pokemon G-Man asks if that is everything. Like he said before, whatever information that Sammy could have, no matter how small, could be the one thing that they need to figure this out. But Sammy says that's all I have. After waking up in the forest, I met Gary and his friends, and now I'm here in Mahogany Town, and that leads us to talking with you. I see, Lance remarks. Well, you've had quite the journey, young man, and I'm sorry that you've had to leave everything you knew behind, but I can promise you this. I will do whatever is in my power to make sure that you are comfortable here in our time, and if I can get you back home, I will. Sammy thanks Lance for the kindness that he's shown him, and he understands that what he says could be an empty promise, and he won't hold him to it, but he knows the G-Man truly believes in what he just said, and he will do whatever he can to at least attempt to make it happen. It is at this point that Lance asks Ash if he can have a one-on-one conversation with him. There's some things that he feels like he needs to talk to the champion of the Kanto region alone, and because Ash is on that level of a trainer, Lance feels that he would be the best person to confide this in. So the two stand up from the table, asking everyone to excuse them, while they head outside to discuss some important matters that they mask as Pokemon League business. Once outside, Lance begins to lay out the totality of the situation that they're in. He tells Ash that this rogue faction of Team Rocket is possibly the most dangerous, as he knows who they are led by. Someone that calls themselves
the Iron Masked Marauder. And the reason why they're referred to as a rogue faction is because the Marauder refused to take orders from anybody, including Giovanni, causing him to go AWOL to start his own sect of Team Rocket, if you will. And to make matters worse, he doesn't share the same tact that Giovanni did, as the Marauder will just simply take whatever he wants whenever he wants. It doesn't matter who is in the way or who gets hurt. So there is real danger to the town of Mahogany if he is actually here. Well, not to worry, Lance. Both me and you are here, so I'm sure with us combining forces, we can stop whoever this is. While Lance appreciates Ash's youthful optimism, he informs the young Indigo champion that things are far worse than what they seem, as the reason why he is here is because he is trying to get information on if these rumors of Team Rocket being in this area are true, because unfortunately, things at home have become a little uneasy, as a new faction of Team Rocket has popped back up in the Kanto region, and he has been dealing with that as of recently, until he had heard rumors about what happened with Giovanni and Goldenrod. He figured that Ash may have had something to do with it, but reports kept coming in across his desk about members of Team Rocket popping up all over the eastern part of the Johto region, so he knew that whatever had happened in Goldenrod had nothing to do with what is going on now, which means that the rogue faction that he thought was in Kanto region may have made their way to the Johto region. And what's worse, it may mean that there are actually two new factions of Team Rocket vying for power. And the only thing that is more dangerous than an evil organization that is under the thumb of one ruler is a fractured organization that has two separate ones vying for power. Then all bets are off, and anyone that gets caught in the crosshairs will be considered collateral damage. Looking down at the ground, Ash contemplates everything, now finally having a full understanding of the entire situation. But there's one thing that they can't deny. They have to deal with what's happening here in Mahogany Town first. Once they do that, then they can figure about what's happening back home. After all, best case scenario, it's just the one faction that's moved out here to Johto, but they won't know until they actually face them. Ash looks at Lance and flashes a smile, telling him as Kanto's champion, he's not going to stand by. It doesn't matter if it's in his home region or in another region. He's going to stop Team Rocket once and for all. Lance smiles and prepares to say something, only to be interrupted by a frantic call from the gym attendant Sheila. She's asking if Lance and Ash have seen Price. He's been missing for several hours, and she was hoping that he was here talking with them. But both Lance and Ash shake their heads. They haven't seen the gym leader since this afternoon, after the red Gyarados was caught. This statement causes a look of concern to plaster across Sheila's face, as she states that if Price isn't here with them, then there's only one other place he could be, at the Lake of Rage, trying to figure out why the Gyarados attacked. It's in this moment that Lance and Ash both realize one thing. Whatever they're planning, it cannot wait. They have to move tonight. Back at the base, Price begins to finally stir as he wakes up to pain in the back of his head and a haziness as his vision tries to come back into focus. This is where he's greeted by an odd man in a costume. The man tries to make some quick-witted comments about Price being too old for what he's inquiring to do, but Price won't have any of it, telling the man that he's not welcome in Mahogany Town and he needs to leave right away. Price's sudden outburst takes the man by surprise. You got some stones, old man. I'll give you that, but that alone won't get you what you want. And I'm here to tell you, I'm beginning to like Mahogany Town, and I won't be leaving, as it's essential to our plans. The man then introduced himself as the Iron Masked Marauder, and he is the current leader of Team Rocket. However, once again, Price interrupts him, telling him that he doesn't care. Just get out of Mahogany Town. With a brief chuckle, the Marauder tells Price that he can't, as the Lake of Rage is integral to his plan. He then demonstrates what he is talking about when he reveals Celebi in its incubation tube, and he activates the machine that is attached to Celebi, forcing it to awaken. This moment brings flashbacks to Price, one of his most painful memories from back when he was a young trainer, when his most trusted companion abandoned him. That night, that Pokemon was there, Celebi. It's been over 50 years. However, Price's flashbacks are interrupted when the temporal power of Celebi is harnessed, and something begins to happen. The base they are in begins to shake violently as the Marauder opens up a viewing screen that peers off into the depths of the Lake of Rage. It's here that Price can see the Magikarp beginning to flail about like they are in pain. Then suddenly, bright lights begin to erupt from the depths as all of the Magikarps are forced into their next stage of evolution, Gyarados. It was you, wasn't it? The one who released the red Gyarados on the town. It seems I finally have your attention now. So, are you ready to play ball, or am I gonna have to unleash these ones as well? The Marauder says with a sinister sneer. Now that Price is beginning to understand the gravity of this situation, he realizes that he does need need to poke and prod at the Marauder's plan, to which the Marauder is more than happy to talk about, as it's the best one he has ever come up with, and nobody's ever going to see Price again, so what's the harm in telling him? The sinister Rocket Commander goes on to reveal that he intends to use Celebi's connection to time and space as a way to force Pokemon to evolve to their highest level and to the point when they were in peak physical condition in their lifetime, then trapping them at that point so they'll be eternally youthful. Then to secure his spot at the top of the food chain, he intends to combine this with the tech of the Dark Balls, and he will have an unstoppable army at his disposal. The Marauder says this as he watches on the viewing screen that Jessie and Meowth are throwing a bunch of Dark Balls into the lake, capturing all of the rampaging Gyarados, signifying the start of the Marauder's spoken of army. Price tells the Marauder this is a foolish plan. No one person could hope to control that much power. However, the Marauder contradicts this, telling him that as long as he is in control of Celebi, he can control the world. It doesn't matter where or when. You'll live to regret those words, the old man says. Well, perhaps it's time we dispose of you then, the Marauder counters, only to be interrupted when an alarm in the base starts to go off. Clicking around on the viewing cameras, the Marauder comes across a sight that he wasn't expecting. Attila and Hun are engaged with the battle with Team Gary and Lance and Ash. Lance uses this as an opportunity to tear through the base, looking for the Marauder. He's knocking down wall by wall, and the Marauder can do nothing but watch Lance on the monitors as he tears through the base. Realizing he's going to need to do something about this, the Marauder decides that he's going to confront Lance head on, so he runs from the room, leaving Price and Meditite alone to watch the destruction unfold on the monitors. However, this isn't going to continue for long, as Meditite, who visibly looks like it's been in a fight, sees Gary on the screen and decides that it has a path to redemption. It's going to track down the Oak Boy and get the Houndour and bring it back to the Marauder for its chance to regain its trainer's favor and rejoin him. At this, Meditite takes off, leaving Price alone in the room to watch the horrors unfold. Now we move over to things from the perspective of our heroes. Both Team Gary and Ash have split off from Lance, and they are all off in the base doing different things, trying to find out exactly where Price is and discover what this place actually is about. This is where we find Lance, as he comes face to face with the person he's been seeking, the Marauder. I had a feeling you were here in Johto, Lance says, to which the Marauder says it's not like he made it a secret. He wasn't trying to hide. He was just looking for a valuable tool before he made his move and captured the leadership of Team Rocket, to which he's been able to do within the last couple of days. So any chance that Lance had to stop him has long since gone out the window. With Dragonite by his side, Lance tells the Marauder that he's mistaken. He's going to be taken in, whether he comes willingly or Lance has to use force. Pulling a Dark Ball from his vest, the Marauder laughs, sending in his Tyranitar. Just because you're a member of Kanto's Elite Four doesn't mean you have any chance against me, Dragon Master. What follows is an all-out brawl between the two pseudo-legendaries as Dragonite and Tyranitar trade blows, not giving any quarter to one another. And unfortunately for Lance, it looks like the Marauder was right, as this Tyranitar not only has the type advantage, but it seems to have the level advantage against Dragonite. And even though the Dragon type is well trained, it's having trouble keeping up with it. Even Dragonite's most devastating attack, Hyper Beam, has little effect on the thick hide of Tyranitar. Things are beginning to look bleak for Lance as Dragonite ends up on the back foot and Tyranitar is getting ready to deliver the finishing blow. That is, until a command is given. Gliscor, use X-Scissor. Pikachu, use Thunder. Meganium, use Razor Leaf. A barrage of multiple attacks begins to envelop Tyranitar, pushing it back in the Marauder's direction, allowing Dragonite time to recover. You didn't think we'd let you do this by yourself, did you, Lance? Ash says to him. Lance simply replies that he thought he could handle it, but it turns out he may have been wrong. So thanks for the assist, Ash. Since you're here, what do you say we apply some more pressure? With a smile on his face, Ash says he wouldn't have it any other way. Now the Marauder finds himself staring down both the champion of the Indigo League and one of its members of the Elite Four. This was not something he was planning to do. One-on-one he could take them no problem, but even with the assistance of his other Pokemon, there's no way he will be able to stand up to both of these trainers. Realizing he's outclassed, he tells Tyranitar to begin to rampage, destroy everything in sight. This forces all the Pokemon to focus on Tyranitar to try and stop it from destroying everything, because there's one thing that Ash and Lance have come to realize. The walls of the base are built right on the outside of the lake, which means that if any one of them are compromised, this base will begin to flood and everyone inside and enact his contingency plan. Luckily, he doesn't have to go far in order to make it to Celebi. Entering the room, the first thing that he notices that Price is no longer there. Oh well, the old man must have escaped in the confusion of everything, but he's got other things to worry about. As he begins
begins to push a sequence of buttons on the console, freeing the time-traveling Pokemon. However, it remains in a trance as the Marauder orders it teleport them outside of the base, as they have some enemies they have to start to prepare for. In a flash, they are gone just as the room begins to collapse in on itself due to the rampage of Tyranitar not too far away. Luckily, with the combined efforts of Ash and Lance, they are able to subdue the rampaging beast, but not before one of the walls is unfortunately compromised, causing the base to begin to flood. Realizing they need to get out, Lance and Ash both split up, choosing to go their separate ways to try and find everybody in the base and warn them about the flood, so that way everybody can get to safety. It's a good thing they do too, because Ash ends up coming across Sammy as he's trapped under some debris in a room that is quickly filling with water. This is where the efforts of Meganium and Pikachu pay off, as with the size of Meganium and the power of Pikachu's Iron Tail, they are able to break away the debris and free Sammy. Without hesitation, Ash tells him that they have to go, but Sammy wants to know where Gary and everybody else is. They need to make sure that they're safe. However, Ash counters this, telling them that they are competent trainers. They will be able to make it out just fine, but as for them, they need to get out now before they become trapped permanently. Flashing over to Gary in particularly, him and Houndour have made their way through the base, warning any of the scientists that were still stuck inside to get out, and freeing any random Pokemon that may have been trapped. While Team Gary did split up, both Ethan and Marina were able to make their way outside of the base. However, Gary has come across an obstacle that he knows he's not going to be able to get around unless he faces it head on, and it is that of Meditite. While Gary knows that it's dangerous to have a battle here, the one thing he understands is that he's not going to get out of here unless he takes care of Meditite at this point, and there's going to be only one way he can do that, as Houndour steps forward to finally battle the fighting type that has been chasing it for so long. Gary tells it that they need to be careful, but they also have to be quick, because if they don't get out of here soon, this place will be underwater. Houndour nods as they begin to engage in battle, with Meditite throwing a focus punch, trying to knock Houndour into a wall. However, Gary is its second set of eyes, ordering a smog that blanks the attack, allowing Houndour to fade away into the pollution before countering with an Ember attack that catches Meditite. Due to the fighting type having been roughed up by the Marauder and his other Pokemon, he is in no shape to try and continue this type of fight, which Gary notices, telling him that it's stupid for them to do this. He should just back off right now and then they can finish this when they get outside. However, for the fighting type, it's a point of pride, and it's not going to let it go, so it chooses to engage again, firing off a jump kick in an attempt to hit Houndour. But again, Gary tells it to use Smog as a defense as it fades into the pollution wall, forcing Meditite to miss as it cracks its knee onto a wall. Then something remarkable happens. The confidence that Gary has shown in Houndour triggers something deep within the pup, as a blinding light can be seen from deep inside the haze, and from it emerges a devil dog as Houndoom takes to the field and clamps down on Meditite. The sheer belief that the Oak Boy has shown in it, as well as the trust and loyalty that it gave to it as a Houndour, has allowed the pup to evolve into its final stage evolution, giving it the power needed to finally best Meditite as it engulfs it with the flamethrower, roasting the fire type and dropping it unconscious as the water begins to pool at the feet of everyone in the room. It's at this point that Houndour turns to Gary, signaling that it's time to go. Even it understands if they stay there, then they will be in grave danger. But Gary knows that they cannot leave Meditite here. Reluctantly, Houndoom knows this as well, so Gary picks up the unconscious fighting type, slinging it over his shoulder as they take off running down the corridor. Luckily for Gary, he wasn't far from the main entrance. However, once he emerges outside, there is a sight that is terrifying to behold. A giant monster that's held together by wood, sticks, grass, and temporal energy, with Celebi at the core, is beginning to form at the base of the lake. Around it stand Ash, Lance, and the rest of the teams, as they can do nothing but watch in horror as this monstrosity is giving life with the Marauder at its head. Laughing maniacally, the Marauder states that it doesn't matter where or when he is. Celebi's power is absolute, and since he controls Celebi, he will be victorious no matter who faces him. It's here that Lance shows just how experienced in situations like this he is, as he steps forward with the plan, telling the members of Team Gary that he needs them to run a distraction. This also includes Vincent, while Lance will attack from the air. The rest of them will attack from the ground, trying to keep that thing here at the lake. They can't let Celebi or the Marauder move into town, otherwise many people could be hurt, or even worse. This is where Sammy and Ash ask what they're supposed to do, but Lance has a special job for them. The Dragon Master believes that Sammy is the only one that can get through to Celebi. Because they are both from the same time, he feels that they share a special bond, which means if there's going to be anyone that awakens it and breaks the hold that the Marauder has on it, it's going to be Sammy. Ash needs to get Sammy to Celebi, no questions asked. With everyone understanding their roles, an all-out assault begins as a fight breaks out and everyone engages the giant grass monster, doing their best to draw its fire so that way Sammy and Ash Ash can make their way up into the inside. While all this is happening, Jesse and Meowth are watching from the other side of the lake, realizing that the Marauder never really cared about them. His only interest was in gaining power for himself. He's no leader of Team Rocket, Meowth says. Giovanni was a true leader. Even though he didn't show it, he still cared about the people who worked for him. This guy is just trash, he says, as Jesse and the Scratch Cat turn, disappearing into the forest of the night. Back over with our heroes, while they're doing their best, they're finding it difficult to cause any type of damage or draw the complete fire of this giant grass behemoth, and it's making it difficult for Ash and Sammy to make their way inside. While most of the Pokemon present have a lot of battle experience, none of them are really equipped to take on the power of a legendary, or for that, a mythical, and it is shown when the Marauder grows tired of their antics and orders Celebi to deal with them with a single swipe of the giant grass monster's massive hand. This could be a life-ending hit if it connects with any of the members of the offensive party. However, luck seems to shine on them, as out of nowhere, some barriers and reflects are erected. Then from seemingly nowhere, someone that Gary and the rest of his team have seen before teleports in with his Alakazam. It's Usine. Looks like you guys can use some help, the purple-cladded man says. Knowing they don't have any time to inquire why he's here, they all tell Usine the same thing, yes, as his Alakazam begins to fight back with its psychic energy. While the help of the fully evolved telekinetic fox is appreciated, the truth of the matter is, its power is merely a drop in the bucket compared to Celebi's. And this is displayed that even with its help, all the rest of the Pokemon, including the Alakazam, are swiped aside with little to no effort from the grass monster. Things are looking bleak. No matter what anybody does, they can't make any headway against this thing. For the first time ever, it feels like they've actually lost, and this thought isn't held by just one person, but it is a collective among the entire group. However, things quickly take a turn when through the trees of the forest and across the waters of the lake, roars and howls begin to echo. Suddenly, winds begin to pick up as they ripple across the surface of the lake, and clouds begin to hover, sparking and lightning, while a low rumble can be felt in the ground. However, the Marauder pays no mind to this, as he orders Celebi to finally end this, blast them with every bit of energy it has at its disposal. Suddenly, a giant ball of psychic energy appears above everyone. Lance and Usine instantly know what this is. It's certain doom. However, just as Celebi begins to fire at the orders of the Marauder, those roars can be heard again, followed by the same reaction that happened before. However, they are much closer, as from the corner of everybody's eye, a shadow is caught, gracefully gliding across the water before it strikes the giant ball of energy with an ice beam. Then, from the skies above, a lightning strike bolts down, colliding with the ball of energy. And finally, atop of the mountain that sits at the north side of the lake, a fire blast strikes the ball, finally forcing it to explode in midair before it can make contact with anything. As smoke and dust envelop the surrounding, shadows begin to appear within the cloud, until the gust of the north wind carries everything away, revealing the culprits that attacked the Marauder's weapon. Suicune, Entei, Raikou, the three legendary beasts of Johto that were revived with the power of Ho-Oh and Celebi. That story that was told to Team Gary. It's making sense now. Celebi and the trio are linked. They must have felt its pain. That's why they're here. This is it. The opening we were looking for, Gary says. Ash, get Sammy to Celebi now. The beasts, they will be able to provide the cover needed, so that way we can do what we need to do. This statement is further backed when they begin to notice something. The temporal barrier that was such a pain to deal with their normal Pokemon is beginning to dissipate at the howls of the trio of beasts. That's it. That's our opening, Sammy says as he bolts in the direction of the grass monster with Ash in tow, as Meganium, Gliscor, and Pikachu all provide coverage from anything that tries to attack the boy. This is where the others begin to engage the Marauder, as Suicune, Entei, and Raikou provide the frontal assault on this monstrosity that eagerly awaits to lay waste to the countryside of Johto. With things finally looking their way, Ash and Sammy are able to get inside to Celebi. The duo then do what they can to try and free Celebi of its trance. However, no matter what they try, they just can't seem to get through. Even a Thunderbolt from Pikachu isn't enough to jolt the legendary out of its trance. That is, until the howls of Entei, Suicune, and Raikou begin to echo throughout the innards of the grass monster. Slowly, but surely, their cries are able to pierce the veil that has clouded Celebi's judgment. Slowly, Celebi
begins to twitch and squirm as it begins to come to its senses. "That's it," Sammy says. "Celebi, do you remember me? You saved me in the forest after I tried to save you. You brought me to the future with you. Me and you were bonded, no matter what, and I'm not gonna let you deal with this alone." Celebi begins to hear the familiar voice of the boy as it echoes in its mind. This causes the time-traveling fairy to begin to writhe in pain as it pushes back on the captive hold that the dark ball has on it. The grass psychic type cries louder and louder in pain as it uses all of its psychic energy to push and try and break the control it has. Suddenly, the Marauder's arrogant celebration at being at the top of Team Rocket in the world is interrupted when the ball that he caught Celebi in on his vest begins to spark with dark aura and electricity. Pulling it from his vest, it blows up in the palm of his hand as a giant burst of psychic energy rifles through the surrounding area. Then everything stops as the monstrosity that the Marauder forced Celebi to create begins to slowly fall apart into the lake. Realizing that he needs to make a move now, the Marauder makes an attempt to evade, so that way he may be able to salvage his plans at a later date. However, Lance is wise to him, as he orders Dragonite to swoop in and capture him before he can get away. This just leaves everybody as they watch the grass monster slowly dissipate as it sinks to the bottom of the lake, leaving both Sammy and Ash as they begin to walk onto the shore of the lake. And in the arms of Sammy is Celebi, completely lifeless from the experience that it just went through. This brings a tear to everybody's eye, as they can do nothing to try and save the life of the mythical Pokemon. It did nothing to deserve this, all at the hands of a human, and it costed the life of the time-traveling Pokemon. With tears in their eyes, everyone has no idea what they can do. However, Ash suggests that they try to get it to a Pokemon Center, but Lance informs the young champion that it's too late. There's no life force left inside of the mythical Pokemon. It expended everything it had to break the control over the Marauder. This forces something that we rarely have ever seen from Ash, an emotion that's unbecoming of the 11-year-old. Rage, as he aims it at the Marauder. "Look what you did! Look what Team Rocket did! All you guys ever do is for your own self-interest, and you cause nothing but pain no matter where you go." However, the Marauder seems unfazed by this outburst, which angers Ash even more. He dealt with Giovanni, and now he'll deal with the Marauder. It's to the point that Ash is going to cross a line that he didn't know was even there, as he orders Pikachu to charge his most powerful thunder to engulf the Team Rocket mercenary. At first, the mouse is hesitant, but Ash orders it as its trainer, not as its friend. They need to make sure that this never happens again by making an example out of this person. Reluctantly, Pikachu begins to charge and is preparing to strike the Marauder. And this is where he begins to realize that Ash isn't playing around. As the champion of the Kanto region, he fully intends to take the life of this Team Rocket lowlife. However, Gary steps in here, telling Ash this is not the way. Can't do this. If he were to do something like this, then there would be no coming back from this type of decision. The aura around Pikachu slowly fades as tears begin to well up in Ash's eyes, out of sadness, frustration, and rage. No matter what he's tried to do, he can't stop Team Rocket. Every world calamity that he's had to deal with over the last 2 years has been because of this organization, and the pain and the torment they cause people, it's more than any kid should have to bear. Turning to Celebi, Ash makes one solemn vow. Once he is done here in Johto, he intends to go back to Kanto to rid not only his home region, but the world of the menace of Team Rocket. But that doesn't fix the current problem on hand, as Celebi lays lifeless in the arms of Sammy, while Suicune, Entei, and Raikou can do nothing but look on to the Pokemon that was able to grant them a new life so many years ago. Gary asks using if there's anything that they can do. However, the man's knowledge on Celebi is very limited. He just knows one thing. If they can get it back to its true time, it may have a chance, but there is no way of knowing how they could do that. However, it's here that Celebi begins to pulse with this faint aura that catches everybody's attention. Then Sammy, something in his bag begins to pulse with the faint aura. Putting down the grass type, Sammy reaches into his bag and pulls out something that Ash has seen before. The whole reason why he traveled to the Orange Islands. "Where did you get the GS ball?" Ash questions. "GS ball," Sammy says. "Is that what this thing is called?" "Well, to be honest with you, I don't really know
know where it's from. I do know that when I was in a region north of here called Sinnoh, it was given to me by somebody out there, the elder of a town called Celestic. It was given to me as a gift for helping them avoid a tragedy that was happening in the town. Well, it looks like it has something to do with Celebi, Gary remarks, as he points out that both of them are pulsating in the same low aura. This is where Gary makes a suggestion. He tells Sammy to try and recall Celebi with this GS ball. With nothing left to lose, the boy holds up the ball, telling Celebi to return. And just like that, in a flash of light, Celebi is engulfed and encased inside of the GS ball, to the surprise of everyone. However, this isn't the only effect that it has, as the moment that Celebi retreats inside the ball, a temporal portal opens up. Then an unseen force begins to tug at both Sammy and the GS ball. It looks like it's my time to go, Sammy says. I can feel it. The portal is calling me. But wait, how do you know where the portal is going to take you, Ash says. I don't, Sammy responds, but for whatever reason, it feels right. This is where Price emerges. I've seen this portal before, and I've seen you before as well, boy. That night that my old friend went missing, you were there, and my friend disappeared. You need to go. You do not belong in this time. You must go before things begin to fall apart and time becomes unstable. With tears in their eyes, Team Ash and Team Gary say their goodbyes as Sammy is slowly forced into the time portal, and it closes behind him. However, when it closes, there is something left behind. Something that causes Price to break down in tears. It can't be, the old man says. He slowly approaches the Pokemon that is in the place to where Sammy had once stood. Piloswine? Is that you? That night, 50 years ago, you went missing when a time portal opened up, and I never saw you again. The Snow Swine is a bit confused about what's happening. The old man that stands before it seems familiar, but doesn't look like anybody he knows. However, the smell is unforgettable. This is Pilosine's trainer. Price breaks down in tears as he hugs his oldest friend, as he thought that he would never see it again. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, you guys, how did you feel about this part? How did you feel about the conclusion to the Pokemon Forever arc and how I tied it into this what if? How did you feel about Sammy being more involved in the later events than just a couple of days, so to speak, and getting a chance to see everything that the modern era had to offer? How about the fact that Sammy had the GS ball and it came from Celestic Town in the Sinnoh region? And of course, how do you feel about how I treated Piloswine and how it magically disappeared 50 years in the past? And of course, with Team Rocket done here in Johto, what's this new faction that has begun to spring up in Ash's home region? What are your thoughts on that? Let me know in the comments down below. Town gym. Ash tells Gary that he's not far behind him, so expect for them to be meeting very soon to battle in the Johto League, while Vincent reminds Ethan that they have a rivalry of their own that they need to settle. As the four boys talk a little bit of trash to each other, Marina sits off on the sidelines, documenting everything that she has experienced over the last couple of weeks. Just the fact that she had exposure to Celebi in itself is an amazing find, and when she gets the opportunity to present everything to Professor Elm, well, let's just say she can't wait to put the absent-minded professor in his place after the last year of traveling that she's done. This all culminates with the two teams parting ways, as Team Gary heads east out of the town, heading towards their next gym, while Ash and Vincent head west in the pursuit of Ash's next gym badge. Once Team Gary is out of sight, Vincent remembers something very important, and he asks Ash what happened to Lance, to where the young champion informs Vincent that Lance had left very early in the morning. He wanted to get the Marauder back to his HQ and secure all of the Pokemon that had been caught in the Dark Balls, so that way they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Wow, that guy is very dedicated to his job, Vincent says. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Ash responds, and he's a very strong trainer too. He's the top of the Kanto Elite Four, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually wanted to challenge me for my title. Well, that wouldn't be a problem. You beat him last time, Vincent responds, to which Ash says he did, but that was something he was barely able to do. Charizard was on his last leg, and if one more second had gone by, it would have collapsed instead of Dragonite. Truth be told, there was more luck that played a factor in that battle with Lance than anything, and he had years of battle experience to draw from. So if he ever decides to actually challenge me for the title of the Kanto region, then the outcome could be very different than the first time. Vincent wants to add on to this conversation, however he's going to have to put it on the back burner for now, as both of them have finally made their way to the site of their destination, the Mahogany Town Gym. Vincent offers a fair warning to Ash. This Price guy is cold, cool, and calculating, so not to drop his guard, because if he does at any moment, Price will take advantage of it. Ash simply smiles, thanking Vincent for the advice as he pushes on the gym doors, only to be greeted by Sheila. Ash inquires where Pryce is at. However, he doesn't have to look far, as Pryce is actually in the middle of the battlefield, doing something that Ash, and Vincent for that matter, never thought they would see. He's actually playing with his Pokemon, with a look of pure joy running across his face. He's been like this ever since last night, Sheila says. With the return of Piloswine, the joy that Pryce once felt in life has returned as well. This is where Vincent mutters, "It looks like the battle you're gonna get is gonna be far different than the battle that I had." However, this falls on deaf ears, as Ash's one-track mind has kicked in, as he has joined Pryce on the battlefield, playing with the Ice-type Pokemon and striking up casual conversation with the old man. But this doesn't last long, as Pryce knows why Ash is here, telling the boy that if it wasn't for him and his friends, then he never would have gotten Piloswine back. So he will be more than happy to return the favor in the only way he knows how, and that's granting Ash a gym battle at full strength. Pryce will bring his best to show Ash the gratitude he has for everything that he's done since he's been in town. Ash smiles with a feeling running down his spine. He knows that this battle is going to be a good one. Pryce is a man of his word, judging by everything that he's done up to this point. So he can't wait to get started, and it won't take long, as moments later, Ash finds himself standing across from Pryce on the battlefield, as the old man is giving him the instructions for their battle. They will have a 3-on-3, and the battle will be over when one side is out of Pokemon. Only Ash will be allowed substitutions. After a brief acknowledgement of the rules, Pryce leads the selection of the Pokemon by deciding to send in his Sneasel. It's here that Ash looks down to Pikachu. "Hey buddy, I know that you want a chance to battle here as well. I'm gonna ask you to sit this one out, as I want to just use the Pokemon that we've met here in Johto." While the mouse is upset about the decision as it wanted a crack at the old man, it does understand, so it decides to take a seat next to Vincent on the stadium. As Ash makes his first choice, "Magby, I choose you!" The baby Spitfire Pokemon hits the battlefield, ready for another chance at a gym victory. So the Kanto champion likes to play types, does he? Well, I can promise you this, Ash. It doesn't matter what type you choose against me. Me and my Pokemon will be able to defend against it. While Ash acknowledges the statement from Pryce, he does comment that even though Magby does have the type advantage, that's not the reason he chose it. It's because he believes in it, and he knows that it can win. And with that statement, the commands of the first battle are given, which both trainers meet with the same command: Double Team, to increase the evasiveness of both of their Pokemon. Feeling pretty confident, Ash decides to follow up with the Double Team command with the Fire Punch, and this was met with an equal exchange of a slash at the command of Pryce. Both attacks appear to be equal, though Magby's fire type advantage does come to play here a little bit when it's able to push through the slash attack, connecting with Sneasel for the first damage of the round. Feeling confident, Ash decides to follow this up with a Smog attack. However, Pryce isn't going to take this laying down as he orders another Double Team. Sneasel again vanishes into a blur across the battlefield as it gracefully dodges the Smog attack. This puts Ash on notice as he begins to realize that there is a clear difference when it comes to Sneasel and Magby. While Magby does have the type advantage, speed is not its greatest ally, as Sneasel makes that appearance when it connects with the quick attack at the command of its trainer. Ash quickly tries to retaliate with a Fire Punch, however this misses, allowing Sneasel to evade the attack once more and then connect with the feint attack of its own. The double evasion boost is working to the disadvantage of our heroes, and Ash has to figure out something quick, and he's going to have to do it soon because Pryce is calling for his next move, which is another Double Team. At this rate, Sneasel's going to be impossible to connect with, Ash thinks to himself. He's going to have to do something to slow it down. But it's here that Ash realizes something about Sneasel. It uses the battlefield almost like an ice rink, which gives the Indigo champion an idea. He orders Magby to use a series of Fire Punches, but these aren't directed at Sneasel, rather the battlefield below it, as with a couple of connections from the Scorching Fists, the ice begins to melt, turning everything into a pool of water. That is, everything where Sneasel stands, while Magby does its best to keep its side of the battlefield frozen for its own protection. Pryce is trying to figure out what Ash is up to, but he knows one thing: he still has the speed advantage, so he orders Sneasel in for another quick attack. This is where it begins to dawn on the old man of what Ash's plan actually is, as Sneasel tries to take off from the pool of water, only to miss some of the footing, as the ground beneath the water has turned to mud, due to the ice no longer being there. This has created somewhat of a swampy terrain on Pryce's side of the battlefield, causing Sneasel to move significantly slower in its execution of the quick attack. Ash notices this as it's exactly what he was looking for. It's here that Magby is able to launch its counterattack, as Sneasel is no longer able to outpace the move, as Ash calls for a Fire Spin. Suddenly, a tornado of fire begins to envelop the area as Pryce orders Sneasel to use a quick attack to try to outpace it. Unfortunately for the gym leader, his Pokemon is too bogged down knee-deep in mud in order to evade it, forcing Sneasel to
take the fire spin head on. Once the attack subsides, what stands before them is a very cooked ice type, as Sneasel lays defeated with spirals in its eyes. Ash is happy to have the first win on the board, though he has to admit one thing. Magby did take a decent amount of damage from those attacks, considering Sneasel was far stronger than he gave it credit for. Price recalls his first choice, telling Ash that it was very ingenious to use Magby's fire punch to turn his side of the battlefield into somewhat of a bog. He didn't think that that would be a way to slow down Sneasel, but it just proves that no matter how old you are, you haven't seen everything. Ash simply smiles, telling the old man that no matter what Price throws at him, he's gonna be ready. The gym leader simply smiles, stating he would expect nothing less from a champion, as he declares, "Lapras, you're up!" Price's second choice of this gym battle has taken to the field, making Ash realize one thing. He can't rely on Magby for this part, considering it has water typing to it. So, deciding to give it some rest, our hero recalls it, as Price questions Ash on what his next choice will be. However, the champion doesn't have to think long, as he already had it in mind when he saw that Lapras was Price's second choice. Meganium, I choose you! The grass starter of the Johto region hits the field, ready to take on its opponent. This choice has Price questioning exactly what Ash is up to. He went from giving himself a full advantage to putting himself at a full disadvantage. Well, he wouldn't be champion of the CANT region for nothing, so Price knows that this is going to be a great battle. With a wave of the flags, the second round begins, as Price wastes no time setting things up in his favor, as he calls for something that's going to make Ash's job a lot harder: a hail. The temperature in the gym begins to drop as small balls of ice begin to fall from the rooftop where clouds have begun to form above everyone. The coldness of the situation has even begun to freeze over the water that Ash had melted with Magby, giving Lapras a solid surface to slide on. However, as Lapras is completing its attack, Ash wastes no time going on the counter, ordering a Razor Leaf. The grass dino begins to fire the sharpened leaves through the air. Unfortunately, while the leaves are sharp and Meganium is very powerful, there's one thing that they have to acknowledge. The hail is proving to be quite the problem, as it's catching some of the leaves, only allowing a select amount to actually hit Lapras, minimizing the damage. "You're gonna have to do better than that," Price says to Ash, as he reveals the reason why he gave him an opening for the move in the first place, calling for a Blizzard. Knowing that this is a guaranteed hit from the most powerful ice-type move that Price could possibly have in his arsenal, Ash does the only thing he can do, ordering Meganium to put up a light screen in an attempt to stave off some of the damage. Luckily, it's able to get it up just in time as the ice-type move connects with it, saving the grass starter from what should have been a guaranteed knockout. That's not good, Ash thinks to himself. One more move like that and Meganium will fall. And let's not forget the pressure of the chip damage that Meganium is taking from the hail falling from the sky. Ash knows that he needs to do something to get in great damage. However, he needs to prevent Lapras from firing another blizzard his way. It's here that he comes up with an idea. He needs to bait both Price and the ice type, but there's only going to be one way to do that, and that's to get in really close. Throwing caution to the wind and throwing Price off guard, Ash orders Meganium to use a return. Risking it all, Meganium charges in, throwing its full weight into the attack. However, Price is unsure of what Ash is trying to do here, knowing that he has Blizzard to take care of Meganium, so he orders one final attack from his ice type. However, this is where we get to see Ash's ingenuity taking place, as he orders Meganium to use a Vine Whip. Use its vines to bind the neck of Lapras and control where the Blizzard is aimed. As it charges down the battlefield, Meganium uses its vines to get ahead of itself, doing exactly as Ash asks. And just like his trainer had predicted, Meganium is able to hold Lapras' head straight up so the blizzard fires towards the roof. This allows the grass type to slam into Lapras as hard as possible, throwing its full weight into it, sending Lapras sliding into the gym wall. The force of this is enough to rattle everything, leaving a dust cloud where Lapras had landed. It's at this point that Ash is feeling confident that he was able to beat this thing. Unfortunately though, he's gonna have to reap what he sows, when the intensity of the hail grows due to the blizzard being introduced directly to its source. This causes the balls of ice to grow rapidly in size as they are brought down on top of Meganium, pelting the grass type with an unbelievable aggression that drops Meganium right there. In the end, as the hail fades and the dust cloud from where Lapras settles, it's revealed that both Pokemon were knocked out, bringing the second round to a draw. Both trainers recall their Pokemon, to which Price compliments Ash, saying that he thought Lapras would be able to best his grass type, but he should suspect nothing less of a champion level opponent. Ash reinforced this, saying that he really thought he had that one, but unfortunately it seems like the weather condition played a favorable part for the gym leader. However, things look in Ash's favor as it's still 2-1, but just because the numbers are against Price doesn't mean Ash should count out the years of experience he has. As the old man declares, "Pile of swine, go!" The bacon of Winter's Pass emerges to the field with a brief thud, followed by a snort signaling that it's ready to take the first battle with this trainer that it's had in over 50 years. Ash figured that Pryce would use this Pokemon considering the way he broke down when he saw it the other day, with the young champion asking if this is Pryce's strongest Pokemon. This is where Ash gets something that he wasn't expecting from Pryce, a miniature diatribe of his young life. Pryce goes on to explain that in his youth, he was untouchable as a trainer. He was feared far and wide for his expertise with the Ice-type Pokemon. Even Fire types and their trainers would freeze in the presence of him and Piloswine. Far before there was ever any type of gym challenges ever established in any part of the world, Pryce was known for traveling to territorial tournaments and taking many wins. That was until he first stepped foot in the Kanto region, in a place called Cinnabar Island. Pryce was the hotshot young trainer from Johto that everyone was talking about. However, he was not the main focus of this tournament, as there was another one in attendance that was known for their expertise in the fire typing. However, this didn't matter to me. We had faced many fire trainers before. This young trainer and his Magmar was just another one for us to take down. As the tournament rolled on and trainers fell to both me and this other fire-type opponent, it became clear that we would be the ones facing each other in the finals. However, what wasn't clear was just how skilled this fire-type trainer was. This trainer hadn't held back for the duration of the tournament, only letting loose what techniques and skill that he needed to just to get by. That was until we met. I was young, and my arrogance cost me that battle. The cockiness I showed as I entered quickly faded away as my Pokemon were taken down, one by one, until it was just me and Piloswine left. I couldn't understand it at the time. We had faced so many fire-type Pokemon in the past. Why was this trainer any different? But the truth was, I was blinded to the situation. I had lost before I had even entered because I assumed that I knew everything there was to know about countering a fire-type. However, my vision was clouded and my judgment was skewed, and this came to a head when Piloswine was on the receiving end of a fire blast. It was in that moment when my oldest partner was put in danger that I realized it was because of me that this was happening. I had cost us the battle, and it was about to cost me even more. In a split moment, I found myself running onto the battlefield, covering Piloswine as a fire blast consumed both of us. The next thing I knew, I had woken up and I was back in Mahogany Town with Sheila and Piloswine by my side. However, my actions had cost me greatly. 70% of my body had suffered third-degree burns because of the fire blast. All I knew in these moments were pain. I spent hours laying in bed, screaming, just wishing for it to stop. It was here that I found myself alone with Piloswine as Sheila had headed into the town to get some much needed food to help me recover. But in the time she was gone, all I could do was scream in pain. It was so bad that even Piloswine couldn't stand to be around it. Then, without a moment's notice, Piloswine stood up and kicked open the door to the cabin, taking off into the blizzard outside. Though I was writhed in pain, I gave chase the best I could, barely keeping visual with Piloswine until it stopped suddenly about 50 yards ahead of me. It was then that it happened. A flash in the sky, and a boy lying unconscious in the snow. It was at this moment that Sheila had found us, and she used her abnormal strength to carry us both back to the cabin. However, I had expended myself to the point that the next time I woke up, that boy was gone, and my burns were mostly healed. However, the events of that night felt like a dream, but I quickly found out it was more like a nightmare. It's been 50 years since that night, and I never thought I would see Piloswine again. When I saw that boy Sammy with Gary and the others, I knew instantly that it wasn't a nightmare, and something far beyond my understanding had happened that night. But I never thought it would bring me back in contact with my oldest friend. Now we stand here, in front of the champion of the Indigo region. Ash, I aim to make this a battle worthy of your presence. Let me and my oldest friend show you the power that we once demonstrated in our youth. Smiling, Ash readies a Pokeball for his next choice. Pryce, I want you to bring your best, because that's what I intend to do. Shuckle, I choose you. The defensive bug hits the ice, sliding across the battlefield like a hockey puck, ready for its next chance to battle a gym leader. Pryce knows instantly what Ash is trying to do, and using Shuckle's defense is a great way to stave off Piloswine's power. However, Pryce isn't going to give Ash the chance for this, as he calls for the first move of the battle and a Reflect. Liking this option to start the battle, Ash chooses to follow suit, as he calls for a Defense Curl. Both Pokemon do what they can to maximize their bulkiness as the next commands are given. For Pryce, it's a simple one, a Rock Slide.
while Ash calls for a rollout. You would think that Shuckle would have the advantage here. However, it's at this moment that Ash gets a chance to see the power of Pryce's oldest Pokemon, when the Rock Slide slams Shuckle right into a gym wall, not even giving it a chance to execute the rollout. Luckily for our Indigo champion, his defensive Mon isn't that hurt. More upset than anything that it's got a scuff on its shell. Seeing that they have a clear difference in power, Ash decides that it's time to play the long game. He orders Shuckle to use another rollout so that way they can move across the battlefield and get close to Piloswine. Pryce has a good idea of what Ash is up to, so he decides to pull one of his oldest tricks out of the book, telling Piloswine to use Rock Slide. However, its direct target isn't Shuckle, but the pathway between the two Mons. However, Ash and Shuckle are undeterred as a rock wall begins to form. This is where our young hero orders a change-up, telling Shuckle to use the speed of the rollout and shift it into a rapid spin. Doing so allows Shuckle to skate across the ice so smooth that it begins to gain speed as it hits the rock wall at an angle, gliding into the air just above Piloswine. However, Pryce wanted this because he was using the rock as a means to obscure the view of both Ash and Shuckle, as Piloswine was charging its next major attack. And unfortunately for our hero, the bug type is going to feel it, as Pryce orders Piloswine to let loose with a supercharged Mud Bomb. This consumes Shuckle, as its increase in defense bears no position here, as this is a special type attack. Shuckle is at a pure disadvantage, and this is noticed by Ash when he orders Shuckle to try and use another rapid spin to balance out. However, there's a problem. The mud had gunked up all of the holes in Shuckle's shell, leaving it unable to really get out of it. This leaves the bug type with only one option, as it collides into the gym wall with the full force that it had gained, trying to gain a favorable position. Ash calls to Shuckle, trying to get it to move again, because unfortunately for the bug type, Piloswine is on top of it with none other than its worst possible nightmare, a Rock Slide. However, it is at this moment that something truly amazing happens. The Rock Slide begins to take shape and mold into a new attack. The boulders that collide into Shuckle appear to have fossils in them. Then, without notice, Piloswine begins to glow as if its stats were increased, followed by another deepening glow. But this isn't a stat increase glow. This is an evolutionary glow. As Shuckle begins to shake off the cobwebs of the boulders that just smacked it to oblivion, it is greeted with the sight of its opponent evolving, as neither Ash or Pryce can believe this phenomenon. As the light fades, Pryce's ace has taken on its final evolution in Mamoswine due to the fact that its Rock Slide had changed into the move Ancient Power. In this one simple act, Piloswine has demonstrated its ability to rise to the occasion, just as its trainer has. It will not let the mistakes of the past hold them back. Ash knows that him and Shuckle have a challenge on their hands, so he orders his best move possible, another rollout. However, Pryce or Mamoswine are not going to give him the option, as the gym leader orders one final move, an Earthquake. The ice battlefield begins to shake violently as Shuckle is thrown about, hitting into the wall and then the ice pillars of the battlefield. Mamoswine holds nothing back, increasing in the power of its seismic activity until the gym lays in ruins and Shuckle lie defeated with spirals in its eyes, unable to continue the battle. Recalling Shuckle, Ash compliments Pryce on his and Mamoswine's bond. Even though all this time has passed, the two still battle like they've never missed a beat. The old man smirks and tells Ash that he knows what his final choice is, and he hopes that Ash and Magby can demonstrate the same bond that him and Mamoswine have. Not wanting to be rude, Ash declares, "Magby, I choose you." The baby Spitfire emerges from its ball, ready to continue where it left off earlier in the battle. The flags wave, signaling the final stretch of this gym battle, and Ash knows he and Magby have a lot of ground to make up. So he decides to start things off strong, calling for a double team. Pryce reciprocates this thought by calling for another Reflect to raise the defense of the Pachyderm. Now that the conditions of the battle have been set, the real fun can begin, as Pryce starts things off strong with an Earthquake. However, Ash isn't going to fall for this twice, and he has something on his side this time that he didn't have with Shuckle. That's speed, so he orders Magby to use its to their advantage by jumping on the boulders that are made of ice and rock that lay throughout the battlefield from the previous altercation. This allows Magby to stave off the damage as it makes its way towards its opponent with another flurry of double teams to raise its evasion even more. This is where the weakness in Pryce's strategy becomes apparent, as even though Mamoswine is a very bulky and powerful Pokemon, its speed is where it's lacking, and Magby is able to take full advantage of this by landing a Fire Punch directly into the nose of the beast. Unfortunately for our champion though, this is where the Reflect is going to kick in to half the damage and give Pryce a much needed opening as he calls for a Blizzard from Mamoswine. With Magby being at blank range, the Ice type envelops it, encasing it in a tomb, much to Price's pleasure and Ash's dismay. Then, almost to add insult to injury, Price orders an ancient power, in the hopes that the boulders will crush Magby and bring this battle to an end. However, just because Magby is entombed doesn't mean that it's out of the game just yet. Remember, it is a fire type, and Ash has a move in mind that can stave off its frozen imprisonment. Magby, use Fire Spin! The little Spitfire heeds the call of its trainer, as it is directly beneath Mamoswine, being this is where it had dropped when it was encased in the blizzard. And this is going to give it the perfect opportunity for some payback. As Mamoswine charges the ancient power, Magby is able to use the Fire Spin to break out of the frozen that has been caused to it and hit Mamoswine for some non-physical damage that's going to cause a revolving door of chip damage over the next few moves. This was a massive push for Team Ash as the ancient power is brought down on Magby, but due to its Ray's invasiveness, it's able to dodge fairly easy, allowing Magby to counter with another Fire Punch. Now, while this move is cut in half because of the Ray's defense from Reflect, it is still super effective, causing a decent amount of damage to Mamoswine. However, this puts Magby in the peripheral of the Mammoth, allowing it to time a blizzard just right to strike the fire type once more, sending it careening back into a pile of rubble. While the move was not super effective towards Magby, the sheer force that was put into it could have been enough to knock it out. This is a cause of concern for Ash as he calls to it. At first, it seems like Magby may have been knocked out. That is, until the rubble slowly starts to shift and the baby Spitfire is able to emerge, although it's a little bit worse for wear. This is where Price calls for another ancient power, and the only thing Ash can do is make sure that Magby does not get hit again by calling for another double team. Luckily, with its raised evasiveness and this turn, Magby is able to dodge the attack. However, there is one thing that is noticeable here. Magby is beginning to tire because of the amount of damage that it's took, and it's starting to slow down. This could result in it getting hit very soon. Price can see this as well and aims to use this to his advantage, as he tells Mamoswine to put everything it has into one final blizzard. Magby is in the direct path of this, and it doesn't have time to dodge. Realizing there's only one possible out to this, Ash calls for another Fire Spin, hoping that Magby will have enough power within it to push back the Ice-type move. What follows is a struggle of elements, as Magby puts everything it has into the attack, while Mamoswine, using its sheer bulk, gives no quarter to the baby fire type. Things are not looking in Ash's favor, as Price tells Mamoswine to turn on the pressure. They're gonna end this now. It's here that Magby looks like it's beginning to falter. However, it refuses to give in, as it can hear not only Ash, but Pikachu and Vincent cheering for it. This causes something inside of it to well up. It's an unknown power that Magby has never been able to tap into. It's in this moment that the Fire Spin gains more power, growing in size. Ash can see this, and he continues to cheer on Magby. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows that the little fire type has what it takes to overtake this attack and win the battle. These words of confidence from its trainer cause something to happen. What was once a meek Fire Spin has now transformed into a full-on flaming kanji, as flashbacks of both Price and Mamoswine's past come running through their mind. This causes the Mammoth to break focus for just a millisecond, allowing Magby's new Fire Blast to engulf the Mammoth. Ash yells not to hold anything back. It can do this. With the Fire-type attack steadily growing in power, Mamoswine is no longer visible, but then Magby begins to sputter as the attack loses its substance, and the little Spitfire falls over, just as Mamoswine is revealed, and they both have succumbed to their injuries, making this battle a draw. Sheila begins to make the call, declaring that the battle is a draw, hence no badge will be given out. However, Price stops her. No, he says. This boy and his Pokemon have demonstrated a will to never give up, and he has represented the CANT region well as its champion. He overcame the evolution and the experience of both me and a Pokemon despite his youth. And furthermore, he has reminded us what it means to be trainers. It is here that Price presents Ash with the Glacier Badge, telling the young man that no matter if the gym battle was a draw or not, he has earned this for all of the effort he has put in to protect Mahogany Town and remind Price of the things he has lost. Now, due to Ash's history, he's normally not one to want to take out handouts when it comes to gym badges. However, he has grown a lot over the last year, and he realizes that this isn't a handout. There are other means of victory besides just winning a battle, and that's something he's come to learn. So he accepts the badge, thanking Price for the chance to battle him, to which the old man tells him he looks forward to his performance in the league. And with that, we are going to end this part. So tell me, what did you think about this part? How did you feel about the battle that Ash had with Price? Who was the MVP of this battle? How did you feel about Price and how he was tied in with everything that had happened with Celebi? And of course, are you excited for the next parts? Because there's only one more gym badge for both Ash and Gary and the rest of their respective teams, and then we get onto the league. And what teams do you think each trainer is going to use in this final gym battle? Let me know in the comments down below.
We begin today's episode with Ash and Vincent as they arrive in Blackthorn City. Unfortunately for the couple, they have arrived a little late in the day, and they're going to be forced to stay at the Pokemon Center, as the gym is probably closed at this point. However, this is a blessing in disguise, as it's going to allow them to get their Pokemon looked at before their big gym battle in the morning. Considering this is the 8th and final gym of the region, it's most likely the most powerful. So, they head to the Pokemon Center to get everyone checked out. Later that night, after all the Pokemon checkups have been completed, Vincent and Ash are laying in their room. However, they're not just laying in silence, because from the mountains around the city, they can hear loud roars that are echoing throughout the canyon, as well as brief tremors that vibrate the floor of the Pokemon Center. But this doesn't have the boys worried, as they have something much more pressing on their mind, as both Ash and Vincent are arguing over who's going to get the chance to battle the gym first, to which Ash makes the claim that Vincent battled Price first, so this time it should be him that gets the chance to battle. But Vincent is adamant that he should get the chance to battle, as he doesn't want a chance for Ash to spoil what type of Pokemon they use. Unfortunately, this conversation goes on back and forth for a little while longer. That is, until they both decide that there's only one way that they can hash this out, and that's with a game of rock, paper, scissors. A best 2 out of 3. Luckily for our hero, Ash actually wins this, and that gives him the right to challenge the gym leader first. With this, both our heroes decide that it's time to turn in, with Ash falling fast asleep, dreaming of the type of Pokemon he's going to get a chance to meet in the morning, while Vincent just lays in bed a little bit unhappy that he's going to have to sit and wait and have the surprise of the gym spoiled. But this is where his inner thoughts are going to be interrupted, because now that he's not arguing with Ash, the roars and the tremors that come from outside the Pokemon Center are something that does capture the boy's attention, and unfortunately this is going to be a bad thing for Vincent, because he's not going to get a chance to sleep as much as he wants. However, try as he might, morning eventually comes, and after a hearty meal at the Pokemon Center, both of the boys set out for the gym. However, there's something that they notice as they get closer to the building. The roars and the tremors that they've been feeling throughout the night are intensifying, like the gym is the source of the disruptions. And when they get outside of the main doors, that is when it's at the most intense. Knowing that this could be an actual gym battle coming from within the building, Ash recommends that they go inside, so that way if they have the chance, he could still stake his claim to the battle. However, once they get inside, the building is eerily quiet from within, only being met by an old man that greets the boys, informing them that he is the elder of the Dragon Clan, to which Ash and Vincent both respond that they are here for a gym battle, but unfortunately, they are informed that the gym leader is indisposed at the moment, dealing with some personal family issues, so they're going to have to come back at a later date for whatever gym battles they may be seeking. While Ash is a bit bummed of this, Vincent isn't going to take this answer laying down, telling the old man that if he's not shown the way to where the gym leader is, then he's going to have to go looking for them himself. And it would be a terrible shame that if somebody that went seeking the gym leader gets lost and disappears in the mountains around the Blackthorn City. That could look really bad on the Dragon Clan, don't you think? You're really willing to steep so low, young man? To which Vincent simply replies with a sly smirk, saying it would be a shame if he went missing. Hanging his head, the elder tells the boys to follow him. He will lead them to the gym leader. The duo follow the old man through the gym and down to a passage that seems to be cut out of the rock. It's here that Vincent begins to trip out, as he doesn't do too good in tight spaces, but Ash tells him that they need to hurry up or they'll lose the old man, and besides, this is what he wanted. They're going to get a chance to meet and battle with the gym leader. Ash then disappears into the cave with Vincent running behind him, telling the champion to wait up. He doesn't want to be left alone. However, as they traverse the darkness of the cave, the rumbling and the vibrations begin to grow more intense, causing Vincent to freak out a bit. However, this has the exact opposite impression on Ash, as he's excited to see what this is coming from. Maybe this is the gym leader training, and this is how strong they actually are. The traversing of the dark tunnel seems to take forever, but eventually a light begins to break through, and they find themselves at an opening that leads into a meadow that's surrounded by towering walls of rock and granite. It is here that the two boys get an answer to what the rumbling and the vibrations along with the loud roars are. There are two Dragonite that are clashing with all of their might inside of this meadow, like they are battling for supremacy. However, that's not what has Ash's attention. What has his attention is the people that are standing at the base where the Dragonite are battling. One of them is someone he knows all too well, Lance, and next to him is a blue-haired girl, and then someone that Ash thought he wouldn't see ever again in his life, the trainer he lost to in the Orange Islands, Drake. This is where the elder interrupts the two battling Dragonite, calling to the girl with blue hair, Master Claire, you have challengers. This causes the two Dragonite to stop battling dead in their tracks, as Lance gives the order to do so. Ah, Ash, I was wondering when you would make it here, but I figured it wouldn't be too long after Mahogany Town, the Dragon Master says, as Dragonite lands beside him. Lance, what are you doing here? Ash responds, to which he informs Ash that he's actually from Blackthorn City, like he stated when they were back in Mahogany Town, but the boy must not have been listening. However, it doesn't matter, as
as Lance informs Ash that he is actually the current leader of the Dragon Clan, and during the off-season of the Pokemon League, he comes home to train with his family members who all hold high positions as either gym leaders, Elite Four members, or even champions in some cases. This is where Ash asks a question that's been bugging him. So what is Drake doing here? To which the leader of the Orange Crew responds with a simple hi, and he informs Ash that he's actually cousins with Claire and Lance. His Dragonite, just like Claire and Lance's, were all born here in the Dragon's Den. This is where Claire introduces herself as the leader of the gym in Blackthorn City, and she asks who has come to battle her, to which Ash steps forward. "I'll be your first opponent," he says. This puts a smile on Claire's face as she was told by Lance that the champion of the Kanto region was competing in the Johto League, so she knew at one point she was going to get a chance to battle him, and she wants to see exactly what Ash had that allowed him to beat her cousin, considering Lance is the strongest of the three of them. With a fire in her belly, Claire tells Ash that she would love to battle him, so why don't they head back to the gym so they can get underway? Ash is ever more excited as well. However, this excitement isn't going to last, as a loud roar can be heard off in the distance, and then two shadowy figures appear with their backs to the sun in the sky, and they are heading in the direction of our heroes and everyone else. This causes both of the Dragonite to get very defensive as the mood drastically shifts to one of defense and concern. However, the tension of the situation is quickly broke when a flamethrower engulfs Ash out of nowhere. It is here that the boy yells, "Charizard, is that you?" To which the shadows slowly come visible, revealing that it's not only Charizard, but the leader of the Charific Valley, Liza, and Charizard's girlfriend, Charla. The fire lizard lands next to its trainer with another flamethrower engulfing it, happy to see him for the first time since Goldenrod City. This whole spectacle has everyone confused. However, things are quickly caught up when Liza explains that she often comes to the Dragon Den to visit her friend Claire, and that Ash's Charizard has been training in the Charific Valley since his early entry into the Johto League. This answers a few questions for Lance, as he was concerned that Ash had released his Charizard, but the fact that he knows that Charizard's been off training is a bit of relief for the Dragon Master. However, all of the happiness and friendship quickly takes a turn when Charizard eyes a person that it hasn't seen in a long time, Drake. The salamander eyes the leader of the Pumelo Gym, growing quiet with a glare that should be able to set him ablaze. "Wait, Charizard, are you okay?" Ash asks, to which Drake simply laughs. "So, it seems you want a rematch, do you?" This gets Ash's attention. "What do you mean, rematch?" "Well, Ash, it seems that's exactly what it is. Your Charizard is eyeing me down, like it wants a chance to battle my Dragonite once again. Remember, it lost to my Dragonite, which is ultimately what cost you your run in the Orange League." "Is this true?" our hero asks, to which Charizard says nothing, refusing to break eye contact with Drake. Now Ash has something he has to think about. He was about to have a gym battle with Claire, and now this has popped up. And he ultimately decides that while the gym battle with Claire is important, he can do that at any time. This is a point of pride for the fire starter, and Ash is not going to let Charizard down. "Okay, Charizard, if you want a battle, then we will have a battle. What do you say, Drake? Will you accept our challenge?" To which Drake simply shrugs. Dragonite hasn't had a chance to stretch its wings since they got here, since Lance has been hogging up all the training with the Master Dragonite. So he would love a chance for his Dragonite to get some battling before they have to head home. So Drake agrees to the rematch. However, this leaves another matter unattended to, as Claire was planning a gym battle, so she's a bit down. However, Vincent quickly steps in, saying that he was also here to challenge her, and since Ash isn't going to be the one to take the battle today, how about him? Claire thinks this over. While she did want a chance to test her strength against the Indigo champion, this boy will be a suitable substitute if he's been traveling with Ash for the time being. So she accepts the challenge, to which her, Vincent, and the Dragon Master decide to head inside of the gym, while Lance, Ash, and Drake decide to stay in the Dragon's Den to use that as their battlegrounds. So with the lines now drawn, everybody heads their separate ways, as Charizard and Ash stand ready for the one rematch that the two never expected to get. Over with Vincent and Claire, the two are talking as they enter the gym. Claire wants to know her opponent a little bit before they start the battle, considering he's been traveling with Ash. And this is where Vincent goes to explain the entire story of how him and Ash met and all the adventures they've had together so far. Vincent says he's really lucky to have been traveling with Ash, considering Ash is kind of a hero to him. He's the whole reason why he wanted to set out on a Pokemon journey in the first place. If Ash could become a champion at 10 years old, then there's no reason why Vincent couldn't become one either. He's quite the inspiration, I'll give him that, Claire responds. My cousin Lance speaks very highly of him. However, you must know, just because you're friends with Ash doesn't mean that I'm going to go easy on you. I, Claire, of the Blackthorn City Gym, accept your challenge. This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. I will not be allowed substitutions, while you will. The battle will be over
however, when one side is out of all of their Pokemon. Do you agree to these terms? Vincent yells that he does as the two take their positions on opposite ends of the battlefield. With a smile, Claire readies a Pokeball in her hand as the first choice is given. Gyarados, you're up! The atrocious Pokemon emerges from its ball and snakes its way into the pool that is part of the battlefield. Vincent knows that Gyarados is a water and flying type, so he has one option on his team that would be the best counter to this, as it declares, Magneton, go! The magnetic Pokemon emerges from its ball, hovering across the battlefield ready for Vincent's commands, to which the boys' hopes are simple. Its steel typing will provide the defense needed, while its electric typing will give them an overwhelming advantage to take an early win. As the battle is signaled to start, Claire starts things off, calling for a Hyper Beam, to which Vincent counters immediately with a Flash Cannon. The two moves collide, enveloping the entire gym in a bright light, as we fade back out to the Dragon's Den to where Ash and Drake stand across from each other. The leader of the Pumelo gym is in the same boat as Ash. He didn't think that he would get a chance to re-battle the boy, especially after he had heard Ash had beaten his cousin Lance. So this is going to be an unexpected treat for him, as he declares, Dragonite, you're up! Emerging from its ball, the Dragon-type Pokemon plops down right in front of its trainer, ready for a chance to battle. However, this is where we notice something. Before, when Charizard and Dragonite fought, Charizard was slightly smaller than the Dragon-type. However, since their last altercation, it's shown here that Charizard has been training drastically, as Dragonite is now on equal size with the Fire Lizard. Drake is the first one to notice this, complimenting Ash on the training that he's done with Charizard, to which Ash tells Drake that he can't take all the credit. Charizard has been training in the Charific Valley for quite some time now. We spent so much time together that I was relying on it too much, and it was making me weaker as a trainer. So our time apart has forced us both to grow in ways that we don't know yet, but I can guarantee we're going to demonstrate it in this battle. Drake likes the sound of this, considering the last time that they battled, Charizard barely listened to Ash. Lance has decided to be the judge for this unofficial Pokemon battle, as Liza and Charla sit back watching Charizard and the fruits of its labor. With their signal for their bout to begin, Drake gives the first command, ordering an extreme speed from Dragonite. The pseudo-legendary demonstrates that it hasn't been just sitting idly by since the time that they battled last, as it bolts in the direction of Charizard as Ash orders it to take to the air. However, while Charizard's size and power may have increased from its training, that doesn't mean that its speed is greater than Dragonite's, and it's displayed here when the extreme speed connects, knocking Charizard back as it was just beginning to gain altitude. However, they're not going to take this lying down, as Ash calls for a flamethrower, to which the fire starter quickly responds, sending a burst in the direction of Dragonite. Unfortunately, the residuals of its extreme speed are in display here, as Dragonite is able to use it to evade the attack rather easily. However, this wasn't Ash's true intent. It was merely a distraction, allowing Charizard to create the space needed for it to climb higher, so that way it can gain the area supremacy. Seeing that they were baited, Drake orders Dragonite in with a Thunder Punch. However, because Dragonite is lower than Charizard, Ash is able to use this to his advantage, as he orders the Fire Lizard to dive down and hit it with the Metal Claw. Using its size and weight to his advantage, Charizard does this, as the Metal Claw connects with a Thunder Punch, overpowering it and smashing Dragonite into the head with Charizard's knuckles. Ash then quickly follows this up with the Flamethrower, to which Drake quickly counters with an extreme speed that Dragonite is able to quickly enact, allowing it to barely evade the Fire-type attack. Ash realizes that they're on a losing end here, as Charizard's lack of speed could be the same downfall as before, as Dragonite used its superior speed to secure the attack that beat them last time. But the boy is not going to give up, as he orders the Fire Lizard to use another Metal Claw. Back over with Vincent, we are in the midst of the second battle with these two. While Magneton was able to overpower Gyarados thanks to its typing, it quickly fell to Claire's next choice, her Kingdra. And this is where we find Vincent as his strongest Pokemon. His starter, Meganium, is now in the midst of an all-out battle with Kingdra. Vincent is doing his best, having Meganium use a Reflect to stave off as much physical damage as possible. However, unfortunately for him, Kingdra is mostly special offensive, so Reflect isn't going to do much, and Meganium has been taking a pounding from attacks like Dragon Pulse and Hydro Pump. And let's not forget the insult to injury that's been added with the increase of speed from Kingdra's agility. Vincent is finding himself in quite the predicament, and Meganium is beginning to tire, while it's only caused minimal damage to Kingdra. However, both are too stubborn to give up, as Vincent decides to use their trump card, Solar Beam. The petals around Meganium's neck begin to glow as Kingdra comes in for another attack. Vincent frantically tells Meganium to do whatever it can to evade and dodge whatever Kingdra throws at it, which in this case just just so happens to be another Dragon Pulse. While the cyclone of Dragonic energy is powerful, it is extremely focused, and this plays well to the strategy that Vincent is trying, as Meganium is able to sidestep it, avoiding any major damage. But unfortunately for the boy, this was all part of Claire's tactic, as Meganium is then pelted by some levitating stars as she calls for a Swift. Realizing they're only going to have one shot at this, Vincent tells Meganium to charge directly into the attack. This gives the grass type just enough time to finish charging the solar beam, as it meets Kingdra face to face, letting loose all of the solar energy that it's been storing over the last turn. Light envelops everything across the battlefield as we fade back over to Ash. There is a dust cloud in front of our hero, and in it, the silhouette of Charizard. However, this isn't something that the lizard caused, this was something that was done to the lizard, as it was driven into the ground when Drake gave a command to his Dragonite, Outrage. A frenzy came over the pseudo-legendary as it began to attack erratically and irrationally, causing both Ash and Charizard unable to respond to its move, and this is what led into a massive slam into the ground from the Dragon type. As the dust settles, Charizard is laying in the ground. While its fire is still burning and it is still conscious, it's struggling to stand up from that titanic slam. Come on, Charizard, Ash says. All of that training you've been through was meant for moments like this. I know you can do it. Now, please, stand up. With the mighty roar, Charizard stomps its foot onto the ground, standing back up, ready to engage with Dragonite once more. It is in this moment, Ash witnesses something that he hasn't seen from the lizard before. Charizard is beginning to glow in a red energy as the fire on its tail intensifies. Looks like Charizard's Blaze ability has been activated, Lance says. Blaze? What is that? Ash responds. It's the ability that Charizard has. When its health gets low enough, its body will react in an attempt to preserve itself by increasing the severity of its fire-type attacks. This is something that might just give Ash the advantage he needs, as Dragonite is coming back in for a second Outrage at the command of Drake. Ash uses this chance to blank the Dragon's sight as he orders Charizard to use a Flamethrower. Unable to see where its target is, Dragonite just skates through the fire, only to find that Charizard has used this opening to gain altitude once more. Drake orders Dragonite to take to the air. Charizard is above it. However, they need to be wary of that Blaze ability and the Flamethrower. They can't fall for that again. If they give Charizard another opening, then it could be the end of them. However, the problem that Drake faces here is Dragonite is locked into Outrage, and it proves this when it tries for another attack on Charizard, which unfortunately is going to result in something that nor Lance or Drake was expecting, as Ash calls for a move that neither one of them knew that Charizard could do. Dragon Pulse! As Charizard glows in its red aura, it lets loose a swath of Dragonic energy that collides with Dragonite, stunning the pseudo-legendary in midair. Drake knows that this is bad and they need to create some distance, so he orders Dragonite to use an extreme speed. However, this is where the gamble of using Outrage is going to come back to bite him, as Outrage has ran its course, and now Dragonite is stricken with the confusion, not responding to Drake's commands, as it thrashes about midair, unsure of what to do next. Realizing this is their opening, Ash orders for a combo move. He tells Charizard to hit it with the Flamethrower. As Dragonite is unable to respond to Drake's commands, it is engulfed with the Fire-type attack, only to be met with some more bad news, as Ash gives his second command for a Seismic Toss. Now using its new size, Charizard is able to wrap its arms around Dragonite as it flails about, unable to do anything, while engulfed with flames. The Fire Lizard pulls the pseudo-legendary in close as it darts towards the ground with as much speed and force as it can muster. A mere milliseconds later, a loud thud can be heard as a tremble rings throughout everywhere, including the gym, as we catch up with Claire and Vincent in their battle. As we see the final two combatants of this gym battle. On Claire's side, her ever-faithful Dragonair, while on Vincent's side, a Pokemon that we have not seen him use before, a Kangaskhan. You see, when we faded away last time, while Meganium's Solar Beam wasn't enough to put down Kingdra, it did cause great damage, and in the end, it was able to secure a victory by using a poison powder that, even though wouldn't work while it was still around, did allow Kangaskhan to end the battle with the poison taking effect and landing a Mega Punch that dropped the Dragon type, giving the Vincent the win over Claire's second Pokemon. This is where we pick up, as both Pokemon feel the tremor from the battle outside. This is where Vincent makes the comment that both Ash and Drake are battling their hardest, not holding anything back, so there's no reason that they should do any less. Claire seconds this, telling them that they need to turn up the heat, so she orders Dragonair to use an Iron Tail, to which Kangaskhan quickly counters with a double hit, one to knock away the tail, and the second one to knock Dragonair in the head. This causes the Serpent to become woozy for a brief second, with Vincent trying to capitalize, ordering Kangaskhan to use another Mega Punch. Realizing that this could be the end of them, Claire orders a Haymaker and Hyper Beam in hopes of staving off the normal type attack. As the two moves collide, an explosion is let loose, as we fade back out to the Dragon's Den, where a cloud of dust from the collision that Charizard and Dragonite had with the ground is beginning to settle, and there stands Charizard over Dragonite that has spirals in its eyes as the fire starter lets out a breath of flame, establishing its victory over the pseudo-legendary. Ash erupts in celebration with Pikachu as he rushes in to hug his fire starter. Charizard, you did it! I knew we could! All of that training that you've been through, it paid off! Charizard simply looks at its trainer, happy that it was able to finally get a rematch against one of the greatest foes that it ever had. This is where Lance and Drake approach, as Drake recalls Dragonite so it can get some much needed rest. Ash, that battle was great. I'm glad that you and Charizard have come as far as you have in the last year, Drake says as he shakes the hand of the boy. I can see why you were able to beat my cousin Lance. Just know though, that just because you beat us this time, the next time you may not be so lucky. Oh, don't worry Drake, me and Charizard will be ready for a rematch whenever you are. This is where both Vincent and Claire emerge into the den, as they have finished their gym battle. Vincent, were you able to win, Ash says, to which the boy responds, you know Ash, Claire is the toughest gym battle I've had in all of Johto. For a moment, I didn't think we would be able to do it. Then, Vincent flashes the badge of the Blackthorn Gym, revealing that he was able to barely beat Claire. Your friend is quite the powerful trainer, Claire says, so I'm gonna have to make sure I pull out all the stops for you, Ash, when we battle in the morning. Ash tells Claire that he can't wait. He plans to bring his best against the Dragon-type trainer. And this is where we are going to end things from now. So tell me, how did you guys feel about this part? How did you enjoy the return of Charizard and the rematch that it got to have with Drake and his Dragonite? How did you feel about my twist in making Drake part of the Dragon Clan from Johto? How did you feel about Vincent's battle that he had with Claire? And of course, are you excited for the next part? Because this is going to be the final gym challenge of this What If. Let me know in the comments down below.
We begin today's part with Ash and Vincent as they arrive back at the Blackthorn Gym. This is Ash's final leg of the gym challenge in Johto, and he cannot be more excited. Vincent asks if Ash is ready, to which the champion responds he is. He even made a call to Professor Oak to swap out one of his Pokemon for this battle, as he knows the Dragon type is tricky to deal with. You're telling me, Vincent says, as his entire battle with Claire the previous day had him believing that he didn't have a chance to win at all. It was merely by the skin of his teeth that he was able to clutch a victory. However, for Ash, it's different. His whole aura is different, Vincent notices. Whenever it comes to gym badges and gym battles, Ash is always the calmest person he knows. And the fact that he had made a call to Professor Oak means that he must be really confident in the Pokemon he has. He must have some of his championship level Pokemon that are going to be entering this battle. But Vincent's inner monologue is going to have to come to an end as Ash is pushing on the doors of the gym, announcing his arrival to everyone inside. However, to the surprise of our champion, the gym battlefield is already in use, but it's not Claire and an opponent. It's actually Lance and Drake, as their two Dragonites are clashing at each other, trying to establish dominance to see who is superior. Lance and Vincent watch in awe as the two masters of the Dragonite clash. However, this isn't going to last forever, as the elder of the Dragon Clan has noticed Ash's arrival, signaling Claire, to which the young gym leader announces that the battle will have to be postponed, as her scheduled gym battle is about to start. Although disappointing, both Lance and Drake understand, as they want another chance to see what Ash can do. They're quite curious to the Pokemon that he's brought to battle a Dragon-type master like Claire. After all, she is the strongest gym leader in the entire Johto region. As Lance and Drake call back their respective Dragon-type Pokemon, Claire approaches Ash, asking if he's ready to start their gym battle, to which Ash smiles. I have never been more ready, Claire. Please lead the way. Claire admires Ash's tenacity, telling our hero to follow her. A mere moments later, Ash and Claire stand across from each other on opposite ends of the gym, while Vincent, Drake, and the Elder have all taken seats inside of the stands, as Lance has opted to be the referee for this match. The announcement is given that this will be a 3-on-3 with no substitution on Claire's part. However, Ash will be allowed substitutions, and the battle will be over when one side's Pokemon are unable to battle. With the declaration of the rules out of the way, Claire wastes no time in sending in her first Pokemon. Darudagon, go! A green orange dragon emerges from its Pokeball, to which Ash has never seen before. Using his Pokedex, Ash finds out that this is a dragon type from the far-off region of Unova. So Ash, are you ready for a challenge? Claire says with a smile on her face. Smiling back, Ash declares he wouldn't be here if he wasn't. Now, Glide Gliscor, I choose you! The Fanged Scorpion emerges from its Pokeball, landing on the tip of its tail, presenting itself ready for battle. Ah, so Ash caught a Gliscor, Lance monologues to himself, wondering about the boy's choice for this particular matchup. However, he's not the only one that's inner monologuing, as Vincent is beginning to panic inside, as Ash had told him that he had made a call to Professor Oak for some of his older Pokemon. Vincent was expecting some of his championship team, maybe Rhydon or Snorlax or something like that. But no, he's using something he caught in Johto, which Vincent isn't quite sure is the right choice. However, he's going to have to trust the decision and experience of Ash, as it has been made clear that he is a far better trainer than what Vincent currently is. And that's demonstrated when Ash responds to the first command of Claire that's given, a Dragon Claw. His counter is something simple yet effective. Sandstorm. A cloud of dust blankets the battlefield, preventing the Dragon Claw from landing as Gliscor's ability, Sand Veil, has taken effect. With this free opening, Ash is quick to use it as he calls for a neck scissor that bursts from within the cloud of dust, connecting with the Dragon type for a decent amount of damage considering Gliscor was really close to it. However, Claire is no fool, and she tells Druddigon to stay still, wait for the Fanged Scorpion to come to it. While Sandstorm normally chips away at health of any Pokemon that's not a ground, steel, or rock type, it's proven that Druddigon is a special breed, as even though it may be losing some health, it doesn't appear to be affected by the Sandstorm, merely just waiting patiently for the time to strike. Patience is key here for the Dragon type, as Ash is using the stillness of their opponent to fire off multiple X-Scissors from within the cloud. While this is effective, Ash knows that he needs to cause a greater amount of damage if he hopes to drop the Dragon, so he orders Gliscor in with a Steel Wing. However, this is the opening that Druddigon was waiting patiently for, as at the command of its trainer, Druddigon clamps down on Gliscor's tail with a crunch, preventing the Flying Scorpion from being able to get away. This proves to be problematic for both Gliscor and Ash, as they have nowhere to go, with Gliscor just merely waving in the wind of the Sandstorm, as it's unable to get any control on its gliding capabilities with its tail being held down. Now in a more favorable position, Claire finds this to be an easy wrap-up as she calls for an Aqua Tail from Druddigon. Now glowing in an aqua hue, the dragon drops its tail on Gliscor, causing super effective damage and forcing Druddigon to eject it from its vice-like jaws. While Gliscor may be free, there is a problem, as its main point of attack, using its tail as a springboard, is now hindered due to the efforts of Druddigon and Claire. However, this isn't a problem for Ash, as now that Gliscor is free, it can use the winds of the Sandstorm to its advantage, as at the command of its trainer, it spreads its parasol wings and takes flight back into the clouds. However, we won't have to wait long until we see Gliscor make its next move, as Ash is aiming to end this in one final strike, commanding for a guillotine. The gliding ground type bolts from the safety of its dust cloud, aiming to wrap its pincers around the neck of Druddigon. However, this is something that Claire will not allow, as she orders Druddigon to use its most powerful technique, a superpower. The Emerald Dragon swells with life energy as it connects with the pincers of Gliscor, crushing one of them in the process. However, due to some last minute thinking on Ash's part, Gliscor is able to use its increased evasion to dodge the second superpowered punch and swiftly hide back into the dust. It is at this point that the Sandstorm starts to die, revealing where Gliscor is, barely able to hold on in the air due to its injuries that it sustained to both its pincer and its tail. Knowing that this matchup is no longer in his favor, Ash makes a decision to recall the Fanged Scorpion Pokemon for the time being. However, we're not going to have to wait long as Ash makes his declaration for a second Pokemon. Ursaring, I choose you! The lazy brawler emerges from its ball, half asleep, a bit annoyed that it's being called on by Ash. However, it quickly sees the reason why Ash has chosen it for the battle, so it decides to take this a little bit serious for the time being, considering this dragon type that stands across from it doesn't look like it's something that's going to be an easy pushover. With the start of this next round, Ash keeps things simple, calling for a double team from Ursaring to dodge a Dragon Claw that was thrown at the bear by Druddigon. Ash is glad he did this, as it reveals that Druddigon is starting to tire, as the slowness of its technique and execution is starting to be revealed. So, the boy decides that it's time for him to challenge the power of this Druddigon by ordering Ursaring to use a Focus Punch. The bear decides to engage the dragon type in a head-to-head brawl as it charges both of its fists. In retaliation, Claire holds nothing back, ordering Druddigon to do the same with its Dragon Claws. What follows is a set of blows that at the beginning appear to be even. However, things quickly take a turn for the worse for Claire and her dragon type, as what Ash thought is quickly becoming more apparent, as it's unable to keep up with the raw power of Ursaring due to all the damage that it took took in the battle with Gliscor, and this results in Ursaring finally being able to push through one of the Dragon Claws, connecting with the Focus Punch to the head of the Dragon type and knocking it out cold, giving Ash the first win of this gym battle. Claire recalls the Dragon type commending Ash on his ability to push through its raw power. Not many people have been able to do that in the past, and your Ursaring has demonstrated its ability to brawl like no other. Ash appreciates the compliment. Considering he hasn't used Ursaring in a while, it's still as strong as ever. However, he tells the bear that they can't give up now, as it's going to be his choice for the next altercation. And this is where Claire reveals her second Dragon type, as she declares, Kingdra, it's your time to battle. The battle quickly begins with Claire making a call for a Hydro Pump. However, Ash orders Ursaring to push through this with a slash attack. The bear is able to do so as it makes its way into the pool, raking its claws across the belly of Kingdra, causing it to screech in pain. However, this was well worth the risk, as now Ursaring is in the element of Kingdra, and it's proven so when Claire capitalizes on this, calling for a Dragon Pulse, to which the bear has no defense for and is forced to take head on. This is enough to blast Ursaring from the water back onto the dry battlefield. However, this is where Ash has a revelation. Maybe Ursaring is exactly where he needed it to be, in the water, or at least close to it. As the normal type stands back up, shaking off the cobwebs from that Dragonic attack, Ash orders Ursaring back into the water. However, Ursaring meets this with a look of irritation that shot Ash's way, as it begins to make its way back to the pool. But just before it enters, Kingdra decides to retaliate with a swift attack that ends up connecting with the bear, preventing it from actually entering the pool. However, Ash isn't going to let this delay him, as he orders Ursaring to use its trump card, a Thunder Punch. Ash tells it to punch the wet ground around it, to which Ursaring does so. While, in theory, this is a solid idea due to the water being able to conduct electricity, this is actually a double-edged sword, as not only does Kingdra lit up with the electricity from the Thunder Punch, but because Ursaring was standing in a pool of water, it too catches the effects. And boy, is it going to feel it, because it's at the epicenter of the attack, as it is now stricken with the paralysis. Claire sees this and plans to take full advantage of the situation, as she orders Kingdra to fire another Hydro Pump. Ash sees this coming, and he orders Ursaring to counter with another double team. However, the bear is slow to move, taking part of the Hydro Pump before fading out of the way, allowing it to disperse. This is where Ash starts to feel confident, as even though Ursaring has been paralyzed, its evasion can keep increasing, which gives him a chance to stave off the attacks from Kingdra. However, this advantage is not one that Ash has thought the whole way through, as Kingdra still has one move that doesn't really care about accuracy, and that's Swift, to which Claire calls for again that connects with the bear, causing some more damage to it. Things are beginning to reach the end of this battle, and Claire can see that Ursaring is starting to tire, just like Darudagok did. So she plans to use this to her advantage, by turning on the pressure with another Dragon Pulse. Realizing that they may be out of options, Ash decides that he's going to have to do this the best way that Ursaring possibly can. Straight through, as he orders the normal type to use another set of slash attacks to break away at the Dragon Pulse. This once again finds it in the pool with Kingdra. However, Claire figured this might happen, so she plans to retaliate with a Hydro Pump. However, this is exactly what Ash wanted, as he realized that there was no true way to actually win this battle. So if he can't win, he can at least make it so he doesn't lose, as one thing about Ursaring has yet to be revealed, and that's the fact that its ability Guts has been activated ever since it took on the paralysis. And when Kingdra tries to execute the Hydro Pump, Ash orders Ursaring to retaliate with another Thunder Punch, except this time drive it into the Hydro Pump. Doing this, the Thunder Punch has a direct line of current straight to Kingdra that then feeds through the Dragon type into the pool of water that shocks Ursaring as well. Both trainers can do nothing but watch their Pokemon surface with spirals in their eyes, as this is a double knockout. Recalling her second choice, Claire commends Ash on his ability to use the water to his advantage like that. She didn't think any Pokemon would be willing to risk themselves like that. However, Ash simply responds that Ursaring knew the task, and it was willing to push through if that meant victory. Unfortunately, it was unable to withstand the charge of the second attack. However, it did put us one step closer to ending this battle. While Ash recalls Ursaring, Vincent is still trying to figure out exactly when did he catch it. He never knew that Ash had an Ursaring or it was as strong as this. However, all these questions are going to have to wait, as the combatants for the next battle are chosen, as Ash declares, Gliscor, I choose you, while Claire makes a simple call, declaring, Dragonair, your time to shine. Both Pokemon hit the field, although it's clear that Gliscor is the worse off of the two, as Dragonair is still fresh and ready to take victory in this battle. And it's going to be a quick one too, as Ash tells Gliscor to try and gain some height. However, the Flying Scorpion is unable to do so with the injury that it sustained to his tail, and falls victim to one really quick Iron Tail from Dragonair, bringing this battle to one of the quickest closes that Ash has ever seen. Ash recalls Gliscor, thanking it for all of the effort that it put in. He now stands there silent, holding a Pokeball in his hand, staring at at both Dragonair and Claire. His final choice for the final gym of the region has to be the way he started the region. Charizard, I choose you! The fire lizard emerges from its ball with a burst of a flamethrower, signaling that it's ready to establish dominance in this battle. Claire is intrigued by this, as she didn't know that this Charizard had belonged to Ash over the many times that it had visited Blackthorn City with Liza, so she's fully aware of what it's capable of and its strengths. However, what she doesn't know is what it's capable of when it's being wielded by the trainer that it's bonded with. However, she's not going to have to wait long, as the flags are given for the start of the battle by Lance, to which Ash immediately begins with the flamethrower. However, Claire has a quick counter to this, ordering Dragonair to dive into the pool of water so that way it can avoid any damage from the fire-type attack. This is a simple yet effective method at protecting itself, and it's going to make this gym badge that much tougher for Ash to earn. However, that's not going to deter Ash, as he has one simple fix for this, as the simple logic of an 11-year-old boy has kicked in. If he can't hit it through the water, then they need to get rid of the water, to which Ash orders a flamethrower, telling Charizard to aim it at the pool and do not let up. For a moment, Claire is baffled by the order that is given, as it's not going to work. The flamethrower will have no effect on Dragonair as long as it remains underwater, and it can stay there as long as it's needed. However, as steam starts to rise and the water level is reduced, Claire begins to realize just how faulty her plan was, as Ash's plan is finally unveiled due to all the water evaporating from the pool due to the flamethrower. However, Charizard has not stopped with its attack, as now that the water is gone, Ash orders it to turn on the heat. Charizard does so, increasing the power of its fire, turning the once water pool into a smoldering crater as Dragonair is enveloped by flames, forcing it to head skybound to avoid any major damage. Not wanting it to get away, Ash orders Charizard into the air so it can take flight and capture its prey. Unfortunately, Charizard's size is its downfall at this point, considering it can't even catch Dragonair once it is taken to the air. However, Ash knows that they don't have to just physically connect with Dragonair, as he orders another flamethrower from his fire lizard, to which Claire orders Dragonair to counter with a twister. The Dragon Maelstrom is able to catch the flamethrower, turning it into a fire tornado that dissipates in front of Dragonair, leaving both Ash and Charizard considering their next move. Claire's mastery of dragon types is evident with the way she's demonstrated them in this battle. However, that's not going to deter Ash, as he and Charizard intend to take home this final badge. With another command of a flamethrower, the fire lizard spits another molten ball of fire at the dragon type, to which Claire simply calls for another twister in order to counter it in the same way that she did before. However, she uses this to her advantage, as she orders Dragonair to follow up with the Hyper Beam, as Ash and Charizard were waiting for the fire tornado to dissipate. This catches them both off guard, as Charizard is hit with a superpowered blast, forcing it into a tailspin as it heads towards the ground, allowing Dragonair the time to recover that it needs, while Charizard is unable to retaliate. However, things quickly change when the cries from Ash are able to get through to it, and it's able to come to its senses, pulling up right before it smacks into the ground. Knowing they have to be careful with their long-range attacks, Ash orders Charizard back into the air. They're going to have to get a little bit more intimate with Dragonair, as he calls for a Metal Claw. Charizard darts as fast as it can, as Dragonair is beginning to finish up its rest cycle from the Hyper Beam. Charging the Steel-type attack, Charizard slashes at Dragonair in order to attempt to hit it. However, the Dragon type simply counters with an Iron Tail, to which you can hear a metal ping as the two attacks connect with each other. Claire's feeling confident she won that exchange. However, things turn south when she realizes that Charizard didn't just connect with the Iron Tail, but it actually grabbed it while it was using Metaclaw to mitigate the damage it would have taken, and now it's holding Dragonair, and the Dragon type is unable to escape. This is where Ash calls for another flamethrower. The way he figures it, at this close of range, there's no way Twister would be effective at blocking the attack. However, he's quickly mistaken when Dragonair does launch another one at the command of Claire, and the consequence of launching an attack that powerful so close to himself become apparent, as now Charizard and Dragonair are locked in the Dragon type attack. The Maelstrom begins to chip away at Charizard's health, slowly causing a great amount of damage. However, Ash tells Charizard that they need to stay strong, use another flamethrower and feed it into the Twister. Doing so, the Fire Lizard shows its tenacity just like its trainer, as they transform the Dragon type attack into another Fire Tornado that engulfs both of them. This has now become a battle of fire and dragonic energy, and we're going to see just who's stubborn enough to take it all. Unable to see Dragonair, Claire calls for a Hyper Beam in hopes of breaking any type of hold that Charizard may still have on it. However, the Dragon type is unable to respond due to the sheer heat that it's being faced down with. However, Charizard, on the other hand, is ready for its trainer's command, as Ash orders it to use a Seismic Toss. In this moment, the Fire Tornado that looked like it was beginning to slow down rapidly speeds up, as Charizard now has a hold of Dragonair and is spinning in a circle, flying ever so faster, building up the speed it needs to complete its ultimate attack. Claire desperately calls to Dragonair to execute any type of attack that it possibly can. However, the Dragon type is unable to respond to its trainer, as Charizard darts toward the ground ground with a dragon type in its arm. Milliseconds later, a ground-shattering thud is let through the gym as Charizard releases Dragonair from its grip into the battlefield, bringing this battle to a close. The dragon type lay defeated with spirals in its eyes. Charizard stands above it, letting out a bellow of flames, signifying that it was the strongest Pokemon in this battle. Ash rushes to Charizard, celebrating the win with the Fire Starter, as Claire recalls Dragonair and then presents Ash with the 8th and final gym badge of the Johto region, the Rising Badge. As Ash takes the badge, he is approached by Lance, Vincent, and Drake. They are all congratulating him on a battle well fought. Vincent is especially impressed, as all the preconceived notions he had about this battle were thrown out the window, and Ash proved that he doesn't need Pokemon that have had more battle experience in order to beat a strong trainer. Just the belief in himself and his Pokemon was enough to bring him through, and this is a lesson that Vincent is going to take to heart. However, there's one conversation that's happening between Ash and Lance at this current time. The Pokemon G-Man tells Ash that he's looking forward for his challenge in the Silver Conference, and wins the Victory Road Tournament of Johto, he will have a chance to battle the Johto Elite Four. And then at the top, once Ash makes his way through them, Lance will be waiting as Johto's champion for a champion versus champion battle. And this is where we are going to end things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? How did you feel about the gym battle between Claire and Ash? How did you feel about the Pokemon that Ash used in his gym battle against her? And of course, what about this revelation that Lance is the champion of the Johto region? How do you think Ash is going to respond to that? Let me know in the comments down below. Blackthorn City, and the two have done nothing but training non-stop since then. But now the day they have waited for is finally here. The opening ceremonies for the Johto's Silver Conference. Tension and excitement is high running through the air as the Pokemon Center outside of Silver Stadium is buzzing with many trainers that have fought their way through the Johto region over the last year. These feelings are no different for both Ash and Vincent, as they cannot wait to finally get the tournament started and show the world what they can truly do. However, before this is going to happen, there's going to be some catching up with old friends, as Team Gary has finally made themselves known, with both Ethan, Marina, and Gary all making their way to the eating part of the Pokemon Center where Ash and Vincent currently are. What we see here is some friendly back and forth banter between the group as they are catching up since they last saw each other in Mahogany Town. Ethan and Vincent especially won't let things rest, as these two have a score to settle. They haven't actually battled since the first day when they got their starter Pokemon, so they intend to face each other in the tournament at some point, as they both declare they will be the respective winners of their match. While Marina just rolls her eyes as she tends to all of the stuff that she's gathered over the last year, categorizing all of the things that she's seen and documented, trying to keep them as neat as possible for when she gets the chance to throw it in the face of Professor L, so she can say, "I told you so." However, this doesn't last too long, as the teams all have their own things that they have to do today, so they eventually split up after the meals are done. But this is going to cause Ash to cross paths with a very old rival outside of the Pokemon Center, as this person is getting ready for the competition. Once he comes into view, the only thing Ash can say is Richie, as the two Pikachu greet each other as longtime friends and old rivals. Ash says he didn't know that Richie was competing in the Johto League, to which the young auburn-haired boy responds that he didn't think that he would travel out to Johto either, but when he got out here and he saw how strong the trainers are, and the fact that he lost to Ash the year before, he wanted to take another crack at things. He knew that Ash was in the Johto region as well, challenging the gyms due to his fame and notoriety becoming the buzz throughout the gym circuit, so he figured they would eventually run into each other. Both Ash and Richie spend some brief time catching up before the two go their separate ways, promising that if they battle in the tournament, there will be nothing held back. As the three boys part way, Vincent asks about Richie, to which Ash responds explaining the whole story about when they battled at the Indigo Plateau. Richie nearly beat him, but Ash was able to win it out in the end with Charizard. As the two are talking about this, they walk by a boy with a Pokemon that Ash has never seen standing outside of its Pokeball. The two are standing together as the boy looks into Ash's eyes, but nothing is said, as our two heroes continue walking and finishing their conversation. Then, about an hour later, our heroes and everyone that they've met over the past year in Johto that's competed in the league find themselves standing in the center of the Silver Stadium that is packed with a massive crowd. However, this isn't what has Ash's attention. It's the stage that is in front of them, as there is a man that is very old addressing both the combatants and the crowd. This is Mr. Goodshow, the Pokemon League president, who Ash knows all too well. However, Mr. Goodshow is not what has Ash's attention. It's the people that stand behind him. 3 of them he knows all too well. And this is where Mr. Goodshow introduces them as the Elite Four of the Johto region, who consist of Will, the Psychic type trainer, Koga, the Poison type trainer, Bruno, the Fighting type trainer, Karen, the Master of
of multiple different types, and their leader and champion of the Johto region himself, Lance, the Dragon Master. Mr. Goodshow goes to ramble on as Vincent nudges Ash, asking him what he means by Lance is the champion of the Johto region, to which Ash responds this must be what Lance meant when they said they would have a clash of champions. This has the boy thinking deeply about current events and what this means for his future as the champion of the Kanto region. However, this is going to have to be addressed at a later date, as the rules are being set for the first couple of rounds of the Silver Conference. It's here that all the combatants learn that they're going to be split up into groups of 3, and they're all going to have to battle each other. The one in the groups that has the most points will move on to the top 16. Each of the battles will be 3-on-3s, and depending on how you do in the battle, you will get a certain. It's a very simple yet effective system, and the combatants will all find out what groups they are in by tonight at the Pokemon Center. It is here that Mr. Goodshow ends his address by thanking everybody for coming out, and he hopes that they all enjoy the festivities. Everyone celebrates in a loud roar except for Ash, as he and Lance share a brief glance at each other from the stage into the crowd. It is here that we fade to the night of the ceremony with Ash and Vincent at the Pokemon Center. The 3 are awaiting eagerly to see what groups they are going to be paired in. Ash doesn't care who he gets paired with. However, there are 2 that he's hoping that is not in his same group, as he wants a chance to battle them in a full 6-on-6, both Richie and Gary. None of the combatants can take it. They've been forced to wait all day, and now it is just after sunset and they still don't have any results. How are they supposed to figure out who they're going to face the next day? How can they plan for their strategies? It's driving Ash, Gary, and everybody else in attendance crazy waiting for this. Then, just when it seems to be unbearable, a ping rings out through the PA system as the notification goes out that the pairings have been posted. Like a crazed gambleaholic that has just hit the jackpot at the Goldenrod game corner, everybody rushes their monitors of the center looking for where they're placed. Ash and Vincent both look around. However, they're not seeing each other, but they are seeing everybody else. They're not in Gary's group, Ethan's group, Harrison's group, or Richie's group. However, Ash and Vincent aren't in the same group either, as Vincent finally finds his, to which Ash is impaired. Although while scanning through the groups, Ash does notice a familiar face. Shingo, the trainer that he beat with Gliscor back when he first came to Johto. If he's here, that means that everyone who is anyone in the Johto region has showed up for this tournament, which means that he is going to have a great competition. This is where Ash is finally able to find his group, and it just so happens that he's paired with 3 people that he's never met before. And it looks like he's going to be up first tomorrow morning with the first match facing a girl called Macy. And it's not only Ash and Vincent that are seeing all these results. It's also Gary, Ethan, the boy Harrison, Richie, and Shingo are all standing in the Pokemon Center at different places, just out of sight of everyone else, but able to see the screens nonetheless. Now that they all have their pairings, Ash tells Vincent he wants to show him something that Brock once used at the other Pokemon League back in Kanto. So the 2 head off to the private computers of their room. That way they can plan their strategy for the next morning. Team Gary does the same, as Gary has a lot of insight and he has to make sure that all of his Pokemon are the correct ones going into this 3v3, so that way he doesn't get knocked out of the tournament early. While Ethan is secretly relieved that he didn't get put into Gary's group, that way he doesn't have to face him just yet. With all the plans set, we fade to the next morning in the first round of the Silver Conference, as Ash and his opponent Macy have taken the field. Ash is feeling pretty confident in his team, while on the other hand, Macy is gushing over the fact that the Indigo champion is standing directly across from her, and she can't wait for the opportunity to beat him in battle. However, Ash tells her that if she plans to do that, then it's going to be easier said than done, so she better make sure that she's in tip-top form, as when reviewing her profile, he noticed something very specific about it. So, he planned his team accordingly, and with the wave of the flag, the first round is set to begin, as Macy decides to start off strong with the Pokemon that Ash has never seen before, as she sends in her Numel. Once Ash uses his Pokedex to get an idea of what this Pokemon can do, and he realizes that it's half ground type, he's feeling pretty confident in his team selection, so without hesitation he declares his first candidate. Kingler, I choose you! The King Crab hits the field to start the battle, as Ash hopes to have the same luck that he had back in the Indigo League when Kingler was able to evolve from Krabby and sweep an entire first round. The first commands are given from both trainers, as Ash calls for a Sword Stance from his Crab, while Macy follows suit with a Harden. It seems both trainers are playing to the strengths of their Pokemon. However, Ash doesn't stay stagnant, as Macy calls for an Amnesia to increase the special attack of her Fire type. Ash orders Kingler on to attack with a Crab Hammer. While Macy is a powerful trainer in her own right, there is a reason why Ash is the champion of the Kanto region, and is revealed here when his Kingler is proven to be faster than the normal members of its species, and it's able to close the gap between Numel and itself very quickly, smacking the Fire Camel with the Crab Hammer and sending it into the wall to where it lies in a crater with spirals in its eyes. While Macy is a bit saddened that her Numel didn't get a chance to show off its true power, she understands
understands that that was the risk sending in a Pokemon of its caliber versus a championship level opponent. So she recalls Numel so that way she can send in the Pokemon that she has just for this type of situation. Electabuzz! The electric Oni hits the field ready to revenge kill Kingler as the wave of the flag is given for the second bout. Now while Ash knows this is a bad matchup, he doesn't want to forfeit the stat increase that he got from the Swords Dance, so he decides to keep Kingler in as he orders the Crab in with a Vice Grip. However, Macy is able to easily counter this with a Thunder Punch from her Oni, which ends this next exchange in her favor instead of Ash's, as the Thunder Punch was strong enough that Kingler took on a paralysis from the contact. Now that Kingler's speed has been cut in half, she orders Electabuzz to finish things off with a Thunderbolt. Ash counters in an attempt to save Kingler, telling it to launch its giant crab into the ground with a Crab Hammer in an attempt to divert the electricity. However, it's moving too slow and it's unable to complete the attack in time, allowing the Thunderbolt to connect, dropping it in one final attack. Man, I was hoping Kingler would be able to do the same thing again, Ash says to himself. However, he recalls the crab thanking it for all the effort that it put in. Macy's feeling on top of the world with herself at this current time, as her Electabuzz is the perfect counter to any water, and she assumes that Ash being a champion would want to give himself as many advantages as possible, so he chose all water types to counter her mostly fire type team. However, little does she know, she next leveled herself, as Ash saw this coming from a mile away once he noticed that Electabuzz was on her roster, so he packed a safety precaution just in case, declaring, "Gliscor, I choose you!" The Fang Scorpion hits the field, landing on its tail ready to spring into action. With the wave of this next battle starting, Ash immediately begins his plan of counterattack, calling for a sandstorm that envelops the entire battlefield, making Electabuzz unable to complete any type of attacks towards it, as it had missed an Iron Tail that Macy had commanded. And just as the Oni was bringing the tail down, Ash is able to capitalize on this, ordering a guillotine from Gliscor, to which the Fang Scorpion leaps from within the sand veil, grabbing the Oni around the neck with its pincers, driving it into the battlefield to end this battle once and for all. The force of the impact was so great from Electivire being driven into the battlefield that it dissipated the sandstorm with the same move. This was enough to catch everyone's attention, as they realized that Ash isn't messing around. He's even got this girl Macy shaking as she's unconfident in her next choice. However, if she wants to make it to the next round, she's gonna have to beat Ash. So she digs in as she sends in her starter Pokemon, the fire type Quilava. While Gliscor would be a great counter to Quilava as it's a ground type, he doesn't want it to battle this one, so Ash recalls it, deciding to send in his water type of the Johto region. Octillery, I choose you! The octopi hits the field with its tentacles firmly sticking, cementing itself in place, ready for its battle with his fire type. With the wave of the flag to start the next round, Macy holds nothing back, ordering a flamethrower from her fire type, to which Octillery quickly counters with an Octazooka, putting out the fire, showing that Quilava is severely out of its element. Not liking what's happening here, she then decides to choose a more direct approach, telling Quilava to use a Flame Wheel. Using its superior speed, Quilava bolts down the battlefield, crashing into Octillery with its fire type tackle. However, no matter how much power the mid-stage evolution had, there's one thing that both it and its trainer overlooked, as when Octillery hit the field, it literally dug in with its suction cups, making sure that it wouldn't be able to move. This makes it so its elastic body is able to move with the tackle, minimizing the damage, giving the octopi an opening to which Ash uses to his full advantage as he calls for a Water Pulse. This move is 100% unguarded, as Quilava takes it full force, knocking it back into the wall of the stadium. However, as Quilava is being sent back, this is when Ash orders Octillery on the attack again, to which the octopus finally decides to move, chasing after its prey. Just as Quilava hits the wall, an Octazooka drenches it, dropping Quilava and bringing this battle to an end, as it lay there with spirals in its eyes. The crowd erupts at Ash's quick victory over this newbie trainer, and as cheers ring throughout the stadium, Ash has set the tone for the rest of this tournament that all of his friends and rivals must be aware of. He's here to win, and he will only be bringing his best to each battle, so they had better do the same. The rest of the day goes off without a hitch, with everyone making it through their first rounds with either a win or a draw. Over the next 2 days, all of the final battles are had with the combatants in the groups, until it is exponentially clear who will be attending the top 16. While Ash, the odds-on favorite, was basically a guarantee to make it to the next round, there are some other fan favorites that have begun to pop up. Gary, the Oak Boy from Pallet Town, and his protege, Ethan, along with Ash's traveling companion, Vincent, have all made the cut. And let's not forget Shingo, the boy wonder with the Scizor. And of course, Ash's old Indigo League rival, Richie, has also made the cut. And let's not forget that boy with the strange fire type that looked like a chicken, Harrison. And of course, a girl named Casey are all the standout stars of the top 16. However, there is one thing here that's going to draw the attention of both Team Gary and Team Ash, as the matches are paired and it's revealed that Vincent will be battling Ethan.
With the pairings now announced, everybody begins to break off as they can finally get some sleep. This is where we find Ash and Vincent in their room. While Ash has no qualms about who he's facing in the next round as it's somebody he's quite excited to rematch against, Vincent on the other hand doesn't know how he feels about the match that he's been given. Sure, him and Ethan are childhood friends, and he's wanted to battle them ever since they left Newbark Town, but something about this doesn't feel right to him. Battling a friend on a stage like this just seems wrong to Vincent, to which he confides in Ash about. However, the young champion has some words of wisdom for Vincent, as he goes on to tell him a story about Richie and how they met. Ash was so excited to meet somebody just like him. The similarities that they shared was uncanny, but then Ash got the announcement to face his new friend in the battle, and at first he was hesitant to do it as well. But ultimately, he ended up realizing that if he didn't battle him with everything that he had, then it would be a sign of disrespect towards the relationship that him and Richie had built over the time that they had been together. So if Vincent doesn't go after this with everything he has, then he's going to be letting Ethan down. Vincent thinks about these words of advice as we fade over to Team Gary, or more specifically, Gary and Ethan. They're outside the Pokemon Center, staring at the stars in the night sky. "Have you decided your team for tomorrow?" Gary asks Ethan, to which the young boy says that he's already had an idea of who he wants to use to face Vincent ever since they first got here. Gary smiles, telling Ethan that when he first got to Johto, he didn't intend to travel with anybody, but having the ability to watch both him and Marina grow over the last year has been something that he's truly never going to forget. And he's glad that he actually took Ethan up on his offer when he asked him to join their team. "Truth be told, I didn't think you would take it up, Gary, but I'm glad you did as well, because we were able to share some spectacular adventures together." Both of them share a brief laugh before Gary changes the subject, telling Ethan he wants to thank him for helping him grow as a trainer and all of the experiences they've shared together. Gary then reaches into his bag and pulls out an odd-shaped rock. "It's up to you if you want to use it, Ethan, but it's my gift to you for all the experiences we've had and the memories we shared. Think of it as a thank you." Ethan takes the rock, unsure about what to say to Gary, as we fade through the rest of the night and into the next day, as we find ourselves in the middle of the first top 16 match with Vincent and Ethan staring each other down. Both trainers have been fighting hard, doing their best to try and take out the opposing team, and to this point it looks like things are dead even between the two, as Vincent was just able to successfully knock out Ethan's third Pokemon. This had triggered a field change from them battling on the rocky terrain of the Earth battlefield over to a more grassy terrain, with both trainers only having 3 Pokemon left, and Vincent's Hitmontop having taken little to no damage from the previous encounter. Ethan has to be careful about his next selection. Luckily for him though, he has just the thing he needs to take on the fighting type, as Noctowl pops from its ball with a little bit of luster from its feathers due to the different coloring from the rest of its species. And with that, the call for the second half of this match has begun, as Vincent wastes no time ordering Hitmontop in with a rapid spin. However, Ethan has a counter for this, ordering Noctowl to put up a reflect so that way he can minimize any physical attacks from the fighting type. This makes things a bit difficult for the spinning top. However, Vincent isn't going to let this keep him from victory, as he continues the assault with a rolling kick. However, now that the defenses are up, Ethan can go on the offensive, ordering a wing attack to counter it. However, unfortunately for the flyer, it's not as strong as Hitmontop in the physical department, and the wing attack isn't able to hold back the rolling kick, as it's pelted 3 times with each of Hitmontop's feet and then its tail. While the reflect is in play and Noctowl does resist the fighting type move, it still does cause some damage, causing it to stack up over time. This is what Ethan was trying to avoid, so he has to make a big play here. That's when he decides to pull out a trick from when he was battling in the Equati Gym. As Hitmontop is back on the attack with another rapid spin, Ethan orders Noctowl to flood the area with confusion. The burst of psychic type energy is enough to catch the fighting type off guard, slamming it back into the battlefield. As Hitmontop stands a bit dazed from the altercation, this is where it's met with the wing attack from Noctowl, knocking it out and putting things in Ethan's favor. Vincent recalls the fighting type, thanking for all the effort that it put in. However, he's not going to let this go unpunished, as he decides to send in his Kangaskhan. As the girth of the normal type slams into the battlefield with its baby in its pouch, Ethan decides to play things smart, as he knows the reflect is still in play, so he recalls Noctowl for the time being, choosing to send in his newest evolution, Victory Bell. As this battle begins, Vincent decides that he wants to go big, telling Kangaskhan to use a flamethrower. However, Ethan is going to do his best to guard against this, as he orders Victory Bell to use a Vine Whip to close the mouth of Kangaskhan. By doing so, this prevents the fire type attack from actually even launching, saving the grass type from what could have been a sure knockout.
However, this isn't going to come without consequence, as Vincent tells Kangaskhan to lean back and pull Victory Bell towards it, then, with all of its might, launch the strongest Mega Punch that it can. As Victory Bell doesn't have the physical power to match Kangaskhan, it is lured right into this trap, as Kangaskhan's fist meets its gut, releasing it from the Vine Whip. However, this is going to have an unfortunate side effect for the parent Pokemon, as the pressure from the punch forces Victory Bell to expel a poison powder from within its gullet that engulfs the parent Pokemon in a poison. This is an unforeseen side effect of the move that Vincent just used, which is something that he's not too happy about because he was really hoping Kangaskhan can pull some major overtime here and at least get one knockout. It is at this moment that the reflect fades and Ethan recalls Victory Bell, saving it for later. Wanting to preserve Kangaskhan from the poison the best he can, Vincent makes the same decision, recalling it for later as well, so the poison won't affect it. However, what replaces the normal type isn't something that's going to be in Vince's favor, as Ethan chooses to go with his starter Typhlosion, while Ethan's only other Pokemon left is his starter Meganium. With the call to start this next battle, Vincent goes on the offensive, calling for a Petal Dance. However, Ethan is going to play defense here, ordering Typhlosion to use a Smoke Screen. This allows the fire type to evade the attack as it disappears into the haze. Knowing they have to be as cautious as possible, Vincent decides to play a little bit of defense on his own, ordering Meganium to erect a Reflect, mirroring the defensive options that Ethan had used earlier in the battle. This was a good choice too, as Typhlosion emerges from the smog cloud with the Flame Wheel at the command of Ethan. While this was super effective towards Meganium, it was a physical type move, which means Reflect was able to stave off it from being a one-hit KO. And now that Typhlosion is so close, this allows Vincent to follow up with a Petal Dance that does manage to hit Typhlosion, carrying it into the air as Meganium puts everything it has into the attack. Ethan yells for Typhlosion to use another Flame Wheel. However, this isn't meant to attack, this is meant to defend, which proves effective as the Flame Wheel begins to engulf all the leaves around it, preventing any further damage to the fire type. However, this is where they are met with another problem, as Typhlosion is now very high in the air, and there's only one way that it can go, and that's down. And there's another problem that they're going to have to contend with, as Vincent has ordered Meganium to use a Solar Beam. The grass type is doing everything that it can to charge as much solar energy as possible before it has to. However, Ethan plans to use the distance that Typhlosion is off the ground to his advantage, as he orders it to keep up the Flame Wheel and just to dive straight into Meganium. The Fire Badger begins to drop at a rapid pace as Meganium begins to reach the end of its charging cycle. This is where Vincent realizes that they're out of time, and he orders Meganium to fire the Solar Beam with everything that it has left. The beam of grass type energy envelops the fire type, and at first it looks like Meganium may have actually taken this battle. That is, until the beam energy begins to dissipate as fire slowly engulfs it. Revealing Typhlosion is still on a direct course with Meganium as it slams dead head into the target, with all of the weight and the force of its fall behind it. Upon contact, what's left of the solar energy and the Flame Wheel combust, causing a miniature explosion that shields everybody from the sight of what's going on. However, once the dust settles, it's revealed that both Typhlosion and Meganium are knocked out, much to the surprise of both their trainers. They each recall their starters thanking them for carrying them this far in their entire journey, and this is where it begins to dawn on Vincent. He went from being in the lead to being so far behind that he doesn't know if he's going to be able to catch up. But that doesn't mean he's not going to try, as he sends in his final Pokemon, Kangaskhan. Ethan's next choice is going to be Noctowl, to which at the start of the battle he leads with another Reflect, while Kangaskhan is able to connect with a double hit from Vincent. While each hit on its own isn't enough to cause that much damage, the combined total of both attacks is enough to send Noctowl into the battlefield. While it's not knocked out, one of its wings was hit in the process, preventing it from gaining any type of flight, and this is where Ethan has to make one last desperate play, as it calls for a confusion, while Kangaskhan brings down a Mega Punch on top of the bird. The last thing anybody sees is a brief flash of psychic type energy as Kangaskhan is hit with the confusion before a burst of feathers erupts from the battlefield from beneath the fist of the normal type, bringing this battle to a close. Recalling his bird, Ethan stares down Kangaskhan, to which him and Vincent both know the same thing. The normal type is breathing heavily as the poison has been running its course during this entire time. We just have to hold on for a little bit while longer, Ethan says as he sends back in Victory Bell. The fly trap emerges as the battle starts, with Kangaskhan erupting with the flamethrower before Ethan can give out any commands. Unlike before, the fire type attack does connect with Victory Bell, causing Vincent to think that he may have won, while Ethan thinks that he may have lost. However, as Kangaskhan's stamina continues to be drained, it's forced to drop the fire type attack, allowing Victory Bell to escape with just a sliver of its HP left. Realizing that the next move could be their last, Vincent orders another double hit in an attempt to end this before the poison ends them. Knowing that Victory Bell can't risk another hit from this behemoth, Ethan orders a Razor Leaf in an attempt to stave off the double hit. This forces Kangaskhan to knock its way through the wall of razor petals, making it so that it can't reach Victory Bell as it begins to be pelted with
the leaves, one by one, until the normal type drops from the force of the attack. It is here that the ref declares Ethan the winner, as Vincent stares in stunned silence, unable to process what just happened. The crowd begins to cheer as the first match of the top 16 is closed out, and what follows over the course of the day is the rest of the top 16 battles, with each of them ending in a far more intense way than the previous one, until there are only 8 contestants left. Before anyone is allowed to go home for the day, they make the immediate announcements for the top 8 battles that will be taking place tomorrow. In the first battle, it's going to be the girl Casey. Someone Ash battled in the Indigo League, Pete Pebbleman from Pewter City. Second battle will be Richie versus Shingo. The third battle is going to be Gary versus Ethan, and the final battle of the day will be Ash versus the newcomer Harrison. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Did you enjoy the preliminary rounds and the top 16 battles that I laid out here? And how do you feel about me giving the win to Ethan over Vincent? Do you feel like that's the right call, or should Vincent have won? And of course, what do you think about the top 8 pairings? As for Gary and Ethan, there's going to be a master versus apprentice vibe there. Let me know in the comments down below. We begin today's part as we are watching the end of the first match of the top 8. The dark horse of the tournament, Casey, who has an affinity for the Electabuzz baseball team, and her Beedrill are putting the final touches on this battle, as with the Twin Needle from the Bee, it's able to drop their opponent's final Pokemon, securing her spot into the top 4. With the first round done and a quick change to the battlefield in the stadium, we find ourselves at the end of the second match. 2 of Ash's rivals, the boy Richie, who he battled in the Indigo League to secure his spot to go on and win, and the former undefeated computer nerd that Ash showed there was more to Pokemon battling than just sitting behind the screen of his laptop, Shingo. While the 2 trainers are cordial with each other, it's clear that they both have the same goal. They aim to win so that they can get a rematch against Ash, the champion of the Kanto region. All the while, Ash sits in the crowd with Vincent, seeing which one of his rivals is going to be able to make it to the next round and potentially face him. The battle is a brutal one, as it comes down to the final Pokemon between the 2. For Richie, it's old reliable in his starter Pokemon, Zippo, the Charmeleon, while Shingo has been reduced to his all-time favorite, the Mantis Steel type, Blade. While Blade possesses superior speed and power due to its evolution, the fact that it's at a type disadvantage just can't be ignored. And while Shingo is a great trainer, Ash notices something in Richie that is far different than the last time they battled. It's a focus and a motivation that he didn't see from the boy before. While Shingo seems to possess these same characteristics, Richie's is far more driven, which is demonstrated in the attack patterns of Charmeleon and the orders that Richie gives. Not a move is wasted as they aim to set up the final move for this battle. As Blade looks to close out this battle with a combination of its signature speed and Metal Claw, Zippo bursts with an evolutionary light as it takes on the third stage in its final form in Charizard, tanking the Metal Claw and retaliating with the Flamethrower. That roasts the Mantis and brings the second match of the top 8 to a close, securing Richie a spot in the top 4. Now with the first 2 matches out of the way, there's a brief interlude as they prepare a new battlefield. This one takes a little longer than the previous one, as the tournament officials want to give the crowd a chance to stretch their legs before they get into the second half of the day. And this one is sure to capture the attention of everybody in attendance, as it's Gary Oak, the grandson of the renowned Professor Oak, and he will be battling the one person he's been traveling with over the last year, Ethan. And this is where we find ourselves with the boy standing in the hallway that leads out to his side of the battlefield. He hasn't seen or said anything to Gary since the announcement that they would be battling each other in the top 8. However, in this moment, Ethan is not alone, as he's joined by, well, surprisingly, Vincent. However, this isn't a cordial call. Vincent wants to make sure Ethan is ready and he's not going to throw the match against Gary. To which Ethan responds, why would he do something like that? That would undermine everything that he's gone through over the last year to get here, the boy says with a tint of frustration in his voice. Vincent catches on to this and backs off just a little bit, telling Ethan that he just wanted to make sure his head was in the right space. After all, since Ethan was good enough to beat Vincent, that means that he can't lose to anyone. After all, they have to keep the title of the Johto Victory Road winner in Johto, don't they? Ethan simply throws Vincent a thumbs up as the next round is called to begin, and Vincent's presence is requested on the battlefield. Sharing one last look, Ethan disappears into the light of the doorway as Vincent thinks to himself, do it, you can beat him. Outside on the battlefield, both combatants stand face to face, ready for the challenge that they knew would come the day that they set out on this journey together. Ethan and Gary say nothing, merely heeding the words of the referee as the details of their battle are explained. For this full
6-on-6 battle, they will be allowed substitutions. When one side has no longer any Pokemon to battle, then they will be declared the loser. And for a twist, it is revealed that their arena will be the water battlefield to start off their match. With both combatants taking their positions and the flags of the match waved, the first round is to begin, as both trainers make their first calls. For Ethan, it's very simple. Quagsire, as Gary has the same train of thought with them being on the water battlefield, choosing to send in his Kingdra. The dragon type takes to the pool of water like it never missed a day, and Ethan knows this is going to be a problem, as he got a chance to see it battle in the Whirl Islands when it was a Seadra, and now that it's a Kingdra, he has to be wary because he's not quite sure if it's learned any new tricks since the last time he saw it in action. Ethan starts things off pretty simple with a water gun, to which Gary quickly counters by ordering Kingdra to dive beneath the waves. This forces Ethan's hand as he orders Quagsire in after it. However, while Quagsire shares a similar typing with Kingdra, with them both being a water type, their secondary typings come into play, as its ground typing doesn't really outfit it that well for underwater battles, as it's slow and bulky, while Kingdra is the exact opposite, swift and fast. And this is demonstrated right off the bat with once Quagsire is in the water, Gary is able to capitalize on this by ordering a Dragon's Breath that connects with the Mudfish. While not the most powerful of attacks, it does have one nasty side effect that is revealed here, as instantly in their first exchange, Quagsire is hit with the paralysis. It's here that Ethan tells it to surface, recalling it in the process. However, Gary does not try to pursue, merely waiting for his protege's next choice, to which Ethan doesn't wait long, as he chooses to go with something that has speed and might have a slight advantage against it, as he declares Sneasel, you're up! The ice type takes straight to the platform, with the second round being called, as Gary orders a Hydro Pump from his dragon type. However, just like he had thought, Ethan orders Sneasel to jump from platform to platform, outpacing Kingdra in every blast of its Hydro Pump. This allows the dark type to get in close, executing a slash attack at the command of its trainer that strikes true, causing a critical hit on the dragon. But Gary isn't going to let this slide without retaliation, as he wanted Sneasel to get in close so it wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack, as he orders Kingdra to fire off a whirlpool. The dragon type demonstrates its mastery of the oceans, as small little vortexes of water begin to converge into one giant one that engulfs Sneasel, all in one movement. Ethan does his best to call to the ice type, however, it's unable to escape the torrents that it's trapped in, and Gary is able to take advantage of this, telling Kingdra to use a Dragon's Breath. While this isn't super effective due to the ice typing of Sneasel, it is enough to send a message and cause a decent amount of damage, as it is knocked from the whirlpool back into one of the platforms on Ethan's side of the field. A slight sense of panic beginning to set in, Ethan decides to recall Quagsire for the time being, choosing to go with his third and newest evolution, Victory Bell. The fly trap emerges from the ball with a shriek of its name, ready to engage in any type of battle that Ethan has for it. This is where Gary takes a moment to think to himself, asking exactly what is Ethan doing? Is he just throwing things at a wall, hoping that something will stick? There doesn't seem to be really any method to his madness, and it's got Gary concerned. He hopes that the boy isn't collapsing under the pressure of the environment, or the fact that maybe it's because they're actually having their first official battle. However, Gary is no longer his coach. They stand here as equals. The time for him teaching Ethan new things has long come and gone. So in order to make a statement here, Gary has to do the one thing that he thinks he's going to have a little bit trouble considering the typing of this next opponent. However, he thinks that Kingdra is up for the task. Victory Bell begins this round by firing off a poison powder at the command of its trainer, to which Gary easily has Kingdra dodge by telling it to dive beneath the waves once again. Not wanting to wait for it to surface, Ethan orders Victory Bell to use a Vine Whip to try and find Kingdra within the water. However, he's fallen right into Gary's trap, as he calls for another whirlpool from Kingdra. As the water begins to circulate, Victory Bell is pulled from its platform deep beneath the waves. Here, it's met with Kingdra as it attacks with another Dragon's Breath. Desperately trying to get onto a solid surface, Victory Bell shoots its vines back up to the platform to try and pull itself up. However, the current of the whirlpool is preventing it from moving just yet, allowing Kingdra to get in with another Dragon's Breath. Victory Bell is fighting desperately to hold on, as it is unable to attack or defend itself, and Gary takes full advantage of this, ordering Kingdra to fire a Hydro Pump. The timing of this couldn't have been better, as the whirlpool has just begun to fade, opening up a chance for a direct shot. The next thing Ethan knows, his fly trap is ejected from beneath the waves as it lands on a platform with spirals in its eyes, and Gary staring directly at the boy, making a statement. He's gonna have to do better than what he's been attempting in order to beat Gary. Recalling his grass type, Ethan mulls over his decision. Out of the 6 Pokemon that he brought, Victory Bell was the best suited for this environment other than Quagsire, and it's paralyzed. However, he may be able to use that to his advantage, as he sends back in the Mudfish. With the start of the second round, Gary has expected Ethan to order Quagsire into the water to give it a little bit of easier movement. However, the exact opposite happens. He tells Quagsire to remain on the platform and just stay there. Gary knows that Ethan is up to something, so he's choosing to go on the assault, not waiting for him to devise any type of plan. So he orders Kingdra to fire off a Dragon's Breath. And this is where we see the first part of Ethan's plan begin to unfold, as he tells Quagsire to use a Protect that blocks the attack. Realizing that he's going to have to get in for more damage, Gary decides to switch strategies a little bit, ordering a Hydro Pump. However, this time, Ethan just tells Quagsire to take it, surprising the Oak Boy in the process. Still unsure of what he's up to, Gary begins to alternate his attacks between Dragon's Breath and Hydro Pump, to which Ethan also begins to alternate his moves as well, using Protect to block the Dragon's Breath, but just letting Quagsire get hit with the Hydro Pump. This happens multiple times until Kingdra is becoming visibly winded. Gary is at a loss for words to why this is happening. He doesn't understand why Quagsire doesn't seem to be fatigued at all. Even with the paralysis, it's barely felt anything. However, Gary's time for contemplation is over, as Ethan is now on the attack, as he orders Quagsire into the water with a Mud Slap. Kingdra at this point is so tired from the multiple battles that it's had, it's unable to dodge the very low power move, taking the mud-based attack straight on, getting in its eyes. Now with his vision slightly impaired, Kingdra is unable to execute his attacks to attack Quagsire. This allows the water type to move around the water a little bit more freely, striking with water guns and mud slaps at the command of its trainer. Eventually, it gets to the point to where Kingdra can no longer handle this rotation, and it collapses from fatigue, floating to the surface with spirals in its eyes. Gary just doesn't understand how this worked out. There's no reason why Kingdra shouldn't have been able to hit Quagsire. However, he doesn't have time to dwell on this, as he needs to make his next choice. Recalling his dragon, Gary already has his next choice in mind, as he decides to send in Pinsir. As the Stag Beetle emerges from the ball, Ethan is faced with a very real choice here. Quagsire is possibly his best chance to win on this battlefield. However, with it being paralyzed and just gone through the ringer trying to take out Kingdra, Ethan feels that it's time for the water type to get some rest, so he recalls it for the time being. Wanting an option that can battle inside of the platforms that are above the water, Ethan makes his choice to go with his normal type, Furret. As the regional rodent pops from the ball, it hits the platform, excited for its chance to battle, as it hasn't quite gotten that opportunity for a long while now. But it won't be disappointed, as the flags are waved for the start of this next round, and it is immediately engaged by Pinsir when Gary orders it to use a Vice Grip. Wanting to stave off as much damage as they can, Ethan calls for a Defense Curl in response. Furret winds itself up into a little ball, hardening its fur as much as possible so that way it minimizes the damage. However, Pinsir is still strong, and it begins to feel the squeeze as the Vice Grip slowly clamp down on it. This puts Furret in an awkward position, as no matter what command its trainer gives it, the normal type is unable to respond with the amount of pressure that's being forced upon it. It's to the point that the only thing Ethan can do is order Furret to continuously use Defense Curl to heighten its defense as much as possible. However, Gary isn't going to give up, continuously telling his Stag Beetle to tighten the grip of its vice. This, unfortunately, is a pattern that repeats time and time again, until Furret begins to whine in pain as it's unable to maintain the Defense Curl for much longer. This is the point that Gary was aiming for, hoping to get an easy win here, as he orders the final command of this battle by telling Pinsir to use a Seismic Toss. The bug type spreads its wings as it hovers above the water battlefield, and then, with Furret still in its pincers, it dives headfirst into one of the platforms, driving the normal type into it, cracking the platform in the process, and ending this battle. Recalling his normal type, Ethan can't help but feel that was in retaliation for what happened to Kingdra. Unfortunately, this puts him in a position that he didn't want to have to be in, but it's the best option that Ethan has for the time being, so he declares, "Quagsire, you're up for battle," sending back in the Mudfish in order to get another win out of it. With the declaration of the start of this round, Gary aims to take advantage of the paralysis that Quagsire had endured at the hands of Kingdra by ordering Pinsir in with another Vice Grip. However, Ethan is prepared for this, calling for a Protect to counter. This luckily staves off any damage that the water type would have taken, as Ethan orders it to dive into the pool in order to provide some sort of coverage for it. However, Gary has a plan for this, as he orders Pinsir to begin firing off X-Scissors into the water. The Stag Beetle rapidly fires the bug type attack, aiming for multiple areas of the surface of the water, knowing that Quagsire can't really dive that deep if it hopes to have any chance at hitting Pinsir. However, the blue slimy exterior of Quagsire's body allows it to blend in perfectly with the water, using this to its advantage to close the gap between Pinsir and itself before jumping out in an attempt to attack with a water gun. Unfortunately, even with the element of surprise on its side, Quagsire is just too slow, and Pinsir is able to easily counter this with the next overpowers the water type attack and hits Quagsire, slamming it back into the arena wall and bringing this battle to an end. With Quagsire being the third Pokemon that Ethan has lost, this signals halftime, allowing each side of this battle a moment to breathe and the refs to initiate a field change to start off the second half. While Gary remains quiet on his side of the field, merely sitting on the bench awaiting for the start of the second half, Ethan on the other hand somewhat finds himself doubting his skills as a trainer. Gary's been able to predict most of his moves, and his Pokemon are in top tier. He's managed to take out 3 of Ethan's Pokemon by only using 2 of his. And to top it off, he doesn't know what combination of Pokemon that Gary could put together, as Gary's reserves are far more vast than his are. However, Ethan slowly realizes that he's psyching himself out for no reason. Him and Gary have spent the last year together, and if there's anyone that should know how to react to Gary's team, it should be Ethan. With the call for the combatants to approach the battlefield in the start of the second half, Ethan reminds himself that just because 3 of his Pokemon are down doesn't mean all of them are out, and they still have a chance to turn this battle around. And this is shown when the choices are made for the next battle, as Ethan decides to go with his strongest Pokemon, Typhlosion, while Gary seemingly made a mistake in his choice as he sent in Skarmory, to which what shocks Ethan even more is that Gary doesn't even try to recall it, instead choosing to engage with Typhlosion in battle as Gary makes a call for a move called Spikes. While it appears that the move does nothing, Ethan isn't going to let this set him back as he orders Typhlosion in with one simple quick move, a Flamethrower. The Volcano Badger darts across the battlefield as the move that Skarmory tried to execute seems to fade and fail, allowing the fire type the execution of its most powerful move as it engulfs Skarmory with the fires from within its belly. While this attack is powerful, it is not enough to knock Skarmory out thanks to its ability, to which Gary tries to take full advantage of by recalling the bird. However, there is one problem that he's going to face here, and that's because of Typhlosion and how close it was to Skarmory when it let loose with that Flamethrower. The intense flames caused a burn on the bird, and even though its sturdy saved it from being knocked out, it wasn't enough to save it from the burn as Skarmory collapses from the intensity of the heat. Recalling the armor bird, Gary can see that Ethan's gotten a little bit of his confidence back, as this victory was something that he really needed. And from the perspective of skilled trainers in the crowd like Ash or Vincent, they're not quite sure if that was a free victory that Ethan was just given by Gary, or if he legitimately earned it. However, a win is a win, and the battle's going to continue, as Gary looks to maintain the control he has on it when he sends in his next choice, Nidoqueen. Ethan knows this thing far too well, so for the time being he recalls Typhlosion to try and save it for a later battle. However, Ethan feels that he has the perfect Pokemon to answer this, as he declares, Sneasel, your time for battle, as the ice type hits the field and winces a little bit, still feeling that battle that it had earlier with Kingdra. However, it's ready for the task at hand, as the flags are waved for this next round, and Ethan gives the first command, telling Sneasel to rush in with the slash attack. However, this is gracefully met on Nidoqueen's part with a double kick that alternates with the slashes that Sneasel throws at it, canceling each other out. Ethan knows that they're not going to be able to win this with power, so he's going to have to work on attacking with speed. So he orders Sneasel to use an agility to evade the next attack that comes from Nidoqueen, which just so happens to be an earthquake. Realizing he's not getting anywhere with this, Gary orders Nidoqueen in on the attack with the body slam. As the poisonous ground type shuffles down the battlefield, Ethan tells Sneasel to hold its position. They have to be just perfect with this. So the dark type does, awaiting its trainer's command, as Nidoqueen seems to barrel on them closer and closer until it looks like that they're not going to be able to escape. However, at the command of an agility, Sneasel is barely able to blur out of there as Nidoqueen comes crashing down in the battlefield under its own weight. This is where Sneasel appears behind the queen before it can get back to its feet, and at the command of its trainer, it let loose with the most powerful icy wind that it possibly can. This is enough to freeze one of the legs of Nidoqueen as it turns to try and hit with a double kick. But unfortunately, as its leg turns to ice, Sneasel is gone, once again evading the attack. That's it, Ethan says. Just a little bit more, Sneasel. We have to keep up this aggression. Now, use agility! Once again blurring across the battlefield, Sneasel is unable to be seen by Nidoqueen as it can't move due to its frozen leg. This is where Gary calls for another earthquake that Nidoqueen uses its good leg to stomp down on the ground on. However, Sneasel is able to outpace this attack as it strikes true with another icy wind, freezing one of the fists of the behemoth. Realizing they need to lose some of this weight that Nidoqueen has acquired over the last couple of turns, Gary orders it to use a double kick on some of the rocks that are around it. This allows Nidoqueen to free itself, only to be struck with a slash attack from Sneasel due to the drop of its guard. Nidoqueen is looking very winded, and Gary can see this. However, he knows it would be foolish to try and change in something else at this current time, so he decides to go for broke on this part, ordering Nidoqueen to use another double kick. But unfortunately for the poisonous mouth, it is unable to match the speed that Sneasel has gained over the last couple of turns, with the dark type easily outpacing it and allowing Ethan to counter with a slash attack that strikes for critical damage, dropping Nidoqueen in the process and bringing this battle to a close. Gary recalls the poison type. He thanks it for the effort that it put in, but he doesn't have that much time for sentiment, as he needs to get on with this battle. It is at this point that Gary makes a decision to send in something that's rather new to his roster, as he declares, Houndoom, your time to battle. The newly evolved Houndoog hits the battlefield battlefield ready to execute any commands that Gary would have for it. The pup's excited as it hasn't really gotten a chance to battle since it evolved, and it wants the opportunity to show Gary just what it can do. Knowing it would be a poor decision to leave in Sneasel with all of the damage that it's taken to this point and the battles that it's fought, Ethan decides to recall it for now. However, the question is, what does he replace it with? He can go with Typhlosion, and they could have a pretty long drawn out fire-type battle, but that wouldn't be the smart thing, as Houndoom's ability is Flash Fire, which means it would neutralize half of Typhlosion's attacks. That only leaves one option for Ethan. While the typing could be semi-battle for him, he has no other choice, as he declares, Lairon, your time to battle. As the bulky behemoth hits the battlefield, the flags wave for this next round, as Ethan wastes no time calling for his next attack, a Rock Blast. While Lairon still does have the whole not really seeing Ethan as its trainer at this current time, it does acknowledge the command, as the Steel type has realized that it's not going back inside of its Pokeball until it's either knocked out or it wins this battle. However, Gary's not going to just sit around and let these rocks pelt his pooch, so Houndoom is given the command to dodge using a feint attack. As the boulders are sent in the doggo's direction, it fades from sight only to reappear again in another location. Using the deviousness of its dark typing, Houndoom is able to slowly edge its way close to Lairon until it's within striking distance, allowing Gary to give the command for a flamethrower. While normally this would be devastating to a Steel type, Ethan and Lairon are far too stubborn to be brought down by this, as he merely gives the order for an Iron Tail, to which Lairon simply swings its massive limb through the flames and smacks Houndoom on the head. While not super effective by any means, the sheer power alone from that swing was enough to send the doggo tumbling back into a rock. And being that the Iron Tail was brought down on Houndoom's head, it's now seeing triple, as Ethan has retaliated by calling for a takedown. Realizing they're not in a good situation, Gary orders Houndoom to use a flamethrower and try to blanket the surrounding area. While the fire type is successful in eventually hitting Lairon, it's not enough to stop it from attacking, as the behemoth throws the full weight of its body into the takedown that crashes into Houndoom and sends it through the rock, bringing this battle to an end. Just like that, Gary went from having the odds-on favorite and the advantage in this battle to Ethan completely turning it around and having the majority Pokemon. This excites the boy, as he finally feels like he may be able to take this victory, but there's one thing that he has forgotten about. All of his Pokemon have been revealed, and they've all been in intense battles, to which Gary still has one Pokemon that's relatively fresh, and one that has yet to be revealed. Choosing to give Lairon a break, Ethan recalls it, choosing to exchange it for his Dark-type Sneasel. While it is very fast and has proven its worth in this battle, there is one thing that can't be ignored. Sneasel is probably the most worn out of any of the Pokemon that Ethan still has left, and Gary plans to take full advantage of this as he sends back in his pincer. With the flags waved for this battle to start, both trainers give their commands. For Ethan, it's something quick and effective, a slash, to which Gary counters with a simple yet powerful X-Scissor. This is where the realization to why Sneasel was able to beat Nidoqueen comes into full view for Ethan, as without the speed increase from the agilities, his Dark type doesn't have the power to back up its slash attack, and it's overtaken by the X-Scissor, driving it into the wall of the arena and ending this battle in one attack. As Ethan recalls the Dark type, he has a choice to make. He does have a Pokemon that can give him an easy victory here in Typhlosion, but that comes at the risk of it taking some serious damage, and without him knowing what Gary's final Pokemon is, he wants to try to avoid that. So he decides to go with something that should be a little bit more effective against the Bug type, as it does have a type advantage, choosing to send back in Lairon. The Steel type hits the field with a bit of resentment in its eyes, as it thought that its battling had been done for the day. However, Ethan tells it that it'll be done when it beats this pincer. Lairon gives Ethan a brief grunt before turning to face its foe. Looking the Bug type up and down, it doesn't really see anything opposing about it, so it figures this could be a one and done, so it can quickly get back inside of its ball. With the start of the match, Ethan orders a Rock Blast in an attempt to take advantage of the type of the attack, allowing him to gain some sort of edge. However, Gary's not going to just sit idly by and let this hit his Bug type, as he orders Pinsir to use a knockoff to blast away the rocks. While the Dark type move is successful in deflecting 2 to 3 of the attacks, it's when the 4th rock comes in that is slightly bigger than the previous 3 that has enough weight behind it, preventing Pinsir from being able to knock it away, and the Bug type is connected with, driving it back into one of the boulders. While this wasn't enough to knock it out, it was a critical hit, and Ethan sees an opening as he orders Lairon in with a takedown. However, Gary is not going to let this just sit idly by, as he orders Pinsir to use the Vice Grips on its head and the momentum of Lairon to lift it up and then bend backwards, driving the Steel type straight into the ground. While this looked like a clean hit on Gary's part, with Pinsir being able to knock Lairon out, there's one thing that he didn't take into account, and that's the weight of the Steel steel type. While as Pinsir is strong, it wasn't strong enough to fully lift Lairon up, and it collapsed under the weight of the steel type while it was being driven into the ground, crushing the bug and bringing this battle to a double knockout. Both trainers are a bit shocked. They weren't expecting this outcome. However, they have no choice but to accept it as they recall both of their Pokemon. This is it, the final choices for their team. For Ethan, the choice is obvious as he sends back in his starter Typhlosion in hopes that it has the ability to take on whatever Gary throws at it, to which unfortunately Ethan's greatest fear just so happens to be his Blastoise. However, the Octodisciple is going to be in for the shock of his life as it's a Pokemon that he has never met before when Gary declares, "Alakazam, your time to battle." The Psychic Fox emerges from the ball levitating above the battlefield, awaiting the command of its trainer. Ethan has no idea what this thing is as he's never really battled against a Psychic type before. While Ethan stares at the Pokemon trying to figure out his first move, Gary thinks to himself that if Ethan truly wants to prove that he's grown beyond Gary's shadow, then Alakazam will be his test, as he knew that Ethan would be expecting Blastoise. The Oak Boy tells Ethan to prove himself as the flags for the final battle of this match are waved, and the first command is given for Typhlosion to use a smokescreen. However, for Alakazam this is a non-issue, as Gary has the perfect move in mind to counter this, calling for a shockwave. Suddenly the spoons that Alakazam hold glow in a blue hue as electricity erupts from them, striking down the battlefield until it finds the target of Typhlosion that was hiding within the smoke. A cry of pain is let out as the attack connects, to which Ethan doesn't understand, but Gary elaborates that it doesn't matter what Ethan tries, they won't be able to avoid shockwave, as it's a guaranteed hit. Realizing they have no choice but to engage, Ethan orders Typhlosion to shake it off and to use a flame wheel. The fire type does so, bolting down the field with a flaming tackle with the intent of hitting Alakazam. However, Gary has the counter to this too, as he orders a double team from the Fox that allows it to vanish, protecting itself from any damage. It's here that Gary is able to quickly retaliate with a Psychic, but luckily for Ethan, Typhlosion's able to counter with another smokescreen, causing the Fox to lose track of it visually just for a moment. However, it's able to mentally find it as Gary calls for another shockwave. But this time, Ethan's going to be ready for it, as he orders Typhlosion to counter it with the Thunder Punch. The Badger meets the attack in the middle of the field, forcing Alakazam to actually put some effort into it. But unfortunately for the Fox, there's going to be a struggle here, as Typhlosion and Ethan both demonstrate their stubbornness and Typhlosion's physical capabilities as it's able to push through Alakazam's electric attack with its own, connecting with the Fox, causing the first damage to Alakazam in this battle. As the Psychic type is now stunned, Ethan sees an opening, calling for a flamethrower from his Fire type, which successfully connects for some massive damage. Ethan is beginning to feel confident again. He thinks that they can do this. However, this is immediately disrupted when he looks over at Gary, as he doesn't seem to be worried at all. He has the same expression on his face, like he knows something that Ethan doesn't. And this is displayed right away as Gary shows exactly why he chose Alakazam, calling for a recover. As the Psychic Fox glows in a healing aura, nearly all of the damage that Typhlosion and Ethan just fought for is negated. And Gary follows through by using this moment that Ethan is stunned to follow up with a Psychic type attack that envelops Typhlosion, sending it hurling back into the arena wall. This is enough to snap the boy out of his trance, only to realize that this battle is over. There's nothing that him or Typhlosion could do against Alakazam. With it having the move Recover, the only way they would be able to win is if they were able to hit it for some massive damage. But there's nothing they have in their arsenal that could one-shot it like that. Doubt is beginning to fill Ethan once more. However, this is interrupted when he feels a searing heat on the skin of his face. Looking over, Ethan sees that Typhlosion is adorned in a red hue as flames begin to burst from it. So, Blaze has activated, Gary says. I find it ironic. The way we started our journey and the reason I wanted to travel with you was to study this phenomenon, as I didn't know what it was at the time. But now, it's going to be the instrument in the final altercation we have here in Johto. Ethan can hear Gary's words as he looks to Typhlosion. The Molten Badger is ready for their next battle, and it refuses to go down without using everything that it has. Realizing this, Ethan tells Gary they better be ready, because him and Typhlosion are coming at Alakazam with everything they have. In one final attempt, Ethan orders a flame wheel, to which the fires consume Typhlosion more intense than they ever have before, as it bolts down the field, putting everything it has into this final attack. Gary stands stoic, watching the two as they become one, just as he always knew that they would. It is in this moment that Gary realizes Ethan has reached the level to where he no longer needs Gary's support. Whatever the world has in store for him, Ethan and Typhlosion will be able to face it. Now, Alakazam, use Psychic! Doing so, a clash of fire and ethereal energy begins to fill the stadium as gusts gusts of flaming wind burst through the crowd. This causes everybody to flinch as a flash is given off with a brief explosion and then a cloud of smoke. The only thing the crowd can do is sit in silence as they await to see the results of this final altercation. However, they won't have to wait long, as another gust of wind sweeps through the arena, revealing that Alakazam stands above Typhlosion as it lays unconscious at its feet with spirals in its eyes. The crowd erupts at this battle, cheering on both Gary and Ethan. They gave everything that they had on the battlefield, and there's nothing more that they could ask for. While Gary and Ethan meet in the center of the battlefield to shake hands, Ash stands up next to Vincent. Looking over to his partner, he asks if Pikachu is ready, because they're up next. The mouse sparks excitedly as it wants a chance to battle, while Vincent just looks down to Ethan, thinking to himself, I told him not to lose. We find ourselves about an hour later as Ash stands on the battlefield in the Silver Stadium. Across from him is the trainer known as Harrison, who has garnered quite the reputation over the last couple of days, being such a prevalent battler, as well as boasting Pokemon that are native to the far-off region called Hoenn. While Harrison isn't what you would call a traditional rival of Ash's, this has been a battle that he's been excited about since he first saw the boy standing with the starter Pokemon outside of the Pokemon Center. Ash is always excited to get to see new Pokemon that he's never met before, and that one was quite intriguing. However, from Harrison's perspective, things are a little bit different. He didn't enter this competition expecting to face a regional champion. However, across from him stands Ash, the youngest champion that Kanto has ever seen, and a year younger than himself. To say he knows he has his work cut out for him would be an understatement. However, he does intend to put everything he has into this battle, as if he could beat a regional champion heading into the top 4 of this tournament, then that's going to give him the momentum needed to possibly take home the gold. The boys share some brief back and forth banter while they are in the center of the field, while the ref is laying out the rules for them. At this point, everything is clear. It'll be a 6-on-6 battle, and substitutions will be allowed. The battle will be over when one side is out of Pokemon to use. With the acknowledgement that both sides understand, they take their sides of the position. The field that they are battling on today is the grass battlefield to start before the interchange, after one side has lost 3 of their Pokemon. It's here that Ash makes the first call of the match, choosing to send in his starter Pikachu. As the electric mouse scampers out on the battlefield, Harrison wastes no time in making his first selection, as he throws a ball declaring Miltank, go! As the Bovine hits the field, a loud thud can be felt, as Pikachu takes a slight jump into the air from the impact that Miltank had created. However, this doesn't faze the mouse, as with the wave of the flags, the battle begins, and Ash leads with a very reliable move in Thunderbolt. However, Harrison is quick to counter this, ordering Miltank to use a rollout. Tucking all of its limbs in and beginning to spin, Miltank tears down the battlefield, able to deflect most of the Thunderbolts that strike it, as it mows down in the direction of Pikachu. Luckily for the electric mouse, it does possess the greater speed advantage, so it's able to easily dodge this first pass of rollout. However, Miltank isn't giving up on the move at the command of its trainer, and it circles back around for a second strike. This is where Ash figures if a special attack won't work, then they'll try to get more physical with it, ordering Pikachu to fire off an Iron Tail. As the mouse's tail glows in a metallic hue, it runs down the battlefield in order to intercept the Bovine. At the command of its trainer, it connects with Miltank. However, this is where the difference in the two Pokemon becomes clear, as while Pikachu does possess a speed advantage, it lacks in the raw power, which Miltank more than makes up for, as it is able to push through the Iron Tail and run over Pikachu, stunning the mouse in the process. However, Harrison isn't done yet, as he knows that Pikachu is one of Ash's strongest Pokemon, as he's seen him battle on TV, so he needs to immobilize it as quick as possible, telling Miltank to use one of their trump cards, an Attract. The cow stops spinning at a high rate of speed, only to face Pikachu before winking at it and blowing a kiss. However, Ash doesn't have knowledge on what this move actually does, so he's unable to respond in time, as he calls to Pikachu to use an Iron Tail. Unfortunately, the Cantonian champion is going to get a crash course in what Attract exactly does, as when he calls for Pikachu to use a Thunder attack, the mouse just somewhat stumbles over itself as it tries to approach Miltank. Hey, Pikachu, what's going on, buddy? Are you okay? Ash says. However, Harrison chuckles to himself. You really don't know what this does, do you, Ash? Well, let me explain. Your Pikachu is now infatuated with my Miltank, and, well, it's gonna have trouble actually attacking, considering you have to break the infatuation in order to cause any type of damage. While Ash hears Harrison's words, he doesn't really believe them at first, so he orders Pikachu to use an Iron Tail as it approaches the Bovine. Unfortunately, though, Pikachu is still caught in the infatuation, and it chooses not to execute the move rather than to lay goo-goo eyes on Miltank, to which Harrison responds in kind by ordering a Body Slam. While Pikachu is
looking over its love with hearts in its eyes, Miltank jumps in the air only to bring its full weight down on Pikachu, flattening the mouse. While this doesn't knock it out per se, it is enough to cause a decent amount of damage, forcing Ash to order it to return to its side of the battlefield for now. Reluctantly, Pikachu does as it's told as it scampers back to the side of Ash to rest up from the hussy that just tried to steal its heart. Ash tells Pikachu to sit out for the time being. He's going to have to use a little bit less conventional methods in order to beat Miltank. Luckily, he thinks he has just the answer to this, as he declares, "Meganium, I choose you!" The grass starter from Johto emerges ready for the command of its trainer as it gets its first chance to battle here in the Silver Stadium. While Harrison knows that Miltank has battled, he's not quite sure of what Ash is up to at this current time. So he decides to keep in Miltank for the next battle, as he feels like the track strategy is going to pay dividends here. However, he's going to find out just how wrong he is, as when the flags are waved for the next round and he makes the first call for attract, Miltank does the same thing as it winks at Meganium and then blows it a kiss. However, the grass type just stares at it awkwardly, unsure of what exactly Miltank is trying to do. This causes a bit of confusion on Harrison's part, as Ash is quick to counter, ordering Meganium to use a return. The grass dino then does something that Harrison didn't expect, as it bolts down the battlefield in the direction of Miltank, only to slam into the bovine with all of its weight, sending it into the arena wall and knocking it out, all in one fell swoop. Harrison can do nothing but stare in stunned silence. Why didn't attract work on Meganium, he thinks to himself. However, this is where Ash chuckles just a bit, as Meganium approaches him and he rubs it on its head. "I figured you'd try that attract strategy again, and so I went with something that was a guarantee win, as Meganium only has infatuation for one person. Isn't that right, Meganium?" Rubbing its head on Ash's chest, Meganium squeals in excitement as its trainer is giving it all the love and affection that it will ever need. "I see," Harrison says. "I'm beginning to understand why you are a champion, Ash. What an interesting move. But don't believe that just because you won that last battle, that means that I'm down just yet." Ash returns the grass starter to its ball to save it for the later on in the battle. Since Ash made the first choice of the last altercation, Harrison has to make the next one, and he's not going to wait too long, as his choice becomes known very well as he declares, "Hypno, go!" The Psychic Dream Eater emerges from its ball with its pendulum in its hand, ready to put its next opponent to sleep. Wanting to keep the momentum of this battle rolling in his favor, Ash decides to go with something that's high-flying. "Gliscor, I choose you!" The Fang Scorpion emerges from its ball, landing on its tail, ready to spring into action. And with the wave of the flag, the next round begins. Harrison wastes no time in making the first move, calling for a hypnosis. However, Ash has the perfect counter for this, telling Gliscor to envelop the battlefield with a sandstorm. This allows the Fang Scorpion to blanket itself from the attack, causing Hypno to fail. Not wanting them to lose any type of surprise they may still have, Harrison orders Hypno to use its psychic ability to find Gliscor within the sandstorm. While the Pendulum Pokemon is able to get some sort of lock on it, the truth be told is that Gliscor inside of a sandstorm is almost unmatched, as its ability Sand Veil, mixed with the natural defense of the sandstorm, gives it an unparalleled ability to hide. And this is proven when Gliscor is able to swoop in with a Steel Wing at the command of its trainer, striking Hypno before retreating back into the dust. Not liking his odds here, Harrison decides to recall Hypno for now, choosing to replace it with something that may be able to battle Gliscor in the sky, as he sends in Tropius. The Banana Chin Mon hits the field as it takes the first bit of chip damage from the sandstorm, and as the ref can barely see, it waves the flags to signal the start of this next battle, to which Harrison takes advantage of by calling for a move that doesn't go after Gliscor, but seems to help Tropius, as the command is a simple one, for it to use a move called Dragon Dance. While Ash isn't sure what this move can do, he doesn't want to wait to find out, so he orders Gliscor back in with another Steel Wing, which is able to connect as Tropius completes its tribal dance. This is then met with another round of chip damage from the sandstorm, as Gliscor fades out of sight. Harrison realizes they're not exactly at the level that they need to be at, so he makes another call for Dragon Dance once more, which Gliscor is able to respond in kind with the next Scizor. However, this time Tropius is able to dodge this, as its true abilities become known when it bolts up out of the sandstorm, taking to the sky. You like that, Ash? Tropius isn't just a grass type, it's also half flying, which means that it's going to be able to compete with your Gliscor, and while it's good at hiding in a dust cloud, can it keep up with the flying type when it goes above the dust cloud? Realizing the Dragon Dance had some effect on Tropius' speed, Ash tells Gliscor to stay inside of the sandstorm. If they don't leave it, then it won't be able to hit them. However, this is where he's going to find out that they are dead wrong, as Harrison gives a command for an air slash. Several blades made of air begin to fire from Tropius' wings in the direction of the sandstorm. While Gliscor does have pretty perfect coverage inside of this, there are too many for it to evade all at once, and one is able to connect, stunning the Fang Scorpion temporarily. This allows Tropius to move move in with the attack that Harrison was actually wanting to execute, a Leaf Blade. As Gliscor shakes off the damage that it had taken from that air slash, it is then hit with a Leaf Blade that connects with enough force, driving it into the battlefield below and dissipating the sandstorm around it from the force of the impact. In kind, Tropius lands back to its side of the field, almost daring Gliscor to get up and try something again. While the Fang Scorpion isn't 100% out, it did feel that last one, and it took a lot of damage as a result. However, it's just as stubborn as Ash, and it's not going to let one failed attempt to defend itself prevent it from battling. Knowing that they are outmatched in not only speed, but power, Ash has to be a little bit crafty here. He can't let them get another hit off because it could be the end of his Pokemon. So he tells Gliscor to mount its tail and be ready to spring into action at his command. However, Harrison isn't going to give him a chance to do whatever Ash is planning, so he orders Tropius to fire off another air slash to keep their distance. However, Ash orders Gliscor to use an X-Scissor to defend against the Razor Blades. Though the move is at a type disadvantage, it has enough power to counteract the air type move, neutralizing it for the time being. But Harrison isn't going to give in as he orders another round of air slashes, ordering Tropius to put everything it has into him. And this is what Ash was going for, as the winds begin to pick up with the beat of Tropius's mighty wings to form the blades of the air slash. Ash tells Gliscor it's time to use his tail to spring into action, with the effect of its tail launching it into the air and the additive bonus of the wind that Tropius created. Gliscor is able to soar higher and higher until it is almost out of view from everyone in the crowd. This is actually bad for Harrison, as Gliscor can't really fly on its own, only gliding on currents of wind, so the fact that it's been able to get that high means danger for them. However, Tropius is able to climb that high, so he orders his grass type up in the air after Gliscor. However, as Old Banana Chin begins to gain altitude, you can see a small dot shooting down towards the battlefield. As they focus in on it, it's Gliscor, and it's getting closer and closer as Ash gives the command for a guillotine. Realizing that Gliscor is using the force of the fall in order to amplify the attack, Harrison does the only thing he can in calling for a move that could possibly knock the Fang Scorpion out in one attack, a Leaf Storm. A tornado of leaves spiral up from Tropius as they begin to connect and pelt Gliscor. However, the Fang Scorpion pushes through, using the added speed from its fall to wrap its pincers around Tropius's neck as it takes both of them hurtling towards the ground. This is all or nothing. If the Fang Scorpion breaks the hold, then it will succumb to the Leaf Storm. So it's going to have to see this the whole way through as the ground inches closer and closer before an earth-shaking thud envelops the stadium and a small cloud of dust erupts. After a moment, it's revealed that Tropius has been knocked out, while Gliscor is still just barely standing. That is, until it succumbs to the damage that it took from the Leaf Storm and collapses as well, making this a double knockout. As both trainers recall their Pokemon, they have a moment of reflection, as Harrison is now down 2 Pokemon, while Ash is only down 1, which means that if Harrison loses the next battle, then there is going to be a field change prompted and a break. This is something that the Hoenn native isn't comfortable with, and he aims to change the momentum going into the second half, and he wants to start things off big as he declares, "Steelix, go!" While in tandem, Ash declares, "Shuckle, I choose you!" As the 2 Pokemon emerge from their Pokeballs, a very obvious thing comes into view. They couldn't be more opposites in size. Shuckle is as small as it can possibly be, while Steelix towers over the rock bug. However, this isn't going to detour Ash, as with the wave of the flags for the next round to begin, he orders Shuckle in with a rollout. However, Harrison isn't just going to sit around and let this rollout connect, as he orders his Iron Snake to use a dig. As Steelix tunnels under the battlefield, Shuckle passes by, barely missing its target, only for Steelix to resurface, connecting with the bug type, sending it airborne. And unfortunately, this creates a big problem, as Shuckle really has no moves that it can use from this position, to which Harrison is able to capitalize on when he orders Steelix to use an Iron Tail. The Iron Snake slams the lower half of its body into Shuckle, punting it almost like a baseball into the arena wall. The only thing Ash can do in order to stave off any type of damage is, before the Iron Tail hits, to call for a defense curl to raise Shuckle's defense. This stat increase happens in the nick of time, because if it had happened any later, then Shuckle would not be here, as it woozily rolls back onto the battlefield, unsure of what just hit it or where it's at. Realizing that Shuckle may be out of its element here, Ash recalls the bug type for the time being. However, now he's got to make a choice, and there's unfortunately only one thing he has on his team that he thinks can clash with this Steelix, as he declares, "Ursaring, I choose you!" The normal type emerges from its ball, a little bit sleepy as it had just waken up
right before the match. And while it's happy to battle for Ash, there is one thing that it's going to give him a look over, and that's the fact that it has to face down another Steelix. Why does it seem like Ash just keeps throwing him at the same Pokemon over and over again, as it harkens back to the battle that it had with Jasmine at the Olivine gym? However, there's going to be little time for it to debate this fact, as the flags wave for the next round, and Harrison wastes no time calling for a sandstorm of his own to hide Steelix. This forces Ursaring in an awkward position, as it hasn't quite fully woken up yet, and it's having trouble getting its eyes to focus. This allows a free hit from Steelix when it comes up for an Iron Tail that smacks the bear, knocking it back several feet. However, Steelix exposing itself isn't going to be let off without any retaliation, as now Ursaring is awake and mad, as it fires back with the focus punch that cracks Steelix across the mid of its body. This causes the snake to let out a yelp of pain before it fades back into the sandstorm, trying to evade any more damage. And this is where the first set of chip damage happens on Ursaring, now depleting the health of Ash's Pokemon. However, this is the least of Ash's worries, as Harrison has ordered Steelix back in to use a bind on Ursaring, but Ash isn't going to let this go unchecked, as he orders Ursaring to use a double team, evading the bind in the sandstorm, allowing the bear to use the dust cloud to its advantage for the time being. As a precaution, Harrison orders Steelix to use Dig to avoid any damage that may be coming. The snake heeds the command of its trainer, burrowing itself deep beneath the battlefield, only for Ash to tell Ursaring to stand still, use its feet to feel the vibrations in the ground. Unfortunately, this does come at a brief cost, as the chip damage is beginning to stack up on the bear as it waits for the next command from its trainer. However, it's not going to be much longer, as Steelix finally surfaces trying to connect with the Dig, but just as the ground begins to break beneath its feet, Ash orders Ursaring to jump while charging a focus punch. As the Iron Snake begins to emerge its head through the ground, it is met with a fist that cracks it in its head, dropping it right there before it can fully escape the clutches of the earth, bringing this battle to an end and costing Harrison his third Pokemon, signaling the start of a break and a field change. After about a 15-minute interlude, the fields have been swapped. They are no longer on the grass battlefield, but now on the rocky battlefield. And this is where we see our combatants choose their next set of Pokemon. As for Harrison, it's going to be something simple, something they've already seen, as he declares Hypno, go! Wanting to keep the momentum he had before the break, Ash decides to lead with the Pokemon he left off before the field change, as he declares Ursaring, I choose you! Both combatants back on the battlefield, the wave of the flags is given for the next round to start, as Harrison wastes no time trying the move that he had started off with last time Hypno hit the field, a Hypnosis. Wanting to get the pace of this battle going, Ash decides to counter with a double team. However, Ursaring is moving a little bit slower since the last time it battled, as even though it won against Steelix, it did take a decent amount of damage, and unfortunately, this is going to allow the Hypnosis to connect, knocking the bear out. And because of this turn of events, this allows Harrison to capitalize with Dream Eater, that slowly begins to siphon off the health of Ursaring, replenishing Hypno's lost health from its previous battle, and turning the bear's sleep into a complete and total KO. While Ash isn't happy about Ursaring getting taken out so quickly, he does compliment Harrison on his ability to do so. He didn't think that Ursaring would lose that fast. Harrison responds in kind, telling Ash that he's everything that he thought he would be as a champion. Every time Harrison thought he would be able to pull a lead ahead, Ash is able to turn it around in his favor, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him. While Ash is aiming to win the competition, he tells Harrison, so it's not going to be easy to beat him, as he readies his next Pokeball, declaring Shuckle, I choose you! Shuckle hits the field a little bit more energized, as it's had time to rest and recover from that wooziness it was feeling. It's confident in its ability to win this battle, which Harrison can see plastered all over the Bug-type's face. With the wave of the flags for the next round, the battle begins, and Ash calls for Old Reliable, telling Shuckle to use a rollout. With its sense of stability back, Shuckle begins to spin at a high rate of speed as it tears down the battlefield, aiming for only one target, Hypno. However, Harrison isn't going to let this be completed, as he orders Hypno to use a Psychic and lift the Bug-type up off the ground, preventing it from getting any more traction. And from here, it's a simple flick of the pendulum as Shuckle is sent hurtling towards the arena wall. However, Ash isn't going to let this go the same way that it did before, as he orders the Bug-type to use one final move before it connects, Toxic. A Toxic ooze spews from its shell at a high rate of speed, aiming for Hypno. Unfortunately for the Psychic type, as it is in the middle of an attack, the ooze goes unnoticed until it finally connects with it, saturating it in a poison, just as Shuckle connects with the wall, knocking it out and bringing this battle to a close. Things are now even between the trainers. They each only have 3 Pokemon left. However, this Hypno has
has been quite the problem. But luckily, Ash thinks he has the solution to this, as he declares, "Octillery, I choose you!" Revealing his final Pokemon for this battle, Octillery hits the field with its suction cups sucking down on the ground, ready to engage in battle with anything that stands across from it. Harrison thinks that this choice is interesting, but he's confident in Hypno's ability to get him another win here, so he decides to leave the Psychic type in for the time being. So with that, the flags for the next bout start, and Harrison is quickly on the attack, as he orders Hypno to use another Psychic. However, Ash's counter comes into play here, as he orders Octillery to use a Psybeam to counteract the Psychic type move, with both of them canceling each other out. Beginning to catch on to the strategy that Ash had here, Harrison decides to shift things up as he orders for a Hypnosis. However, Ash has a counter for this too, as he orders something that's going to be able to cause a little bit more physical damage in a Water Pulse. The water-based move is able to push through the Hypnosis, dissipating it and connecting with Hypno. The sheer force of this attack that connects with the head of the Pendulum Pokemon is enough to give it whiplash as it cracks backward before shooting back forward. This whole motion is enough to cause Hypno to fall into a confusion, as Harrison calls for another Psychic, to which it's unable to execute, striking itself instead. Ash sees this as a perfect opening, and he orders Octillery in with an Octazooka that connects, finally putting the Pendulum Pokemon down and securing Ash his next win. Harrison recalls Hypno, thanking it for all the effort that it put in, considering it was able to level 2 of Ash's team and get him caught back up in this battle. The boy then looks across to Ash, as it seems that the champion has chosen to keep Octillery in for the time being. And even though Harrison only has 2 Pokemon left, he has somewhat of an advantage on Ash, as he knows everything that Ash has at his roster, to which the boy has no idea what Harrison still has left. However, Ash isn't going to have to wait long, as Harrison makes his declaration for Glalie, go! Giant head emerges from the ball, levitating across the battlefield, catching Ash's eye, unsure on how to react to it. But he's not going to let this hold him down, as the next round is waved to begin by the flags, and Harrison kicks things off by ordering a Gyro Ball from his Ice type. Ash quickly counters this by ordering a Bullet Seed from Octillery. Unfortunately though, it's not powerful enough to hold back the spinning head, and it connects with the Octopi, securing a great amount of damage. However, just like always, Octillery has its failsafe, as its suction cups play an important role here, as it absorbs the blow from Glalie and kind of pivots back like a slingshot, allowing it to latch onto the head as it was attempting to return to its side of the field. This gives the Octopi the best opportunity possible, as when it connected with Glalie, it had managed to fully engulf its face with its body. Now it's starting to panic because it's unable to see, allowing Octillery to connect with the point-blank Psybeam. While this isn't enough to end the head, it does cause a great amount of pain as it begins to cry underneath the Octopi veil. This is where Harrison tries something drastic to try and get Octillery off, as he orders Glalie to use an Iron Head and to start smashing into the parts of the battlefield that it can reach. Ash tells Octillery to hold on. They have to stay strong. Continue to fire Psybeams. What follows is a war of attrition, as Glalie rapidly fires Iron Heads into pillars of rock, while Octillery continuously lays down Psybeams into the floating head. In the end, while Octillery did take a great amount of damage, the head stops floating as it falls to the field in defeat, as Octillery pulls itself off to reveal that Glalie has spirals in its eyes. Truth be told, the only reason that Octillery didn't succumb to all those hits is because its body is just a giant squishy anomaly, allowing it to absorb most impacts relatively easy. Harrison recalls his Ice type, thanking it for the attempt that it made to beat Octillery. Now the Hoenn native is down to his final Pokemon, but luckily for him, this is his oldest and strongest Pokemon, as he declares, Blaziken, I choose you! The incredible fighting chicken emerges from its Pokeball with an imposing presence that it causes Octillery to even shudder a little bit. Ash notices this, and if the fire type has that effect on Octillery, then it must be a seriously strong battler. So he decides to ask the Octopi if it wants to stick in, to which Ash gets a firm yes, as it's always down to test its strength against a strong opponent. However, both it and Ash have underestimated the amount of damage that it's taken, as with the wave of the flags for this next round, Ash orders an Octazooka, to which it is quickly countered by 2 things: Blaziken's overwhelming speed and a Thunder Punch that is called from Harrison that connects with the Octopi, overwhelming it with electricity in one fell swoop, knocking it out. Ash recalls the Water type, thanking it for all the effort that it put in, as it was able to take out the Hypno that was such a problem. Now Ash has to mull over his decisions. He's got 2 Pokemon left, one being Pikachu, who had battled but did take a decent amount of damage from Miltank, and the other one, while it did battle, didn't really take any damage and is at a type disadvantage. However, when has type disadvantage ever stopped Ash? As he declares, Meganium, I choose you! The Grass Brachio emerges from its ball, ready for the chance to win this full 6-on-6 bout. As the 2 starters stare each other down, the flags are waved with the first commands given. For Ash, it's something simple. He wants to play this defensive as he calls for a Light Screen. However, Harrison isn't going to hold back,
attack, as he orders Blaziken in with the Blaze Kick. Unfortunately, this is going to cause some serious damage to Meganium, as it was unable to dodge, erecting the light screen. However, now that Blaziken is close, Ash can use Vine Whip to bind its leg, preventing it from getting away. But unfortunately, Blaziken is going to prove just how capable it is when Harrison orders it to the jump. Using just one leg, Blaziken carries not only itself, but Meganium into the air. While it still has the one leg bound, Ash orders Meganium to use a Razor Leaf that connects with the fire type, although be it for minimal damage. This is met with the retaliation of a flamethrower that Ash is forced to have Meganium break its hold on Blaziken in order for it to avoid. Using its new freedom, Harrison orders Blaziken back to the ground while Meganium is still airbound. However, Ash does have a plan for this. As Meganium looks down to see Blaziken firing a flamethrower towards it, he tells the grass type just to take it head on, fall into the flames, and use return. The two hope that the light screen will be enough to hold off the damage as Meganium is consumed by fire. Harrison tells Blaziken to keep the heat on. They need to end this now, but then something happens. The vines of Meganium emerge from the firestorm, binding the beak of the bird, allowing it to bring its full weight down with the return, connecting with Blaziken and driving it into the battlefield. This was a direct hit for the bird, although it did come at great physical cost to the grass-type starter of Ash. Meganium is breathing hard as it still has its vines bound around the beak of Blaziken, as its eyes open to look at the Brachio. As the chicken stands up, Ash tells Meganium not to break its hold on the beak so it can't use Flamethrower. However, this isn't going to matter at this point, as Harrison orders Blaziken in with the Blaze Kick that connects for super effective damage, sending the grass-type airborne once again. Then, to close out the deal, Blaziken fires off a Sky Uppercut that sends the grass type even higher before it comes crashing back down to the ground with spirals in its eyes, unable to battle. Recalling the Jotonian starter, Ash thanks it for all the work that it put in. Unfortunately though, the type disadvantage was just too great. With just one option left, Ash turns to Pikachu asking if it's ready. The mouse sparks as it jumps onto the battlefield, ready to take on the greatest challenge that it has to date. While Harrison is a little bit disappointed, as he was really hoping to get a chance to face Ash's Charizard, the same one that won him the regional title, he'll take Pikachu as a secondary substitute considering it's his starter, and probably the highest level Pokemon he has with him at the current time. So with that, the flags for the final battle are waved as Ash gives the first command for a quick attack. However, Harrison isn't going to let Pikachu gain any type of ground on it as he counters with the Thunder Punch that connects with the mouse, only for the two to cancel each other out. However, Blaziken quickly retaliates with a Blaze Kick, to which Pikachu meets with an Iron Tail. However, Ash doesn't want this to deflect the attack, more so to give Pikachu some air, as he orders it to use its tail like a spring off of the leg of Blaziken. With the kick not actually connecting with anything, Blaziken is sent into a spiral motion as it comes to a rest back at its original spot, only to be met with a thunder from the mouse at the command of Ash. This is totally unguarded, and the bird is fried in one fell swoop. However, it's not enough to drop Blaziken. Harrison compliments Ash that was pretty clever, using Pikachu's tail to recreate what Blaziken did with Meganium before, so that way it can get an unguarded thunder off. Ash just simply smirks, commenting that you gotta be creative in battles like this, especially when everything is riding on it. Now, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt! However, Blaziken isn't going to give the mouse a chance to fire off this attack, as it uses its superior speed once more to bolt down the battlefield and connect with the mouse with a Sky Uppercut, sending the mouse into the air. This all happens while Pikachu is in the midst of charging the Thunderbolt, and as the mouse reaches the peak of its ascent before it can realize that it's been sent in the air, it begins falling rapidly as the Thunderbolt completes its charge. However, it's here that something happens that Ash wasn't expecting, and catches Harrison off guard as the electricity that's been stored up by the Thunderbolt and Pikachu begins to swell around the mouse in a blinding light as its descent increases in speed and power. Realizing this could be a problem, Harrison calls for Blaziken to use a flamethrower. However, Ash isn't going to let this go to waste, even if he doesn't know what it is, so he tells Pikachu to use it and to take the flamethrower head on. The mouse does so, as this new supercharged tackle is enough to prevent the flamethrower from even phasing Pikachu as it falls into the flames, connecting with as much power as the mouse has into Blaziken, sending it into the arena floor. This is followed by Pikachu hitting the ground. The mouse slowly stands up and is instantly hit with what looks like recoil damage, much to Ash's shock. However, that's the least of their worries, as Blaziken is beginning to stir. It's wincing as little bolts of electricity course throughout its body. It seems
seems that whatever the move was that Pikachu just used caused a paralysis to the bird, and the burst of electricity that it was struck with was so concentrated that Blaziken's body is unresponsive, as it finally gives away to spirals in its eyes. Ash rushes out to Pikachu on the field as the mouse collapses. Picking it up, Ash holds it in his arms, thanking it for all the effort that it put in. However, he's more concerned with what had happened. What was that strange move that Pikachu used? But unfortunately, this is going to be interrupted when the immediate announcement for the top 4 pairings is given away, as it's revealed that in the rounds for the top 4, it's going to be Richie versus Casey and Gary versus Ash. And this is where we are going to leave things for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? How did you guys enjoy the 2 6-on-6 battles? Which one was your favorite? And of course, what was that move that Pikachu used on Blaziken at the end of their battle? And also, are you excited that we're going to be entering the top 4? Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comments down below. Is questioning that move that Pikachu was able to use during the battle with Blaziken. He had never seen his partner do anything like that before, and was very odd. While it was very powerful, there is another concern that Ash has, and that it could actually hurt Pikachu if he's not careful, as he saw the recoil that it gave off. But the Cantonian champion isn't going to try and force the situation, as because he doesn't really know what it was, and he doesn't know what triggered it, he's just going to let it be for now. If they come across it again, then they'll deal with it at that time. As he looks at his partner, while it munches down on a snack that Ash had gotten for it. And this is where Vincent joins Ash, asking if he's ready, as they flash back to the previous night. After his match with Harrison, Ash and Vincent were sitting at this very same table in the courtyard when a flamethrower hit the two. Smiling, Ash looks up and his secret weapon for tomorrow's battle lands with a very heavy thud. Charizard. Ash and it celebrate, only for Gary to walk by and see the two. However, he says nothing, only sharing a look with Ash. Gary then walks off, knowing full well that tomorrow's battle will be more than just a battle for the match in the finals between these two. This is where we flash back to the current time. Ash and Vincent watch the final moments of the first round wrap up as Casey and her Electabuzz fall to Richie and his Dragonite. It looks like Dragonair evolved, Ash thinks to himself. With the end of round 1 now wrapped up, Ash must prepare, so he stands to leave Vincent, only for the young boy to ask what Pokemon Ash chose. The Cantonian champion simply turns, saying that he'll have to wait to see in the match, as he walks off. Pikachu rushes to join Ash as he walks to the battlefield, taking his time as he flashes back to the day of the top 16 match that he had. This was a special day because Ash only had one thing on his mind as he made his way to the penthouse area where the Elite Four and the champion watches all the matches from. Opening the door, the room goes silent as Ash, the Cantonian champion, walks in. However, he walks past every member of the Elite Four, including their champion, only flashing a smile to Lance as he's not who Ash is here to see. Instead, Ash approaches the largest and most introverted of the group. Then, a moment of tension happens as the two have a stare down, before they both erupt in laughter. Ash inquires if Bruno has what he's here for, to which the Elite confirms that he does, handing over a Pokeball as we fade to the present day with Ash walking by the front of the Pokemon Center. As Ash's steps continue to carry him farther and farther away from the Pokemon Center, a very familiar voice calls to him from off in the distance. Turning, Ash can barely make out the person as they are running towards him. Beside her, 2 Pokemon run in tandem. As they come into view, it's revealed that this person is Shiguza, and beside her are Hitmontop and Ash's Wartortle. The boy couldn't be happier. All of his Pokemon are coming back to him, and he didn't even call for Wartortle, as he had figured it would want to continue training, but it looks like the water type wanted to be part of Ash's next set of big matches. The two celebrate the reunion briefly, before Ash tells it that he can't stay for long. He has a battle that he has to get to, but not to worry, it's gonna get its chance. Ash then suggests that Shiguza, Wartortle, and Hitmontop all go watch the top 4 battle he's about to be in from the stadium, because this is gonna determine who goes to the finals. The redhead tells Ash that they'll be rooting for him as they run off to buy tickets so that way they can catch this final round of the day, with Ash and Pikachu turning as they continue heading down the pathway to face their greatest rival to date. Moments later, Ash finds himself in the Silver Stadium standing across from Gary as the referee makes the announcements for this match. It will be a full 6-on-6 battle. Each side will be allowed substitutions, and when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle, the other side will be declared the winner. There will be a field change after the first side has lost 3 of their Pokemon. With each side giving the nod that they understand the rules, they are given the go-ahead to send in their first combatants. Neither one of the lifelong rivals waste any time as they already have both of their Pokeballs in hand. For Ash, this is a simple one,
as he declares, Pidgeot, I choose you. While Gary seemingly had the same thought of using speed to his advantage to get the ball rolling, declares, Scizor, your time to battle. With the wave of the flags, the first battle begins as Gary takes the first call, ordering Scizor to power up with the Sword Stance. However, Ash isn't going to waste any time on this as he orders Pidgeot to use an Air Slash. Both Pokemon execute their attacks. While Pidgeot's is faster and it's able to strike Scizor, Gary relies on its Steel typing to mitigate the damage while his Bug powers up its physical type prowess, which leads directly into the next exchange as Ash calls for a Twister, to which Gary counters with a simple technique, ordering a Metal Claw. Charging its pincers, Scizor uses them as a shield as it rushes through the maelstrom that Pidgeot had created, only to connect with the bird for serious damage, revealing that not only does Scizor have great attack, but it also has the speed to rival Ash's regional flyer. This sent Pidgeot into a bit of a tailspin, which Gary looks to capitalize on, ordering a next Scissor from his Bug. However, Ash isn't going to let this go unpunished as he orders Pidgeot to use a double team to avoid the Bug-type attack. This allows the bird to pull back into the sky unharmed as it waits for a command from its trainer. Realizing they're going to have to get a little bit creative here, Ash orders Pidgeot to use another Twister, to which Gary happily applies with the same move that he did before, countering it with a Metal Claw that he hopes to strike true just like it did previously. However, this time, the Twister isn't aimed directly at Scizor, but the ground that it's standing on. The powerful Draconic attack whips up a bit of a sandstorm, blocking Scizor's view, to which Ash is able to use this to his advantage with Pidgeot's new increased evasion, allowing the bird to land a series of air slashes. This stuns the Metal Mantis as Ash aims to use this opening to his advantage, calling for Pidgeot's most powerful attack, a Giga Impact. Diving from its perch in the sky, Pidgeot surrounds itself with a destructive energy as it uses the fall to gain power and speed, before slamming itself as hard as it can into the Metal Mantis, as they are now both covered by the sandstorm. However, this is only brief as the impact from the clash causes the dust to disperse instantly, revealing that Scizor actually used both of its claws to stop Pidgeot mid-attack, allowing for an opening to which Gary uses to his full advantage, calling for a wing attack that strikes the bird, knocking it to the ground. A brief squawk can be heard as Pidgeot hits the battlefield hard enough to cause a brief quake in the ground, revealing that even though the bird had the superior speed, it was lacking severely in the power department, as it has spirals in its eyes, giving the first win of this match to Gary. Ash recalls his regional flyer, but he doesn't seem very fazed by the loss, like this was just the beginning, like he was sizing Gary up. And we see this in the comment that he makes to himself next, when he states that the only thing he cared about going into this battle with Gary was power, so nothing else really matters. And even though Pidgeot did take that loss, it's evident that Scizor took a beating in the process, as the Mantis is breathing a bit heavy due to Pidgeot's battle. However, Gary's no fool, and he can see this for himself as well, so he makes the choice to recall Scizor for the time being. Ash wants to go big for this next one, and as he looks up at the crowd to look at Bruno, he readies a Pokeball in his hand as he declares, Primeape, I choose you! Pig-Bunky Pokemon emerges from the ball, as agitated as ever, ready to prove its dominance in this battle. Luckily, it won't have to wait long, as Gary's next choice is readied as well, as he declares, Electabuzz, your time to battle! The two begin with Gary calling for a Thunderbolt, while Ash just makes a simple call to taking a play from Gary's book from their previous altercation and calling for a Bulk Up. As Primeape tanks the attack, it swells, hardening its body to increase its attack and defense. Gary can see what Ash is up to, and he doesn't intend to allow him the time to use it fully to his advantage, so he orders Electabuzz on the attack with the Brick Break. However, Ash has just the counter he needs for this, calling for an Aerial Ace. The increased attack stat of Primeape combined with the flying type power of the Aerial Ace is enough to overpower the Brick Break, slamming into Electabuzz and knocking it into the ground, as a brief cloud of dust bellows up from the sand battlefield. Gary isn't too happy that exchange didn't go in his way, however, he's not going to let that hold him back, as he tells Electabuzz to stand up and fire off another Thunderbolt. Dione does as it's ordered, only to be revealed that Primeape is just going to tank the attack again, as Ash has called for another Bulk Up. Things are getting dangerous for Dione, and Gary knows it. However, Primeape has taken a lot of damage, and he knows that one more good attack will be enough to drop the fighting type. So he orders Electabuzz in with a Thunder Punch in hopes of its electricity being able to overpower anything that Primeape may be able to throw at it. However, this is just the instant that Ash was waiting for, as he has a special move planned for just this moment. He orders a Primeape to use a close combat. The Pig Monkey rushes in as it drops its defense to land multiple kicks and punches to the gut and to the head of Electabuzz. Dione can do nothing, barely able to defend itself as the onslaught continues. Unfortunately for the electric type, the increased stats of Primeape's bulk ups allow it to push through any defense it can muster and drops Dione in a couple of blows, bringing this battle to an end. As Gary recalls Dione, he compliments Ash on the strength of his Primeape, to which Ash responds that it spent the last year training with an Elite 4 level trainer, so there's no surprise in the abilities that it has or the strength that it's displayed here today. Well, let's see how it stands up to this, as Gary holds his next Pokeball, declaring, Arcanine, your time to battle! The fire type emerges from its ball in brilliant majesty as one of its species only could. Ash is feeling pretty confident, and Primeape is as well, as it shows no signs of slowing down, so the champion makes the choice to leave the fighting type in. As the third battle of this match gets underway, Gary aims to show Ash why it was a bad idea to leave Primeape in, as he calls for one move that could outpace any Pokemon with Arcanine's extreme speed. The Firehound is able to outpace Primeape as it shoots down the battlefield, connecting with a supercharged tackle into the fighting type. Gary is confident that with the defense drop from that close combat and the damage that Primeape took in its previous battle, this should be enough to drop the fighting type. However, Ash thought that Gary might try something like this, as he orders Primeape to retaliate with one of its trump cards, a payback. Suddenly, a look of terror plasters itself across Gary's face as he orders Arcanine to pull back. However, it's too late. The doggo is already in mid-connection with Primeape, as the fighting type uses the power of the move to retaliate in full force and return double the damage from the payback to Arcanine. And unfortunately, Gary's calculations were a little off, as the extreme speed was not enough to take down Primeape, as it still stands, taunting both him and Arcanine to make their next move. That's when Gary remembers exactly what Bulk Up does, attack and defense. The defense drop from the close combat wasn't that significant after all, and his overconfidence in the situation cost him, as Arcanine is now limping from the attack that it took to the leg. Ash really is on a whole nother level, and he's definitely not the same trainer that I battled a year ago in my grandpa's lab, Gary thinks to himself. He's gonna have to be a little bit more cautious here. So he makes the decision to recall Arcanine for now. This just leaves one question: what is Gary's next Pokemon going to be? To which Ash won't have to wait long, as he declares, Blastoise, your time to battle! The Water Bowser emerges from the ball, ready for the commands of Gary as his oldest and strongest Pokemon. Ash knows that Primeape is on his last leg. However, at this point, it may do more harm than good in recalling it, so he decides to leave the fighting type in for one more engagement. This is exactly what Gary was counting on. As the flags are waved for the next round to begin, Ash calls for a close combat, to which Gary simply replies with a command of a Hydro Pump, aiming to take advantage of the other drop in stats that Primeape had endured due to the close combat that it used before in its special defense. Ash can do nothing, as his pig monkey is consumed by the water type attack sent hurtling into the arena wall and knocking it out, bringing this battle to a close before it had really even began. Recalling Primeape, Ash thinks to himself that he's going to have to be careful. If that's the power that Blastoise has, even when it's facing against an elite level battler like Primeape, then he knows the rest of this match is going to be a bit difficult. However, he has his next choice in mind at this current time, as he declares, Muck, I choose you! Ash's purple sludge monster emerges from its ball with a long drawn-out cry of its name, ready for a battle. It's here that Gary decides to leave Blastoise in, as the turtle is his best chance at giving him a 2-1 lead over Ash, which will cause the field to change. With the start of the battle, Ash makes the first move, calling for a Sludge Bomb. However, Gary is quick to respond, as he orders a Rapid Spin from Blastoise, causing the turtle to withdraw itself and spin at a high pace, causing the poisonous sludge to be deflected off of its shell. However, this isn't the only thing that's going to happen, as the Rapid Spin gains momentum heading in the direction of Muck. Realizing the blob is going to be too slow to get out of the way, Ash calls for an Acid Armor in hopes of raising its defense. Muck hardens the sludge of its body just slightly as Blastoise slams into it. However, this has another effect, as the turtle gets stuck in the slime that is Muck, allowing it to slowly encase the turtle as it's trapped in its shell. Ash thinks here that he's got him, as he tells Muck to constrict as much as it can. Don't let Blastoise escape. However, Gary isn't going to give the blob the chance, as he calls for a Hydro Pump that jettisons the purple sludge monster from Blastoise. This sends Muck into the air, to which Ash counters with a Sludge Bomb in hopes of causing any type of damage that he can to Blastoise. However, Gary has the counter for this too, as he orders the turtle to use an Ice Beam. This rips through the sludge-based attacks as it strikes Muck instantly, freezing it in a solid block of ice. There's nothing that Ash can do, as it falls back to the battlefield, shattering, revealing spirals in the blob's eyes, and bringing the first half of this match to a close. Ash recalls Muck, thanking it for the effort that it put in, as Gary recalls Blastoise. He thinks to himself that he's got to come up with something better in the second half. He can't let Gary take this victory. To which, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Gary is a bit shaken. Ash is a good battle, and he's proven it here with every counter that he dolls out. Gary was barely able to secure the third victory, giving them the field change. He's got to keep this momentum going into the second half. With a brief break of 15 minutes, so Ash can collect his thoughts, he finds himself back on the battlefield, as the sandy dunes have been changed over for a rocky terrain. As he makes the first call to start the second half, Snorlax, I choose you! The half-ton terror thuds onto the field from its Pokeball, ready to battle, surprisingly for once, as Ash made sure that it was good and hungry before they had this match. While Ash has chosen size and power for this match, Gary aims to use speed, as he declares, Arcanine, your time to battle. The Fire Doggo emerges from its ball with a slight limp, remaining from the battle that it had with Primeape. However, as the flags wave, Gary shows his true strategy as he aims to attack from a distance, telling Arcanine to use a flamethrower. However, Snorlax just takes this as Ash reveals his true trump card in this match, Snorlax's ability, Thick Fat, making it so that any ice or fire type moves are basically useless against the 2-ton Tubby. This also allows the champion to use this as a free turn as he calls for a belly drum from the bear. Snorlax begins to beat as hard as it can on its chest, dropping its HP as it increases its attack stat to the highest point that it can be. Then Gary gets a taste of what the behemoth can do as Ash pulls nothing back, calling for a Zen Headbutt. Despite its heavy frame, Snorlax is far faster than it looks as it bolts down the battlefield in the direction of Arcanine, to which the doggo can barely put up a defense in an Iron Head as its trainer calls for it. However, the Zen Headbutt is far more powerful than the Steel type move, as Snorlax smacks its head into the dogs and drives Arcanine's head into the battlefield below, ending the altercation in one move. So much for momentum, Gary thinks to himself as he recalls Arcanine contemplating his next decision. He knows that it would be foolish for Ash to recall Snorlax at this time. The attack stat that it has and the speed that it can move at is near godlike, so he's going to need something that can compete with it. However, Gary thinks he may have just the thing as he declares, "Scizor, your time to battle." The Metal Mantis emerges from the ball as the flags are waved for the next round to start. And just as Gary predicted, Ash is going to keep Snorlax in, to which Gary has to make a huge gamble here, calling for a Sword Stance to increase his Mantis's attack once more. This unfortunately leaves it open for a massive attack from Snorlax as it once again slams its behemoth of a head into Scizor with a Zen Headbutt, hoping to have the same result as it did to Arcanine. However, the Steel typing resists Psychic type attacks no matter how great the attack stats of the opponent is, and this allows Scizor to just barely hang on as it completes the Sword Stance, increasing its attack stat as high as it possibly could. Gary knows they're not going to get another chance like this, so he orders Scizor to use a next Scizor, to which Ash has Snorlax counter with an Ice Punch. The two moves clash and are equal, canceling each other out. However, it's to the point that both Pokemon are revealing that they are starting to tire. Both are breathing heavily from the exchanges that they've had, and things are getting to the point to where the next altercation could be their last, or so Gary thinks, as Ash reveals that he has a trump card in his belt, calling for a rest. This strikes the fear of Arceus into the Oak Boy, as Snorlax now is going to have a maximum attack with full health, and this is not a good thing. However, this may be the opportunity that Gary was looking for. As Snorlax falls back asleep, he calls for Scizor to use a Sword Stance. Doing so, the Mantis once again increases its attack stat as Snorlax slumbers away peacefully. Ash knew this was a gamble, and he calls for Snorlax to wake up, only for it to continue snoring away as Gary calls for his final Sword Stance from his Mantis. Now with its attack stat maximized, Gary orders the Mantis on the assault, calling for a next Scizor that clashes with Snorlax, hitting it for a massive amount of damage. However, this isn't enough to wake it up, even with Ash's cries, as Gary is able to land a secondary Metal Claw that hits for another set of massive damage, just a little more, Gary thinks. "Scizor, I need you to hold on. Use another X Scizor." The Mantis again puts everything it has into another attack, firing it in the direction of Snorlax, as Ash calls for it to wake up. As the bug type attack connects, Snorlax slowly begins to stir, rising to its feet, only for it to begin to wobble and fall over to the ground with spirals in its eyes as it's declared unable to battle. A wave of relief washes over Gary as Ash sighs. He was really hoping Snorlax would be able to pull through there. Recalling the normal type, Ash has some serious thinking to do. He only has 2 Pokemon left to Gary's 4, and he's not sure what Gary has aside from Blastoise and Scizor. However, he's going to have to go with pure power here, as it's the only way he thinks he has a chance to win, as he declares, "Ride on! I choose you!" Emerging from the ball, the Rock type hits the battlefield, feeling at home on this terrain. It's ready to display its dominance just as it had at the Indigo Plateau. Gary knows that there's no way Scizor can endure another long-term battle, so he recalls it for the time being, choosing to go with a much more stealthy option, as he declares, "Umbreon, your time to battle!" As the Dark type emerges from the ball, the flags for the next round are waved, and both trainers waste no time calling for their moves. For Ash, this is a simple one, Rock Polish, which Gary has never heard of before. However, the move that he calls is one that is simple, and it's going to strike for a pretty good set of damage, as Umbreon lets loose with a Shadow Ball that connects with Rhydon. However, the thick hide of this defense is something that makes Rhydon barely unable to feel the attack, as Ash is ready for their next altercation. Gary has a bad feeling about this, and as Ash calls for his attack in the form of a Stone Edge, he orders Umbreon to put up a Protect. It's lucky that the Oak Boy did this, as if that move would have connected, then there's a good chance that Umbreon would have been knocked out in one fail swoop. The speed of those rocks, Gary thinks to himself, is that what Rock Polish does? Great. I went from having to deal with a massive attacker to dealing with
a massive attacker with a lot of speed. It's like, I never beat Snorlax, Gary thinks to himself. However, his inner monologue is about to be interrupted as Ash gives a command for another Stone Edge, to which he orders Umbreon to dodge the best it can. However, for the fox, while it is a bit wily and able to get in and out of tight spaces undetected, this is a whole different ballgame, as the size of these stones are massive and they're moving at supersonic pace. Gary can do nothing but call for a Moonlight in hopes of staving off enough damage that Umbreon would survive. However, it's not to be, as the stone struck with a critical hit, knocking out the Dark type in only the second move of the battle. Gary recalls his fox contemplating his next move. He does have three options, to which Blastoise is one of them. However, this Rhydon looks like it's going to be trouble, and he wants to go with someone fresh. And according to the info his grandfather gave him when he was assembling this team, his next choice is going to want to crack at Rhydon, as they have a rivalry that they haven't been really able to realize while they're at the lab because they're unable to battle to their full potential. As Gary declares, "Nidoking, your time to battle." Poison Rat emerges from the ball, slamming down on the battlefield as it stares at Rhydon. It knows exactly what this is. The chance that both it and the Rhinoceros have been looking for. An all-out battle, nothing held back. Ash comments that this is a rivalry renewed as he mentions the battle that him and Gary had at Professor Oak's house before they headed out to Johto. Rhydon never really got the chance to test Nidoking, so this is going to be a chance for both of them to cut loose. Gary agrees and tells Ash not to underestimate his poison type, as it is the Pokemon that won him majority of his battles in the Kanto League. However, with the wave of the flags to start the second match, Gary's going to see just how strong Rhydon really is, as Ash orders an Earthquake, to which he tries to order an Earth Power from Nidoking in order to counter the move in hopes of canceling it out, but it's unable to match the speed of Rhydon as the tremors begin to build, striking Nidoking with the full force of the move. Luckily for the Oak Boy, this isn't enough to knock out Nidoking, as it stands back up ready for another altercation, to which Gary is happy to oblige it with, as he orders it to rush in with an Aqua Tail. Ash does his best, telling Rhydon to counter with a Stone Edge. However, the Nido just pushes through, as its tail glows in a watery hue before striking Nidoking in the gut, causing it to slide back just briefly, as it and Rhydon share a look, telling each other not to underestimate one another, because it will cost them this battle. However, Ash is quick to counter again, calling for another Earthquake. However, this time, Gary has just the counter that he's looking for, as he orders Nidoking to use an Aqua Tail on the ground. This allows it to gain some air, dodging the ground type attack, setting the poison type up for its next move as it brings down a Mega Horn at the command of Gary that strikes Rhydon full force. However, this is exactly what Ash wanted. Nidoking close, as he orders Rhydon to grab it and to use a reversal. Rhydon locks its massive limbs around Nidoking's frame, as the slightly smaller ground type is unable to break its hold. Then, in a move of pure power, it slams the Nido into the ground with all the force that it can muster. This is enough to even shake the people in the stands where Vincent is sitting, a bit scared, thinking to himself that he's glad he didn't have to face Ash's championship Pokemon. However, back on the battlefield, as the dust settles, Nidoking is still up and moving. However, that last attack was a doozy, and it may not be able to survive another one. While Rhydon barely seems to be showing any signs of fatigue, the size that it has gives it the advantage against Nidoking in this battle, and Gary knows it. The Oak Boy is going to have to do something to create an opening, so he decides to send Nidoking in with another Aqua Tail. However, Ash and Rhydon are both ready for this, as he tells the ground type to use its massive limbs to grab the tail, and don't let Nidoking go. This catches both Gary and Nidoking off guard, as Ash orders another reversal, slamming Nidoking into the battlefield once more. Both the ground type and his trainer are feeling pretty confident they have this battle wrapped up. However, this was the opening that Gary was looking for, as he wanted Nidoking to be close as he calls for an Earth Power as it lay at the feet of Rhydon. Being so close, the Rock Rhino can do nothing as it's struck with a super effective ground move, bringing it to its knees. However, Ash isn't going to let this go unpunished. As Rhydon falls, he orders for a Stone Edge that pelts Nidoking with everything it has, sending it sliding across the battlefield in Gary's direction. Once the dust settles, it's revealed that Nidoking has spirals in its eyes, while Rhydon is still able to stand. However, it is showing wear and tear from the battle that it just had. Gary recalls his poison type, thanking it for the damage that it was able to put in, because now he's going to be able to make quick work of it, as he declares, "Scizor, your time to battle." The Metal Mantis emerges from the ball, breathing a bit heavy from the battles. However, Rhydon is on the same foot, as even though its speed has been increased, Nidoking was able to slow it down with all the damage that it took. And with the wave of the flags to begin the start of the next round, Gary takes full advantage of this, displaying Scizor's superior speed, even though the rock type had its increased, by calling for a Metal Claw that outpaces the Stone Edge that Ash had called for, striking Rhydon into the head and dropping it
bringing this battle to a close. Ash is a bit impressed. He didn't think Scizor still had any gas left in the tank after all the damage that it took, but Gary showed him as he recalls Rhydon. However, Ash's strongest Pokemon has yet to be revealed, but Gary knows exactly what it is, as the champion of Kanto declares, "Charizard, I choose you!" The ace of the Kanto champion emerges from its ball, ready to show the world and put on full display its new power and the fruits of its training in the Charific Valley. With the wave of the flags, the start of the next round is signaled, and Gary knows that he only has one chance for another attack, ordering a wing attack from Scizor. However, Ash is quick to counter this, calling for a flamethrower that Charizard immediately lets loose across the battlefield, enveloping the steel bug type and immediately bringing this battle to an end. "No more playing around," Ash tells Gary. "It's time for us to settle this once and for all." The Oak Boy couldn't agree more, as he declares, "Blastoise, your time to battle." Emerging from its ball, the Cantonian starter readies for its trainer's command, as the flags are waved for the final battle of the top four. Ash wastes no time calling for a flamethrower, to which Gary quickly counters with a rapid spin that staves off the fire-type attack. Then, once the spinning stops, Gary calls for a Hydro Pump that is immediately shot from the cannons on Blastoise's back and connects with Charizard, sending it crashing through some pillars of rock. "What happened to all that bravado, Ash? It seems Charizard is a bit slower than what I remember." However, the Fire Lizard stands up, shaking off the damage that it took, like it didn't even feel a thing, to where Ash says, "Don't worry, they have exactly what they need," as he tells Charizard to take to the air. This is the perfect defense, as Gary tries to counter by calling for Hydro Pumps. However, Blastoise can't shoot the water high enough to hit the Fire Lizard, giving Ash much valuable time that he needs to figure out a strategy. He needs to get Charizard in close so that way they can make a big push, but with the water cannons on the back of Blastoise, that's going to be difficult, as Ash orders Charizard to retaliate with a flamethrower that misses, striking some of the boulders beside Blastoise, as it corrected its flight, trying to avoid a Hydro Pump. It's in this moment that Ash sees his opening, as Gary taunts him, asking where that famous Ash Ketchum ingenuity is. However, the boy tells Gary he's not going to have to wait long, as he orders Charizard to fire rapid flamethrowers, but not at Blastoise, to hit the battlefield surrounding it. Gary is unsure of what Ash is doing, as he notices the battlefield beginning to melt around Blastoise, locking the turtle into a specific area. He doesn't like where this is going, so he orders Blastoise to douse the field with Hydro Pump to bring down the temperature so the turtle isn't roasted alive. This causes a big cloud of steam to envelop the battlefield, to which Gary and Ash both cannot see Blastoise nor Charizard. However, as the steam fades, it's revealed what Ash's plan was, as Charizard used the steam cloud as cover to get in close to the water turtle, essentially making the cannons on its back useless. Realizing they're going to have to fight up close and that he needs to break Charizard's hold on Blastoise, Gary calls for an Ice Beam, to which Ash orders for a Dragon Pulse to counter. The two moves collide, exploding in a shockwave that stuns both Pokemon. However, Ash's call to Charizard is its signal that they need to take off. The Fire Lizard clutches Blastoise in close as it begins to fly into the air, to where Gary has no control over the situation. Then Ash gives the order, "Charizard, use Seismic Toss!" The Fire Lizard demonstrates its aerial prowess as it begins to spin rapidly at a high speed, setting in some confusion on Blastoise. Then, just as the turtle can't take any more, Charizard dives towards the ground as fast as it can with the intention of slamming Blastoise with everything it has. Gary has an idea here, calling for a Hydro Pump from Blastoise to help slow them down upon impact. However, the confusion from the spinning has the turtle unable to respond to its trainer's command, as Charizard lets loose from Blastoise, slamming it in the ground with a stadium-shattering thud. Landing before its opponent, Charizard prepares for their next altercation. However, Blastoise struggles to stand, as it doubles over, with spirals in its eyes, unable to continue the battle, and having Ash be declared the winner of this 6-on-6 bout. As Charizard stands over its defeated opponent, it lets out a burst of flames from its mouth to establish its dominance, while Gary simply smiles and hangs his head, recalling Blastoise, and thinking to himself that Ash truly is the better trainer among the two of them, for now, as he watches the Indigo champion rush out to the field and hug his fire starter. And with that, the matches of the 6th day of the Silver Conference tournament come to a close, with the announcement of who's going to be in the finals. It'll be Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and Richie, the former rival that lost to him at the Indigo Plateau. Tensions are high, as Ash has one more obstacle in his way before he has the chance to make a challenge to become a 2-time regional champion. Now we shift to the night of the top 4 battles. Ash is sitting beside a lake with Pikachu staring out into the moonlight, contemplating the next day he has ahead of him. Looking at his partner, Ash says they have just one more day and one more battle. Then they'll earn a chance to challenge the Elite Four of the Johto region. Doesn't that make you excited, Pikachu? The mouse nods as it utters its name, staring back at his trainer. It's here that Ash turns his sights back to the lake as he thinks to himself, no matter what happens tomorrow, he's sad that his journeys in Johto are finally coming to an end, but he wouldn't trade all the experience
experiences he's had for anything in the world. This is where a voice interrupts Ash's inner thoughts, asking the Indigo champion if he doesn't mind if he joins him. This is where it's revealed to be Gary, the same opponent that Ash had earlier today. Sure, Ash says, the more the merrier. Me and Pikachu were just thinking about our battle tomorrow and all the adventures we've had in the Johto region. It's the same with me, Gary says. I've been thinking about everything that's been happening over the last couple of years, not just in Johto, but our adventures in Kanto as well, and some of the adventures that we had before the Kanto region. This is where Gary pulls out an old rusty Pokeball that seems to be only half of one. Ash comments, is that what he thinks it is? To which Gary responds, yeah, the same one, the one that caused our first tie. It's here that Ash reaches into the pocket of his vest, pulling out the other half of the Pokeball. He tells Gary that he keeps it with him all the time, as a sign of their first true rivalry, and he uses it as motivation to never give up, and to meet every challenge along the way with courage. Gary tells Ash that's so cheesy, however, it's just like him. But then the Oak Boy gets serious. You know, I've held on to this as a memento to myself as well, as a sign that I knew one day we would battle each other again. And I silently promised myself that when we finally had our battle, the winner would be the one who held the whole ball. So here you go, Gary says as he hands it over to Ash. Ash just kind of stares at the ball blankly, asking Gary if he's sure about this, to which the Oak Boy confirms. He says that Ash won their battle fair and square, so he's the rightful owner of the ball. So that way we can close the book on our rivalry. Taking the ball from Gary, Ash comments that he doesn't know about closing the book on their rivalry, but this is definitely a chapter that they finished. The young Indigo champion then asks what's next for Gary. Is he going to try and compete in another league? To which the Oak Boy says he's not. He doesn't know what he's going to do yet, but he doesn't feel like another league challenge is the right thing to do at this current time. But he's sure he's going to be able to find a new path, no matter what. Gary then flips the same question on to Ash, asking what he plans to do after he's done here in Johto. What is he going to do if he wins or loses the league? Will he challenge another one? Ash responds that he intends to challenge the Elite Four if he manages to win the finals tomorrow. However, challenging another league just doesn't feel right to him. He feels like as a champion, he's outgrown individual leagues, and he wants something more, something harder. He doesn't know just what that is yet, but just like Gary, he's confident that he'll find that path sooner or later. However, there is one thing that Ash is confident about. On that path, him and Gary will be having another battle. There's no way you're gonna get out of that, he says, as they both laugh, with the night fading on. The next morning comes quicker than Ash had anticipated. Luckily, the night before, after his conversation with Gary, he took the time to contact Professor Oak, so that way he can get all of his Pokemon ready for this battle. Luckily, some last-minute additions were able to make it in time. Ash and Vincent now stand in the lobby of the Pokemon Center that they've been staying at, and the boy really isn't in any hurry to get to the stadium, to where Vincent is just itching to get there, as he wants to get the battle underway. However, it's only 11 a.m., and the battle's not due to start until 1 p.m. So, like it or not, Vincent is going to have to be patient. This is where Vince asks Ash how he's so calm. This is possibly the biggest match he's ever had, to which Ash just simply chuckles, reminding Vincent that he's been in this position before. He won the Indigo League Victory Road, and he had the finals the same day. During that time, he was nervous, but this pressure is a familiar old friend now, so he just takes it with a grain of salt. The anticipation is killing me, Vincent replies, to which Ash tells him to calm down. He's as ready for his battle as he can be, and him and Pikachu are both excited. However, no matter how much they fidget or how much they want it to be here, they're still gonna have to wait. However, the next 2 hours are not gonna be dull, as while Ash is talking with Vincent, he's approached by some very familiar faces. His mom and Professor Oak. They traveled the whole way out to Johto from Pallet Town just to see his match. This pleases the boy, as his mom tells him that he better win today, or not come home, as she jokingly says. After all, he is already a champion, so it'd be nice to have another trophy for her to put on one of the shelves back in the house. After thanking his mom for the vote of confidence, Professor Oak interjects, asking Ash if he's sure that this is the team that he wants to take. If he wants to make any substitutions, now would be the time, as Tracy is still at the lab, ready to take the call if Ash needs. However, the boy confirms that he wants to use these Pokemon. It's the ones he feels most comfortable with. They just feel right for the situation. Well, there's no argument with that, Oak says, as he wishes the boy luck. Him and his mom are going to go buy tickets, so that way they can get good seats inside the stadium. This is where Vincent asks if he can join the professor, considering he's never gotten a chance to meet Professor Oak, and he has a few questions for the old man, to which Professor Oak happily agrees as they walk off. This leaves Ash alone briefly, as he just sits, awaiting for the time to tick away. But he's not going to be alone for very long, as a very familiar voice is approaching the young champion. It's his old
traveling companion, Brock. Excited to see his old friend, Ash tells Brock that he didn't think he would be able to make it here on such short notice when he gave him a call last night. However, Brock tells Ash that his studies are actually on pause for the time being, as they're currently on what could be considered a spring break, if you will. So he was just sitting at home at the pewter gym when Ash gave him the call. And with nothing better to do, Brock figured he'd just come down and see Ash live in person. Ash is excited that Brock has come down. It really means a lot to him. However, this excitement is not going to end just yet, as he gets a call over the PA system telling him that he has a phone call and they were asking for him by name. Unsure about who it is, both Ash and Brock head to the main service counter, to which Nurse Joy hands Ash a phone, and on the screen in front of him pops a very familiar face. The red-headed water type specialist, Misty. The first thing she says is she apologizes for not being able to be there in person, but she's currently in the middle of a gym challenge out there in Hoenn, and she actually has 3 of their badges, flashing them across the screen, revealing that she's decided to take the gym challenge. Both Ash and Brock tell Misty that they're proud of her. They didn't think that she would make such great progress in such short amount of time. Misty thanks them both for their vote of confidence. Then she quips at Ash not to lose today. After all, she plans on becoming the champion of the Hoenn region, and there's nobody better to test her skills against than the only 2-time champion in the world. Don't worry, Misty. I'll hold a spot just for you, so that way we can have a battle unlike any other. Misty smiles, telling Ash he had better, before responding that she has to go. The boat she has to catch is leaving, and she can't miss it. The group barely has a chance to say goodbye before she hangs up the phone. With the line now dead, Brock asks Ash what he wants to do for the remainder 90 minutes until his match, to which the champion responds one simple thing: he wants to eat. Brock laughs, telling him don't worry, he's got it covered. Now we flash to the moment that all of Johto has been waiting for. Ash has arrived on the battlefield, with the crowd erupting in excitement at the arrival of the Cantonian champion. In the champion's box high above the stadium, the Elite Four, and more importantly, Lance, the undefeated champion of Johto, sit, watching and waiting to see the results of today's match. While on the arena floor, Ash and Richie stand across from each other for the first time since their battle at the Indigo Plateau. While the two rivals haven't really said much to each other throughout the tournament, they greet each other with a smile, as old friends do. Richie tells the Cantonian champion that he better watch out, because he intends to win this time, to which Ash simply responds there's no way Richie's going to be walking away with his title. Both boys, ever confident, they take their positions as the rules have been explained to them. This will be a 6-on-6 battle. Each side will be allowed substitutions, and there will be a field change when one side loses their first 3 Pokemon. The winner will be declared when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. This is where the field changes to reveal their first battlefield of the day, the Ice Battlefield. With the wave of the flags to signal the start of the first round, both trainers waste no time in sending out their own rival Pokemon in Pikachu and Sparky. Pikachu has a score to settle with its member of the species, as last time it never got a chance to battle Sparky. So this time it intends to go all the way, as at the command of Ash it begins with the quick attack. Bolting down the field, Pikachu has its sights set on its target. However, Richie is quick to counter, commanding an agility from Sparky, to which the mouse quickly executes. While this is great for increasing the base speed of Sparky, this does not stop the quick attack from connecting, as Pikachu slams into its opponent, knocking it across the battlefield. Not wanting to lose any of the momentum they've gained, Ash quickly orders a Thunderbolt, to which Richie counters with a Light Screen to drop some of the damage. Sparky erects the barrier, preventing the Thunderbolt from overwhelming the electric mouse, and setting the stage for this battle. Seeing that Richie is trying to shut down Pikachu's most powerful attacks, Ash decides to go on the offensive here, ordering an Iron Tail from his starter, to which Gary quickly counters by telling Sparky to use a Brick Break. Both tails of the electric mouse meet in clash, trying to overpower one another. However, while Sparky does have the type advantage over Pikachu, Ash's starter possesses the physical prowess, able to overpower Sparky, driving it into the ice battlefield with some serious force. As the mouse sits up in its crater, shaking off the bits of ice that are on top of it, Richie calls it back, telling Sparky that it's done what it needed to for the time being, so it can come rest, leaving Ash a little bit puzzled. Just when things were getting good, he says to himself. However, he can't fault Richie for what he did. Sparky was on the losing end of each blow, so it's only right that Richie would want to protect it from any further damage and save it for later. However, on the opposite side, Pikachu hasn't quite quenched his thirst for battle yet, so it elects to stay in, awaiting for Richie's next selection to battle. However, it's not going to have to wait very long, as Richie wastes no time, declaring, "Pent, your time to battle." Suddenly, the Pokemon that Richie used to secure his spot in the top 2 makes its entrance known to the field, as a Dragonite emerges from the ball. However, this doesn't deter Pikachu or Ash, as the wave of the flags for the next match begins, and Ash calls for an Iron Tail. However, Richie is quickly to counter this, as he orders Pent to use an Aqua Tail. It's here where Richie's motivations become clear, as he wanted to force Pikachu in a more physical brawl. With the light screen being up, that caused Ash to use an Iron Tail, to which Pent was easily able to overpower the mouse with the Aqua Tail, sending it sliding back across the ice. Ash compliments the power of Richie's Dragonite, telling him that he hasn't seen an Aqua Tail that strong before. However, Richie isn't going to give Ash any time for small talk, as he is quickly back on the attack when he orders his dragon to use a move that Ash has never heard of, Draco Meteor. Unsure of what to do, Ash tells Pikachu to be ready, as they watch Dragonite begin to charge its life energy deep within inside of it before firing it into the sky. Then nothing happens, causing Ash to quip that it looks like their attack was a dud. However, Richie is just looking up, smiling, and that's when Ash notices it. A typhoon of energy begins to rain down from the sky, causing Ash to panic. Ash tells Pikachu to use Quick Attack to try and stay ahead of the barrage. However, the mouse is quickly met with another problem, as the rain of Dragonfire is forcing it into a kill box to where Dragonite is the leader of. As at the order of Richie, Pent had used Extreme Speed to get ahead of Pikachu. This is where the mouse is met with an Aqua Tail that knocks it back onto the battlefield, causing it to be consumed by the Dragonic attack. In this moment, the crowd can do nothing but watch as the cloud of dust disperses slowly, revealing that Pikachu was barely able to survive the attack by using an Iron Tail to defend itself. This is where Ash notices something, and they ask Pikachu if it can still go, to which the mouse nods, signaling that it's ready to battle. He then orders Pikachu to use Quick Attack, to which the mouse does, rushing down the battlefield towards Dragonite. However, this is met with an Extreme Speed from the dragon, but this was exactly what Ash was hoping for, as he orders his mouse to use an Iron Tail, but it's not going to be directly aimed at Dragonite, but at the pieces of the battlefield that have been lodged up. Considering from the attack of the Draco Meteor, it has left giant chunks of ice in its wake, and they are in the direct path of Dragonite. Pikachu uses all the power that it has, combined with the Quick Attack and the Iron Tail, to slam everything it has into the giant ice boulders. What follows is what can be described as an Ice Edge technique, as shards of ice that are moving too fast and are too close for Pent to dodge barrage the dragon. Richie can do nothing but watch as his dragon's power is used against it, as it flies into a super effective barrage that strikes Pent with enough force, causing it to collide with the battlefield, revealing spirals in its eyes, as the first loss to this round goes to Richie. Ash can't help but to feel good about that win, as he was able to take Richie's plan and turn it on its head. And likewise, the boy's a bit shaken, as the strategy he had come up with to try and take Pikachu out really early on backfired on him because of the battlefield that they were on. This just goes to show the level of ingenuity that Ash has. Never count anything out, and Richie is going to have to keep that in mind going forward. Recalling the pseudo-legendary, Richie takes the time to think about his next choice, while Ash tells Pikachu to come back, as he wants to go with something a little bit fresher for the next round. Luckily, we won't have to wait long, as both choices are made very quickly. For Ash, it's a simple one. Wartortle, I choose you! While Richie reveals another member of his team that Ash has never seen before. Bell, your time to battle! What emerges from the Pokeball is something that Ash's Pokedex identifies as a steel psychic type known as Bronzong. Ash has never seen anything like this before, so he tells Wartortle to be ready. They have to be prepared for anything. With the wave of the flags for the next round, the first commands are given. As for Ash, it's something simple, a Rapid Spin, to which Richie counters with something that's gonna set the tone for this battle again, as he orders an Iron Defense. As Wartortle clashes with the metal bell, an iron ting can be heard, as the levitating hunk of metal simply glances back at the water starter, almost asking if that's it. This leads Richie into his next command, as he tells Bell to use a Future Sight. Ash orders Wartortle to get out of there quick, as they don't know what's gonna happen, but what follows is just a glowing of Bell's eyes, and then nothing. Feeling confident that this time the attack did fail, Ash orders Wartortle in with another Rapid Spin, in hopes of being able to cause some damage to the Steel type. However, Richie is going to be quick to counter here, telling the Bronzong to use a Gyro Ball. Both combatants spin fiercely as they collide with each other. However, while Wartortle is powerful, it's going to be proved here that it doesn't quite have the power to match Bell, as the Gyro Ball begins to overtake the Rapid Spin. This is when Ash pulls his ace out of the hole, telling the mid-stage evolution to use a Hydro Pump. Firing a high-pressure amount of water from each of its limb holes, Wartortle begins to spin at a high rate, increasing the power that it has, allowing it to overtake Bronzong, sending it into the arena floor. Finally, Ash thinks to himself, the first damage we've been able to cause, and he's hoping that was enough to at least put a dent inside of the Steel type. However, his wishes are quickly denied, as Bell just levitates back up, ready for their next altercation. Realizing that it's going to be their best option to try and win here, Ash orders Wartortle to use another Hydro Pump. However, Richie has something planned for this, as he commands an extra Century from Bell. The Steel type's eyes begin to glow as it enters the mind of Wartortle, causing all of its senses to be overwhelmed. This causes the water starter to stop dead in its tracks. While Wartortle is withdrawn inside of its shell, Ash can hear the screams of pain coming from inside, causing our hero to yell to it to try and break the hold. However, it's unable to break the mental attack, as something from the past begins to make itself known, when balls of light begin to open up around Wartortle, pelting it from all directions. Ash doesn't understand what's happening here, demanding an explanation from Richie, to which the boy happily responds, "That's the power of Future Sight." It doesn't attack now, it goes forward in time a little bit before it makes its strike, to which now was the perfect time, and all we had to do was hold War Turtle in place. And as Richie says that, the cries within inside the shell go quiet, as Bronzong drops the turtle, revealing spirals in its eyes as it rolls out from the shell. Recalling the water starter, Ash thanks it for the battle that it just went through. However, now he's got to think about some things, because this Bronzong is proving to be an issue, especially with its steel typing. It's going to make it super hard to do any type of physical damage. Lucky for the Kanto champion, Ash doesn't have to think about this hard, as he knowingly has the perfect selection to take on the psychic steel type, declaring, "Haunter, I choose you!" Ash's one and only ghost type emerges from the ball with the cackle of its name, ready to battle. While Richie does have one other option that could potentially pose a threat to this thing, he decides to leave Bell in, as it's on a roll. So, with the wave of the flags to start the next round, Richie gives the first command, calling for an extra sentry. However, Ash has the perfect counter for this when he orders Haunter to use a Dark Pulse. Firing a spiral of dark energy towards the steel type, Haunter is able to overtake the extra sentry before Bronzong can actually execute it, striking for the first damage of this battle. This is enough to cause a decent amount of damage, to where Bell actually felt it, and Ash can see this, to which Richie can see it too. However, he's not going to give up just yet, as he orders Bell to use a Gyro Ball. Spinning at a high rate of speed, Bell tears down the battlefield looking to strike Haunter, as it easily outweighs the ghost type. But Ash has a counter for this that he thinks just might work, as he orders Haunter to use an Ominous Wind. Suddenly, an eerie gust strikes across the battlefield that hits Bell with enough force that causes its spinning to go slightly off balance, forcing it to collide with the stadium floor. While not enough to end the steel type, it did definitely feel that one, as it begins to levitate back up, staring at Haunter, as Haunter seems to glow in some sort of greenish blue light. While Ash is unsure of what that is, Richie knows exactly what it is. Haunter just got a stat increase from that Ominous Wind, and he can't let this continue, so he knows that they're going to have to end this now, telling Bell to use another extra sentry. However, unfortunately for the psychic type, this fails, as Haunter uses this one tactic that Ash has yet to deploy, as it fades into the shadows, preventing it from being stricken by any type of moves. Taking a precaution because the extra sentry failed, Richie orders another Future Sight. As Bronzong's eyes begin to glow, Ash realizes that he can't let this happen again. It cost him a Pokemon last time. So he tells Haunter that it's time to stop playing around. Use Shadow Claw! Laughing in a deep maniacal laughter, Haunter emerges from its hiding spot, striking Bronzong as it is unguarded with the sharpest ghost-type claws that it can muster. The force of this attack is so strong from the stat increase that Haunter got that is it enough to cause Bell to cry out in pain, as the ghost-type leaves claw marks in the side of the Mon as it drops to the battlefield with spirals in its eyes, unable to battle. Richie recalls the steel-type, thanking Bell for all the effort that it put in. While Ash decides that he's going to leave in Haunter, this may be his best bet to get a 3-lead victory over Richie. However, Richie can see this, and he knows that he has the perfect defense for it, as he declares, "Sparky, your time to battle!" While the mouse is still clearly capable of battling, you can tell that it was put through the ringer slightly. So Richie intends to make this quick, as with the wave of the flags for the next round, he orders a light screen immediately, to which Ash quickly counters by ordering Haunter to use a Dark Pulse. With the light screen up, this mitigates a lot of the damage that Sparky is about to take, allowing the mouse to stick around for another assault, as Richie watches Haunter fade into the shadows once more. However, he's not going to let the ghost type get a chance to strike Sparky down like it did with Bell, as he orders his electric mouse to use a Discharge. This is where Ash and Haunter get a chance to experience the actual veracity of this move, as while unlike Thunderbolt, it's not a focused strike, it's spread out over a wide array of area that hits Haunter, forcing the ghost type out of its hiding spot, as it seems to be stricken with the paralysis. This is going to give Richie the opening needed. As Ash calls for another Ominous Wind, he quickly counters with an Agility, allowing his mouse to evade the ghost type attack due to Haunter moving much slower because of the paralysis. This is met with another Discharge, which Haunter unavoidably takes. Ash is now beginning to feel the damage stack on, and he knows that Haunter has one move that he has yet to access, so he decides that this is going to be the time. As Sparky begins to fire another Discharge, Ash calls for a Hypnosis that strikes the electric mouse, while Haunter is forced to take the electric attack. The two simultaneously collapse. However, there is a clear difference in their fatigue, to which Sparky is merely sleeping, while Haunter has been knocked out with spirals in its eyes. Richie quickly recalls his electric mouse to prevent it from incurring any type of damage that would actually get it knocked out, while Ash recalls his ghost type, a bit disappointed that it couldn't get the job done. However, he thanks it nonetheless. But this leads us to the question to,
what are going to be the next choices for the next battle? To which Richie is beginning to feel the pressure, so he wants to go big, as he declares, "Zippo, your time to battle." Richie's fire starter emerges from its Pokeball, ready to take the stage and get its next win, leaving Ash with a very interesting predicament. This is an opportunity that he can't pass up, and he knows that if a certain one of his Pokemon found out that he'd deprived him of this chance, then it would be a little upset with him. So he declares, "Charizard, I choose you!" Both fire lizards take center stage, staring each other down as the flags are waved to begin the next round. Immediately, they exchange flamethrowers in an attempt to establish dominance. However, Zippo is quickly overpowered by Charizard as it is engulfed with flames. While this attack isn't enough to cause immense damage physically, it is a bit tarnishing on the Charizard's pride, as Richie orders it to expand its wings, breaking the flamethrower and taking to the air. Ash orders Charizard in for pursuit, as what follows is an exchange of massive attacks, as each Charizard tries to carve out their area of dominance, trading attacks like flamethrowers or metal claws with dragon claws. However, on each exchange, Zippo is on the receiving end, proving that Ash's Charizard is that much stronger. This is where Richie realizes he's going to have to create an opening, so he orders Zippo to land, much to the surprise of both Ash and Charizard. However, they're going to find out quickly why, as when Ash orders Charizard to fire off a Dragon Pulse, it is met with an attack that they weren't expecting, a Rock Slide that is sent hurtling towards the Fire Lizard. Ash orders Charizard to quickly evade, however one of the boulders is able to strike Charizard on its wing, causing it to go off tilt. Richie sees this as their chance, and he orders his Charizard up into the air. Zippo uses what speed it has to close the gap as Charizard begins to fall towards the ground, and at the command of its trainer, it fires off a Steel Wing to strike Charizard across its belly. This stuns the Fire Lizard as Ash gives it commands to pull up, but Charizard is unresponsive as it collides with the battlefield below, shaking the stadium from its force of impact. Richie and Zippo are both hoping that this is enough to put what's possibly Ash's strongest Pokemon down. However, as the ice dust cloud settles, it's revealed that Charizard still isn't down, as it stands back up. However, they can tell that it took some serious damage as it begins favoring one of its wings, preferring not to flap it. This is where Richie gives the command for a flamethrower, to which Ash orders Charizard to counter with a Dragon Pulse. The two moves collide, seemingly equal in power. However, this does present a problem, as if Charizard is grounded, then it's going to be much weaker than if it were to get in the air. So Ash pleads with it. He never asked it to do anything that he knows that it couldn't do. So right now, he needs it to fly. Expanding its mighty wings, Charizard lets out a primal cry as it begins to take back to the air. Realizing that his attack didn't have quite the damaging effect Richie had hoped it, he orders Zippo to use another Rock Slide. However, they're going to realize that Ash isn't playing around when he takes Richie by surprise when he orders Charizard to charge a Metal Claw and head straight for the boulders. The Fire Lizard hits each massive rock with its claws, shattering them into pieces, as it quickly enters the personal space of Zippo and guts the Fire Lizard with a Steel-type move. This stuns Richie's starter briefly, as Ash gives the command for the final move. "Charizard, use Seismic Toss!" Tensions are high as Charizard wraps its arms around Zippo, securing its wings, diving for the stadium floor. Richie does his best to break the hold, telling Zippo to use a flamethrower. However, as established earlier, it pales in comparison to Charizard as Ash's Fire Lizard speeds towards the ground and slams Zippo with all the force that it can muster. That is enough to not only break the ice battlefield, but send Zippo into the water below, clearly establishing Charizard as the more dominant of the species. As Zippo surfaces, it has spirals in its eyes, bringing Richie's lost count to 3 and triggering a break with the field change. Both trainers take this time to recollect themselves. For Ash, this is a time to retune his strategy, as Richie is far different from the person that he battled a year ago. While it may have seemed like Charizard got an easy win over Zippo, the truth is that match cost him more than he knows, because with Charizard's inability to fly normally, this is going to make things much harder for his Fire Lizard. And as for Pikachu, it's already battled as well, so he can't really count on it. It's just going to leave it up to Ash's remaining Pokemon to carry the weight. However, he feels confident that they will be able to do so. While on Richie's end, he's got a lot to think about. Ash has some pretty impressive Pokemon, and he can definitely tell that he has not been sitting back for the last year. However, the young boy is not deterred. He aims to take this win, unlike he was able to do a year ago. With the break now over, our heroes find themselves back on the grass battlefield for the second half of their match. Ash decides to lead off this battle with the way he ended the last one, as he declares, "Charizard, I choose you!" As the Fire Lizard emerges from its ball, Ash can tell that its wing is still slightly damaged,
damage, so he's going to have to be careful. However, if push comes to shove, Ash can just use pure power to overtake anything that Richie has. But that next thought may come into question as Richie reveals his next Pokemon, declaring, "Rhythmia, your time to battle." What emerges from the ball is a Pokemon that Ash has never seen before. It appears to be a grass type, to which his Pokedex identifies as a Ludicolo, and much to the surprise of the Cantonian champion, is also revealed to be half water. Ash realizes that he's going to have to play this safe. They're going to need to strike from a distance, so as the flags begin, Ash orders Charizard to fire off a flamethrower. However, just like every battle before, Richie intends to set the stage for this battle, as he commands Rhythmia to use a rain dance. As the overexcited Pokemon jiggles and dances across the battlefield, clouds begin to form in the sky, as water droplets fall, instantly weakening the power of Charizard's flamethrower as it collides with Ludicolo. Rhythmia does nothing but continue to dance as it glows in a healing aura, to which Ash is confused on, but Richie is able to quickly elaborate as he reveals that Rhythmia's ability is Rain Dish, so while they're in the rain, it's going to gain HP back. So all of that power that Ash was planning to use is going to be for nothing if he can't get Charizard off the ground. Realizing Richie's right, Ash decides to make the best call that he possibly can, as he returns his Fire Lizard for another choice, as he declares, "Bulbasaur, I choose you!" Ash's oldest grass starter emerges from the ball ready for a chance to battle, as it's happy to get away from those clowns at the Oak Lab for the time being. Richie refuses to remain with Rhythmia as the flags for the next round are waved. Ash calls for a Vine Whip immediately from his grass starter, to which it is immediately countered with an Ice Punch. As Rhythmia's fists frost over with ice, they gracefully glide off the vines as it dances around, revealing that Bulbasaur is going to have a hard time dealing with anything that this grass type can dish out. Realizing they're going to need to get in close, Ash orders Bulbasaur down the field, to which Rhythmia happily accepts at Richie's command. For some reason, it wants to get the grass toad close, and Ash hasn't caught on to this yet, as he orders Bulbasaur to use its small stature to get in close and to use another Vine Whip. However, the reason is revealed why they wanted Bulbasaur in close, as it is met with a Hydro Pump that overpowers the vines and collides with the toad right below Rhythmia, driving it into the battlefield. This is a point-blank hit, which should be enough in theory to one-shot the small Bulbasaur. However, the starter had the perfect counter for this, as in a life and death situation it faced recently, it was able to learn a new move, revealing it at this moment as it tunnels beneath the battlefield using Dig. This pushes it out of the range of the Hydro Pump before it was able to cause any serious damage. As Bulbasaur surfaces, Ash realizes that it's not going to be strong enough to take out Ludicolo, so he recalls it for the time being. Ash now finds himself at an impasse with the Pokemon that he has left. Rhythmia is going to be hard to deal with, and with Charizard unable to fly, he's got to consider his options. However, they're kind of slim. He's got Pikachu, he's got Bulbasaur, he's got Charizard, and then he's got the last Pokemon that he brought with him. While Pikachu and Bulbasaur seem like they're good options, the fact of the matter is they are perfect counters, which leaves Ash with little options, except for his final Pokemon, as this is the one he's settled on, as he declares, "Butterfree, I choose you!" The first Pokemon that Ash ever caught emerges from its ball in all its glory for its first chance to battle with its trainer in over a year. Richie is a bit surprised at this option. While he did look over Ash's reserves, Butterfree was one that didn't show up on it, as it had said that it had been released. He's gonna have to be careful. With the flag of the next round waved, both combatants engage in battle, as Ludicolo tries to fire off an Ice Punch, to which Ash quickly counters by telling Butterfree to use a double team. This allows the bug type to evade the super effective move and strike back with something that's gonna hit with a little bit more oomph on Ludicolo, as Butterfree fires a Bug Buzz. While fire may be ineffective against Rhythmia, a bug type move isn't, as its grass typing is the perfect catalyst for something that's super effective. And it's shown here as while the Rain Dish is enough to stave off some of the damage, what was dealt was far more. Richie asks Rhythmia if it's alright, to which the Ludicolo simply dances around. Even though it did take some damage, it's still ready for another battle. So Richie decides to go long range, ordering a Hydro Pump. However, Ash orders another double team to evade this, making his bug type almost untouchable. And it is here when the clouds begin to clear out of the sky as the rain comes to an end. Ash is feeling pretty confident as he was able to outlast the weather condition, but Richie knows exactly how he needs to counter this by ordering another rain dance. As the clouds begin to circulate again, Ash knows that he can't waste any more time in allowing Rhythmia to heal any further, so he orders Butterfree to use an Air Cutter. Having developed some great power in its wings from dealing with the monsoons of the island that it lives on, Butterfree begins to flap its heart out as blades of air spiral in the direction of Ludicolo. While the grass type is open and takes these head on, it is not enough to fully drop it, as it hangs on just by a thread thanks to the Rain Dish.
Ash. What follows is a command for a Hydro Pump from Richie, to which is able to finally connect with Butterfree, briefly stunning it and knocking it from the sky. However, the bug is able to quickly respond as it fires back with a Bug Buzz. And unfortunately for Rhythmia, this is going to be its last dance of this battle, as the vibrations of Butterfree's attack is more than enough for it to succumb to the battle as it falls with spirals in its eyes, giving Ash the win. The rain is still strong at this point, and Butterfree has taken a decent amount of damage, so Ash decides to recall it for the time being. And now it comes down to the next choices for the battle. While Richie does seem to be on the back foot, he doesn't seem to be worried, as he holds a Pokeball in his hand that he seems to think is going to be the deciding factor here, as he declares, "Cruz, your time to battle." What emerges from the Pokeball is something that lets out a deafening thud as it hits the field with enough power that causes a sandstorm to whip up, canceling out the rain dance. Having battled with the Iron Mask Marauder, Ash is fully capable of what Tyranitar are capable of, so he decides to play it safe, declaring, "Bulbasaur, I choose you." The grass type emerges from its Pokeball to be immediately pelted by the sandstorm, weakening a bit of its health right off the bat. As the flags are waved to start the next round, both trainers give their commands. For Ash, this is a simple one, a Petal Dance. However, for Richie, his Tyranitar has no chill, as the boy has ordered it in with the Thrash. Seemingly overcome by some sort of madness, Tyranitar tears through the Petal Storm, taking them completely unguarded as it searches for Bulbasaur amongst the sandstorm, eventually finding the small toad and striking it with a stomp from its massive foot. Seeing this coming, Ash orders Bulbasaur to use a dig so it can quickly get out of dodge. This causes Tyranitar to flail about when its target disappears beneath the sand. Unfortunately for Bulbasaur, all the stumping above it is making things difficult, as the tunnels it's digging are beginning to close in around it as they are collapsing under the weight of Tyranitar. This forces the grass type to surface prematurely, to which it's met with another foot to the face, sending it back under the battlefield once again, only to be met with the same fate as it tries to tunnel through, only for Tyranitar's flailing about to cause the tunnels to collapse. Luckily, the flailing eventually stops, allowing Bulbasaur to surface, but unfortunately, it's met with a sight that it was not expecting, as Tyranitar is right on top of it, with Richie ordering a superpower. The last command Ash can give before it's struck is to fire off a Leech Seed, to which Bulbasaur does, that hits the rock type, to which it seemingly has no effect at the time, before Bulbasaur is driven into oblivion under the power of the fighting type move. Ash recalls the grass type, thanking it for the effort that it put in. However, now he's going to have to make a couple of choices. All of his Pokemon are battled, and they're beginning to feel a little bit tired. However, he's decided on his next option, as he declares, "Butterfree, I choose you." Emerging from its ball, Butterfree is immediately met with the unpleasantness of the sandstorm, as its health has begun to be chipped away. However, luckily for Ash, the Leech Seed is in play, and this is going to slowly start to sap on Tyranitar's strength, and Richie is fully aware of this. As the flags wave for the next round to begin, Ash decides to start things off, calling for a Bug Buzz. However, in the midst of the sandstorm, Butterfree is unable to get a lock on Tyranitar, giving it the opening that it needed as Richie calls for a Rock Tomb. Suddenly, 4 rock walls shoot up from the ground, encasing Butterfree. Ash tells it to try and use a Psybeam to break the barriers, but unfortunately, it's not powerful enough, as Cruz is able to come smashing through with another Thrash that collides with Butterfree, dropping the Bug type and ending this battle. Now, like Richie, Ash is down to his final 2 Pokemon, as he recalls the Bug type, thanking it for the effort that it put in. Now Ash has a choice to make. Who does he go with, Pikachu or Charizard? While Pikachu begins to spark at the cheeks, Ash knows that it may not have the power to compete with Tyranitar at this current time, so he tells it to hang back. He's gonna go with his other option. "Charizard, I choose you!" As the fire lizard emerges from the ball, it is pelted by the sand, losing what little bit of health it has left, as the flag is waved for the start of this next round. Immediately calls for a flamethrower, which Charizard delivers to Cruz. Unfortunately, the Tyranitar's hide is so thick, and due to it being a rock type, it barely feels the heat of the flames as it comes crashing through with another Thrash, smacking into Charizard with all the power that it can muster. While not enough to end the fire lizard, it does cause great damage, to which Ash immediately takes note to, telling his starter to take to the air. But unfortunately, its wing is far more damaged than what Ash had originally thought, as due to the stress of the previous battle, it is unable to get off the ground in time, as Tyranitar is able to break away from its Thrash and use a Rock Tomb at the command of Richie. Again, the 4 rock barriers emerge from the ground, clasping around Charizard's foot, preventing it from going any higher. Ash yells to the fire lizard to try and use a Metal Claw to break the hold on it. However, it's unable to do this in time, as Richie lets out one final command, ordering Cruz to use a Hyper Beam. The fire lizard looks down its opponent as Tyranitar charges all of the energy that it can within the gullet of its mouth, letting loose a massive attack, to which Ash tries to counter with a flamethrower. Unfortunately, the fire is not enough to hold back the power of Tyranitar as it blasts Charizard, bringing its reign into this battle to an end.
Ash recalls the fire lizard as he begins to realize that things are beginning to look bad. The only Pokemon he has left is Pikachu. However, the mouse sparks in confidence that it's going to be able to make some kind of damage here as it jumps in, ready to start the next battle. Seemingly feeding off its mouse's tenacity, Ash refuses to give up as well, as there's one thing that they have going for it. Tyranitar has been battling so hard, it is now breathing heavily, as the sandstorm peters out and comes to an end, avoiding any damage on Pikachu and revealing Tyranitar's true injuries. The Leech Seed has begun to take effect, and Ash takes advantage immediately when the flags are waved to start this battle, ordering Pikachu in with the Quick Attack Iron Tail combo. The mouse tears down the battlefield as it begins to glow in some sort of healing aura, whatever's left that the Leech Seed has to offer, before it cracks Tyranitar on the head, bringing its reign in this battle to an end. This forces Richie to recall the rock type, thanking it for all the things that it was able to do in this battle. Well, Ash, it seems we're going to finish this battle the way we started it. It seems that way, Richie. Now, let's get on with this. Yes, let's, Richie said, as he declares, Sparky, your time to battle. Unfortunately, there's a very real truth that Richie's going to have to deal with here. Sparky is still asleep from the hypnosis that Haunter put it under, and Pikachu is wide awake, so he's going to have to do something drastic in order to try and awaken his mouse. As the flags are waved for the final round, Ash orders Pikachu to fire off a Thunder, in an attempt to try and end this in one hit. However, as the lightning strikes down on Sparky, it has just the opposite effect, the one that Richie was hoping for, as his mouse begins to stir, awakening from its slumber. Now feeling re-energized, Sparky is ready to engage in battle, and Richie immediately honors this by calling for another light screen, to which the mouse puts up right away as Ash tries to order another Thunder. However, this one fails for some reason, as it seems like Pikachu can't get it off, but again, it's surging in that electric aura that it was when it faced Harrison and Blaziken. That again, Ash thinks to himself, well, if it was powerful enough to end Blaziken, then maybe, but it needs to get some speed behind it. So Ash decides to order Pikachu to use a quick attack. Doing so, the electric mouse charges down the battlefield towards Sparky in hopes to connect with it, and as it gains speed, the attack that it's executing begins to surge brighter and brighter as electricity envelops Pikachu. Richie doesn't like where this is going, as he watched the battle with Harrison, and he knows that this could be a devastating move. So he does the only thing that he can by ordering Sparky to fire back with the Brick Break. The electric mouse charges its tail, getting ready to strike back at this overwhelming power that Pikachu is exerting. However, as Pikachu begins to near Sparky, something happens. The electric aura around it begins to fade, leaving it open as Sparky brings its tail down on the head of Pikachu, driving it into the battlefield. The crowd looks on as a cloud of dust surrounds the two electric mice. And this is where we are going to leave this part for now. So tell me, how did you feel about this part? Do you think that Pikachu was able to survive that Brick Break to the head? Why did that move fail that they were trying to use, and what was it? How did you feel about the battle that Ash had with Gary, and how the battle with Richie is going? And what do you think is going to happen in the finale of What If Indigo Champion Ash challenged the Johto League? Let me know in the comments down below. Dust permeates the air as both Ash and Richie watch on, awaiting the fate of their two electric mice. An eerie silence has befallen the stadium as the entire crowd watches on with heart-thumping anticipation. Our two combatants can feel it in their chest, their heart, their blood, sinking to their feet. The only thing they can do is wait for the cloud to disperse. Slowly but surely, as the dust settles, two figures come into view. One is clearly Sparky, still standing after delivering that devastating Brick Break to the head of Pikachu, while the other is Ash's starter, struggling to stand up, its cheek sparking in electricity while it glows between yellow and red. Come on, Pikachu. I know you can do this. We still have a battle to win, Ash says, trying to motivate his starter. Through the determination of pure grit and will, Pikachu is able to make it to its feet. However, it's wobbly at best, using everything it has to stand up. Knowing this will be their final move, Ash gives a command. Pikachu, use Iron Tail! The electric mouse begins to charge what little energy it has left into the tip of its tail as it glows brighter and brighter. Knowing this is their final altercation, Richie tells Sparky to be ready as his electric mouse takes to all four paws, sparking at its cheeks, ready to engage with Pikachu one final time. Ash gives the order for Pikachu to charge down the battlefield, putting everything it has into one final move, while Richie does the same. The two mice collide dead center in the middle of the arena.
putting everything they have into one final Iron Tail and one final Brick Break. At first, it seems that Pikachu is going to be the winner of this exchange, as the raw power of Iron Tail seems to be overpowering Sparky. And this is the last thing Pikachu sees from its perspective, before its vision blurs and it collapses from the sheer fatigue of the battle, leaving both Richie and Ash in stunned silence, with Sparky as the last Mon standing in the center of the battlefield. The referee eventually shakes off his stunned silence of the amazing battle that he just watched to raise the flag, declaring Richie as the victor and the trainer that will be moving on to face the Elite Four and the champion of the Johto League. This announcement shocks both Ash and Richie out of their stunned silence. Both trainers slowly wander out to the battlefield to collect their electric mice, Richie telling Sparky that he did a fine job, and thanks to it, they're going to get a shot at a regional championship. While Ash picks Pikachu up, cradling it in his arms, the electric starter briefly opens its eyes, looking into Ash's, almost to say sorry, I couldn't bring home the gold. But Ash just tells Pikachu to rest. It gave everything it had, and there's never a reason to be upset about that. As Pikachu fades back to unconsciousness in his arms, Ash turns to Richie, thanking the boy for the battle that they had. Richie tells Ash that there was a moment where he wasn't sure he was going to be able to win, and had that strange attack that Pikachu had tried not failed, then Ash would probably be the one saying these words rather than Richie. However, Ash shakes his head, telling Richie not to downplay his victory like that. He was the better trainer today, and because of it, he's going to get a chance to face the Johto Elite Four and its champion. And Ash promises Richie that he's going to be here every step of the way to support his friend. It's here that Ash does something that wouldn't be expected of a trainer that's as young as he is. He grabs Richie's hand and raises it in victory over his own, signifying that Ash acknowledges this loss, which causes the crowd to erupt in a pandemonium of celebration. Now we trade focus over to later that night, as Ash is in the Pokemon Center getting his Pokemon checked up on, with Vincent by his side. This is where they meet up with Gary, Ethan, and Marina, as they are picking up their Pokemon after having them looked at as well. The friends all greet each other with smiles and excitement now that the main festivities are over and the Silver Conference has come to an end. And this heralds one question that has been on the forefront of everybody's mind, but no one has truly asked. What's next for them? And it just so happens that Vincent is the first one to utter this question, to which everyone at first replies with stunned silence. But Ash is quickly to break this, as he tells them that he's going to be staying here to watch the championships, to make sure that Richie has all the support that he needs. To which Vincent seconds this, as Ash isn't going to be rid of him that easy. But this is where the tone shifts, as Team Gary declares that they won't be sticking around. They're actually heading back to New Barktown, because Marina has a bone to pick with Professor Elm, and she wants to show him all of the things that she's discovered on her journey. Well, it looks like our adventures in Johto aren't over just yet, Ash says, to which Gary smiles, confirming that this is the case. All of the rivals turned friends make the decision to go grab a bite to eat, to celebrate their last night together, before they all have to go their separate ways. This leads us to the next morning, with Ash and Gary standing face to face, Gary telling his oldest rival not to go losing to anybody else before they have their next battle. Don't worry, I won't, Ash says, as he waves off his old rival and his two friends. Vincent then turns to Ash, asking what's next. What's going to happen now that Richie gets to challenge the Elite Four? Well, Ash isn't really quite sure. If the rules are the same as the Indigo Plateau, then there's going to be about a week before they get a chance to watch those battles. So, in the meantime, why don't they explore around, and maybe train with Richie if they can find him? And you know, come to think of it, there is actually somebody we can ask, Ash says, referring to the president of the Pokemon League, Mr. Goodshow. There's only one place Ash would know him to be at this current time, and it's in the stadium, where he does all of his planning from. So Vincent and Ash head off back to the Silver Conference Stadium, in order to try and find the old man. However, when they get there, they don't find the person they were looking for, but rather Lance, the champion of the Johto region. To which the Dragon Master is surprised to see Ash, inquiring why he has come to this part of the stadium. Ash informs Lance that he was looking for Mr. Goodshow. He had a couple of questions on how the championship here in Johto works, but then he guessed he could ask Lance, as he would be the next person suited for the job, considering he is the actual champion. However, this is where Lance is going to deliver some bad news to Ash. Mr. Goodshow is not here at the current time. He actually had to head back to the Indigo Plateau, as they just wrapped up their Victory Road tournament about a week ago, and they're starting the championship round as we speak. This is where Ash panics slightly, asking if he's supposed to be there considering he's the champion of the whole region. However, Lance tells the boy to calm down. While their current predicament is something that they've never been part of, it's not something that they should panic about. Mr. Goodshow and Bruno went on ahead, as the first match with Lorelei is taking place at this current time, and if this challenger is able to get past her, then she'll have to face him next. Then after that will be Agatha. And if push comes to shove and he's able to make it past the crotchety old battle axe, then he'll have to face me. Did you forget I was a member of the Elite Four, Ash? Our hero's mind goes blank for a second as that realization begins to set in. Oh, right, Ash says. It's been so long since I won the championship, I forgot who was actually under me. Well, Lance informs Ash that he's only been the champion of the Johto region for about a year now. He won it just before Ash beat him at the Indigo Plateau, so he's been struggling to maintain his duties as a Pokemon G-Man, as well as the champion of the Johto region and a member of the Kanto Elite Four. So when him and Mr. Goodshow talked, it was come to the conclusion that they didn't want to be stretched too thin. So with that being said, Mr. Goodshow returned to Kanto to head the festivities over there, while Lance was to stay here monitoring things, so that way there wouldn't be any errors in judgment or any questionable decisions made on anyone's part. However, there is a very real truth that you're going to have to face, Ash. This contest is behind the Kanto one, which means that if the Kanto challenger makes it farther than Agatha, me and you will both have to leave, as is the duty of Elite Four and champion status members. This is when Ash asks the question to when Richie's going to start battling the first member of the Elite Four for the Johto region, to which Lance responds in a 7 days time. And by then, if Bruno, Agatha, and Lorelei are unable to shut this challenger down, we will have to leave. I see, Ash says. Thank you for all of the time and the information, he tells Lance, before walking out of the room with a stoic demeanor. Heading down to the stadium floor, Vincent asks Ash if he's okay, to which our young champion says nothing, only signifying that they need to keep walking. This is where Ash meets up with Brock, as he spent most of the morning doing the one thing that he can't do anywhere else besides at a Pokemon League conference, and that's ogle all of the Nurse Joys and Officer Jennies before they disperse from this one spot. However, he realizes the gravity of the situation when he sees the look on Ash's face and asks what's wrong. Ash just says it's nothing that they need to worry about. Everything's under control. Let's go find Richie and make sure he's prepared for everything that's about to come. Unfortunately, this response is not going to be one that Brock accepts, as he informs Ash that it's going to be time for him to go soon. School's going to be starting up, so he's going to have to get back. While this is sad news for Ash, it's not something that he didn't expect, as Brock did make it clear that he was only going to be here for a limited time. So with that, Ash walks Brock back to the room to where he can gather his stuff, before telling his old friend goodbye, and wishing him luck in completing his studies. Brock tells Ash that if he ever needs him, he will be there in any way that he can, to which our young champion acknowledges, before Brock turns, walking off, leaving both Ash and Vincent to wave goodbye. Now comes the question of where Richie is, to which Ash is very curious of, so he tells Vincent that they should split up. Let's go see if they can find the young champion to be. Maybe he's on one of the battlefields training with his Pokemon or signing autographs, Vincent thinks, to which Ash says that it could be a very real possibility. So why don't they meet back here in an hour to see if they found him? With that, the two friends split up, trying to do their best to find Richie. However, much to the surprise of the duo, over the next hour, they're unable to make any real progress. Nobody's seen or heard from him the entire day. And this is compounded when both Ash and Vincent meet back up to disclose what they found, which is a slight cause for concern for the duo. However, this is quickly subdued when Richie just descends upon them, saying, "Hey guys, what's up?" Vincent pants a sigh of relief as he tells Richie they were worried about him. They've been looking for him all morning, and they thought something may have happened. However, the auburn-haired boy just simply replies that he wanted to take it easy today. After all the intense battles they've had lately, figures a few days off may do him and his Pokemon some good, so he just wants to kind of relax and, get a chance to see everything that they haven't seen since they've been here at the Silver Conference. This whole approach instantly catches Ash's attention, as when he went for his championship run, he was a little bit more focused on trying to figure out how he was going to beat everybody, to where Richie is more laid back and relaxed. However, he supposes that everyone has their own ways of dealing with things. So, in order to appease the boy, Ash and Vincent do exactly that. They don't pressure for Pokemon battles or anything. They just spend the next couple of days hanging out with Richie, trying to make him feel at ease as possible, so that way when his big day does come and he has to start challenging the Johto Elite Four, the boy is ready both mentally and physically. However, looming in the background of each day is the ever-growing presence of Ash and the possibility that he may have to leave, as by the 5th day of the week, Ash has gotten word that it's Agatha's time to battle. This challenger was able to beat both Bruno and Lorelei, and the murmurs that are beginning to form of the Pokemon League Corporation is that this boy, much like Ash, is a child prodigy, and he may be able to push his way all the way to the champion. All of this sits heavy on Ash, knowing that if this person manages to get past Agatha, then Lance will have to leave to go honor his position as the final member of the Kanto Elite Four. And if Lance leaves, then that means Ash is going to have to leave as well. So, as the day rolls into night, and Ash Richie and Vincent enjoy themselves, our young champion does his best to try and put it out of his mind. However, his mood is one that is noticed by both Vincent and Richie. While Vincent has an idea of what Ash's problem is, Richie is clueless, and Vincent tries to play it off, attributing it to the fact that Ash is a bit bummed still because of losing the finals. But he doesn't want to really talk about it, so just let Ash do Ash's thing, and he'll be okay. However, Richie knows something is up when Ash is summoned by Lance, and the only thing he can do is watch his friend walk off, as the looming weight of whatever he's dealing with is ever present on his shoulders. Ash meets Lance in the middle of an empty Silver Conference Stadium, to which the Dragon Master pulls no punches, getting right down to business, telling Ash that the challenger of the Indigo Plateau has made it past Agatha, which means Lance has to leave. His battle is in 2 days' time, which just so happens to be the start date of the championship for the Silver Conference, which means that no matter what, Ash is going to be leaving on day 7. Lance goes on to tell our champion that he will be heading out at first light, taking Dragonite and flying back to the Indigo Plateau. Lance then inquires if Ash would like to accompany him. They can ride on Dragonite together and make very good time. However, Ash declines. He informs Lance that he will be there at the start of his battle, but he first needs to see things through here with Richie and let him know why he won't be able to be here during the week that he is challenging the Elite Four of Johto. Lance commends Ash on his loyalty and willingness to support his friends. However, not to forget that the role of a champion is an important one, and as he is Kanto's current champion, Ash has responsibilities that trump all else, so make sure he is there. I understand, Ash says. Don't worry, I will. The two then part ways, with Ash returning to both Vincent and Richie, which the boys ask if everything's alright. Ash tries to play it off, saying everything's fine, not to worry. They need to enjoy themselves, as Richie's got a couple of important battles coming up in just 2 days' time. Richie notices that Ash puts a lot of emphasis on the 2 days' time. However, he lets it be, as Vincent had told him, so that way they don't cause any animosity, merely choosing to enjoy the next 2 days. Unfortunately, when you least want it to, time flies by the quickest, and before our heroes know it, they find themselves on the morning of day 7. It is this exact day that Richie is scheduled to have his battle with the first member of the Johto Elite Four, Will. This battle is scheduled for noon, and with it now being 10 a.m., Richie decides that it's time to start getting ready. He's already got his team picked out from the prior days, but he wants to make sure he's awake, alert, and most of all, he gets a good meal before the battle. However, Richie is blindsided by the fact that Ash is nowhere to be found. He's only been able to locate Vincent, to which for Richie is very concerning, because normally Ash is the first one up before anybody, and knowing that he's got 2 hours to battle time, Richie is quite concerned, because he knows that his friend would not miss that. So, out of urgency, Vincent reluctantly agrees to help Richie look for Ash, as the boys spread out, trying to cover as much ground as possible. Before they know it, 90 minutes goes by, and Richie has to start considering making his way to the stadium. And just as he's about ready to give up all efforts, he's finally able to locate Ash, who's sitting on top of the Pokemon Center of all places, looking into the sky. As Vincent rejoins Richie while he's looking up, the boy points to signify that he found Ash. Thinking that he may lost track of time, they both rush to the center roof, urging the champion that it's time to go. However, Ash tells them to stop. He has something that he has to discuss with both Richie and Vincent, and it can no longer wait, though he's tried to put it off for as long as possible. Come on, Ash, we got less than 30 minutes to get to the stadium. Richie's got a battle to win, Vincent says. However, Richie tells Vincent to pause. This is important. He knows it is. With everyone silent, Ash goes on to explain that the responsibilities of a champion for a region have begun to rear their ugly head. Ash, unfortunately, is going to have to leave. He explains to Richie that there's been a challenger at the Indigo Plateau, tearing his way through the Indigo Elite Four, and he's due to battle Lance tonight. If Lance loses, that means that Ash is going to be up next. Lance's battle is scheduled for sundown, so if Ash wants to make it in time, he's going to have to leave when Richie starts his match. However, Ash tells Richie that he doesn't want to leave. He wants to be here to support his friends, like his friends were there to support him when he became champion. However, Richie quickly puts a stop to this, telling Ash that he understands he wants to be here, but he has greater responsibilities than supporting a friend. Richie knows that Ash will always support him, and that lone gesture does more than Ash will ever know. Richie tells Ash not to feel bad about having to leave. He understands, and he hopes that Ash can maintain his title, because it sounds like his opponent is a tough one. Richie now tells Ash that he has to go. The stadium is beginning to fill up, and his presence is required there. Richie then begins to run off, waving back at his friends, telling them good luck, to which Ash yells back, "Don't lose until they have a chance for their rematch." Richie says he won't as he disappears behind the door leading to the ground level. With saying goodbye to his friend, Ash calls upon his strongest starter. "Charizard, I choose you!" As the fire lizard emerges from the ball, Ash says that he knows Charizard isn't done with its training in the Charific Valley. However, they have one more battle that they're going to have to fight before it can go back. They have to defend their title as champions, of course. The fire lizard Charizard lets out a burst of flame, almost to say that no one is going to take the title from them, before Ash mounts its back. This just leaves Vincent standing there, confused about what he's going to do. He didn't think that he would have to say goodbye to Ash this quick. However, it's not going to be over as quickly as Vincent thinks, as Ash extends his hand out. "Are you coming?" he says with a smile on his face. "I figured you'd want to see the leg of my journey all the way to the end with me, Vincent, so why not? Come out to Kanto. Let me show you how we do battling out there." A grin plasters itself across Vincent's face as he takes Ash's hand, mounting the back of Charizard, with our young champion giving the order for Charizard to take off. It's time to go home. With a mighty roar, Charizard ascends from the roof of the Pokemon Center, gaining altitude as much as possible before darting off in the direction of the Indigo Plateau. As our two heroes fly away from the Silver Confidence that is located on Mount Silver, Ash can see below them Richie running in the direction of the Silver Conference Stadium. With the wind in his hair, Ash thinks to himself he knows Richie can do it, as they take off for one final adventure. Hours later, and nightfall has crested the entire region of Kanto. While darkness is the predominant color of this area for most of the night, there is one particular spot that stands out like a sore thumb among everything, and that's the Indigo Plateau, as its lights shine brightly with Ash, Charizard, Vincent, and Pikachu off in the distance, making their way as fast as possible to the stadium. From this point, it doesn't take long for a quartet of heroes to descend among the battle area of the Indigo Plateau. It looks like they have arrived just in time too, as it appears that Lance's match is in its final moments. However, as Charizard settles down on the roof of the stadium and Ash dismounts its back, something catches his eye that causes him to go quiet. And it's not the fact that Dragonite, Lance's strongest Pokemon, just fell in battle, giving the victor to the challenger, but the challenger itself. The one person that Ash and Charizard have not gotten a chance to beat. The one person that denied them their rematch in the Orange Islands. "So you're my opponent," Ash says, as we pan out to reveal that the person that's been tearing their way through the ranks of the Elite Four in Kanto is none other than the trainer Thad and his world-class battling Poliwrath. Shaking off the moment of shock, Ash realizes that they have to get down there, as the champion needs to be present for the announcement of the next round. This is where we find ourselves on the floor of the battle area, with Lance raising Thad's hand in victory. Then Mr. Goodshow announcing that Thad will be moving on to battle the champion of the Kanto region, our one and only Ash Ketchum, Mr. Goodshow says. However, he says it with a quiet nervousness in his voice, as normally it's customary for the champion to be present during these ceremonies. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen Ash all day, which means he's not expecting him to be here. However, from the part of the battlefield that Lance emerged from, comes Ash running, almost like it was time to reveal himself, with the crowd erupting in anticipation. They hadn't seen their champion during the entire Elite Four run, and they were beginning to grow concerned. However, Ash is here, as he greets Thad in the middle of the stadium, shaking his hand and welcoming him to the Indigo Plateau, and Ash is looking forward to their rematch. "So, you went on to become champion of the Indigo League, I see. Well, it's going to be a great pleasure for me to take that title from you," Thad says. "Don't think it's going to be that easy," Ash responds. "I'm not the same trainer that lost to you back then." As those two are talking, Mr. Goodshow goes on to announce that the battle between Ash and Thad will be in 3 days' time, so make sure everybody returns, as they wouldn't want to miss the first title defense of their champion, Ash Ketchum. The crowd erupts in cheers as we fade to later on in the night, where Ash, Lance, and Vincent are all sitting in the same room together. This is where Lance finds out that Ash and Thad have history together, and Ash has actually never beat this trainer. This is where Lance informs Ash that means that his title defense is that much more important. And this will be Ash's chance to prove that what he obtained a year ago wasn't just a fluke. However, to shift over to something more lighthearted, Lance informs Ash that his friend Richie was able to best Will, which means he'll be moving on to face the second member of the Johto Elite Four, Koga. This is where Ash asks a question that's been on his mind for a while. How is Koga and Bruno both a member of the Elite Four in Johto, but part of the Kanto Pokemon League as well? And for that matter, Lance as well. The Dragon Master goes on to explain that Koga's a simple one. He decided to turn over his gym to the operation of his daughter, and he moved out to Johto, became an Elite Four member, while Bruno and I can hold multiple positions in multiple leagues. That's why Bruno is a member of the Elite Four for here and in Johto, and I'm the champion in Johto and the member of the Elite Four here. You're lucky you came along when you did, Ash, because I was thinking about claiming the title of the Kanto champion for myself. However, I'm glad I didn't, as all the things that I have going on now has made it a little bit difficult to live a normal life. So there may be some adjustments that are needed. However, that'll be for another time, as tomorrow I have to fly back to the Silver Conference, just in case your friend manages to make it all the way to me. Ash wishes Lance luck as we fade to the next day. The next morning, after Lance sets off for the Silver Conference on Mount Silver, Ash finds himself in quite the predicament. The thought of having a title defense had never really really crossed the young champion's mind. And the fact that he's facing Tad of all people makes this an occasion that has the boy on edge. Ash can't quite put his finger on it, but a feeling of uneasiness has washed over him since the night before, and he's unable to determine that if it's the fact that Tad is actually that good of a trainer, or if it's just his own nerves getting the better of him. However, Ash decides to try and not let it bother him, as he wants to spend the next few days just relaxing. Him and his Pokemon have had such intense battles lately that some time off would be good for them. So, in the spirit of this staycation, if you will, Ash decides to try and go and find Vincent, as he's always happy, so that way he can be distracted from his thoughts at hand. Luckily, the young champion doesn't have to look long, as Vincent is marveling over the whole area of the Indigo Plateau. This is his first time out of Johto, and he's really getting a sense of how big the world actually is. There's endless adventures out there just waiting for Vincent to be part of them. As Ash offers a tour of the Indigo Plateau to his friend, he inquires that if Vincent plans on taking on the whole Indigo League challenge like he did. Vincent remarks that might be a step for him, but he's not sure if it's the next step for him. There's so much that he's got to experience. I mean, after all, we met that guy named Rowan from the Sinnoh region, and that's a whole nother place with the Pokemon League. And of course, let's not forget about that guy Harrison we talked to that had the Blaziken from Hoenn. That's a whole nother league as well. The world is so vast, Ash, that I don't know if I could just pick one place to start. And now that I'm here in Kanto, I'm not even sad that I lost the Johto League, because there's always something else to do. The adventure never truly stops, and I can't wait to start my next one with all of my Pokemon, as I'll get to continue to travel with them and meet new friends as well. All the statements that Vincent is making catches the attention of the young champion, as it's something that he hasn't felt for a very long time. The only reason that he went out to Johto in the first place was because Gary had gone out there, and he didn't want Gary to get one up on him. And while Ash did have fun in Johto and he enjoyed the challenges that he met out there, the truth is that journey wasn't made for him. Once again, he was chasing Gary just like in the Indigo League. Maybe it's time that the young champion finally did things for himself. And of course, he can't forget about what happened at the Lake of Rage, and the fact that there's a very real possibility that Team Rocket is active in Kanto once again. However, these are all things that Ash is going to have to think about later, as the title defense is what's going to come first, which he only has 2.5 days left. So he decides to make the effort and join Vincent in the touring of the Indigo Plateau and enjoying just the time that they have left together. This really helps the first 2 days fly by, as Ash is having so much with Vincent that he kind of just forgets about Tad. However, on the third day, he gets a harsh reminder when he runs into the boy in the lobby of the Pokemon Center. No words are said as the two stare each other down. Then, before the tension gets so thick you can cut it with a knife, Tad merely turns and walks away, almost signifying that he's not scared of Ash, and he intends to be the winner of their battle. The entire exchange between the two of them is so noticeable that it even has the people in the center lobby looking on, wondering what's going on between the two. Even Vincent, who's normally a little bit thick-headed, can tell that Ash has some history with this boy. So Vincent is going to do what Vincent does, deciding to ask Ash point blank on what the deal is between the two. At first, Ash just pushes it off, saying that he doesn't really want to answer. However, Vincent is persistent and doesn't drop the subject. It gets to the point where Ash gets a little bit irritated with him, but eventually he breaks down, deciding to tell Vincent about everything that happened between the two back in the Orange Islands, and how he was the only loss that Charizard had ever truly had that he wasn't able to make up against. Ash explains it was back during the time before Charizard would listen to him, and because the Fire Lizard wouldn't listen to him, the battle was won very swiftly. There wasn't even any contest. Charizard couldn't really do anything to Poliwrath. After our loss, Tad just left us on the island to fend for ourselves, explaining that he didn't really want to battle somebody that wasn't strong. I know that Charizard hasn't forgotten about that loss, and neither have I, and I know that Charizard is going to want a rematch against Poliwrath, so the outcome is inevitable, and those two will clash once more. But what has me really worried is if me and Charizard are truly one like we need to be in order to beat these two. This whole diatribe gets Vincent to start laughing hysterically, which catches Ash a little off guard. Wow, is that all it really is? Vincent says. I thought it was going to be something more serious. You're afraid that your and Charizard's teamwork won't be on par with this guy and his Poliwrath? That couldn't be farther from the truth. Ash, don't you realize that Charizard cares about you possibly more than anything in this world? The only other Pokemon that you may have a stronger bond with is Pikachu. That Pokemon literally came back from its training to help you compete in a league, and decided to put it off a little while longer to help you defend the title that you guys both won together. If that doesn't show that you both have amazing teamwork and are both convicted to the same goals, then I don't know what is. In this moment, though Ash really doesn't know what it is, he's learning a valuable lesson from Vincent of all people. Don't hold yourself back because of what was. And the time that Charizard and him spent apart has only grown their relationship since the last time that Tad and Ash had battled. It's here that Ash stands up, telling Vincent thanks for the pep talk, but he's got something that he's gonna have to do. Okay, Vincent says, a bit clueless about the situation, as as he watches Ash walk out of the room. Outside, Ash releases Charizard from its Pokeball, with Pikachu on his shoulder. He asks the Fire Lizard if they can go for a ride, to which Charizard is a little bit unsure about, but agrees to nonetheless. So Ash mounts his Fire Starter's back, as Charizard beats its mighty wings, taking off into the sky. Once they're high above the clouds to where no one can see them, Ash just tells Pikachu and Charizard that he wants to thank them for all of the effort they put in. Out of all the Pokemon that Ash has had, he's struggled the most with these two, and because of it, they have the closest bond. And now they're going to get a chance to rematch the one person that they never got a chance to. He's going to be counting on both of them in tomorrow's battle. Simultaneously, both Charizard and Pikachu begin to glow in a red and yellow aura, almost to say that neither one of them will let their trainer down. Ash thanks both of them for their vote of confidence in him as their trainer, as they fly off into the sunset, enjoying the rest of their final day before they have the toughest battle they've faced to date tomorrow. Now we find ourselves the next day, high noon, standing on the battlefield of the Indigo Plateau. The crowd is in a frenzy as their champion, Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, takes the field with his trademark Pikachu by his side, while simultaneously across from him, his opponent, Tad, enters from the opposite direction. Both of the trainers meet in the middle of the battlefield with the referee, shaking hands and telling each other good luck, as the referee explains the stipulations of today's battle. Unlike when Tad battled each member of the Elite Four and they only had to use 5 Pokemon each, because he is now facing the champion, this will be a full 6-on-6 battle. Substitutions will be allowed, and there will be a field change when one side has 3 Pokemon knocked out. The winner will be declared when one side's Pokemon are all unable to battle. Now that both parties have been made aware of the rules, they are told to take the positions on their side of the respective battlefields. As each trainer stares each other down, the referee waves the flags to signify the start of the battle, with Ash wasting no time in sending in his starter Pikachu, while Tad wants to set the tone for this battle as he declares, "Sandslash, battle ready!" While Ash recognizes the call of the Pokemon, what emerges from the ball he does not, as it is a blue, spiky ball that appears to be an ice type. "Hey, I thought that was a Sandslash you called for," Ash says, to which Tad confirms that it is. This is what's known as an Alolan Sandslash, or a regional variant. It only appears in one place in the world, in the island chain region of Alola. After using his Pokédex to confirm this is actually a Pokemon, Ash learns that it is an ice steel type, with him commenting to Tad that it looks like he's been everywhere since the last time they met. To which the young trainer confirms that he has been all over the world, and he intends to show why he's the better trainer here today. Well, Ash isn't the same trainer that he battled a year ago, and he is going to show him in this very instant, as he gives his first command of this battle, telling Pikachu to use an Iron Tail, while Tad simply replies with an Iron Defense. As Pikachu charges its tail and using its superior speed to close the gap between the two, it slams into the Ice-type Spike Ball with all the force that it can. However, Sandslash had stiffened its body to the point to where this is going to be minimal damage, even though this was super effective contact. Ash can see that the Iron Tail didn't do a whole lot of damage, so he orders Pikachu to retaliate with a Thunderbolt. However, this is met with an attack that Ash has never heard of, when Tad commands for a Drill Run. Sandslash uses its metal claws as a contact point, as it begins to spiral in a spinning motion rapidly as it shoots down the battlefield, connecting with Pikachu for super effective damage. This drives the mouse into the battlefield as Sandslash retreats to its side, awaiting its trainer's next command. Calling to his starter, Ash watches as Pikachu pulls itself out of the crater that it was just left in, shaking off the cobwebs. Ash realizes that if they take one more attack like that, then it's gonna be game over. However, that may be just exactly what they need. Asking if Pikachu can still continue to the battle, the mouse gives a thumbs up as they're ready for their next encounter. Tad mentions that Ash didn't quite learn his lesson the first time, so they're going to have to try this again, as he orders Sandslash to use another Drill Run. However, Ash isn't going to listen to the criticism, as he tells Pikachu to ready an Iron Tail. With its tail glowing in a steely hue, Pikachu awaits Ash's command, which is going to come quick, as Sandslash bolts down the field with its Drill Run. Ash tells the yellow mouse to use its tail and knocks Sandslash off its trajectory. The mouse spins with all of its might, slamming its tail into Sandslash as it comes barreling towards it, forcing it to veer off course. It's in this moment that Ash sees his opening, as he commands Pikachu to let loose its most powerful attack. Use Thunder! The mouse summons all of the electricity that it's capable of storing within its tiny body, and lets loose with the most devastating electrical attack that is ever unleashed. The lightning strikes across the battlefield, looking for a target, only to be met with something that is the perfect conductor, Sandslash, and its steel typing. And unfortunately, it hadn't quite recovered from the botched Drill Run, taking the attack completely unguarded. As Pikachu finishes with its electrical assault, Sandslash begins to stand up, surging with an electrical aura before doubling over with spirals in its eyes, giving Ash the first win. Tad recalls the Ice type, thanking it for the effort that it put it in, and commending Ash and his Pikachu's ability to best them. He didn't think the electric mouse would be able to summon that much strength or expel that much electricity all in one attack. He's going to have to be careful going forward. Ash confidently tells Tad that there's nothing he can dish out that that Pikachu won't be able to handle, to which the boy simply raises a Pokeball, asking if they can test that, as he declares, "Tauros, battle ready!" As the wild bull Pokemon emerges from its Pokeball, Ash asks Pikachu if it can still continue to battle, to which the mouse is fully ready, as it wants to best as many of the Pokemon that Tad has as possible. The young boy appreciates the confidence in his starter, to which Tad also commends. However, with them being on the grass battlefield, he doesn't think that Pikachu is going to be able to last that much longer, considering his Tauros is going to have really great traction. And with the wave of the flags to start the next battle, it's proven right here, when Tad gives a simple command from his bull, ordering it to use an Earthquake. The normal type raises all of its weight onto its hind legs before slamming its front hooves down on the battlefield, causing it to shake violently as it begins to crack. Ash orders Pikachu to use its tail like a spring to leap into the air to avoid any major damage, to which the mouse quickly does. However, Tad's going to show just why he chose Tauros in this moment, as soon as Pikachu is airborne, Tauros meets it at eye level as it connects with the mouse using a Zen Headbutt. While normally the move would just connect with the opponent before the two separate, Tad orders Tauros not to let up and drive Pikachu into the still shaking battlefield. The bull uses the full force of its weight, throwing itself into Pikachu as it slams the mouse with its head first into the battlefield, with enough force to counteract the seismic activity that's going on and bringing this altercation to an end, as Pikachu lies there with spirals in its eyes. This leaves Ash speechless as the crowd begins to erupt, cheering for Tad. They didn't think that Ash's Pikachu would be able to be taken out so easily. However, that was quite the show. Walking out to collect his starter, Ash picks it up and tells it not to worry. It battled hard and got them on the board. There's only 5 Pokemon left, and he's confident that the rest of their friends can handle it. Wanting to save Tauros for a little bit later in their match, Tad recalls the bull for the time being. The two trainers stare each other down, as the next choice are a moment of contemplation. Ash has 5 Pokemon that are completely healthy, but he wants to make sure he makes the right one, so that way he can attempt to keep his advantage against Tad. The crowd grows anxious, awaiting the decision on both trainers. However, this wait is almost over, as they both have a Pokeball in their hand. For Ash, it's one of its favorites, as he declares, "Meganium, I choose you!" While Tad, on the other hand, declares, "Camerupt, battle ready!" The two Pokemon simultaneously release from their Pokeballs, revealing the strategy of each trainer. While Ash uses his Pokedex to find out exactly what Camerupt is, only to come to the conclusion that it's a fire type, he still decides to stick with Meganium, as the flags for the next round are waved. Going off a hunch, Ash calls for a light screen to increase the special defense of Meganium. And it's a good thing he did, as Meganium is going to be met with an attack known as Lava Plume from Camerupt. The Johtonian grass starter is met with a barrage of fire attacks, pelting it with enough force that would knock out a normal Pokemon. But it's here that Ash notices the source of these fire attacks. It's not from the mouth of Camerupt like a normal fire type. It comes from the 2 humps on its back. And there's one more thing that Ash notices about this attack, to which he aims to take advantage of, as he orders Meganium in with a return. The Grass Brachio charges down the battlefield as quickly as possible, preparing to show its love and affection for Ash by slamming it into Camerupt as hard as it can. However, Tad isn't going to let this happen, as he orders Camerupt to use one more Lava Plume. As Meganium charges their way, Ash eyes the humps on the back of Camerupt as they begin to constrict, preparing to expel the fire-type attack. And just as the 2 humps begin to contract one final time, this is where Ash's true plan comes into play, as he orders Meganium to use a Vine Whip on the feet of Camerupt, but not just any feet, the 2 back ones. The grass type does so, locking its vines securely around the 2 stumps that it calls legs. Then, with all of its might, it pulls Camerupt towards it. This causes 2 things from the bulky behemoth, as it's unable to respond while it's in mid-attack. The first thing is because it lost the sturdy footing from its hind legs, it assumes kind of a squatting position, forcing the fire-type attack to be fired in the direction opposite of Meganium. And the second is, by assuming this position, it cost it some much-needed sturdiness that it would need to fend off the upcoming return, as Meganium does exactly what Ash intended for it to do, slamming into the fire type with all of its weight. While this isn't enough to drop the fire type, it is enough to put it on the clock, as the amount of damage that it took from that return is noticeable. Ash tells Meganium to prepare for their next encounter. However, this is where Thad is going to recall Camerupt. He knows that the fire type does have an advantage over the grass type. However, Meganium has much more battle experience, and this is obvious to the trainer. Ash didn't waste any moments in raising his Johto starter. A bit put off by the fact that he recalled the fire type, Ash questions what Thad's game is, to which he responds, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," as he declares, "Xatu, battle ready!" The totem psychic type emerges from the ball with an almost blank stare that throws both Ash and Meganium off a bit. But that's not going to stop our champion, as the flags for the next round are waved, and Ash decides to find out exactly what this thing can do by ordering a Razor Leaf. However, Xatu is the perfect counter for this move, as Thad calls for an Air Cutter. This is able to easily overpower the grass type and strike it for super effective damage. While that wasn't enough force to take out due to the light screen, it is obvious that the Brachio is nearing its limit, as thanks to the Fire Plume plus that Air Cutter, it's breathing heavily. Knowing they have to make a move to at least get some damage in, Ash orders Meganium in with another return, to which Tad decides he wants to take a page out of Ash's playbook, ordering a Reflect from Xatu. As Bayleaf connects, the damage is minimized, putting the two within each other's personal space. This is where Ash calls for another Razor Leaf in hopes that a critical hit could land at such close range. However, another Air Cutter proves this to be false, cutting through the leaves and striking Bayleaf with enough damage to finally drop the grass starter, finally giving Tad the lead in Pokemon over Ash. Recalling Meganium, Ash thanks it for all of the effort that it put in. Though it didn't get an actual win over any Pokemon, it did cause a decent amount of damage to both of them. And for that, Ash is feeling confident going into his next battle, as he declares, "Gliscor, I choose you!" The Fang Scorpion emerges from the Pokeball, landing on its tail, spring-loaded, ready for the first command of its trainer. This time, Tad decides that he's going to stick around with Xatu, as the flags are waved for the next round to begin, and Tad responds by taking the first move, ordering another Air Cutter. But Ash has a counter for this, telling Gliscor to take to the air. Locked and loaded, the Flying Scorpion is able to easily dodge the attack, as it takes to the air, retaliating with an X-Scissor that strikes true. However, the Reflect is still up, so the damage is minimal. This is when Ash orders Gliscor to dive in with a Steel Wing. However, this is going to be met with a Steel Wing of Xatu's own, as the two moves collide, canceling each other out, leaving each of them in a stalemate. Ash knows that he needs to create an opening for himself, so he tells Gliscor to use Sandstorm. The Fang Scorpion slams its mighty pincers on the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust that it is able to easily hide in. However, Tad feels that he has the perfect counter for this, as he orders Xatu to use a Psychic. However, he's going to find out real quick that he may be wrong in this instance, as Gliscor's ability, Sandveil, comes into play here, forcing the Psychic type to miss its attack, only to be met with another X-Scissor from within the dust cloud. While it again hits, it still isn't that effective due to Xatu's dual flying typing and the Reflect. However, Ash can see this, and he knows that they're going to have to get in close to cause some good damage, so he orders Gliscor to use another Steel Wing. As the Fang Scorpion leaves its hiding spots from within the clouds, it is revealed as it closes in to strike with the Steel Wing. However, this is going to allow Xatu to finally complete the Psychic type at the order of its trainer, catching Gliscor before it can make contact. Using its mental prowess, the Totem slams Gliscor into the battlefield, only for the Fang Scorpion to once again use its tail to eject itself into the air and hide among the dust. "It won't work, Ash. You're not going to be able to continue this for long," Tad says. "My Xatu will eventually find you," as he orders another Psychic. However, Ash isn't going to pay this any mind, as he's finally developed a way that he thinks he can break through the Psychic, as he orders Gliscor to use an X-Scissor, but it's not going to fire from within the dust cloud. Instead, it's going to ride it straight forward, using it as cover against the Psychic type attack. What we see is Gliscor diving from within the clouds, with its sights set on Xatu. The Totem Pokemon's eyes begin to glow as it tries to lock onto Gliscor. However, with it using the X-Scissor as cover, it's distorting its vision, allowing Gliscor to use the force behind its attack and connect with Xatu. At first, Tad feels like he has nothing to worry about, due to the Reflect and the type advantage that Xatu has against this move. However, he's going to realize quickly that he's sorely mistaken, as it's revealed here that Reflect was on its last turn, which means it was at its weakest, and Gliscor was able to use the Bug typing against the Psychic type move to overpower it, shattering the Reflect and the force of its dive to connect with Xatu, amplifying the amount of damage that this attack is going to cause, driving the Totem Bird as the Sandstorm disperses, revealing spirals in the bird's eyes, while Gliscor sits over Xatu on its tail, victorious. That whole interaction took Tad by surprise. He didn't realize that Ash was just trying to buy time, so that Reflect would get to its weakest point. He didn't want it to run out. He wanted to have enough power to break it, which is exactly what he did. So he recalls his flying type, contemplating his next move, realizing that Ash is beginning to gain momentum, and that's something he didn't want to allow going into this match. However, he thinks he has the perfect counter to the power of this Gliscor, as he declares, "Tauros, battle ready!" Emerging from its ball, the normal type readies itself for another altercation, to which Ash plans to keep Gliscor in. He recognizes that the Fang Scorpion took some damage from Xatu, but he feels it still has enough gas in the tank to go to the distance against this bull. So with the wave of the flags to start the next round, the commands are given, as Ash calls for another X-Scissor. Gliscor springs into the air as it fires the Bug-type move in the direction of Tauros. However, once again, Dad orders Tauros to jump and use a Zen Headbutt. The bull proves proves that matching Pikachu's speed was no fluke, as it puts all of the force that it has into this jump, revealing that even though its Gliscor had its spring-loaded tail available, it wasn't enough to outpace the bull, as it's able to match the altitude before connecting with it, avoiding the X-Scissor entirely. However, due to Gliscor's flying typing, Tauros isn't able to fully utilize the move like it did against Pikachu, as the Fang Scorpion escapes, gliding to a safe distance while Tauros slams back down on the battlefield. Ash realizes that the only way they're going to be able to cause any damage is if they get in close, and it's better if Gliscor goes to Tauros instead of letting Tauros come to it. So he orders his Fang Scorpion in with another Steel Wing. Gliscor dives in an attempt to gain as much speed as possible, only to be met with another Zen Headbutt that counters a Steel Wing, putting the two at a stalemate. This is where Ash tells Gliscor to use its tail and springboard off of Tauros' head to gain some more altitude. The Fang Scorpion does so, to which Tad kinda sees this as a bit of disrespect, even calling Ash out on this. However, the boy doesn't see this as way. He's just trying to make sure that his Pokemon stay safe against his titan of a bull. This angers Tad slightly, so he aims to make sure the next attack is going to be the last one. However, as Gliscor hovers overhead, Ash has to contemplate what they can do. He needs to do something that can take out this Tauros, and there's really only one move in his arsenal that he feels like is powerful enough to do it, but Gliscor is going to have to get in close. Real close. Knowing what they have to do, Ash tells Gliscor to dive with all of its might and to charge its claws. The Fang Scorpion knows what they're going to try. Its trump card, Guillotine. So, doing as it's told, Gliscor prepares to end this battle with one strike. However, Tad isn't playing any games, as he orders Tauros to charge in head on. They're going to take whatever they have, as the boy gives a command for the most powerful attack that Tauros has in its arsenal, a Giga Impact. The bull clads itself in a destructive energy as it tears down the battlefield. What follows next is a clash of wills, as the Giga Impact overtakes the Guillotine, slamming into Gliscor as Tauros continues to run, heading straight for the arena wall. What happens next is something Ash has no words for, as he watches Gliscor being driven into the barrier with a force that shakes the stadium, only to reveal that Gliscor has spirals in its eyes, while Tauros stands above it victorious. Looking over to Thad, Ash realizes that he really wasn't kidding about taking that personal, and he's gonna have to be more careful so that way he doesn't set him off like that again. As he recalls Gliscor, Ash has some time to think, as with him being now down 3 Pokemon, this has triggered a field change and a 15-minute intermission, which the boy can recollect his thoughts. Ash finds himself in a very peculiar predicament. He didn't think that a title defense would be this hard, and he seems to have agitated his opponent, which was never his intention, as he looks across the battlefield to Thad, giving him a look that could almost kill. However, Ash isn't going to let this get to him. He came here for one reason, and that's to beat Tad and prove that he is the rightful champion of Kanto. So as the flat grass battlefield gives way to the much rougher rock battlefield, the two combatants retake their spots, as the ref tells them that it's time to start the next half. Both trainers ready their Pokeballs and simultaneously send them in. For Ash, it's simple. Octillery, I choose you, with Dad declaring, Camerupt, battle ready! As the balls pop for the next choices on the second half of this battle, they know where their current positions are. Ash is behind while Tad has the momentum, and they both have opposite agendas, one aiming to keep their current position while the other one is aiming to change it. Luckily for Ash, he knows that Octillery will be able to go the distance, as the flags for the next round are waved, and our young champion starts things off strong with the Water Pulse. Knowing that he's at a full disadvantage here, Thad decides to try and shake things up by ordering an Earth Power in order to try and put Octillery off balance. However, he's going to find something out very quick about the Octopi. Because it practically has no bones in its body, it's very fluid in its movement, and it takes a lot for the octopus to lose its center of gravity, or aim for that matter, as while Earth Power does carry a lot of force behind it, nothing's going to compare to the ×4 effective that slams into Camerupt, dropping it in that moment. This whole action catches Tad a little bit off guard, as although Camerupt was at a type disadvantage there, he didn't expect it to be taken out in one solid shot. Recalling his fire type, Tad has to reevaluate things, because now he's down to the same amount of Pokemon that Ash has, and he's beginning to see why Ash decided to go with Octillery here. However, he still feels that power is going to be the best way to maintain control of the battle, so he decides to go with the Pokemon that's gotten him the most wins to date, as he declares, Tauros, battle ready! As the bovine slams onto the field for the 3rd time in this battle, it readies for the command of its trainer. And while it's been able to run through a decent amount of Ash's Pokemon, the boy isn't going to show any fear, deciding to stick with Octillery. And as the flags are waved to begin the next battle, Ash gives a simple command, trying to feel out Tauros and see how much strength it has left in Bullet Seed, while Tad pulls no punches punches, going with Old Faithful, and calling for a Zen headbutt. The bull charges down the field, tanking the hits of the bullet seed straight to the dome, as it has Octillery set in its sights for collision. This is where Ash tells Octillery to use the suction cups and grab onto 2 rocks that sit just at the base of it. Doing as its command, Octillery secures its grip, as Tauros connects using all of its power to push into the octopi. However, what would normally be a runaway victory for the bull turns out to be a little less so this time, as it slowly comes to a stop with Octillery's body stretching out to create a blockade, if you will. The bull struggles to gain any type of ground as Octillery slowly begins to wind what remaining tentacles it has around the legs of the bovine, and before Tad can come up with any type of counterattack, his most powerful battler is reduced to a flailing side of beef as Octillery pulls its legs out from underneath it, causing the normal type to slam down on its side. Tad orders an outrage in order to try and break the hold that Octillery has on the bovine. However, it's no use thanks to the fatigue that Tauros is beginning to feel from the flailing about and the previous battles of Tad, and the firm grip that Octillery has secured on it. However, this firm grip that Octillery has on it is a negative side effect, as it's using everything it has to maintain control of the situation. So Ash has to end this now, and he does so, as he calls for Octillery to use an Octazooka. The last thing Tauros sees are the whites in Octillery's eyes before it is pelted in the face with the most powerful water-type attack that the octopi can muster. And as the mist from the blast settles, it's revealed that Tauros is no longer a problem, as it lays there with spirals in its eyes. Ash begins to celebrate. This is exactly what he was hoping would happen, and Octillery was just the Pokemon to pull it off, while Tad is slightly becoming frustrated as he can see the lead that he had slowly slipping away. With Tad now down to 2 Pokemon to Ash's 3, things are beginning to get tense, and they can feel it all the way in the stadium from the battlefield. However, Tauros was at least able to cause some damage to Octillery, as the octopi is beginning to move a little bit sluggishly due to the intense battle that it just had with the bovine. Tad recalls Tauros, fully aware that his next choice needs to be a winner. However, he knows exactly who he's going to use, as he holds the Pokeball in his hand. Vileplume, battle ready! The fully evolved grass type takes to the battlefield, as its overwhelming petals sag from its head as it struggles to maintain eye contact with Octillery. This is a bit interesting, Ash thinks to himself. He's never actually battled a fully evolved Vileplume before, so he's going to have to be careful because he's not fully sure of what it's capable of. However, he does inquire to Octillery if it still thinks it can battle, to which the octopi signifies, as it's not ready to quite give up on its win streak just yet. So the flags for the next round are waved and the commands are given. For Ash, it's a simple one, as he tells Octillery to let loose with a Psybeam. The octopi begins to raise its tentacles in order to execute the move. However, that whole sluggishness factor comes into play here, as it slightly struggles to start the attack, and these milliseconds are all that Vileplume needs to take advantage of when Tad gives the command for a Petal Dance. As Octillery begins to fire the Psychic type move, it is enveloped by a hurricane of flower petals that strike the octopi from too many angles to defend from. This results in a quick KO, quickly putting the momentum of things back in the favor of Tad. Ash recalls his water type, thanking it for all of the effort that he put in. Without Octillery on his team, he isn't quite sure that he would be in the position that he is in now, but things are even between the 2 trainers, and he intends to keep it that way until he's able to get the win. Ash has to think long and hard about his next choice. One of them would be an obvious one, as Charizard would be able to take out this Vileplume, no problem. However, he doesn't want anything to hold Charizard back from being able to battle Poliwrath, so he's gonna have to go with his other Pokemon, the only other option that he would have to bring to this battle, as he declares, "Snorlax, I choose you!" The tons of fun emerges from its Pokeball. However, unfortunately for Ash, it appears to be resting at this current time, giving a clear advantage to Vileplume. And with the flags waved to begin the next round, Tad takes full advantage of it as he calls for another Petal Dance. Again, another tornado of flower petals begin to circulate around Ash's Pokemon, striking it from all directions. However, unlike Octillery, Snorlax is bulky, giving it the ability to withstand this for a little while Ash makes any attempt that he possibly can to try and get the behemoth to wake up. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen before another round of Petal Dance is executed, striking Snorlax once again. As the petals begin to slash at Snorlax's bulky body and cut marks begin to become invisible, Ash yells at the top of his lungs for Snorlax to wake up. Suddenly, the sleeping giant begins to stir as it rocks back and forth, signifying that Ash's call has finally been heard. Standing up, much to the surprise of Tad and Vileplume, Ash has a decision that he's going to have to make. He would like to go for Belly Drum in order to get max damage in. However, Snorlax has taken a lot of damage already, and he doesn't know if that attack will be successful. Also, there's the ever-looming problem of putting Snorlax back to sleep. If he uses rest, Snorlax may not wake back up. So unfortunately, whether he likes it or not, they're going to have to go for broke with as they are. So Ash gives the first command to Snorlax, telling him to charge a couple of Ice punches, as Dad orders Vileplume to use another set of petal dances. What follows is Snorlax making its way to Vileplume as it uses the ice punches to strike down the petals and freezing the surrounding area. And this is where Ash's Snorlax demonstrates its extraordinary speed for the size of it, as within a mere moments it finds itself face to face with Vileplume, with Tad unable to do anything but to call for a Drain Punch that Vileplume charges so that way it can trade blows with Snorlax. It's at this point the two Pokemon begin an all-out spit-swapping slobber knocker as they trade Ice Punch with Drain Punch, trying to cause as much damage to each other. It's going to get to the point to who has the most endurance, and this is where things begin to show their ugly head, as unfortunately for Snorlax, Drain Punch has a negative effect as it slowly saps the health of it, replenishing Vileplumes in the process. And with the two Pokemon beginning to breathe hard, both trainers know that the end isn't almost near, and this is revealed when Snorlax goes to throw an Ice Punch, but the energy fades to just a regular fist that it's unable to connect with Vileplume. This is where the Grass type delivers one final Drain Punch to the gut of Snorlax, sapping it of the last of its strength. Things are looking bleak for Ash. However, as Snorlax begins to wobble back and forth, he realizes this is his opportunity. Snorlax, use Zen Headbutt and the force of your fall to drive it into Vileplume. The last thing the half-ton Terra does is charge its forehead before it falls forward, slamming its noggin straight into the top part of Vileplume, knocking it out in the process, bringing this battle to a draw. Recalling both of their Pokemon, Ash and Tad are a bit surprised at that outcome. While for Ash, he wasn't sure if Snorlax was going to be able to pull off that final move, while Tad was pretty sure that they had that one. Ash has an uncanny ability to turn things around in his favor. They're going to have to be careful going into this final match, he thinks to himself. It's in this moment, both trainers ready the final Pokeballs on their belt as they stare each other down. They know that this moment is the one moment that they battled so hard to get to. Their final Pokemon, their aces, the ones that battled once before and had a clear and definitive winner, as they both declare, Charizard, I choose you, Poliwrath, battle ready. As the two titans emerge from the ball, the first thing that happens is a cry from both of them to establish their dominance, if you will. Everyone in the stadium can feel it. The tension between these two signifies that there's a rivalry there with some unresolved issues. The crowd goes quiet as they realize they are starting the final moments of this fool's 6-on-6 battle, and with the wave of the flags, the first commands are given as Ash tells Charizard to use its ace move, Flamethrower, while Poliwrath retaliates with the Hydro Pump from the command of its trainer. As the two moves collide, steam envelops the battlefield, as it becomes painfully aware to Tad that Charizard is far more powerful than it was the last time they battled, as that Hydro Pump should have easily overpowered Flamethrower, but it was hot enough to disperse the Hydro Pump before it could even reach the Fire Lizard. However, he doesn't want to waste any time and give them any free reign, so he tells Poliwrath to fire off with another Hydro Pump and aim for Charizard once more. However, this is where they're going to see just how good Charizard and Ash's teamwork has become, as before Tad can even utter out the command, Charizard is already in the air, out of range of the Hydro Pump. As Poliwrath does its best to fire off into the sky, Charizard gracefully dodges with ease. This is where Ash addresses Tad for the first time since that incident with Gliscor and Tauros, as he tells his opponent that last time, him and Charizard were not on the same page. It wouldn't even listen to him, and to tell you the truth, it was entirely Ash's fault. But since then, they have been through struggle after struggle, growing together and then growing apart. The two have gave it their all to become the best versions of themselves, and even though they are champion level combatants, they're going to continue to push forward to grow even stronger. Tad hears what Ash is saying as he watches Poliwrath and Charizard's exchange. The boy speaks the truth. A year ago, they were nowhere near this level. Poliwrath and Tad were on the same page, and no one was able to beat him. And after he found out that Ash had become champion, and his Charizard was able to take down Lance's Dragonite, he decided to fight his way through the league to get the chance to battle Ash on his own terrain. Tad wanted to see for himself if Ash and Charizard were truly worthy of the win that they had over Lance and his Dragonite, which in this moment of realization he is seeing that is true, as Charizard is able to match the power of Poliwrath unlike it was able to before. With Ash being Charizard's second set of eyes and giving it commands to help with its timing, they are near flawless in their execution, as Tad orders a Thunder Punch in an attempt to connect with Charizard. However, it is able to easily sidestep this, delivering a Metal Claw to the gut of Poliwrath before taking back to the sky once again. Tad knows that they're going to have to do something drastic, so he tells Poliwrath to be ready. They're going to draw Charizard in close once more. And as the Fire Lizard comes back around with another strike from a Flamethrower, at the command of Ash, Tad decides to execute his plan, telling Poliwrath to jump into the air and lock its limbs around Charizard. Poliwrath is able to execute this as Charizard had swooped down in order to connect with Flamethrower and cause as much damage as possible. This results in the Punching Frog being able to lock all of its limbs around Charizard, sending the two tumbling flying towards the battlefield. As a loud crash can be heard as the two smash into the boulders below, Tad is feeling quite confident as Poliwrath stands back up, receiving a little bit of recoil from that intense move. However, they feel that they're in a right position now to take control of this battle. However, Tad's going to realize that his overconfidence in the one scenario where they had the advantage is significantly misplaced as the dust settles, revealing that Charizard is standing, barely looking like it took any damage at all. In this moment, Charizard briefly flashes back to all of the experiences it's had over the last year, from the battling that it did within the Charific Valley, getting beaten on every day by Charizards more than 3 times its size, to battling with Giovanni and saving Ash's mom and then saving its trainer itself, then winning Ash his final gym badge and finally being able to battle Gary at the Johto League. The Fire Lizard has come too far, and its pride as the dominant Charizard in the Charific Valley will not let it fall here, as it lets out an ear-deafening battle cry, the likes of which no one, including Ash, has never seen before. The command of its trainer, Charizard lets loose a flamethrower that Poliwrath is unable to dodge, only able to stave off what damage it can by firing a Hydro Pump inside the intense flame. That tells Poliwrath not to lose track of Charizard, but unfortunately in the midst of the flamethrower being doused by the Hydro Pump, Charizard and Ash use this to their advantage to get airborne once more. Tad knows that they can't let Charizard stay above them in the air, and they have to bring it to the ground if they have any hopes of winning. So he orders Poliwrath to execute the same attack again, waiting for Charizard to come back around to strike. However, just as the frog jumps into the air, Ash orders it to shift its flight pattern ever so slightly, and it tilts, allowing Poliwrath to barely miss it, going above Charizard. This is where the Cantonian Firestarter completes a full spin, grabbing Poliwrath and bringing them both belly to belly. This is where Ash gives his final command of the battle, as he tells Charizard to use a seismic toss. Put everything it has into it. The Fire Lizard shoots into the sky as it flies in circles, trying to cause as much confusion as possible to the Poliwrath before it darts to the ground with all of the speed that it can muster. Charizard is heading toward the battlefield so fast that a slight whistling can be heard coming off of its wings, as in the last moment it throws Poliwrath towards the arena floor, causing a slight quake to reverberate throughout the arena. As Charizard lands in front of Ash, they await for the results of that attack, only for it to be revealed as the dust settles, with Poliwrath having spirals in its eyes, and Ash being declared the official winner of this title match. Charizard lets out a breath of flame in celebration of its victory, as Ash and Pikachu run to hug it while it's in the center of the battlefield. Thad merely recalls Poliwrath, telling it that it did a great job. Apparently, they still have more to learn. This is where Tad walks out to the battlefield and presents a hand to Ash in an attempt to offer a handshake. Ash gladly accepts it, Tad telling him that he underestimated them the first time they battled, and if Charizard had been listening to him back then there's a good chance that he wouldn't have won. He also says that Ash proved himself as the true champion of the Kanto region, and he looks forward to having a rematch with him in the future. The two then shake hands as everyone looks onward, celebrating the victory of their Cantonian champion. As the night fades on and the festivities come to a close, we find ourselves with Ash and Vincent sitting outside of the Pokemon Center, enjoying the night air. Vincent asks Ash what he's going to do next, which the boy doesn't know. With Johto now behind him, he doesn't think that another league is what he wants to do. There's got to be something else out there, something that could challenge a champion. Ash doesn't quite know it yet, but he knows that he'll find his new path sooner or later. What about you, Vincent? What are you going to do? This is where the hyperactive boy tells Ash that he's been reinvigorated by everything that's happened over the last couple of days. Even though he lost in the Johto League, the time he spent here at the Indigo Plateau and watching Ash defend his title is something that he'll never forget. Vincent then states that he thinks he's going to take a trip down to the Orange Islands, like Ash did. He wants a chance to take on their league and battle Drake. He then asks if he has any pointers, to which Ash simply laughs and says, "Just be yourself and do your best, Vincent. I believe you can win." The next morning is a hard one, as Ash and Vincent are forced to say goodbye to each other. He's heading to Vermilion City, so that way he can catch a boat to the Orange Islands like he had mentioned the night before. While Ash is sad to see his friend go, he knows that it's going to be the best thing for him to grow as a Pokemon trainer. Ash then waves goodbye as Vincent disappears over the horizon, setting off to his next journey. Then the truly hard thing happens, as Ash releases Charizard from his Pokeball. Rubbing the Fire Lizard on its head, Ash tells it thank you. He wouldn't have been able to come as far as he did without its help. Now standing in the vacant Indigo Stadium, Ash tells Charizard that just because their adventures have come to an end now doesn't mean this will be the last time they see each other. Ash knows that Charizard has to return to its training, but he reminds the Cantonian starter that they have a title to defend, so when he needs it, he will call upon the lizard. Ash and Charizard then share a moment as they look into each other's eyes, before the the fire lizard lets out a mighty blast of a flamethrower before taking off into the sky. It circles above slightly for a few seconds before darting off towards the Johto region and the site of its next adventure in the Charific Valley. While saying goodbye to Charizard is never easy, Ash finds solace knowing that they will see each other again as the boy leaves the Indigo Plateau for the final time this year, heading back to his home of Pallet. A few days later, as the sun rises over the horizon of the town, Ash finds himself on the hill looking into the small sleepy valley. He knows the first stop he's going to make is to Professor Oak, as he wants a chance to drop off all of his Pokemon so they don't get cooped up inside of their Pokeballs. So, with Pikachu by his side, the two race into the town as they quickly find themselves at the lab of the professor. Ash calls out to Professor Oak, letting him know that he's back in Pallet, only to be greeted by both the professor and his assistant Tracy. Oak commends Ash on his ability to defend the title at the Indigo Plateau and the accomplishments he made in the Johto League. Ash has represented Pallet Town well. As Ash releases all of his Pokemon from his Pokeballs, he tells Oak that he's going to be in town for a little while, so he'll be stopping by each day to see his Pokemon until he figures out what he wants to do next on his journey. This is where Oak casually tells Ash that he better not waste too much time. Gary's already out on his next journey. He took only Blastoise with him as he headed out this morning. Wait, Gary's already out on another adventure, Ash says? But before Professor Oak can say anything, Ash and Pikachu are out the door, speeding down the main road of Pallet to go find his rival. This is where we cut to Gary as he's traversing the hills heading out of Pallet Town, only to be stopped when he can hear his name being called in the distance. Turning, the boy can see Ash and Pikachu speeding towards him out of breath. Wait, Gary, where are you going? Ash says, to which the Oak boy chuckles a little bit, telling Ash to slow down and catch his breath. Take a moment, he won't go anywhere. After Ash is able to finally talk without coughing up a lung, he wants to know where Gary is going, to which the Oak boy says he doesn't have a destination in mind. But after battling Ash in the Johto League, he does know one thing. It's time to start another adventure again, and he wanted to start all over again, so he's leaving Pallet Town with just Blastoise. This is where Ash asks about Marina and Ethan, to which Gary responds that Marina is back in New Bark Town studying under Professor Elm. He found all of the research that she had gathered over the last year quite interesting, and he wants to use her as an assistant, while Ethan decided to head out on his own adventure by himself. I do believe he was heading to the Hoenn region to compete in their league. This is where Gary asks the big question, what about you, Ash? What's next? To which the boy says he doesn't know. He doesn't want to take on another league. He's already done that, and he's the champion of one of them, but he knows that he can't sit around forever in Pallet Town. This is where Gary tells Ash to listen. He's a regional champion, and one of the best that Gary's ever seen in his personal opinion. Ash can really do whatever he wants. The whole world is out there for him to discover, so Ash just has to want it, and he will achieve it. Ash smiles, giving his old rival a nod, before Gary tells Ash that he has to go. He's in a bit of a hurry, because he has a boat that he's going to catch out of Vermilion City, so he'll smell him later. And with that, Gary is gone, leaving Ash standing on the hill looking down on his hometown, and in the distance, he sees what looks like a rainbow-colored bird that could possibly be the legendary Ho-Oh, flying off, signifying that it's about to start another adventure for itself. Well, Pikachu, what do you say? Let's start another adventure. And this is where we're going to end the series What If Indigo Champion Ash challenged the Johto League. So tell me, how did you enjoy this sequel to my first most popular What If? How did you feel about the team that I put together for Ash inside of this What If? And do you feel like every one of them fits perfectly with the way Ash is? And how about the results of Ash's battles in the Silver Conference? And lastly, how do you feel about the title defense that Ash had? And do you think that it was a successful title defense in your opinion? Let me know in the comments down below. And that's all we had for today's video. I really appreciate you guys stopping by to watch all the way to the end, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. If you guys really enjoy my content, consider following me on some of my other platforms like Discord, where you can get to know other people who are interested in what ifs, or on Twitter, where I post sometimes behind the scenes updates. Or if you want to help the channel grow a little bit extra, why don't you consider donating like the people right here have, as whatever you could offer could help us get to a larger audience by helping us get new videos done, or some of the projects that we've been more custom art is getting kind of expensive. So we want to make sure that we have the funds to do that. But with all that being said, I really hope you guys enjoyed everything, and I will see you in the next video.